Chapter 151 Shui Binger vs Xiaowu, the battle between the merge and merge. Shui Yuer, Xiaowu, my sister, and I will not show mercy. Xiaowu, we will do our best, and it is hard to say who will win or lose. In the arena, Shui Yuer was competing with Xiaowu. The competition between Tian Shui Academy and Shuo Academy has begun. Both sides have 3 soul sects with soul power exceeding level 40, but Shui Binger is the Soul King in Tian Shui Academy, and both have the 4th soul ring of 10,000 years. The competition begins after both sides open their martial souls and release their soul rings. Xiaowu, brother, we have watched it. We must not let Shui Binger and Shui Yuer merge their martial souls. Xiaowushuan, I understand. Do it according to the prepared strategy. Shui Binger and Shui Yuer's martial soul fusion skills are too strong. Once used, the Shuo Academy has no chance of winning. But if their sisters cannot use the martial soul fusion skills, they can still fight and maybe they can win. Almost teams willing to fight against Tian Shui Academy will give priority to preventing the Shui Binger sisters from fusion of martial souls. Of course, there are more than 1 or 2 participating teams who admit defeat in the Tian Shui Academy team. At the beginning of the game, Xiaowu faced Shui Binger, and Xiaowushuan fought Shui Yuer. The first soul skill of Xiaowu is attribute amplification, which can increase your own amplification or teammates. The second soul skill, flame impact. Xiaowu hit a long flame in her hand and rushed towards Shui Binger. Ice ring armor. Ice armor formed on Shui Binger, which easily defended against the impact damage of flames. When using the second soul skill at the Soul King realm, the power contained is definitely stronger than the power contained in the second soul skill performed by Xiaowu in the Soul Sect realm. Xiaowu frowned. She understood that there was a lot of gap between the Soul King and the Soul Sect, not to mention that Shui Binger has 2 10,000-year soul rings, and her combat power is even stronger. As soon as I fought, Xiaowu felt the pressure. But she won't give in easily and continue to fight. The 4th soul skill, Xiaowu Yao Yang. The purple soul ring appeared on Xiaowu's body, and flames condensed in her hands, and finally formed a huge ball of fire above her head. This is soul skill locking. Xiaowu locked in Shuobing Er, and the huge fire ball was very fast and flew towards Shuobing Er. The 3rd soul skill, resist the ice ring. Shui Binger's body also had a purple soul ring. Hey, she formed a transparent ice ring in the center, and the ice ring spread outward. When you encounter a huge fire ball, bounce it away and it will collapse. Xiaowu, you know, now you are not my opponent. Shui Binger said to Xiaowu. Snort. Xiaowu said in a heartwarming manner, it's not up to Xiaoda's help. The proud and strong Xiaowu was very dissatisfied. Come again. She once again used the Fire Dance Yang soul skill. Resist the ice ring. No matter how many attacks Xiaowu attack, Shui Binger can use this soul skill to resist. Since you want to fight, then fight. Frozen. Shui Binger took the initiative to attack. Fire dances to the sun. Xiaowu's 4th soul skill can dissolve the ice closing. After all, this is just Shui Binger's 1st soul skill, a 100-year soul skill. She stared at Shui Binger, her mind moved, and thought to herself, it seems that this is the only way to go. Hope Shui Binger is careless. Suddenly, 3 soul rings appeared on Xiaowu's body, 2 yellow and 1 purple. The 3 soul rings begin to merge after they appear. Fusion technology. Fire dance party's melting ring skills. Genius. Goddess Fire Dance, come on. There was a cheer on the viewing stage. Feng Xiaotian from Kesadagarba Academy, Sister Xiaowu. Such an excellent Xiaowu should have belonged to him, but unfortunately he was snatched away. He turned his head and looked at the viewing area where Xiaoda was, his fists clenched and cracked, and his hatred for Xiaoda became even more. Xiaowu, Xiaowu is amazing. She actually knows the fusion of ring skills, and it has 3 soul rings. Ningrongrong said, she has always been hiding and has never used it when she was discussing with us. Unfortunately, she is still no match for Binger. On the arena, Xiaowu still has a hand hidden. Shui Yuer was surprised. I feel that it is very powerful. I may tie it with me, but I will definitely not win my sister. Hua Wuxuan also felt that Xiaowu had very little chance of winning against Shui Binger. This is Xiaowu's persistence. She is doing her best. Even if she fails, she will do her best. Shui Yuer was a little touched. Xiaowu is not bad today. The two of them were fighting, a little perfunctory. The other players on both sides were similar, only Xiaowu was doing her best. You can also integrate the environment skills, which is great. Shui Binger really admired her. She did not interrupt Xiaowu's melting skills. Won't you? You don't interrupt me, are you pitying me? Xiaowu felt uncomfortable. Shui Binger shook her head, I respect you. After saying that, 3 soul rings of 2 yellow and 1 purple appeared on her body, the melting ring technique, resist the ice ring. Very good. This is my strongest attack. Xiaowu has done her best. The fusion technique, fire dances to the sun. A larger fireball appeared, like a sun, several times stronger than the previous fire Wu Ye Yang. The melting technique, resist the ice ring. Shui Binger's defensive soul skill has also been enhanced several times. The huge fireball collided with the ice ring, and the fireball exploded instantly, sparks shot everywhere, like a big firework, shining the entire arena. At the same time, a large amount of heat was generated, which enveloped the entire ring. Change. The power of the water Binger Binji attribute makes these hot air freeze and fall, and the hot air disappears quickly. I lost. Xiaowu's soul power consumes most of it. Although he can still fight, he doesn't want to fight anymore, which is boring. Shui Binger also has the 10,000-year soul bone skill, the 4th soul skill, the 5th soul skill, and the self-created soul skill. They are all powerful soul skills. Xiaowu knew that she could not beat her at all. She just wanted Shui Binger to use her melting skills. If you continue to fight, it will only bring shame on yourself. Xiaowu gave in, and Shuo Academy also gave in. The game ends. Although it is not exciting, I also saw Xiaowu's talent for fusion skills, which is amazing. Aren't we friends? There's no need to fight with each other. Shui Binger stretched out his hand. Friend. Yes, I and Shui Binger are friends, and should not be obsessed with winning or losing. Xiaowu smiled and reached out to hold Shui Binger together. The two looked at each other and then smiled. Xiaowu asked, Binger, can you tell me how Cao Da helped you sisters so that you can have the 4th soul ring of 10,000 years and improve so quickly? Xiaowu has always been curious about these questions, but she has never had the chance to ask them before. Shui Binger smiled and said, I can't help asking you. Since I treat you as a friend, I can remind you. Xiaowu listened carefully. Listening to Shui Binger, didn't you notice it? During this period, you often have dinner with Cao Da and others. Have you noticed that your body, martial soul, physical fitness, and spirit are changing, and your cultivation is faster than before? Xiaowu was stunned, and then suddenly realized that she had some changes recently, such as her body began to develop again, such as practicing more easily, such as the fusion of the ring technique becoming easier. She thought it was because she was in good condition recently. Now, after hearing what Shui Binger said, it turned out that it was not like this, it was related to Cao Da. Chapter 152 Mr. Cao became a long-term meal ticket. Xiaowu has a good relationship with your sister. As soon as the competition ended, Hua Wuxuan was a little surprised to see her sister Xiaowu and Shui Binger holding hands and talking and laughing, and then said to Shui Yuer beside her. Shui Yuer disagreed, that's because my sister is kind. She must have been deceived by your sister. Hua Wuxuan smiled, although Xiaowu has a strong personality, she is not bad at heart. She really wants to be friends with you. Stay away from me. Shui Yuer saw Hua Wushuan coming over and asked him to stay away with him in disgust. Don't let my brother-in-law see a misunderstanding. Hua Wushuan was speechless. He thought Shui Yuer was good and wanted to make friends and get close to each other. What does it have to do with your brother-in-law? Shui Yuer said for granted, have you never heard of it? My sister-in-law is my brother-in-law, that's right. Hua Wushuan understood that Shui Yuer liked Xiaowu de. Haha, Hua Wushuan cut off his thoughts. But I envy Xiaowu de. If I could really want to learn from Xiaowu de, I would like to learn how Xiaowu de let so many beautiful girls surround him. It is difficult for him to respond if he wants to find 2 or 3 girlfriends at the same time. Pay, and finally, I was in vain and I had to change my girlfriend. Xiaowu de said, first of all, you have to have a space to capture, and then you have to be an old driver. Obviously, Hua Wushuan cannot have room for capture. As for the veteran driver, he is growing up, but I don't know if he will practice to become an veteran driver. After all, veteran drivers also have thresholds. Sister, the game is over, it's time for us to leave. Shui Yuer ran to Shui Binger and Hua Wu. Hua Wu was about to ask, why would her body change when she had dinner with Xiaowu de and the others? She was interrupted by Shui Yuer. This annoying Shui Yuer. The understanding Shui Binger said, Xiaowu, let's go, let's talk as we go. Okay. Hua Wu thought Shui Binger was better. She looked at Shui Yuer and wondered, why is the difference between sisters so big? Shui Yuer came over and left the competition arena with Shui Binger and Hua Wu. Hua Wu, don't look at my sister being kind, just lie to her. Hua Wu was speechless and didn't argue with Shui Yuer. She looked at Shui Binger and asked, Binger, why does it change if she often eats with Xiaowu de and others? Shui Yuer knew what was going on when she heard this and said to her sister, Sister, why did you tell Hua Wu about this? Can't it be said? Is it a secret? Hua Wu wanted to know more. She looked at Shui Binger and smiled, there is nothing that cannot be said. Hua Wu will find out after a long time. And I have asked Xiaowu de, so I can tell Hua Wu. Shui Yuer was unhappy and said, brother-in-law is just a very good heart. But she complained in her heart, lustful brother-in-law. Shui Binger told Hua Wu, the foods that Xiaowu de and others cook on weekdays are special, and the fruits are also the same. Long-term consumption can help soul masters improve, including martial souls, physical fitness, and spirit, but the specific effects vary from person to person. Shui Yuer stared at Hua Wu's body. Hua Wu, you have to be very cheap, do you know? Look at your figure getting better and better, and your temperament getting better and better. It's all about my brother-in-law. You should know how to be grateful in the future. Of course, you can't promise yourself, and at most you can be a maid. Hua Wu looked at Shui Yuer and Shui Binger, and now she understood why these sisters are getting better and better in recent years and are getting more and more beautiful. So that's how it is. Binger, thank you for telling me this. I'll make up for you, my friend. Hua Wu really recognized Shui Binger at this moment. As for Shui Yuer, the 2 horoscopes are not in line, so they have to fight each other when they are together. Shui Yuer said, Humph, it seems that someone wants to be friends with you. Hua Wu is in a good mood now and doesn't know anything like Shui Yuer. She took Shui Binger's hand and said with a smile, Binger, let's go find Xiaowu de and the others. After making up his mind, Xiaowu de will be her long-term meal ticket in the future. He will even go to have a free meal every day even if he is pestering her. Shui Yuer complained from behind, Humph. I thought I had taken advantage of it. In the end, it wasn't that bad guy from my brother-in-law. Ah ching. Xiaowu de rubbed his nose and felt someone scolding him. Zuzooking next to him said, Cares, have you caught a cold? Xiaowu de shook his head, it's okay. I feel like someone is scolding me behind my back, don't let me know who it is. Zuzooking smiled, have you done something wrong? After the relationship broke through, Zuzooking and Xiaowu de have talked too much. Xiaowu teased, I did do something wrong recently, and that's because of you. You should be closer to you. As he said that, he posted Zhu Zuqing. Zhu Zuqing looked at Lu Erlong and others, but fortunately they were talking and didn't pay attention. She whispered, let's talk about it when there is no one. Xiaowu thinks Zhu Zuqing is so cute. She wanted to be intimate with Xiaowu but was not proactive. Xiaowu suggested that she was shy and she wanted to avoid being discovered. Zuqing, you are so cute. Xiaowu leaned over and kissed her on the mouth. Why are you doing this? So many, if you are seen. Zhu Zuqing blushed and looked around quickly. She breathed a sigh of relief when she found that no one was paying attention. She pursed her lips, then glared at Xiaowu shyly, cursing in her heart, this bold bad guy. Not long after, Shui Bing'er, Shui Yu'er and Xiaowu came. Xiaowu, what do you think of my fusion skills? Xiaowu approached Xiaowu and talked. Xiaowu glanced at Xiaowu's figure and said seriously, it's very talented and worth continuing to explore and try more fusion skills. In addition, you can also try your own soul skills. Well, I will continue to try it, thank you. Xiaowu was Xiaowu's ingredients and fruit, and then asked, do you still continue to watch the competition? No, prepare to go back to the academy. Xiaowu said. Xiaowu stood up and found that Xiaowu glanced at him and said with a smile, we don't have any competition today and tomorrow. I'll go back with you. I feel that I can practice with you more with peace of mind. At this time, Shui Yu'er came over to expose Xiaowu, brother-in-law. Xiaowu already knows about the ingredients and fruits. She is so silly that she wants to eat every day. Xiaowu retorted, Shui Yu'er, you go there every day, are you going to have a free meal? Shui Yu'er said, I'm not. Even if my sister and I don't go, I will give it to us by my brother-in-law and we can take it home to eat. It's different from you. Xiaowu is so angry that he is so angry that he is so angry that he is more popular. I have a relationship with Xiaowu, but my sisters are not as close to Xiaowu. Although I have a good impression of Xiaowu, Xiaowu may not like him. Xiaowu has a strong personality, but she did not dare to confess to Xiaowu, for fear of being rejected, and her friends were not allowed to do it. In this way, she would not get the benefits. Seeing this, the bitch Xiaowu smoothed it out and said, don't argue about this, everyone is friends, a good thing share it in the West and you can get it. Xiaowu, I think you can come anytime, we welcome it. Xiaowu smiled and said, thank you Xiaowu, you are such a good person. Shui Yu'er was so angry that she knew that her brother-in-law was confused when she saw it. I thought to myself, I have to talk to my sister, and I must watch my brother-in-law. My sister probably won't do it alone, and I can't do it either. I have to join forces with Xiaowu, including Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing. In order to prevent Xiaowu, Shui Yu'er decided to temporarily put aside the grudgeship with Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing and to the outside world. Mr. Xiaowu is not very interested in Xiaowu now. At most, he can see it and have the opportunity to take advantage of it. He is now thinking about Zhu Zuqing, preparing to find an opportunity to deepen his relationship with Zhu Zuqing, so that she can become like Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong. The bitch Xiaowu is not the one who picks up sesame seeds and throws watermelons. He must hold them well, and no one will be left behind. Chapter 153 Zhu Zuqing, although they discovered it, I won't admit it. Xiaowu is very proactive today. Don't think too much, she took the initiative to help with the cooking. Lu Erlong's residence, in the kitchen, Chen Li, Mai Xiang, Shui Bing'er, Xiaowu and Xiaowu are cooking. Before, Xiaowu learned that Chen Li and Mai Xiang were rescued by Xiaowu and others. She had dinner with Xiaowu and others every day for about 2 years. Now that Xiaowu knew the amazing effects of the ingredients and fruits, when he thought of these, he had to envy Chen Li and Mai Xiang for his good luck. Xiaowu looked at Chen Li and Mai Xiang's figures, and now she also understood why the mother and daughter are both beautiful and have a good figure. She turned out to be taking those ingredients and fruits. There are also Xiaowu, Shui Binger, and others, each of whom is as beautiful as a fairy and is better than himself. It turns out that there is a reason. Huowu felt that if she persisted, she would catch up with Xiaowu and the others in all aspects of her appearance, skin, figure, temperament, talent, etc. So now Huowu is very enthusiastic, doing more things, communicating more with Xiaoda and others, and deepening her feelings. Xiaowu, is that done? Huowu doesn't know much about cooking, so you have to learn it. Yes. Huowu, you have the talent for cooking and you learn very quickly. Xiaowu praised. Huowu smiled and said, it's all you teach. I may never be able to keep up with your cooking skills. You have to teach me more. Mai Xiang said, Sister Huowu, I didn't know much at first, but I often cook and I can do it as I cook. It's not difficult. This girl is relatively simple-minded. Chen Li knew that Huowu knew the secret, so she was so enthusiastic. Since Xiaoda let Huowu know, Chen Li and the others naturally could not stop him, nor did they have the qualifications to stop him. The few of them were cooking, and Lu Erlong, Xiaoda, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zuking, Hu Meyer, and Shui Yuer were practicing in the garden behind. For them, cultivation is still the first priority, especially now that they are the golden age for their cultivation to grow. Of course, Lu Erlong is rejuvenated and his cultivation speed is much faster than before meeting Xiaoda. Suddenly, Zhu Zuking's soul power fluctuated abnormally. Others were concentrating on their practice and did not pay attention, but Xiaoda was strong and sharp in spirit, so he could easily notice it. Even without using mental power to detect it, Xiaoda knew that Zhu Zuking had made a breakthrough, because Zhu Zuking was captured and bound to space. Breaking through the realm will bring significant increase to Xiaoda, so that Zhu Zuking's breakthrough can be felt. After Zhu Zuking's soul power stabilized, Xiaoda's mental power sent a message to Zhu Zuking, Zuking, have you broken through? Zhu Zuking was happy and responded to Xiaoda's mental strength, well, I just broke through to level 53. Xiaoda, congratulations to us kittens. Zhu Zuking, humph, you are the kitten. I am the netherworld spirit cat. Xiaoda, it's still a cat, it's very cute, I like it. Zhu Zuking was no longer worried, if you like it, just like it, but I am just your kitten. Xiaoda, of course, kittens are always mine. The more you look at them, the more you look at them, the more you look at them, the more beautiful they look at them. Sweet words are enjoyable, and even more so when the lover says it. Zhu Zuking likes to listen, don't you practice any more? Xiaoda, when you see you, you cannot calm your mind and cannot practice with peace of mind. You have to take responsibility. Zhu Zuking, humph. What does it have to do with me? I won't be fooled. The two of them exchanged their mental powers in this way and whispered. Not long after, the two of them were in love, and Xiaoda quietly brought Zhu Zuking into the capture space. He went directly to the second floor of the capture space villa. Xiaoda picked up Zhu Zuking and entered Zhu Zuking's room. Dry fire. Both of them are very enthusiastic. In a blink of an eye, nearly an hour passed. The two walked out of the bathroom, sweating all over, and took a shower together. Why are you like that? Zhu Zuking said coquettishly to Xiaoda, Rong told me before that you had many tricks, but I don't understand. So that's how it is, it's so embarrassing. You are not allowed to tell Rong and the others. The bitch Xiao chuckled wickedly, you are just starting out now. Teacher Erlong, Xiaowu, Rong, Binger, and others know much more than you, and you have to study hard. Bah! Zhu Zuking blushed, and she was shy when she thought of the unsightly things she had done before, and was embarrassed, it's all you bad. You big bad guy. Xiaoda held her and pressed her in her ear, asking, do you like my badness? Zhu Zuking fell in lovely and seriously licked her lips, and her body became abnormal and she shyly said Then he told Xiaoda, don't tell others about ours in advance, just like you and Rong. She was not ready yet. If Xiaowu, Lu Erlong, and Shui Bing'er knew about it, she would definitely be in vain. It takes time to prepare yourself and slowly adapt. Cao De said, you will follow you whatever you say. But we are gone. They will definitely doubt something if they go out together later. Zhu Zuqing was a little worried, they suspected Hermie. I don't agree anyway, you can't say it. We went out quietly later and said we would walk around the academy together. Cao De said, I will definitely not say if you don't agree. And you are still a girl, so you can't tell anything. Now Zhu Zuqing and Cao De have the same relationship as Xiaowu, Ning Rong, and Shui Bing'er. Although they didn't eat it, Cao De had some methods to satisfy both parties' sexual blessings. What's more, it is the most enjoyable to taste the wine slowly. Different experiences, different scenery, but they are all beautiful. Cao De looked at the situation outside and saw that there was no one in the garden. The two of them quietly went out, and then Cao De used his space jumping skills. The two moved to the front of the courtyard, pretending to have just been strolling around the academy before coming back. As long as Zhu Zuqing continues to be as cold as usual, she can't see anything and is easy to disguise. Where have you two gone? I'm going to have dinner soon and I'm going to find you. In the living room, Lu Erlong said when he saw them coming back. Everyone looked at Cao De and Zhu Zuqing, and there was nothing to see from Zhu Zuqing's expression. There is no way to see anything in the veteran driver Cao De. Zhu Zuqing said, I went to the college to visit. Then sit down next to Ning Rong. Ning Rong immediately discovered that Zhu Zuqing had taken a shower. Why bathing, you can know at first thought. She smiled and looked at Zhu Zuqing. I understand what she meant, you were also injured. Zhu Zuqing dodged her eyes and then became strong and calm. She thought she was covering up well, but the breath she had bathed on her body exposed her. As experienced people, Lu Erlong, Xiaowu, Ning Rong, and Shui Bing'er have already discovered it. Of course, Chen Li also saw something, but she thought Cao De and Zhu Zuqing had gone to the academy to burrow in the woods, and then found a place to take a bath. However, I also found that Zhu Zuqing was still a girl. Chen Li has always wondered why Cao De did not eat Xiaowu and the others except Lu Erlong. I can only guess what agreement might be between them. Zhu Zuqing noticed the strange gazes of the few people, but pretended not to see them. Anyway, she would not admit it. All the dishes were served, some of them were made by me, and they may not be done well, so you can try it. Xiaowu came out with the food, alleviating Zhu Zuqing's embarrassment. Chapter 154 Yuer is very happy. Xiaowu was speechless. Brother-in-law, you take your sister and Xiaowu, let's go together, send Xiaowu back first, and then send us back. After dinner, Shui Yuer had a little intention, otherwise Cao De would have sent Xiaowu back alone. However, Xiaowu said, Shui Yuer, I have already agreed to stay at their place tonight. I will not have a competition tomorrow. I plan to continue practicing with Cao De and the others here. Shui Yuer was stunned. Unexpectedly, Xiaowu didn't plan to go back, you are so thick-skinned. Xiaowu is not showing any weakness, everyone is each other. Humph. Shui Yuer was a little unhappy. Cao De stopped them and said, don't you quarrel. Why don't you stay together? Shui Bing'er shook her head, I have agreed to my mother that I will go back tonight. If she doesn't go back, she will worry. I will accompany you sometime another day. So Cao De had to send Shui Bing'er and Shui Yuer back to Tianshui school. Now Cao De can use the 4 soul rings to leap space, and the maximum distance that can be transferred has been increased to 2 kilometers. The time spent sending them back was doubled. Not long after, I arrived outside Tianshui Academy. Dear, be careful when you go back. Shui Bing'er stood on tiptoe and kissed Cao De on his mouth. The veteran driver Cao immediately hugged her tightly. The two were intimate together. Wow! Shui Yu'er watched with relish and wanted to taste what it tasted, but unfortunately she never seized the opportunity. After waiting for several minutes, Xiao De and Shui Bing'er separated. Shui Bing'er said in Xiao De's ear, "I will accompany you tomorrow night." "Bitch Xiao, then I will definitely miss you so much that I can't sleep tonight." The two of them haven't been together for many days. Shui Bing'er gave him a blank look, then said goodbye, and followed Shui Yu'er into Tian Shui Academy. After entering the academy, the two turned around and found that Xiao De was still standing outside. It was like this every time, Xiao De had to watch their figures disappear before leaving. This is the gap. When it comes to sending Huowu, Xiao De leaves after seeing Huowu enter Shuo Academy. This is natural. Shui Bing'er is Xiao De's girlfriend. Huowu is not, at least not now. In Tian Shui College. Shui Yu'er asked sarcastically, "Sister, wasn't it great to kiss my brother-in-law just now?" "Oh, when will my first kiss disappear?" Shui Bing'er smiled and said, "You can find a boyfriend." Shui Yu'er said, "No other boy is as good as brother-in-law." "Sister, you have a brother-in-law, so I can't find someone who is not much." Shui Bing'er smiled and said, "Then you are ready to die alone. Your brother-in-law is unique." "Ah! Sister, you are so vicious. You actually curse me to live alone." Shui Yu'er pretended to be angry, "I don't care. It was you and your brother-in-law who made me unable to find a boyfriend. You must be responsible for me." As a sister who lives with you day and night, Shui Bing'er didn't know what her sister was thinking. Just now she was just teasing her. "If you really can't find a boyfriend in the end, you can give it to your brother-in-law." Shui Bing'er exposes her sister's thoughts. Shui Yu'er still had a strange temperament. "Sister, this is what you said. Don't regret it when the time comes." Shui Bing'er grabbed her sister's hand and said, "Keep your word. If we sisters can be together forever, it will be good and we can take care of each other." Shui Yu'er was silent, and then moved, "Sister, you are so good." She knew in her heart that her sister knew what she was thinking, but her sister was willing to help her. Shui Yu'er was very moved. She wanted to be kind to her sister forever and always help her. If Xiao De bullies her sister, she would settle the score with her sister. Sisters work together and their strength will be cut off. Silly sister! Shui Bing'er hugged Shui Yu'er, and the relationship between the two sisters is really good. On the other hand, when Xiao De returned to Lanba Academy, Chen Li, Mai Xiang, Hu Meyer, and Huowu had already left. Huowu wanted to stay, but Chen Li and the others wanted to leave, and it was not good for him to stay alone. Chen Li and the other three live in independent dormitories, which are arranged by the college teachers, with kitchen, bathroom, yard, and 2 bedrooms. Currently, Mai Xiang and Hu Meyer are in the same room, and Huowu and Chen Li are in the same room tonight. The 4 of them took a shower first, and then went back to their rooms to start practicing. It stopped until midnight and started to rest. "Sister Chen, do you work so hard in your practice?" Huowu found that the 3 of them worked very hard and were basically practicing when they had time. Chen Li said, "We were not suitable for practicing, but now we can practice with the help of Xiao De. Of course, we must work hard and cherish this hard-won opportunity. Our martial souls and talent are poor. If we don't work hard, how can we improve? We are already lucky that we can continue to improve our efforts. How many people, because of the limitations of martial soul and talent, are useless even when working hard? When we have such an opportunity, it is Xiao De who gave us a new life. He is our great benefactor and we will never be able to repay us for our whole life." After saying that, he also kindly reminded Huowu, "Huowu, you must seize the opportunity. You have good talent and with the help of the ingredients and fruits, your future achievements will be unlimited, and may be the same as Xiaowu and the others." Huowu nodded, "I understand, thank you Sister Chen. I'm just talking too much." Chen Li said, "It's getting late, let's take a break." The lights went out. The moonlight shone in outside. Xiaowu looked at the moon outside the window and couldn't fall asleep for a long time. Xiaowu, Lu Erlong, Xiaowu, Zhu Zuqing, Ning Rongrong and others are naturally capturing the space. They still practice first, fish for a while, and then go to rest. Tonight, Xiaowu quietly arrived at Xiaoda's room. After the two were intimate, Xiaowu asked in Xiaoda's arms, "Brother, are you the same as Zhu Qing today?" "Xiaoda, did you find it?" Xiaowu smiled and said, "It's not just me, Erlong's mother, Rongrong, Binger and the others have discovered it. You guys have the smell of just bathing, and they use the shower gel here." Xiaoda smiled and said, "Zhu Qing doesn't want you to know, just pretend you don't know." "Brother, did you do it on purpose?" Xiaowu said, "You will definitely be discovered after taking a shower. Zhu Qing is too simple and he doesn't even realize it." Xiaoda smiled and said, "Isn't it cute?" Xiaowu hammered Xiaoda, "That's because you are bad." Then he said, "Brother, I'm almost at level 57, and I'm getting closer and closer to level 60. Then I'll..." Before he finished speaking, he was blocked by Xiaoda's mouth. In this way, it is inevitable that there will be another intimacy. The next day, because Xiaowu was there, everyone made an appointment to have breakfast together. Xiaoda went back to pick up Shui Binger and Shui Yuer over. Chen Li, Mai Xiang and Hu Meyer came to cook early, so Xiaowu had to follow him. They had the keys and came to the living room gently. Hu Meyer looked at the only large bedroom and whispered, "Brother Xiaoda and the others have not yet gotten up." "Mai Xiang, don't bother them, we'll cook." Xiaowu couldn't help asking, "Sister Chen, Xiaoda and Erlong Dean, Xiaowu, Zhu Zuqing, Ning Rongrong and others have been living together and sleeping in the same room." Chen Li nodded, "I'm surprised. If you want to join, you must be mentally prepared. However, Xiaoda is very energetic every day and is very strong." Xiaowu was speechless. This was the first time she knew about this kind of thing. She originally thought that Xiaoda and Lu Erlong and the others had a relationship, but she didn't expect that the relationship was so good. Is she going to join? Can it be accepted? Xiaowu hesitated and thought that Xiaoda could be a friend, but being a husband requires a strong heart. Fortunately, she just has a good impression of the bitch Xiao now, and she is not in deep trouble and it is still time to turn back. Chapter 155 Ning Rongrong, have you ever seen a combat-type auxiliary soul master? That's me. Tiandu City, in the main soul fighting arena of the Great Soul Fighting Field. The competition between Kamikaze and Thunder Academy has just ended. Xiaoda and others were watching the battle today. Shenfeng Academy has lost 3 games now. If you lose to us, there are Tianshui Academy and Tiandu Royal Academy Team 2. I'm afraid I won't be in the top 5. Ning Rongrong said. Today is the time for the 27th round of the Tiandu City Budget Zone to start, and it is also the last round of the qualifiers. Lu Erlong said, at present, we have won 26 consecutive games, Tianshui Academy has won 26 consecutive games, Tiandu Royal Academy has won 24 consecutive games, Thunder Academy has won 25 consecutive games, Blazing Academy has won 24 consecutive games, Elephant Academic Academy has won 21 consecutive games, Botanical Academy has won 22 consecutive games, and Shenfeng Academy has won 24 consecutive games. Our Lanba Academy is definitely the first place, followed by Tianshui Academy, Tiandu Royal Academy, and then Thunder Academy. It is still uncertain that there is only 5th place. It is possible for both Shenfeng Academy and Xiaowu Academy, so it depends on whether Xiaowu Academy can win in the last game. Xiaowu continued, Xiaowu's last opponent is average and should not lose. Then the top 5 will be confirmed, our Lanba Academy, Tianshui Academy, Tiandu Royal Academy Team 2, Thunder Academy, and Xiaowu Academy. Ning Rongrong said, the Xiaowu Academy is so lucky and didn't meet us. I didn't meet Thunder Academy either, only lost to the second team of Tianshui Academy and Tiande Royal Academy. With more than 30 participating teams, a total of 27 rounds of competition, there will definitely be opponents that you will not meet. After saying that, Ning Rongrong looked at Xiaowu and smiled. In the last game we compete with Tianshui Academy, will someone make us waterproof, right? Mr. Cao said seriously, I won't play in the game against Tianshui Academy, so you can play whatever you want. Ning Rongrong smiled and said, do you want to see us kill each other? You are so cruel. Lu Erlong said, the winning or losing of the game against Tianshui Academy is not important, and it will not affect our entry into the top 5. Just play a friendly match and have a good conversation. It is best not to use the Netherworld Fallen Soul skill for Zuking. Zhu Zuking nodded, yes. Shui Binger is her own sister, so of course she can't use it. If she wants to use it, she will use it privately. How can she let good sisters make a fool of themselves in public? In the future, Shui Binger and the others will compete with Zhu Zuking for Cao, and she can use this soul skill to deal with them, each hitting the other one is accurate. Xiaowu was afraid of Zhu Zuking's soul skill, that's right, they are all good sisters, just exchange friendship. Zhu Qing, your soul skill cannot be used against good sisters. I encountered it once, and Xiaowu didn't want to try it again. Once you get hit, you will become depraved and passively and do some ridiculous behaviors, which will not cause much harm, but it is very embarrassing. Ning Rongrong was thinking that if she didn't rob Cao with Zhu Qing in the future, otherwise she would have finished using this soul skill. However, she felt that she could join the Zuking alliance and put Xiaowu and the others together to occupy Cao more. At present, among them, only Lu Erlong can resist Zhu Zuking's Netherfall soul skill. Let's go, let's prepare, and another game will be our match against Tianshui Academy. Lu Erlong took them to the waiting area of Lanba Academy to prepare for the game. At this time, the team members and leading teachers of Tianshui Academy are already in the waiting area of Tianshui Academy. Auntie, my brother-in-law doesn't play. I can play this game, maybe I can win, and then we will be the first place. Shui Yuer said, but you need to be careful of Zhu Zuking's Netherworld Fallen Soul skill. As long as she uses this soul skill, we will immediately admit defeat. Don't you want to become like the wretched fat man in the second team of Tiande Royal Academy, right? The other team members quickly shook their heads. They were all girls, but they didn't want to do such embarrassing things. I was very scared to Zhu Zuking because Zhu Zuking's soul skill is not distinguished from men and women. Shui Binger said, Zhu Qing won't use that soul skill when competing with us, don't worry. We have all entered the top 5, just play a friendly match. The other team members nodded, it would be best if they did not hurt the harmony. Shui Yuer refused, Zhu Zuking really doesn't need it. Then we will do our best to win the first place. Some team members said, Yuer, don't do this. If you anger Zhu Zuking, we will have no chance to admit defeat. Shui Yuer thought about it and said that it would be very miserable if Zhu Zuking was targeting her. She had a discussion with Zhu Zuking when she was in Lanba Academy, and she took the initiative to try to endure Zhu Zuking's Netherworld Fallen Soul skill. Since then, she has had a shadow and doesn't want to try again if she beat her to death. It's too embarrassing, well, but I can't anger Zhu Zuking, so let's play a friendly match. Look at me and everyone. Both sides are preparing to play counterfeit matches, no, they are playing friendly matches. But the audience is very enthusiastic and look forward to this wonderful game. Finally, it's time to compete between Lanba Academy and Tianshui Academy. Lanba Academy. Lanba Academy. Lanba Academy. The goddess of violence, the goddess of fear, the goddess of Zhu Zuking, the goddess of Ning Rongrong, the goddess of Mais Yang, the goddess of Crimson Pearl. Tianshui College, Tianshui College, Tianshui College. Goddess Binger, Goddess Yuer, come on. Now Tianshui Academy is second only to Lanba Academy, and it is all girls and is very popular among men. On the watch stage, the voices from both sides were very enthusiastic. Lanba Academy and Tianshui Academy have not lost a game now. This game must be very exciting, look forward to it. The last round of the game is here, get hot and fight. The audience is really looking forward to this wonderful game. Soon the players on both sides appeared, and there was another cheer. Open the martial soul and release the soul ring. The competition officially begins. Sister Binger, your opponent is me. Xiaowu faces Shui Binger. Xiaowu, you have to show mercy. Shui Binger said with a smile. Zhu Zuqing, you are not allowed to use that soul skill. Shui Yuer's opponent is Zhu Zuqing. Zhu Zuqing, yes. Mai Xiang, Tai Long, Jingling and Huang Yuan each have their own opponents. Ning Rongrong did not provide them with help, and she also had an opponent. Ning Rongrong's opponent was puzzled. Ning Rongrong, you are an auxiliary soul master, are you sure you want to fight me? Ning Rongrong said, who said that the auxiliary soul master cannot fight? I can do it, be careful. Ning Rongrong took the initiative to attack, and with the help of physical strength and soul power, the kneading technique he used was very powerful, which surprised the opponent. Assisted soul master creates his own attacking soul skills. The female team member of Tianshui Academy was surprised, and Ning Rongrong's attack power exceeded expectations, which forced her to become serious. But even though she was serious, she found that she could not beat Ning Rongrong, who assisted the soul master. Isn't Goddess Ning Rongrong an auxiliary soul master? Why is it so powerful in combat? Can the auxiliary soul master create his own attacking soul skills? No, right? Wouldn't the auxiliary soul master be invincible? What soul skill is Ning Rongrong using? His opponent is a sensitive attack soul master, but he can't beat her. Is this aided soul master still an auxiliary soul master? Many people on the stage. I was surprised and confused by the combat power shown by Ning Rongrong. Chapter 156 Aside, so wonderful. Insider, play fake games and refund your tickets. The second team of Tiandu Royal Academy is watching the battle zone. Oscar was surprised. Ning Rongrong is an auxiliary soul master, doesn't he have no combat power? Why is she so powerful? Is she a self-created soul skill? Ma Hongjun sighed, have all the people who follow the big monster CAO to become monsters. Dai Mubai said, the auxiliary soul masters basically have no combat power, and the soul power is mainly used for assistance. If it is used for combat, the auxiliary soul master is not the auxiliary soul master. What's more, without soul skills, and the martial souls of auxiliary soul masters generally have no attack power, and relying solely on soul power, you cannot exert much combat power. Yu Xiaogang nodded, the reason why the auxiliary soul master is an auxiliary soul master is their auxiliary function, and the martial soul of the auxiliary soul master is basically not aggressive. Just like the Oscar's sausage martial soul and Yalingling's Juxin Haitang martial soul are not aggressive, which is also the fundamental reason why the auxiliary soul masters have no combat power. Martial souls and soul skills have no attack power, so they can only make certain defenses and attacks based on their soul power, but they will not be strong. If there is an auxiliary soul master who insists on using soul power to fight, it will lose the role of being an auxiliary soul master. It is not advisable to put the cart before the horse. Ning Rongrong's path is probably going to go astray. Once the battle consumes too much soul power, it will not be able to play the role of auxiliary soul masters. How meaningful is her existence? Tang San said, Ning Rongrong used a kneading technique similar to Xiaowu, and used the help of soul and body strength to explode power. It should be the kneading technique I learned from Xiaowu, and Ning Rongrong's physical strength seems to be not weak, otherwise it would be difficult to explode such a strong attack power close to the soul power. Tang San has always been very concerned about Xiaowu's affairs and has studied the known Xiaowu information thoroughly, including height, figure, clothing preferences, martial soul, soul skills, rubbing skills, etc., while studying it, missing Xiaowu to relieve the pain of lovesickness. This seems to be something that many people do. Flanders said, did you notice it? Tian Shui Academy and Lanba Academy seem to be playing lively, but neither of them is serious. They are just competing with each other and don't care about the winner or lose in this game. I think because of this, Ning Rongrong, as an auxiliary soul master, did not need assistance and participated in the battle. They're just playing. However, as an auxiliary soul master, Ning Rongrong's combat power burst out is indeed amazing. As long as such an auxiliary soul master is mainly used as an auxiliary role, it will be even more difficult to deal with, because she has strong self-protection ability, and the strategy of getting rid of the auxiliary soul master first will fail. Flanders saw it thoroughly unexpectedly. Zhao Wuji felt it made sense. If an auxiliary soul master has a strong auxiliary role and has strong combat power, then he will be the most perfect auxiliary soul master, right? Yu Xiaogang smiled and said, the idea is beautiful, but in fact, several auxiliary soul masters can do it. If they can do it, many such auxiliary soul masters with both combat effectiveness will have long appeared. Not only is it difficult for auxiliary soul masters to obtain powerful combat power, but it is also because it is likely that they will lose sight of one thing and cannot have both. This Ning Rongrong is very special. However, if she pays more attention to improving combat power, she will inevitably ignore the auxiliary ability and weaken her auxiliary role. Assisted soul masters should still focus on the use and development of their own auxiliary abilities and do not have any unrealistic ideas. After saying that, I looked at the Oscars specifically. Oscar felt that the master's words made more sense and nodded, Master, I remember. Without Ning Rongrong, Oscar might also find a way to gain combat power, but because of Yu Xiaogang's words, they were completely ruined. Mirrored Sausage Soul Skill, I'm afraid I won't be able to get Oscars. Yu Xiaogang is a knowledgeable existence in Oscars and others' hearts, which is the standard, and he is very convinced of the knowledge of the Soul Master. But I don't know that most of Yu Xiaogang's Soul Master knowledge is theoretical and he is using them to slowly conduct experiments. On the highest viewing platform, the combat power shown by Ning Rongrong also surprised Ning Fengzi and Jian Douluo. They didn't know that Ning Rongrong had been hiding it from them before. Jian Douluo, Fengzi, Rongrong may become a great auxiliary soul master. Ning Fengzi smiled and said, well, it's worth looking forward to. They are not worried that Ning Rongrong will lose his mind and go a detour. The combat soul master is not like a combat soul master, and the auxiliary soul master is not like an auxiliary soul master. Because they knew Ning Rongrong's assistive ability, it was not delayed at all, and the effect was very strong. They ignore other people's confusion and jokes, and they will not explain them. Salas said sarcastically, Sect Master Ning, it makes the daughter very outstanding and surprising. He will definitely become the most combat-powered auxiliary soul master in the future. He wished Ning Rongrong would go the wrong way, focusing on improving his limited combat power and wasting his auxiliary capabilities. Ning Fengzi showed a polite smile, thank you Bishop Salas for your praise. Rongrong is still far from that, not as good as the geniuses of the Spirit Hall. In the competition arena, the exciting game continues. Watching the fun is very enjoyable anyway, most ordinary viewers can watch it. Insiders have already seen that this is an exhibition match, and some people cursed in their hearts, damn it, fight a fake match, refund the ticket. The fifth soul skill, Phoenix Light Feather. Shui Binger's cold light wings kept flying out of her cold light wings to attack Xiaowu. The fourth soul skill, Invincible Golden Body. Telection. Horsebow. Golden Xiaowu's three soul skills were continuously used, and they were close to Shui Binger's body. Resist the Ice Ring. Shui Binger's Ice Ring collides with the Invincible Golden Body, and both have a rebound effect. So the collision produced a powerful force, which shocked Shui Binger and Xiaowu. Look at my water tornado, 129. Zhu Zuking, you are surrounded by me, surrender. Shui Yuer had a great time playing. 9 water tornadoes surround Zhu Zuking, if you want to see, you will be submerged. Suddenly, black mist appeared on Zhu Zuking's body, but it disappeared quickly, and Zhu Zuking also disappeared at the same time. At this time, the 9 water tornadoes were just closed, and it seemed that Zhu Zuking was submerged. However, after the water tornado disappeared, the audience who noticed Zhu Zuking found that she was missing. Where is the goddess of fear Zhu Zuking? Why is it missing? I didn't see her on the ring, she's gone. Is it an invisible soul skill? Have you seen Goddess Zuking use invisible soul skills? The goddess's soul skills include Netherworld Spikes, Netherworld 100 Claws, Netherworld Slashes, and that terrifying spiritual attack soul skill. She is the Soul King. She has always had a soul skill that is useless. It must be an invisible soul skill. Isn't there another flying soul skill? Black butterfly wings. Just 5 soul skills. You don't understand, that's the flight ability attached to the spiritual attack soul skill, which corresponds to those terrifying black butterflies. It makes sense, brother, you understand. Of course, I am a loyal supporter of Goddess Zhu Zuking. There is a fan of Zhu Zuking who knows her soul skills very well, and she must have learned it only after losing her mind. But this iron fan knows it half knows and half knows. He doesn't know that the Netherworld Slash is a self-created soul skill, and he doesn't know that the black butterfly wings are soul bones attached to the outside. Of course, many people don't know. Chapter 157 Shui Binger, you can practice or do other things together. The qualifiers are over. This is Zhu Zuking's 5th soul skill, Netherworld Hidden Kill. Shui Yuer knew all Zhu Zuking's soul skills because she would occasionally compete with each other when she was in Lanba Academy. In addition to Zhu Zuking's 3rd soul skill, the depravity of the Netherworld, what Shui Yuer fears most is this Netherworld hidden killing. Because Shui Yuer's mental power is not enough to detect the invisible state, Zhu Zuking can only wrap herself in a water tornado. As long as Zhu Zuking gets close, she will be exposed when she touches the water tornado. Zhu Zuking did not approach Shui Yuer, but sat next to her and rested, as if she didn't want to play anymore and waited for the game to end. On the contrary, Shui Yuer has been using the water tornado to defend herself and dare not be careless, for fear that Zhu Zuking would come to kick her ass. Zhu Zuking had done this before, and Shui Yuer did not want to suffer such humiliation. Those who have strong mental power can detect Zhu Zuking's traces are speechless when they see Zhu Zuking sitting on the ground bored. Ha Ning Feng smiled. Although he was a level 79 soul saint, his mental power was not weak. Jian Douluo was speechless, they are playing. Dugabo, these little guys. The Emperor of Snow Night was speechless. Bishop Salas angrily said, "Humph, this attitude is just a perfunctory match and cannot be tolerated." Tang San and Flander could also detect Zhu Zuking's traces. Flander said speechlessly, "This game is boring. It's better to end it quickly and waste time." Yu Xiaogang was puzzled, what happened? He is only at level 29, has weak mental power and does not understand the situation. Tang San said, Zhu Zuking got invisible and sat on the ground, with no intention of fighting at all. They were very perfunctory in this game, just playing. But people who don't understand look wonderful. Ma Hongjun said, Shui Binger is one of Xiaoda's girlfriends. The relationship between the two academies is extraordinary, so she will definitely not fight. Why is that guy Xiaoda so lucky? The fat man also wanted to have many girlfriends like Xiaoda, and he would surround him every day. However, in reality, after Ma Hongjun, who had difficulty finding a girlfriend, had no chance of having a girlfriend before, she could not make a girlfriend and could only run to romantic places often. Oscar said, "Since it's boring, let's go. Today is a new round of draws, all participating teams are here. Tang San and his team will be tomorrow, and their opponents are average and there is no suspense." They lost 2 games in total, losing to Lanba Academy and Tianshui Academy. Not only Tang San and the others left, but many other academies also left. I was expecting it to be a wonderful game, but I didn't expect it to be so boring. It was left to the ordinary audience to watch the fun, but they found it very exciting and cheered. Amid their continuous cheers, the competition between Lanba Academy and Tianshui Academy was finally over. After a hard battle, the 7 members of Tianshui Academy were exhausted and unable to continue fighting, so they were defeated by Lanba Academy. Oh, my Tianshui Academy lost. Not blame them, they have tried their best. It's because Lanba Academy is too perverted. However, Tianshui Academy must be the second place. Very good. We are always better than Goddess Binger and Goddess Yuer. Tianshui Academy. This is the voice of fans of Tianshui Academy. After the game, Xiaowu and the others did not leave. The next game was the match between Xiaowu Academy and Zixing Academy. There is no suspense in this game. They are waiting for Xiaowu to return to Lanba Academy together. Since knowing the effects of the ingredients and fruits, Xiaowu has gone to Lanba Academy every day and has been staying at Lanba Academy for several nights. Xiaowu already has a good impression of Xiaowu, but she keeps a distance. Xiaowu has too many women and is too chaotic, and she has not yet figured out whether to get into the trap. Now eat first and be friends with Xiaowu and the others. Of course, there are some costs. She needs more proactive help. To restrain her strong personality and get along well with Shui Yuer and the others, she needs to suffer the occasional advantage of the bitch Xiao. Xiaowu felt it was worth it and wanted to be good friends with Xiaowu and the others. Cooking, talking, competing, playing, practicing with Xiaowu and others made Xiaowu feel fulfilled and happy. Shui Yuer, Xiaowu and the others are lucky. The last opponent I didn't meet you brother-in-law, nor did I meet Thunder Academy, so I let them get a bargain and make it into the top 5. Shui Yuer and Shui Binger sisters came to Xiaowu and the others and would go to Lanba Academy together later. Lu Erlong said, sometimes luck is also part of strength and is allowed by the competition, otherwise every team will be arranged to fight. There are more than 30 participating teams, with only 27 rounds of competition, which is done on purpose, giving the lucky team a chance to enter the top 5. In terms of strength, the Fire Academy is weaker than the Kasadagarba Academy. But Xiaowu Academy was lucky and entered the top 5, while Shenfeng Academy was unlucky and lost the opportunity to advance. No surprises, Xiaowu Academy easily defeated Zixing Academy and steadily entered the top 5. At present, the top 5 have been locked: Lanba Academy, Tianshui Academy, Tianda Royal Academy Team 2, Thunder Academy, and Fire Academy. Shui Binger asked Xiaowu, the qualifying race is about to end, there will be a month off, what are your plans? Xiaowu said, I plan to practice in the academy. If you are fine, come here too. Shui Binger nodded, after I went back, I told my mother and the others that I would live in your academy for a month and practice with you. Of course, besides practicing together, it is also convenient to do other things together. Shui Yuer came over and said, I'm going too, I'm with my sister. Lu Erlong smiled and said, welcome to come together, I will arrange a place for you to live. Shui Yuer hugged Lu Erlong, Teacher Erlong, you are so nice, thank you. Following Xiaowu, he called Teacher Erlong, Shui Yuer was thick-skinned anyway. Xiaowu said, come on, there are so many people, welcome, welcome. Ningrongrong and Zhu Zuqing looked at Shui Yuer, obviously a little discomfortable. Not long after, Xiaowu appeared alone, Xiaowu, Xiaowu, Binger, we have also advanced. Xiaowu, congratulations, so we can continue to participate in the next competition together. Xiaowu nodded and asked the same question as Shui Binger, there is a month to rest next, what are your plans? Xiaowu, we were talking about this just now. We plan to practice in the academy. What about you, do you want to come together? Xiaowu nodded directly, I plan to practice too, so let's go together. Then he said to Lu Erlong, Director Erlong, I want to live in your academy for the next month. I don't know if it's okay. One sheep is also putting 2 sheep, and Lu Erlong agreed, you can continue to live with Chenli and the others." Huowu said happily, "Thank you, Dean Erlong." Shui Yuer walked over and stared at Huowu, but didn't say anything. Huowu said angrily, "What are you looking at?" Shui Yuer, "It depends on why you are so thick-skinned." Huowu retorted, "You are not the same yet. I'm so embarrassed to talk to me." Shui Yuer, "I'm different. Xiao Da is my brother-in-law, Xiaowu, and the others are my sister's good sisters, we are all relatives." Humph. Huowu restrained herself and did not continue to argue with Shui Yuer. Everyone has become accustomed to it, and they always have to talk a few words when they meet. 2 days later, the competition in the Tiandu City qualifiers officially ended, and 5 colleges including Lanba Academy, Tianshui Academy, Tiandu Royal Academy Team 2, Thunder Academy, and Shuo Academy advanced. They received the title reward from the Tiandu Empire, the chief and deputy captain of the Viscount, and other members and barons, and there will be corresponding fiefs after the competition. Chapter 158. The love rivals were extremely jealous when they met. "Boss Dai, Oscar, third brother, I didn't expect that one day I would have a title, Baron, and I will have a fief after the competition is over." Ma Hongjun said happily, "Hehe, with a title and fiefdom, you will have money, and if you have money, you can marry a wife." "We have to marry many wives. The fat man is already looking forward to a beautiful future life. In a grand mansion, he, Ma Hongjun, has many beautiful women serving food and drink, and can hug him at any time, doing whatever he wants. It is a very sexual blessing in the fog." Oscar is also looking forward to the fact that there are 3 stunning beauties around her, who are passionate and proactive in love with her, and the 4 of them are lingering and happy. Seeing the stupid look of the 2 of them, Daimyo Bai despised, "It's just a baron. When you become a powerful soul master in the future, what are you going to want?" Master Yu Xiaogang agreed, "Daimyo Bai is right. Don't be fascinated by the little benefits in front of you. Your future will be better. As long as you have strong strength, you can get what you want." As he said that, Yu Xiaogang clenched his fists. If he hadn't been strong enough and his soul power was stuck at level 29, how could he be abandoned by Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong? If they had the strength, they would have conquered them long ago. Let them listen to him and serve him well. Yu Xiaogang himself can't become stronger, but he can wait for Tang San and the others to grow up, and then he can help him revenge Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong. He wants these 2 bitches who abandoned him to pay the price, make them regret it, and make them beg themselves and surrender to themselves. Tang San did not participate in their topic and his eyes were already attracted. Just in time, Xiao Da, Xiaowu, Zhu Zuking, Ning Rongrong and others passed by them. "Xiaowu!" Tang San thought in his heart, staring at Xiaowu, and his fists were clenched. "Zhu Zuking!" Daimyo Bai looked at Zhu Zuking. This was his fiancé. He actually ran away with someone else. Ning Rongrong! Ning Rongrong, the goddess Oscar was thinking about. "It's so beautiful." Ma Hongjun looked at Xiaowu and the others, her eyes shining, her body moved abnormally, and she cursed in her heart, "How come Xiao Da is not dead yet?" Flander looked at Lu Erlong, and Lu Erlong nodded slightly to him, and he turned to Yu Xiaogang. I noticed that Yu Xiaogang looked at Lu Erlong with a calm expression, without any abnormality. This made Flander worried, and he felt that Yu Xiaogang's mind is getting heavier and heavier, and he becomes more and more gloomy. He can't understand what Yu Xiaogang is thinking. What is Yu Xiaogang thinking? He was wondering how to torture Lu Erlong in the future, how to make Lu Erlong regret it, and let Lu Erlong beg him. He also wants to slowly torture Xiao Da to death in front of Lu Erlong. My heart is getting darker, but my surface is getting calmer. The wooden man Zhao Wuji sighed in his heart, these 2 are too passionate. What's good about a woman will only affect her strength improvement. When so many passionate enemies meet, I feel very jealous. At this moment, the atmosphere is dull. It made Xiao Da and the others feel uncomfortable. Mai Xiang whispered to Chen Li, "Mom, those people stare at us, it feels different, it makes people feel uncomfortable." Chen Li also felt it, no need to worry. This feeling is different from the usual gaze of other men looking at them. In addition to Ma Hongjun, Tang San, and the others looked at Xiaowu and the others not lustful, but persistence, possession, covetousness, blessing, destruction, and at the same time, they also had hatred and resentment towards Cao De. Ning Rongrong said to Xiaowu, "Xiaowu, if the look of Tang San's eyes on you is so persistent, and it will be even stronger." Xiaowu didn't pay attention to Tang San, and didn't feel Tang San's gaze. She hugged Cao De and enjoyed the comfortable breath on Cao De. How could she notice Tang San, does there? What does it have to do with me? Ning Rongrong smiled and said, "Yes, you don't care, your mind is full of your brother." Ning Rongrong said to Zhu Zuqing again, "Zuqing, Dai Mubai is also looking at you. His eyes are very aggressive. He must want to possess you." Zhu Zuqing understates, "I have nothing to do with him anymore." Ning Rongrong not only noticed Tang San and Dai Mubai, but also noticed Oscar. Her coveted eyes made her uncomfortable. She looked at Lu Erlong and whispered to Zhu Zuqing, "Teacher Erlong is so charming. That Flander is so nice to her." Although there is admiration in that look, it is more of a blessing. However, the Yu Xiaogong's eyes were too calm. Looking at Teacher Erlong was like looking at a stranger, hiding a kind of indifference. He had either let go or hated Teacher Erlong to the core, and regarded Teacher Erlong as a dead person. He was indifferent to that calm gaze. It's terrible to think about it. Teacher Erlong has to be careful. And Cao De, don't be humiliated. Zhu Zuqing was speechless for a moment, thinking that Ning Rongrong had too rich imagination. In addition to Tang San and the others' eyes, there were other people's gazes around, but these gazes were simple and lustful. Cao De didn't pay much attention to Tang San and the others' eyes. No matter Tang San, Dai Mubai, Oscar, Yu Xiaogang, and others thought, it would be impossible for him to snatch Xiaowu and the others away. Of course, Cao De didn't know the darkness in Yu Xiaogong's heart, and Tang San's persistence towards Xiaowu and his resentment towards him, otherwise he would definitely pay attention to it. So far, Cao De and Tang San and others have not had any conflicts, nor have they made grudges because of the conflict. At most, the girl he liked was intercepted by Cao De, but he didn't think it was a big revenge for life and death. Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, Flander, and others are like this. But Yu Xiaogang and Tang San are very special, and they are hidden very well on the surface. Yu Xiaogang was stimulated and gradually turned black. Tang San didn't know why he was so persistent in Xiaowu that he wanted to defeat Cao De and snatch Xiaowu. Even if he waited for a long time, Xiaowu became Cao De's woman, and even had a child, he would snatch Xiaowu over, otherwise he would feel that life was meaningless, and that was so crazy persistence. It's terrible to be persistent. Behind Cao De and the others are the Tianshui Academy team, behind them are the Thunder Academy team, and finally the Shuo Academy team. They all just received the reward from Emperor Snow Knight in the main soul fighting arena in the competition stadium of the Great Soul Fighting Field, and then left. The qualifiers that lasted nearly 3 months have ended, and the top 5 academies including Lanba Academy have advanced and will participate in the promotion competition in 1 month. The promotion competition will be participated by 15 teams in the Tiandu Empire competition area that advanced from the qualifiers. It is an individual competition mode, with one team fighting against 7 members of the other team one by one until all the players on one side are defeated. Also, the promotion competition will not eliminate any team, it is just a ranking match. All 15 teams have to compete one by one, that is, each team has to play 14 games. After the promotion competition is over, we will take a break for a while. With the seed team of Tiandu Royal Academy, a total of 16 teams will go to Wuhan City to participate in the finals. Chapter 159 Bibidong agreed. Wuhan City is located in the center of Douluo continent, at the junction of the Tiandu Empire and the Xingluo Empire. Today, Xiaowu came to Wuhan City. At this time, it has been 8 days since the qualifiers ended. Xiaowu and Xiaowu and the others practiced in Lanba Academy for several days, and then after considering it, they decided to find the 7th soul ring provider they locked in. Currently, 6 people are bound to the capture space, and Qian Rongxiu has not revealed his identity. Even Xiaowu does not know who the 6-winged angel martial soul woman bound by Xiaowu is. Although Xiaowu and the others have seen Qian Rongxiu and Xue Qinghe disguised by Qian Rongxiu, they do not know that Qian Rongxiu, Xue Qinghe, is the owner of the 6-winged angel martial soul. This time Xiaowu came out, he only told Xiaowu to come out to find the 7th soul ring. Xiaowu originally wanted to follow him, but Xiaowu didn't let him go. Just kidding, if Xiaowu saw Bibi Dong now, she wouldn't have a big fuss. Xiaowu remembers Bibi Dong's appearance, but she doesn't know her name. As soon as we meet, Xiaowu will recognize Bibi Dong, and it will be troublesome at that time. Before Xiaowu finds a way to solve the problem, it is best not to meet Xiaowu and Bibi Dong. Tiandu City is far away from Wuhan City, but Xiaowu can now perform the 5 rings and rings space jumping skills, and the distance can reach 4 miles, which is 2 kilometers. The 5 soul rings are the 3rd soul ring and the 1st, 4th, 5th, and 6th soul rings, that is, the fusion of a red soul ring and 4 10,000-year soul rings. With the 5 rings fusion technique, the space jumps to travel, so it won't take long to come to Wuhan City. Xiaowu, who had been disguised with makeup, entered Wuhan City and was not discovered. Wuhan City is very big, very prosperous and lively, but Xiaowu doesn't care. He found a hotel to stay in, and after the evening, he came out of the hotel, and quietly approached the Pope's Hall. The Pope's Hall is the holiest place in the Hall of War Spirits, and there are always people worshipping outside the Hall of Pope. However, the Pope's Hall is strictly guarded, and there are many powerful soul masters, mainly referring to the Soul Saint and the Soul Contra. Xiaowu did not intend to break into the Pope's Hall, but was mingling among the crowds who worshipped the Pope's Hall at night. His mental power was quietly released secretly and used his powerful mental power to investigate the situation in the Pope's palace. At this time, Pope Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, was practicing at his residence in the Pope Hall, and his body exuded some dark aura, which contained evil in it. Suddenly a mental transmission appeared in Bibi Dong's mind, Bibi Dong. It was a man's voice. Although he deliberately changed his voice and sounded low and like a middle-aged man, Bibi Dong felt that this person should be younger. Who? Pretend to be a ghost. Bibi Dongxian investigated the surroundings with mental power, found no situation, and then spoke. The conditions for capturing space binding are achieved. Bibi Dong disappeared in place in an instant, and in the blink of an eye, it appeared in a new space. Except for one island, there was a sea around it and there was no side to see it. Before Bibi Dong Duo could take a look, she disappeared again and returned to her residence, the original place. It's not an illusion, it's true. Although what happened was incredible and dreamy, Bibi Dong was definitely not an illusion because she had a feeling that she had some connection with the strange space just now. Who was the one who sent the mental power just now? His mental power is so strong that I can't detect it in reverse. Bibi Dong must have been the case just now, which was caused by the mental transmitter, and this person's mental power is very strong, surpassing her. But Bibi Dong couldn't understand why the other party brought her into that space and brought her out. Although Bibi Dong didn't think there was anything wrong with him, he knew that what happened just now had made the other party achieve some purpose. She walked out of the room and searched around her mental power. But in the end, no abnormality was found, and I felt that the other party was gone. Or the other party did not enter the Pope's Hall, but just relied on the powerful spiritual power God to find her without knowing it. This person is definitely not simple. Since I came to me specifically and achieved some purpose, I will definitely appear in the future. I want to see who you are. Bibi Dong, who has been tested in the God's inheritance, knows that there are other incredible things in this world, so he is not surprised by what happened before. It was just being targeted by someone and used it, which made Bibi Dong unhappy. She is sure that no matter how strong the other party is, it will not be too terrifying, otherwise why should she be so sneaky? And Bibi Dong's intuition told her that she would also have contact with the other party. If you see someone next time, Bibi Dong will definitely not let him go. The guy who Bibi Dong would not let go was already excited to leave the spirit hall at night, and used the fusion ring skills space to jump soul skills and leave without anyone noticing. After leaving Wuhan City, Xiaowu moved continuously, heading north, and stopped in an ordinary forest dozens of miles away from Wuhan City. A red soul ring with 8 golden patterns appeared on his body, and Xiaowu stared at the soul ring and smiled foolishly. It's actually more than 900,000 years. Bibi Dong, I love you. The bitch Xiaowu was very excited at this moment. He loved Bibi Dong because Bibi Dong provided her with a soul ring of more than 900,000 years. Mr. Xiaowu is hypocritical and clearly loves this soul ring. He had previously estimated that the total number of soul rings of Bibi Dong's 2 martial souls may be around 800,000, but the actual situation is more than 900,000. Bibi Dong's 2 martial souls, the first martial soul is the Death Spider Emperor, with 9 soul rings of 2 yellows, 2 purples, 4 blacks and 1 reds. The second martial soul is the Devouring Spider Emperor, which has 7 soul rings of 6 blacks and 1 red, each of which has been more than 50,000 years. The years of 2 martial souls and 16 soul rings are added together, more than 900,000 years. It exceeded Xiaodu's expectations and brought him even greater surprises. The true body of martial soul. Xiaodu activated his true body of martial soul, and the surrounding space vibrated and distorted. He had just obtained a powerful soul ring and power, and he used his true body to display his martial soul for the first time, so he was unstable, so there would not be such a big change in the future. In the true state of martial soul, the soul power has been increased 10 times, which is worthy of being the power brought by the soul ring of more than 900,000 years. Xiaodu's smile is brilliant, and with such powerful power, it feels so good. He felt that it was easy to beat Douluo in his true body state, and even the ordinary titled Douluo was probably not as powerful as his current soul power. Because it is a soul ring that is more than 900,000 years old, the power it brings is terrifying. Generally speaking, it is rare to increase the soul power of the true body of the martial soul 3 times, let alone 10 times. Apart from the true body of the martial soul, this soul ring has no other soul ring. Because no matter what age it is, the 7th soul ring only has the true body of the martial soul. But there are many benefits. The real body of the martial soul is particularly powerful and the consumption is small. Xiaodu now has a total of 9 soul skills. 5 of them are the 100,000 year soul ring soul skills. Hey! Xiaodu released all the soul rings, 7 soul rings, black, and red. Because the last soul ring has 8 golden patterns, it has gold in the red, making it look even more imposing. After the age of the soul ring exceeds 100,000 years, there will be an additional golden pattern for every 100,000 years. There are 8 golden patterns in the soul rings of more than 900,000. Chapter 160 Changes in Capturing Space. A few days later, Xiaodu returned to Lanba Academy. It takes only 10 days to go back and forth. Brother, you're back. When he saw Xiaodu, Xiaowu ran over and threw herself into his arms like a flying man. He missed him very much after not seeing him for many days. Here I'm back. Lu Erlong looked at Xiaodu with a smile. Just come back safely. Shui Binger's heart was relieved. Brother Xiaodu, I will leave you behind for you and never come back. Ningrongrong is affectionate. Zhu Zuqing stared at Xiaodu quietly, her worries, care, and love were all in her heart. Brother-in-law, you're back. My sister talks about you every day, and I'll hear my ears. Shui Yuer is still so playful. Just come back. Chen Li felt a sense of security when she saw Xiaowu. Brother Xiaowu, where have you been? Mai Xiang asked curiously. Brother Xiaowu, we all miss you very much. Hu Meier's charming temperament made the bitch Xiao look at him twice. I'm still afraid that you won't come back before you advance to the game. Hua Wu is also here, maintaining a close relationship with Xiaowu. I'm back, don't worry. Come on, long time no see, we all hug. Xiaowu shamelessly hugged them one by one. When hugging, you must take advantage of it, which will cause a lot of slight and anger. Of course, Xiao can kiss him more boldly when hugging Lu Erlong, Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zuqing, and Shui Binger. Anyway, everyone in the audience knows it well. When hugging Hu Meier said in a charming and shy manner, Brother Xiaowu, you hugged him too tightly. Haha, I didn't pay attention, sorry. The shameless Xiaowu was attracted by Hu Meier's charming temperament, and unconsciously wanted to hug her tightly, not wanting to let go. Hu Meier is really a little fairy. Xiaowu was afraid that one day he would not be able to help but speak out. After hugging all the fairy beauties, everyone sat together and chatted. Xiaowu sat on Xiaowu's right and said happily, Brother, I broke through these days when you are not here. Now it's level 57, so it's amazing. Xiaowu rubbed Xiaowu's head, and the other party looked like he was enjoying it. It's worthy of being my Xiaowu's sister, so amazing. Xiaowu likes to hear this, of course. I'm very awesome. He paused and said, Binger has also broken through, now level 54. Xiaowu looked at Shui Binger in surprise, and his reaction and gaze satisfied Shui Binger. Binger, congratulations. Thank you. Shui Binger replied sweetly. Mai Xiang also acted like Xiaowu, Brother Xiaowu, my mother and I have also broken through. Now we are both at level 33. Xiaowu smiled and encouraged, it's great, keep cheering. Your growth limit is definitely not low. Chen Li said gratefully, it's because of you that we have today, thank you. Xiaowu said, you have to be polite if you say it. Sister Chen, you are still like this. We are a family. If you don't speak to families, don't thank you like this in the future. That would be too disgusting. Chen Li smiled and nodded, but she knew in her heart that their relationship with Xiaowu could not be like Lu Erlong, so she always respected and grateful to Xiaowu. If you cannot promise yourself, you can only repay it through other ways and remember the kindness forever. Hu Meier whispered, Brother Xiaowu, I will break through soon. She is less than level 20 now, but her body and talent are slowly improving, and she should be able to reach the same level as Chen Li and her daughter in the future. Well, keep working hard, I'm optimistic about you. Xiaowu encouraged. Well, I will work hard. Hu Meier was very happy to be encouraged. Lu Erlong said carelessly, Xiaowu, have you had lunch? There are still food in the kitchen, so I'll go and heat it up for you. This good wife and mother. No, I've eaten it. Xiaowu shook his head. Everyone chatted for a while and then practiced together. When it was time to go, Chen Li, Mai Xiang and Hu Meier left quietly and went to the kitchen to cook. They often do this, which is a way for them to be grateful, otherwise they will be unable to get through it and feel guilty and uncomfortable. After dinner, Chen Li, Mai Xiang, Hu Meier, Hua Wu and Shui Yuer returned to their residence. Hua Wu and Shui Yuer live with Chen Li and the other three, and Shui Yuer is in the same room as Mai Xiang and Hu Meier. In the eyes of the five of them, every night, Xiaowu, Lu Erlong, Xiaowu, Zhu Zuqing, Ning Rongrong, Shui Binger and the others slept on the big bed in the bedroom where Lu Erlong lived. At first, Shui Yuer was surprised and asked Shui Binger, curious about how the six of them spent every night, and asked her brother-in-law Xiaowu if she could bear it. I ask you nothing every day, my brother-in-law Xiaowu is alive. Did they do nothing at night? Of course, Shui Binger did not answer, nor did she tell her sister that they did not live in that bedroom every night, but in the villa in Xiaoda's mysterious space. Tonight, Xiaoda and the others naturally went directly to the capture space after entering the bedroom of Lu Erlong's residence. However, as soon as I entered the capture space, Xiaowu and the other 5 discovered that the island in the space had changed. The island has grown several times larger. One Moria piece of grass. The 5 girls were surprised. The original island has become several times larger, and the extra part is a piece of medicinal herb, not a grassland. Because it was night, I couldn't see clearly with the help of the moonlight. The rest of the world is basically the same. Xiaoda explained, when I went out, I condensed the 7th soul ring, and then there was a change in the space. That piece is not a weed wildflower, but a piece of herb. Although the grade is very low and it is useless now, they are growing and may be of great use in the future. Is it a herb? Too many, right? Lu Erlong sighed, Xiaoda, your space is so magical. I don't know what it will become in the future. Zhu Zuqing said, maybe it will become a new world. Ning Rongrong said in surprise, if it becomes a new world, will this island eventually become a continent, just like Douluo continent? Shui Binger also felt that this method was very energetic, it's worth looking forward to, isn't it? Xiaoda smiled and said, I don't know what this space will eventually become. Don't think too much, you'll know then. Xiaowu looked at the other side of the villa and asked, has the original place changed? Xiaoda said, the place has expanded a little, and there are many new varieties of fruits. You can try it out in the future. By the way, I have more fish and seafood types in the sea. But the effect is still the same as before. As for the villa, there are some changes, mainly because there is an extra baby cradle pattern on the doors of each room on the 2nd floor. I don't know what it is used for. Baby cradle pattern? Lu Erlong and the other 5 looked at each other, thinking, does this indicate that they will have children with Xiaoda in the future? The 5 women's faces turned red at the same time. Xiaoda knew what they were thinking about. But he thinks which baby cradle patterns are not that simple and should have other functions, which is not yet understood. Let's go and have a look. The 5 girls walked towards the villa. Chapter 161 Mr. Cao's Amazing Soul Power Now. On the 2nd floor of the villa. It really has a baby cradle pattern, it's very cute. I have it on my door, too. So, mine, and the patterns are the same. Xiaowu, Lu Erlong, Zhu Zuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Shui Binger were curiously looking at the new patterns on their respective doors. Lu Erlong looked at the baby cradle pattern and thought, wait a few more years, and when Xiaoda is older, he will have a child. Xiaowu and the others will have similar imaginations when they look at the pattern, imagining the appearance of having children in the future, imagining their children in their respective rooms. The picture is worth looking forward to and will definitely be very happy. Huh? There is a new martial soul pattern in this room. Ning Rongrong has made new discoveries. Everyone looked over and saw that there was a sudden increase in the door that had no pattern on the original door, not only the baby cradle pattern, but also a martial soul pattern. Is it a pair of spider martial souls? There is such a martial soul? 2 spider martial souls, what a strange martial soul. Brother Xiaoda, I have found another person in this space. It must be a woman. Who is she? There is also the woman with the 6-winged angel martial soul. You have never told us that they are so mysterious. Ning Rongrong asked curiously. Xiaoda said seriously, this is a choice of space, I can't stop it. But I know who they are, and I have had an intersection with them. I have only seen that woman once. Their identities are quite special, and if they don't agree, I can't say anything. Don't worry, we'll meet later. Bibi Dong, Xiaoda really only met once, and it was through mental power, not naked eyes. If you don't say it, don't say it. It's better if they don't show up now. Ning Rongrong hoped that Qian Rongxiu and Bibi Dong would never appear. There were many people, so one less could be missing so that they could eat more meat. It shouldn't be her. Xiaowu and the Spirit Hall have conflicts. He has never seen her before and has no interaction with her. Lu Erlong looked at the two spider martial souls and thought of Bibi Dong. Yu Xiaogang once said that Bibi Dong's two martial souls are spiders, and the martial souls are of high quality. But Lu Erlong felt that it was impossible for Bibi Dong, because Xiaowu had never contacted Bibi Dong and had conflicts with the Wuhan Hall. Bibi Dong stayed in the Pope's Hall, high above. How could he come into contact with Xiaowu? It should be a special martial soul, not a twin martial soul. Lu Erlong denied his guess and no longer thought about Bibi Dong's affairs. Xiaowu hugged Xiaowu's arm and said, "Brother, let's see your new soul ring." Others also looked at Xiaowu curiously. "Don't be too surprised." Xiaowu smiled and released all the soul rings. The first 6 have not changed, and Xiaowu and the others are focusing on the 7th soul ring. "Wow, the red 100,000 year soul ring, brother, you are so awesome." Xiaowu was happy and knew that Xiaowu had found someone with great strength to bind him, at least at the same level as Lu Erlong. "Congratulations!" Shui Binger kissed Xiaowu in the face. 300,000 year soul rings are here, you are so awesome. Ningrongrong boldly kissed Xiaowu on another face, "This is a gift." Lu Erlong said, "Xiaowu, your 100,000 year soul ring is different, some of which are golden." Others also noticed it, but didn't care much. As long as it was a red 100,000 year soul ring. Lu Erlong didn't know, and Xiaowu didn't know that every 100,000 year increase in the soul ring would be an extra golden pattern. Xiaowu is only a soul beast of more than 100,000, and the strongest soul beast she has been in contact with has not been more than 200,000 years, so I don't know. Although Lu Erlong has a lot of experience, he has never heard of it. Not only her, but there are only a very small number of people who know that there is such a change in the soul ring in Douluo continent. Because no one has killed more than 20, no one has obtained a soul ring of more than 200,000 years for a soul beast. Bosixi, Tang Chen, Qiandaolio, and their 100,000 year soul rings have not exceeded 200,000 years. But they may know the situation of this change in the soul ring, or they may not know it. Of course, from the original work, it seems that this soul ring change setting was only set in Douluo 2. Don't worry too much, just click this now. Xiaowu opened their eyes and said, "My soul ring has more than 900,000 years of age. After the soul ring is more than 100,000 years, there will be a golden pattern for every 100,000 years. I have 8 golden patterns, so it is a soul ring that is more than 900,000 years. The soul ring that has lasted for more than 900,000 years." Xiaowu and the others were already stunned. Xiaowu was thinking, what kind of woman did you bind to? The sum of the soul rings has reached more than 900,000 years? Could it be like my brother, a monster with a soul ring that is beyond common sense? She didn't think about the twin martial souls because she didn't understand. Although she knew that Tang San was a twin martial soul, Tang San now only had one martial soul with a soul ring, and it was not special. Xiaowu didn't know that Bibi Dong, who killed her mother, was a twin martial soul. She was very young at that time, and was frightened and scared, so it was normal not to notice. Monster! Lu Erlong, Ningrongrong, Zhu Zuqing, and Shui Binger did not know the true origin of Xiaodu's soul ring. He believed in Xiaodu's evil and believed that he was the soul ring condensed by himself. And who can do the soul rings that condensed more than 900,000, except for monsters? Even a million-year soul beast cannot condense a soul ring of more than 900,000 years without condensing 200,000-year soul rings and 4 10,000-year soul rings. Therefore, in the eyes of the 4 of them, except for monsters, Xiaodu's existence cannot be explained. Xiaodu smiled and said, "My soul power can increase tenfold in my true body state of martial soul, and it is no problem to deal with ordinary titled Douluo, so I can protect you now." The 5 women were shocked again, but when they thought of the soul rings of more than 900,000, they could understand why Xiaoda's true soul power could increase so much. After being surprised, Zhu Zuqing asked, "With more than 900,000 year soul ring, the soul power should be greatly improved, right?" "Yes, I almost forgot this." Ningrongrong urged, "Tell me quickly, how much soul power is now, you big monster?" Xiaoda smiled and said, "It's the same as teacher Erlong." "Same as Erlong's mother?" Xiaowu said in surprise, "That's level 83. You've improved so much." Lu Erlong was surprised, "Xiaoda, you are such a monster and you are growing too fast." Shui Binger congratulated, "Xiaoda, you are so awesome. When you condense the 8th soul ring, you will be a Conrot." Ningrongrong said, "Why do we chase after you as you improve so quickly?" Zhu Zuqing, "I can't catch up." Xiaoda Dao, "The 8th soul ring cannot be condensed for a short time, and the current power has not been completely consolidated and adapted." Xiaowu understood that this was Xiaoda who had not yet thought of the 8th goal to bind. Lu Erlong was happy for Xiaoda, "Let's go, we have to celebrate well. We will not return until we get drunk tonight." Ningrongrong, "That's right, drink and celebrate, I'll go get the wine." Zhu Zuqing, "I'll go and prepare the dishes." Xiaowu, Zuqing, "Let's go together." Chapter 162, Beast Control? That's fine. Celebrating Xiaoda, Lu Erlong, Xiaowu, Zhu Zuqing, Ningrongrong and Shui Binger were all very happy, so they all got drunk. Xiaoda took them back to their respective rooms one by one and settled them back to his room. When Xiaoda just opened the door, Ningrongrong suddenly appeared. She pushed Xiaoda into the room, closed the door, then hugged Xiaoda and looked at him. "Hehe, I didn't expect it." Ningrongrong laughed and said, "Actually, I have a good alcohol tolerance. I don't get drunk for 1,000 cups. I used to pretend to be drunk." Xiaoda smiled and pointed Ningrongrong's forehead, "You little clever ghost, we were all deceived by you." Hehe. Ningrongrong smiled proudly, and then kissed Xiaoda on the mouth. He put his hands on Xiaoda's neck and said, "Hold me to take a shower together. As for orders, my princess." Xiaoda picked up Ningrongrong and said inappropriately, "Let the young man serve His Highness the Princess tonight." Ningrongrong cooperated and said, "Very good. If you serve me well, I will surprise you." Xiaoda, the young one must devote himself to his work until he dies. Haha. Ningrongrong smiled and said, "I look forward to your performance. Work hard, you have a bright future." Xiaoda, who played the servant, hugged Ningrongrong, who played the princess, and soon there were bursts of sexual blessings. It seems that the servant Xiaoda is very good at kung fu, and the princess Ningrongrong who serves is very happy. Just listen to the sound. After being satisfied, Princess Ningrongrong fulfilled her promise. She gave Xiaoda many surprises, which made Xiaoda linger. By the time the two of them fell asleep, several hours had passed. The next day, Xiaoda was still alive after waking up. He smiled as he looked at Ningrongrong, who had not woken up in his arms. He didn't rush to get up, and he was bored to check the panel information of the captured space in his mind. The capture space panel records information about the bound target, such as name, bone age, martial soul, soul power level, soul ring, soul skills, soul bones, and measurements, etc. As he watched, Xiaoda suddenly made a new discovery and had not noticed it before. In the introduction to the capture space function, there is another paragraph of words. Every time the host reaches level 10 soul power, it can bind a mother soul beast with a cultivation age of more than 100,000 years. Once bound, the soul beast will immediately turn into humans and recultivate, and the years of the soul ring cultivated will be accumulated on the corresponding soul ring of the host. Xiaoda was stunned and then surprised. Now every 10 levels of soul power in the capture space can help Xiaowu to bind a woman and a mother's soul beast, allowing them to provide Xiaowu with soul rings, bringing certain amplitude and improvement to Xiaowu. However, the bound mother soul beast with a cultivation age of more than 100,000 years will be forcibly transformed into humans and then recultivated, which is similar to Xiaowu. Xiaowu thought of the baby cradle pattern on the door and was speechless. Is this asking Lu Erlong and the others to bring a soul beast with a cultivation age of more than 100,000 years that has just transformed into a baby? Let them all experience the feeling of being a mother and adapt to it in advance? That's fine. You are so powerful to capture space, do you know it? Although the bitch Xiaowu was speechless for a while, this operation was in line with his taste. What are the suitable soul beasts? Mr. Xiaowu had already begun to think about which soul beasts could choose. Is a yin still considered a 100,000-year-old soul beast now? Well, isn't it good to think about it like this? After all, he is Tang Hao's wife and Tang San's mother. Let it go first, it may not be able to be successfully bound. What if it is not considered a 100,000-year-old soul beast? You have to try it out before you know. This bitch Xiaowu just wanted to give up easily because he refused to give up. Silver Dragon King Guyuina is still sleeping in the Douluo forest? Is it rude to bother her? No matter how much you can choose, you have to try it. And Baiji and Zig, they are following Dityen to protect the Silver Dragon King Guyuina. They seem to have a relationship with Dityen. No matter what, there are not many choices, so they have to try. Well, are there those soul beasts that are more than 100,000 years old? By the way, there are Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor in the extreme north. They are both single. As for the dog Tianmeng Ice Silkworm, don't worry about it. There are not many people who can choose, so you have to try it. How many? See, a yin, Silver Dragon King Guyuina, Zig, Baiji, Snow Emperor, Ice Emperor. Only 6 are there, not enough, I can bind 8 now. Who else is here? It seems that there is an auspicious beast in the Douluo forest. Is it the mother? I remember there is a 100,000-year-old sea soul beast with a demon soul great white shark on the sea god island. It is her mother. What is it called? Including the auspicious beast and the demon soul great white shark, there are 8 others. I can't remember them, and I don't know if there are any other ones. 8, it's enough for the time being, and I'll find a way later. A yin, Silver Dragon King Guyuina, Zig, Grace, Snow Emperor, Ice Emperor, Auspicious Beast, Demon Soul Great White Shark. Thinking of these 800,000-year-old soul beasts, Xiaowu began to think about how to bind them and when it would be more appropriate. After the Soul Master competition is over, I will go to find a yin after the expiration, and you can also go to the Douluo Great Forest. The reason why I don't bind more now is that on the one hand, the time is tight, and the promotion competition will begin in more than 10 days. The key is that after binding them, they will be captured and forced into babies, which require people to take care of and take time. Before the end of the Soul Master competition, even Lu Erlong didn't have much time. So, after thinking about it, it's better to wait until the Soul Master competition is over before everyone has time. You're awake. What's your time? Ningrongrong woke up and found Xiaowu in a daze next to her. Suddenly I thought of something and got distracted. Xiaowu looked at the clock and it was only after 5 o'clock, it's not dawn yet, let's sleep for a while. There are clocks and watches in the villa. Time corresponds to time in the Douluo continent world. No. Ningrongrong stood up and put on his clothes. I will go back to my room before everyone wakes up. Xiaowu smiled and said, they all know our relationship. You all know each other, so there is no need to do this. Ningrongrong shook his head, everyone knows it in his heart, but we don't make it public, it's not. I can't let them catch it right, nor can I let them know that I'm pretending to be drunk. Xiaowu smiled bitterly and said, you are really smart. Ning Rongrong put on his clothes and kissed Xiaowu De on the face. Brother Xiaowu De, don't you think it's interesting to cover up like this? Xiaowu De understood that he liked this tone, but he didn't expect that Ning Rongrong also liked it. It's really interesting, I like it. Ning Rongrong smiled and said, we all like it, so wouldn't it be nice to let it continue? So are you and Zhu Qing, and she probably likes it too. Yeah? Xiaowu De just felt that Zhu Zuqing liked to be passive. Now that I think about it, maybe it was as Ning Rongrong said. Ning Rongrong gently opened the door, looked outside, and tiptoed out. Xiaowu De looked funny and cute. Ning Rongrong returned to her room successfully and was not discovered. She got into the quilt and slept for a while. But Xiaowu De couldn't sleep, so he got up soon and quietly went to the kitchen on the first floor to prepare breakfast for them. A good man is me, and I am a bitch. Cao. Chapter 163. Xiaowu De made Qianrongxiu cry. Tiandu Empire, Tiandu City, Imperial Palace. Prince's Mansion. Brother Shui, I brought some dishes to you, just for wine and some fruits to try. Today Sweking He, Qianrongxiu, invited Xiaowu De to the prince's mansion to drink. Xiaowu De specially brought the dishes made from the capture space ingredients and fruits. The dish was made by Xiaowu De himself. The veteran driver Xiaowu De knew that he would repay his favor and took a lot of advantage from Qianrongxiu, and he also had to give him a reward, so that the relationship would deepen. Xiaowu De understands the best of repaying his kindness. Xiaowu De took the vegetables and fruits out of the storage soul guide and placed them on the table. I made the vegetables myself and they are still hot. Brother Shui tried them. Brother Xiaowu personally cooked the dish. I must taste it. It's all in color, fragrance, and taste. I'm not polite. Because it was a dish made by my beloved, Shui Qinghe, Qianrongxiu, was very happy and couldn't wait to taste it. Well, it smells good, delicious. This is the first time I have tasted such a delicious meal. The words of praise keep appearing, which is really a long time to praise. It's good if Brother Shui is satisfied. I'll bring it next time. Xiaowu De took a bite of the dish, then picked up the wine glass. Come on, Brother Shui, let's have a drink. Delicious food, good wine. Shui Qinghe, Qianrongxiu, picked up the wine glass. Thank you, Brother Xiaowu, I wish you. The two of them were dry. They have drunk many times together. Although Qianrongxiu's alcohol volume is not as good as Ning Rongrong, it is still very good. She can drink a lot every time, but she is not drunk once and is just dizzy. Maybe she did it on purpose so that Xiaowu De could help her and get intimate contact with Xiaowu De. Come on, eat vegetables, these are made of special ingredients, and those fruits. Eating them for a long time will help you practice. Xiaowu De picked up food for Shui Qinghe, Qianrongxiu. Brother Xiaowu, don't be alone in me, you can eat too. Shui Qinghe, Qianrongxiu, felt so beautiful that he also picked up food for Xiaowu De. If people see it, they will definitely feel that the relationship between these two brothers is abnormal and too close. Shui Qinghe, Qianrongxiu, is a fan of the authorities, and he enjoys close contact with Xiaowu De, so he feels that everything that happens with Xiaowu De is normal. The two of them were halfway through. Xiaowu De suddenly asked, Brother Shui, do you understand the Pope Bibidong of the Spirit Hall? The chopsticks in Shui Qinghe, Qianrongxiu, suddenly stopped, looked up at Xiaowu De, thinking that Xiaowu De had discovered his identity. But looking at Xiaowu De's appearance, he doesn't look like him. So he asked, what's wrong? Brother Xiaowu was worried that he would be targeted by the Pope of the Wuhan Palace if he went to Wuhan City to participate in the competition later. Xiaowu De nodded, well, I'm a little worried, after all, it's the territory of the Wuhan Hall. Because there were some conflicts with the Spirit Hall before and I had to go to the Spirit City to compete, I would like to know more about what Pope Bibidong is. I see. Xiaowu De's statement is very reasonable. Shui Qinghe, Qianrongxiu, no longer thought about it and said, I don't know much about the Pope of the Spirit Hall. She is very mysterious and rarely appears. But I heard that she is very strong and a little cruel. If you go to the Spirit Hall, be careful. At that time, I will go on behalf of the Tiandu Empire. If you don't go and live with me, the Wuhan Palace will not dare to attack the Prince of the Tiandu Empire again. Is it really good for you to say this to your mother? Cao De looked at Shui Qinghe, Qian Rongxiu, and said, I have been learning about Bibi Dong recently and heard about her. If those things are true, she is a very poor woman. Pity. Shui Qinghe, Qian Rongxiu, sneered, can a poor woman become the Pope of the Spirit Palace? In Qian Rongxiu's understanding, Bibi Dong killed her father Qian Sunji to seize the position of Pope, and Bibi Dong didn't like her since she was a child and hated her. Over time, Qian Rongxiu no longer likes this mother and resents Bibi Dong. Qian Rongxiu doesn't know the past between Bibi Dong and King Sunji. In the original work, Qian Daoliu told her before she was about to become a god. Cao De understood Qian Rongxiu's mood, but he felt that it was necessary for Qian Rongxiu to know about Bibi Dong now. After all, Bibi Dong is bound to the capture space now. In the future, the mother and daughter must get along well, otherwise it will be like enemies, which will make Cao De feel uncomfortable. So Cao De specifically mentioned Bibi Dong in order to resolve the resentment between them, mother and daughter. Cao De said, I heard that Bibi Dong's original beloved person was a man named Yu Xiaogang, not the former Pope Chehiroji. Yu Xiaogang? Shui Qinghe, Qian Rongxiu, knew this person, and was Tang San's teacher. He heard that he was very talented in the research of soul master knowledge. Bibi Dong likes Yu Xiaogang? Bibi Dong doesn't like King Sunji, Qian Rongxiu understands, otherwise Bibi Dong wouldn't have killed King Sunji. However, Qian Rongxiu thought that Bibi Dong was in harmony with her father King Sunji for the sake of power, and then waited for the opportunity to kill King Sunji and seized power. As for who Bibi Dong likes, Qian Rongxiu doesn't care now. But Cao De's next words made Qian Rongxiu confused. Cao De continued, I heard that King Sunji is Bibi Dong's teacher. He covets Bibi Dong's beauty and talent. Bibi Dong is a twin martial soul, and is destined to be powerful in the future. Qian Sunji didn't want to be cheaper than Bibi Dong, so he threatened Bibi Dong to leave Yu Xiaogang, otherwise he would kill Yu Xiaogang. Bibi Dong had to agree, but he still couldn't help but meet Yu Xiaogang. This matter cannot be concealed by Qian Sunji. Qian Sunji was furious and worried that Bibi Dong and Yu Xiaogang were together, so one day he controlled Bibi Dong and imprisoned her in a secret room. Afterwards, Chehiroji forced Bibi Dong and defiled her. Therefore, Bibi Dong hated Chehiroji extremely much and vowed to kill Chehiroji. However, Bibi Dong's strength was far inferior to Chehiroji at that time, and she was continued to be imprisoned by Chehiroji. Later, Bibi Dong became pregnant, and King Sunji forced her to give birth to a child, otherwise she would have to kill Yu Xiaogang. For Yu Xiaogang and for revenge, Bibi Dong lived a miserable life. After giving birth to the child, seeing that Bibi Dong's attitude improved, Chehiroji stopped imprisoning her. This is actually a Bibi Dong suit. After being lifted from imprisonment, Bibi Dong found an opportunity to meet Yu Xiaogang. She lost the one who broke up with Yu Xiaogang because she was no longer clean and felt that she was not worthy of Yu Xiaogang. At the same time, after separating from Yu Xiaogang, he also protected Yu Xiaogang so that Qian Sunji would not find excuses to kill Yu Xiaogang. A few years later, Qian Sunji was seriously injured by Tang Hao. Bibi Dong waited for the opportunity, then killed King Sunji and became the Pope of the Wuhan Palace. After that, Bibi Dong went to find Yu Xiaogang, wanting to tell him everything, hoping that Yu Xiaogang can accept her again. But when he found Yu Xiaogang, he found that he already had another woman and was very loving. At that time, Bibi Dong was completely disappointed and only hatred was left in her heart. She worked hard to cultivate and improve her strength, in order to destroy the spirit hall and the world. Bibi Dong has no nostalgia for this world, only hatred is left. The constant amplification of hatred has caused her to gradually fall into the abyss of evil. This is not true. Qian Rongxiu was unwilling to believe what Xiaowu said, she couldn't accept it. But for some reason, she felt inexplicably painful, and she felt pain for Bibi Dong. Intuition told her that what Xiaowu said was true, that is Bibi Dong's past, her mother's past. Tears couldn't help but flow out, and I couldn't stop them. Chapter 164 Mother and Daughter Heart. Shui Qinghe, Qian Rongxiu, kept wiping her tears, but she couldn't stop it. She gave up as she wiped it. Suddenly someone hugged her behind her. Qian Rongxiu knew it was Xiaowu, but she did not push Xiaowu away, but instead felt that she had a support and cried even harder. I completely forgot that my current disguise is Shui Qinghe, the prince of the Tiandu Empire. Xiaowu held Shui Qinghe, Qian Rongxiu, and said nothing, making her cry. Shui Qinghe, Qian Rongxiu, had cried for a long time. When the tears stopped, she was tired of crying and had fallen asleep. Xiaowu picked her up gently and went to Shui Qinghe, Qian Rongxiu's bedroom openly. Fortunately, Xiaowu came out soon, otherwise the palace maids and eunuch guards around him would not know what they would think or spread the blindly. That's it. Soon the news that Xiaowu was holding Shui Qinghe, Qian Rongxiu, spread in the palace. No wonder your highness the crown prince is not close to women, it turns out. Some people will make random guesses. In the middle of the night, Shui Qinghe, Qian Rongxiu, woke up. I asked someone to ask about the situation and found out that it was Xiaowu who carried her back to the bedroom. Qian Rongxiu sat on the bed and looked out the window, he must know my identity. He deliberately told me about her past, don't he want me to continue to resent her? She suddenly smiled. Xiaowu took great pains for her, hoping that she would be happy, so that Qian Rongxiu would be happy and sweet in her heart. As for how Xiaowu knew her identity and how he knew that Bibi Dong had passed by, Qian Rongxiu didn't care. As long as Xiaowu cares about her and cares about her, it is better than anything else. Love affects IQ, so it turns out. Qian Rongxiu is now a silly woman. Qian Rongxiu believed in what Xiaowu said about Bibi Dong, and after crying, the resentment towards Bibi Dong was eliminated a lot. Thanks to the capture of space, otherwise Qian Rongxiu would not have believed Xiaowu's words so firmly. So she has experienced such great pain. Qian Rongxiu leaned against the head of the bed, recalling the little things that had intersected with Bibi Dong in the past. The intersection with Bibi Dong was mostly when she was a few years old. At that time, Bibi Dong didn't like Qian Rongxiu's daughter, because seeing Qian Rongxiu would make Bibi Dong think of the demon Qian Sunji and remind Bibi Dong of the most painful thing. She hated me since she was a child. She didn't understand before, but now she knows. Qian Rongxiu felt that if she had experienced Bibi Dong's affairs, Bibi Dong would have done more ruthlessly. I misunderstood her. I didn't expect Dad to be that kind of person. Qian Sunji had a good impression of Qian Rongxiu, but now he collapsed, and he would feel ashamed of having such a father. But, my relationship with her is too bad. Can I make up for it? Qian Rongxiu now understands, sympathizes with her, and feels sorry for Bibi Dong's mother, she wants to make up for it. However, I was worried that Bibi Dong would not give her a chance because Qian Rongxiu was the pain in Bibi Dong's heart. Seeing her would remind Bibi Dong of the most painful thing in the past. Worrying that Bibi Dong will never accept her. It's a mystery. Qian Rongxiu decided to give it a try and take the initiative to ease her relationship with her mother Bibi Dong. She got up from the bed, came to the study, and wrote a thick letter to Bibi Dong. A few days later, Bibi Dong, who was in the Pope Hall of Wuhan City, received a letter from Qian Rongxiu. What the hell? Bibi Dong was surprised that his daughter Qian Rongxiu had never written a letter to her. Even if she met, she didn't say a few words, and even if she spoke, she was still competing against each other. Bibi Dong returned to his room and opened the thick letter. Seeing the beginning of the letter, Bibidong's heart was touched, and tears were unconsciously rolling in his eyes. "My dear mom, my daughter misses you so much." Bibidong blinked, tears burst out from her eyes. For some reason, she just couldn't stop. She had obviously hated the existence of this daughter, and I wish she had never appeared before. But when I saw this line of words, Bibidong was very touched and heartbroken, and tears flowed out in a daze. After a while, my mood stabilized, and then I continued to read. "Mom, how are you doing recently?" Bibidong responded in his heart, "That's it. Mom, I'm sorry, you are my dearest mother, but I have never understood you, I have always resented you, and I feel that you don't like me, so why did you give birth to me? Now my daughter knows her mother's past, and she is wrong. I know that my existence will remind my mother of painful memories from the past, but Mom, even if you don't want to accept me, I will always love you because you are my mother and you gave me life." Seeing this, Bibidong stopped, and she wondered who told Qianrongxiu about her past. Thousands of flows? The first thing I thought of him was that after all, there were only a handful of people who knew that she was in Bibidong. Only Qiandaoliu is most likely to tell Qianrongxiu. What does the old guy mean? What are you thinking? It was decided that Qiandaoliu told Qianrongxiu that he suspected that Qiandaoliu had any conspiracy. Bibidong killed Qiandaoliu's son, Qiandaoliu must have hatred, but he may think that his son is wrong first. In addition, Bibidong gave birth to an excellent daughter like Qianrongxiu, which allowed Qiandaoliu to see the hope of revitalizing the Angel clan, so he tolerated Bibidong until now. But Bibidong originally thought that Qiandaoliu would not tell Qianrongxiu the truth, as that would destroy Qiansunji's image in Qianrongxiu's heart. But now Qianrongxiu knows that Bibidong believes that it was said by Qiandaoliu, so he doubts whether Qiandaoliu has any conspiracy. The letter is Qianrongxiu's handwriting, and there is also the spiritual mark left by Qianrongxiu, and his tears. Bibidong's letter was definitely not forged, it was written by Qianrongxiu while crying, so there were so many tears. "Shuer," Bibidong recited. Although he was unwilling to like Qianrongxiu, because of Qiansunji, he was his daughter after all. After all, the flesh that fell from him was not concerned about him. It would be impossible without her. Just blinded by hatred. Now Bibidong is bound by the captured space, the evil power and hatred in her body have been suppressed, and this letter has awakened Bibidong's maternal love. Suddenly Bibidong discovered that she was not full of nothing, not without nostalgia, she also had a daughter. At this moment, Bibidong regretted it. Why did she transfer her hatred for Kyungsunji to her daughter? What was she wrong? The wrong Kyungsunji has been killed by himself, and the revenge should be over and cannot be allowed to continue to bear it. Bibidong continues to read the letter. "Mom, please forgive my daughter for being willful and ignorant in the past. I hope she can give her daughter a chance to make up for it. Mom, my daughter is in love and fell in love with a man who is much younger than me. He also likes his daughter. He is a very amazing person. I love him very much. I will take him to see my mother if I have the chance. My daughter is in love." Bibidong smiled and was happy for his daughter. But he quickly frowned and thought to himself, could it be that lustful little brat Xiaowu? Chapter 165 New Discovery in Capture Space. Night, Capture the Space. Xiaowu, Lu Erlong, Xiaowu, Zhu Zuqing, Ning Rongrong and Shui Binger were fishing together and practicing. "Brother, Erlong Mom, look, I caught a new pill." Xiaowu's voice came. Usually, I would put things silently when I caught them. Xiaowu made a sound, but there must be something wrong, and everyone came over. Ning Rongrong held the fishing rod not far away and asked, "Xiaowu, what new elixir has he caught?" Xiaowu replied, "I haven't seen it before. I will immediately get the stone tablet to see what effect the pill is." The stone tablets on the fishing platform have an appraisal function. Xiaowu walked over with the pill, and the others followed curiously. Seeing Xiaowu put a transparent elixir bottle with a pill on the lying flat stone tablet, the image and essay of the pill appeared on the stone tablet. This is a magical pill that can increase the maximum age of the 1000-year soul ring of the soul master who fishes it to 10,000 years. In other words, Xiaowu caught this pill, and only she took it effectively. Xiaowu now has 2000-year soul rings, namely the 3rd and 4th soul rings, of which the 4th soul ring has been more than 8,000 years and the 3rd soul ring has been more than 4,000 years. Therefore, taking this pill can help Xiaowu increase the age of the 4th soul ring to 11,000 years, an increase of 2 or 3,000 years. However, it has improved the soul ring from the 1000-year soul ring to the 10,000-year soul ring, which has been upgraded to a higher level, which can increase Xiaowu a lot of power and increase her combat power. Xiaowu quickly takes the pill to increase the age of the soul ring to see the effect. Ning Rongrong urged. Xiaowu looked at everyone. Lu Erlong smiled and said, "What are you hesitating about? This pill is only effective if you take it, and there will definitely be no problem. Xiaoda, it's used now, it will become invalid if you put it for a long time." Xiaoda speculated that the appearance of the new elixir should have been brought about by changes in the capture space, but no one had caught it before. Xiaowu sat on the ground and took the pill. After taking the pill, her body felt the power it released. This power was gathering towards her body's soft bone charm rabbit because the soul ring was on it. More than 10 minutes passed. 5 soul rings appeared on Xiaowu's body, 2 yellow, 1 purple and 2 black. Zhu Zuqing said, "The 4th soul ring has changed from a 1000-year soul ring to a 10,000-year soul ring. Shui Binger, magic." Ning Rongrong said excitedly, "It must be the change brought about by the changes in space. Xiaowu can catch it, so should we do it?" Xiaoda said, "The possibility is very high, but it shouldn't be that easy. It hasn't appeared before. Now Xiaowu has only caught it for good luck. Don't worry, if you can catch it, you will catch it sooner or later." Lu Erlong said, "It's lucky to be able to catch it, and it doesn't matter if you don't." Xiaowu opened her eyes and said happily, "My 4th soul ring period has been increased from more than 8,000 to 11,000 years, and her soul power has also increased a little, and the time required to reach level 58 has been shortened. There is also my 4th soul skill, the invincible golden body, and the event has been extended from 3 seconds to 5 seconds. Although it only took 2 seconds to go, it was an invincible golden body, a powerful soul skill that ignored all physical defenses and could produce a strong backshock effect." Shui Binger said, "Congratulations to you, Xiaowu." Xiaowu said happily, "Binger, Rongrong, Zuqing, I'm the same as you now. We all have the 4th soul ring for 10,000 years." Xiaowu has always had some regrets when she had not condensed the 10,000-year soul ring in the 4th soul ring. Now this regret has been made up for, which makes her happy. Everyone congratulated each other and then fished hard. But in the middle of the night, however, there was no movement. Lu Erlong, Xiaowu and Shui Binger all went to bed. Ning Rongrong was still persevering, and Xiaoda and Zhu Zuqing accompanied her. Zhu Zuqing advised, "Rongrong, this kind of thing is not urgent, it depends on luck." Ning Rongrong smiled and said, "I'm too excited to sleep now. You guys go to bed, don't worry about me." Zhu Zuqing was unwilling to let Ning Rongrong be here alone, and they had the closest relationship. Seeing that Xiaoda couldn't persuade him, he was with him. The 3 of them sat side by side on the fishing platform holding fishing rods, fishing quietly. A few hours later, I caught seafood. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing fell asleep at some point, leaning on Xiaoda's arms, one left and one right. Xiaoda looked at them and smiled. Gently put away the fishing rod, then used the space-jumping soul skill to take them back to the 2nd floor of the villa, enter Zhu Zuqing's room, put them on the bed, take off their shoes and socks, and cover them with a quilt. Finally, they kissed on the face before returning to their room. When I returned to the room, I found Xiaowu on his bed. Xiao De's door was not locked normally, so Xiaowu could go in. After Xiaowu entered, the door was closed, and Xiao De could only come in. Another little clever guy. Xiao De gently got to the bed, but still woke Xiaowu up. "You're not sleeping?" Xiao De was surprised. He tiptoed and probably wouldn't wake Xiaowu up. "I'm asleep." Xiaowu rubbed her eyes, "But I gave myself a wish, that is, my brother woke up when he came back, and he didn't expect it to be so effective." "Hehe. You're giving yourself a hint. This is okay too." Xiao De smiled and said, "What are you waiting for me to do?" "You know." Xiaowu said shyly with a red face. Xiao De teased her, "I don't know anything." "Ah, I'm sleepy, go to bed." "You hate it." Xiaowu said angrily, "No sleep is allowed." Xiaowu looked over, hugged Xiao De and kissed him. "You still have to work hard to achieve sexual blessings." After ups and downs, the two of them went to bed with satisfaction. The next morning, Ningrongrong woke up and did not find Xiao De. He was a little disappointed and said to Zhu Zuqing, "I thought he would not miss a rare opportunity and would be with us." Zhu Zuqing smiled and said, "Xiao De won't do anything randomly. We don't agree with this kind of thing, he won't do it." Ningrongrong looked at Zhu Zuqing and asked, "Do you agree next time you have a chance?" Zhu Zuqing was stunned and did not give Ningrongrong the answer. Ningrongrong said to himself, "Oh, I find myself getting more and more dirty, how could I think of such a thing?" "Well, you can't do this." "Zuqing, you forgot what I just said. We can't spoil him." Zhu Zuqing smiled helplessly. The two got up to wash, then went out and found that Lu Erlong and Shui Binger were making breakfast, so they went to help together. When the breakfast was ready, they found that neither Xiao De nor Xiaowu showed up. They knew that Xiaowu must have gone to Xiao De's room last night. "Let them sleep and don't call." Lu Erlong was understanding. After the meal, we continued to go fishing and practice. Everyone had no objection. It seems they won't be out at noon. Fortunately, Xiao De went out last night and left a note in the living room of Lu Erlong's residence, asking Chen Li, Mai Xiang, Hu Meyer, Shui Yuer and Hua Wu to have breakfast by themselves, so there is no need to call them. This situation happened occasionally before. I originally made an appointment to have breakfast together, but something like today happened. In this case, Xiao De would leave notes in advance. And when Chen Li and the others thought that every time they encountered this situation, they would think that Xiao De and the others were having fun that night, too late. It caused me to not get up the next day. Every time I worry about Xiao De, afraid that his body will not be able to bear it. But Xiao De whom I see every day is full of energy. I can only sigh that Xiao De is worthy of being a monster and is as strong as a monster in those aspects. If it were other men, they would have been with Lu Erlong and the others every night, and they would have fallen down long ago. Of course, Chen Li and the others hope that Xiao De will be as strong as possible, and maybe there will be a chance in the future. Chapter 166 Hua Wu, Xiao De, you don't deserve Xiaowu, I want to protect her. Didn't you eat? Everyone cheer up. In a forest cultivation field at Lanba Academy, Lu Erlong was practicing with Xiaowu, Zhu Zuqing, Ningrongrong, Shui Binger, Shui Yuer, Hua Wu, Mai Xiang, Chen Li and others. There is also Xiao De, he and Lu Erlong, and the 8 others were tempered by Xiaowu and the others. 8 people were involved in 2 people, but Xiaowu and the others were miserable every time, and they were tortured to death. Teacher Erlong, you're too heavy to do it. Shui Yuer complained that her body was already covered in scars. This is not a right practice, it is clearly torture them. I'm not Xiao De, I won't spoil you. I'll be serious. Today's training is not over yet. Lu Erlong took action again and punched Ningrongrong away. Ningrongrong had a feeling, and for a long time, she felt that Lu Erlong used the help of Tong Lian to retaliate against them and venting his usual jealousy, but she had no evidence. Xiao De, where are you hitting me? Xiaowu suffered a loss in Xiao De's hands and was taken advantage of. Although Xiao De was not as cruel to them as Lu Erlong, this guy always attacked parts that should not be attacked, not only hitting them but also taking advantage of them. He also said seriously, I want you to remember to hold yourself during the battle, fight life and death, and have all kinds of means. No one cares if you are embarrassed to start. Humph. Xiaowu glared and took the ultimate move, own created soul skill, flame explosion. Several compressed small fireballs flew around Xiao De and then exploded. It can be said that Xiaowu created this soul skill specifically to deal with Xiao De, because Xiao De has the ability to avoid fire, and the fire attribute power in the energy form cannot harm him. It can only cause the flame attack to generate physical attack power to cause damage to Xiao De. Cao Dei have taken the star anise black ice grass, the fiery fire apricot, and have the ability of fire and ice, and are not afraid of attacks in energy forms of these two attributes. Only physical attack methods are effective. When practicing with Xiaowu and the others, Xiao De did not use his martial soul, his soul skills, his soul power, and his body power. Humph! A perverted guy with physical strength. If I can't hurt you, I will burn your clothes and make you look ugly. Fire dance is the purpose of this. Xiao De did not use soul power, but only physical strength, and he could not protect his clothes. Even if he avoided them, his clothes would be burned a little. If he did it a few more times, it might be burned. I didn't expect you to be like Xiaowu. If you want to behave yourself, I will say it directly, I will not refuse. Xiao De said inappropriately. Lustful people, look for a fight. Fire dances to the sun. Xiaowu scolded and took action. Hehe, I'll hide. Xiao De's physical strength is strong and can explode at a very fast speed. As long as he is willing, he can easily avoid attacks that are not locked by soul skills. He avoided Xiaowu's attack and quickly came behind her. Succeed. Xiao De slapped Xiaowu's ass hard. Ah! Xiaowu felt in pain, took a few steps back and cursed, you are shameless. Then he attacked Xiao De like crazy. I'll help you with Xiaowu. Brother, how can you bully Xiaowu? Telection. Xiaowu appeared in the air in front of Xiao De. He hooked Xiao De's chin and looked at his eyes with a smile, second soul skill, charm. Xiao De did not resist Xiaowu's charm, because the charming feeling made him enjoy it. Hehe, I succeeded. Horsebow. Xiaowu kicked Xiao De away with one kick. Xiaowu, you can take revenge. Xiao De happened to fly to Xiaowu. A lustful guy, you deserve it. Fire explosion. She seemed determined to burn Xiao De's clothes and make Xiao De look ugly. Apart from this, she can't hurt Xiao De. Xiao De did not hide and was exploded by the flames, but he walked through them and collided with Xiaowu, pressing Xiaowu to the ground. It happened that the two of them were talking to each other. Xiaowu was confused. He was taken advantage of again, and Xiao De's clothes have not been completely burned this time. Xiao De rolled on the ground with Xiaowu in his arms and rolled into the grass next to him. This opportunity was also very good. Xiaowu could take the opportunity to explode Xiao De. But Xiao De blocked her mouth and made her thinking short. The bitch Xiao Hao took a long time to let go of Xiaowu. Oh, this is an accident. It's all Xiaowu. He kicked me over when I was attracted by her charm, and accidentally hit you. Xiaowu glared at the shameless man in front of her, leave from me. Oh, no attention. Xiao De attacked and kissed Xiaowu's mouth again, then ran away. Run to another place to hide and change clothes. Damn guy. Xiaowu pursed her lips, and her first kiss was gone. But I was not sad or angry, but I was a little happy. Xiaowu smiled bitterly, is this the retribution for his greed for Xiao De's ingredients and fruits? Without a free lunch, there will always be a price. Alas, if this guy had fewer women, he would have been less messy. Xiaowu doesn't mind Xiaowu has other women, but Xiaowu has a little too many. And some people couldn't accept that Xiaowu lived with Lu Erlong and the other 5 all day long. It's too messy. Xiaowu, are you okay? Where is my brother? Did you beat him away? At this time, Xiaowu came over. Xiaowu looked at her and was somewhat suspicious of whether Xiaowu and Xiaowu were acting, so she deliberately cheated her, but there was no evidence. I don't know where I went. Xiaowu looked around and didn't notice Xiaowu. She didn't go to look for him. She sat next to Xiaowu and asked, Xiaowu, do you like my brother? Discovered? Xiaowu felt panicked, and then denied, no, I just treat him as a friend, he is too fickle. Is that true? Xiaowu stared at Xiaowu. Xiaowu felt guilty when he saw it and thought of what happened just now. She gritted her teeth and said, really? Xiaowu is actually not sure whether Xiaowu really likes Xiaowu. If Xiaowu is bound to the captured space, then she can be sure, but Xiaowu is not bound to the captured space. She said to Xiaowu, if you like my brother, you must be prepared. My brother will have many women. Xiaowu asked curiously, Xiaowu, don't you care about the fact that there are too many women? Xiaowu smiled and said, there is no way. Who made him my brother? I am my only relative in this world. Xiaowu now understands that Xiaowu not only loves Xiaowu deeply, but also has a deep affection. He is not satisfied with a sister like you. It's really a matter of thunder. I can't bear to die with my brother. Xiaowu said with a smile, if he dies, I can't live. Xiaowu was stunned. Although Xiaowu said with a smile, she could feel that Xiaowu was serious. Xiaowu, you are so nice. Xiaowu smiled and said, you are also very good. Although you have a strong personality, you are very gentle inside, and I can feel it. Xiaowu was moved and couldn't help but hug Xiaowu. He scolded Xiaowu in his heart, sexually, you are not worthy of Xiaowu at all. If you hurt Xiaowu, I will never end up with you. From this moment on, Xiaowu really regarded Xiaowu as a true friend and a good sister. Xiaowu gave her a desire to protect herself and did not want Xiaowu to be hurt. Chapter 167, Eve of the Promotion Competition. Although the qualifiers have ended for a month, Tiandu City is still lively. Especially because the Soul Master Academy teams that advanced to other qualifying areas come arriving at Tiandu City, these days have become more lively. The promotion competition of the Soul Master competition will begin tomorrow. Unfortunately, we can't see that only the participating Soul Master Academy teams can enter the competition arena of the promotion competition. I heard that the 15 participating teams in the promotion competition will compete in the Tiandu Royal Barracks. I really want to see the situation of the other 10 teams. The 10 teams in other qualifying areas are definitely not as good as the 5 teams in our Tiandu City qualifying areas, especially Lanba Academy, who can win. With that monster Xiaowu in Lanba Academy, no one can win. What monster Xiaowu? We only care about a few goddesses, Xiaowu, Zhu Zuqing, Ning Rongrong, Mai Xiang, Jiangju. Forget it, Jiangju, it's a bit far from goddess Xiaowu and the others. Bullshit. Jiangju is the goddess in my heart. Haha, no taste. What did you say? Do you deserve a beating? Early in the morning, the streets and alleys of Tiandu City were full of talk about the promotion of the Soul Master competition. Today, the 15 teams participating in the promotion competition have entered the military camp of the Tiandu Empire one after another, and come to familiarize themselves with the environment one day in advance. Lu Erlong from Lanba Academy and 2 other teachers led the team, and came to the military camp with Xiaowu, Xiaowu, Zhu Zuqing, Ning Rongrong, Mai Xiang, Jiangju, Tailong, Jingling, Huang Yuan and other 9 people. Does everyone live in military tents? They were taken to 2 military tents. The sergeant said, every team is the same, 2 military tents, men and women are separated. A military tent is not small, and sleeps side by side, and can sleep more than 10 or 20 people. Xiaowu De, Tailong, Jingling, Huang Yuan, and 2 male teachers live in a military tent. Lu Erlong, Xiaowu, Zhu Zuking, Ning Rongrong, Jiangju, and Mai Xiang were 7 of them in one military tent. 4 public bathhouses with different genders, you can only go to the public bathhouse for the time being. But Xiaowu De and the others could sneak into the capture space villa to take a shower and wash. We had dinner in the canteen, with teachers and students having one canteen. Although it is a canteen, the food is definitely high-end and nutritious, and there is nothing to say. Each participating team has a separate area for the military tent, and others are not allowed to trespass, otherwise they will be punished by the guards around them. If you have any complaints, you must get used to surviving under various conditions. Lu Erlong told everyone that Tailong was complaining that the conditions here were a bit poor. The 15 teams in the 14th round of the competition are expected to take 1 or 2 months. Brother-in-law, we were here to visit. Shui Yuer and Shui Binger sisters saw the military tent of Lanba Academy. Hear you. Xiaowu De looked at Shui Binger. Shui Binger nodded and said, will you be a little uncomfortable here? Xiaowu De said, it will only take 1 or 2 months if you are not used to it. It will pass soon. Let's go over and sit down and talk, and the competition will only begin tomorrow. Pull Shui Binger into it, and Shui Yuer follows behind. Lu Erlong and the others were sitting in the open space in front of the military tent chatting, talking, and laughing. Teacher Erlong, we are here to see you. Shui Yuer ran over. Yuer, Binger, you're here. Come and sit and talk. Lu Erlong greeted. Xiaowu looked at Shui Yuer and said, Yuer, how do you feel when you come to this military camp? Shui Yuer ran to Xiaowu and sat down, it's quite interesting. This is the first time I've been to the military camp, which is quite novel. However, our activity area is limited and we can't go to other places casually. Then he said, what are you talking about? Lu Erlong said, I'm talking about the 10 teams in other qualifying areas. Yuer and Binger, are you optimistic? Shui Binger said, before coming, the teacher and the others told us that the Academic Academy of Animals, Barak College, and Sylphs College are stronger, but they are not as strong as the 5 teams in our Tiandu city. Lu Erlong nodded, the promotion competition is an individual competition, mainly to show your personal strength and will not be eliminated, so show your own style. Ning Rongrong said, I will also appear in the promotion competition to let them see the combat power of the auxiliary soul master. But she was ready to perform hard. Ning Rongrong now can compete with the soul sect with the kneading skills he uses with his soul power and physical strength, and his combat power is quite good. Although she showed her skills before, Ning Rongrong felt that it was not enough. She wanted to show her combat power, shock more people and gain different glory and achievements. This is one of her pursuits in the promotion competition. Zhu Zuking supported the scene and said, Rongrong, you will definitely shock everyone. Ning Rongrong said confidently, of course. Shui Yuer curled her lips, looked at Xiaowu De, and asked, brother-in-law, will you appear? Talon responded, who dares to take it if the captain appears? Those who know will definitely admit defeat directly. Those who don't know will have to learn a lesson. He thought Xiaowu De had no need to take action and gave them the opportunity. Xiaowu De smiled and said, I will be in charge. Whether I will appear depends on the situation. When qualifying for the match, the 7 players who appear will not be determined in advance. They can be arranged flexibly during the match, as long as there are no more than 7 players. Jingling said, if the captain takes action, it is to bully people. There is no need. Captain, just rest and let us do it. Xiaowu De nodded, okay. It depends on your performance. I will take action if you need it. Mai Xiang said, I will come on. Mai Xiang's soul power level is the lowest, at level 33. Tailong, Jingling, Huang Yuan and Jiangju all reached level 36. Xiaowu is level 57, Ning Rongrong is level 52, Zhu Zuqing is level 53, and Xiaoda is level 83. This in addition, Shui Binger is now at level 55 and Shui Yuer is now at level 46. If Xiaoda takes action, he will be abusing food. On that day, Huawei also visited her and even sent some snacks. Huawei's current soul power level is 45, and she has just reached level 45 for a few days. She has eaten the food and fruits of capture space for more than 2 months, and her cultivation speed has been significantly improved. Everyone chatted until dusk, and then went to the cafeteria to have dinner together. Lu Erlong and 2 teachers went to the teacher's canteen, and Xiaoda and others went to the student canteen. In the cafeteria, I met many familiar and raw faces. Tang San and others from Shuo Academy, Tian Shui Academy, Thunder Academy, and Tianda Royal Academy Team 2. He is the monster Xiaoda? Is there really such a soul ring, or is it the Soul Emperor? It's not wrong, he showed the soul ring in the qualifiers. What a pervert! If he appears, who can beat him? The members of the 10 teams in other qualifying areas knew about the existence of the monster Xiaoda before they arrived in Tiandu City. Now that they saw the real person, they were curious to see it. So beautiful! So many beauties! They are just a few goddesses from Lanba Academy. They are very beautiful and deserve to be goddesses. Of course, many team members also paid attention to Xiaowu and the others, most of them were boys. Seeing Xiaowu and their faces and figures, many boys couldn't help but swallow their saliva and looked away. Girls despise, men are the same. Chapter 168. Don't underestimate the rabbit's martial soul, it's very violent. Xiaoda and Xiaowu turned a blind eye to the strange gazes of others, and they were no longer surprised. Some of the people who came up with the courage to meet Xiaowu and the others were rejected. But no girl came to meet Xiaoda, not only because she was a monster and was far away from them, but also because of the appearance of Xiaowu and others besides Xiaoda, they were inferior and dared not get close. I envy the boys from Lanba Academy. There are so many goddesses that can be seen every day, especially those boys. They will get the moon first when they are close to the water. Maybe someone has already taken down a certain goddess. Many boys envy Tailong, Jingling, Huang Yuan, Jingling, Xiaoda and others who are with Xiaowu and the others. Tailong, Jingling, Huang Yuan, Jingling felt their envious and jealous eyes, and wanted to say, "You are so useless to envy and hate the 4 of us. The goddesses are all Xiaoda. If you have the ability, go and grab him. Let's see if you die." Whenever they felt the envious and jealous eyes of other boys, Talon and the others were depressed and wanted to hit someone. They got nothing, but they endured a lot of things they shouldn't have to bear. They were so frustrated. Inadvertently, he gave Xiaoda a lot of envious, jealous, and hatred gazes. However, what comforted Talon and the others was that they could be with goddesses like Xiaowu at close range and talk to them. These are also something that many people cannot envy. It's a little comfort for them. After Shui Binger, Shui Yuer, and Huawu arrived at the cafeteria, they all returned to the participating teams of their respective academy. Unity is still necessary, otherwise you will be said to value sex over friends and do not care about other team members. Xiaoda, Xiaowu, Zhu Zuqing, Ning Rongrong and others appeared. The food in front of Tang San, Dai Mubai, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and others in the cafeteria was no longer delicious. Tang San would peek at Xiaowu from time to time to relieve the pain of longing. Dai Mubai looked at Zhu Zuqing's figure. This was originally something he enjoyed, but unfortunately he missed it. The Oscars focus on Ning Rongrong, it's so beautiful. If he gets Ning Rongrong, he will be willing to die. He even sees Ma Hongjun as a beauty, but now he will see Zhu Zuqing. Because Zhu Zuqing's depravity in the Soul Master competition prompts Ma Hongjun to lose control of his evil fire, making him embarrassed and leaving a tragic memory that is unbearable to look back on. Now it seems that the evil fire problem has been solved, and Ma Hongjun doesn't have to worry about something like that happening. But Ma Hongjun's reputation was ruined, and it was difficult to get close to girls in Tiandu City, let alone have a girlfriend. Even if there is no evil fire, Ma Hongjun must go to a romantic place to solve his needs. Therefore, no matter whether Zhu Zuqing was Dai Mubai's former fiancé or not, Dai Mubai still cared about Zhu Zuqing. Anyway, Ma Hongjun holds a grudge against Zhu Zuqing. If he has the chance, he will definitely take revenge on Zhu Zuqing. If you can't beat Xiaowu, can't you deal with Zhu Zuqing yet? Don't let me catch the opportunity, or I will make you my slave. At that time Ma Hongjun lowered her head and stared at Zhu Zuqing, feeling cruel. Ma Hongjun swore that he was not greedy for Zhu Zuqing's body, he just wanted to take revenge. The others are all by the way. The four of them had their own thoughts, and they ate very slowly and didn't eat much. They dragged them until Xiaowu and the others finished eating and left. Then I returned to the military tent of the second team of Tiandu Royal Academy to work hard to achieve their respective ideas as long as they become stronger. After Xiaowu and his friends returned to the military tent of Lanba Academy, they were also practicing. Because there were two other teachers and Tailong and others in the military tent between men and women, it was not convenient for Xiaowu and others to enter the capture space, so they had to practice and rest in the military tent together. The next day. On the first day of the promotion competition, there was no opening ceremony. The competition was held in the special training ground of the military camp. Only the participating teams could watch the game, and there were no other irrelevant spectators. The Emperor of Snow Night, Prince Sueking He, Dugabo, Prince Swexing, Ning Fengzi, Jian Douluo, Salas, and other important figures are still there. I announce that the promotion will begin. The Emperor of Snow Night stood on the high-level viewing platform and announced the start of the game to everyone. In the 14 rounds of the game, each round is a live draw. Our first match was Lima's Soul Master Academy from the Barak Kingdom. There was only one soul sect among their 11 players. Lu Erlong came back to draw lots and told Xiaowu and the situation. Xiaowu said, "The opponent is average, I, Zhu Qing, will not appear, you 7 people appear. First, Wheat Scent, then Huang Yuan, Jingling, Tailong, Ning Rongrong, and Xiaowu. Well, Jiangju doesn't have to appear, you only have 6 of you." Tyrone patted his chest and said, "Dean, Captain, the 4 of us in front are enough to deal with this Lima Soul Master Academy, look good." Ning Rongrong said, "Is that true? If you can't do it, I will have to finish it." She is very active. The competition between Lanba Academy and Lima Soul Master Academy was held in the afternoon, so now they either watch the game or practice here. You cannot leave the field in the morning and afternoon during tomorrow's game. There was a Thunder Academy competition in the morning, and the opponent was the Alien Beast Academy. That's the Dragon Princess and Snake Woman from the Alien Beast Academy. The couple can combine martial souls, and can compete with ordinary titled Douluo, and have great strength. Lu Erlong saw Meng Shu and Kao Shengxiang and introduced them to Xiaowu and others. Among the members of the aristocratic Beast Academy, Xiaowu heard a familiar name, Meng Yuran. She is pretty good. She is the granddaughter of Meng Shu and Kao Shengxiang, about the same age as Shui Yuer. The students of the Academic Beasts Academy have all the special beasts, such as the martial souls that combine weapons and beasts, such as the Snake Stick Martial Soul, Snake Spear Martial Soul, etc. But facing the Thunder Academy, which has 4 soul sects, they have no chance of winning. Yu Tianxin did not appear, and all the 7 people from the Alien Beast Academy were defeated. Afternoon. Many people are looking forward to the performance of the Blue BA Academy team, especially those in other qualifying areas, and they want to see Xiaowu's soul ring. I also want to see Xiaowu wait for the goddess to take action. The first person to appear in Lima Academy is the level 34 War Soul Master, the Martial Soul Sword, the strong attack system, his name is Guan Tong. And the first person to appear in Lanba Academy is Mai Xiang, Wuhan Rabbit, level 33 War Soul Lord, and the strong attack system. Both sides open their martial souls and release their soul rings. The game begins now. After the referee introduced the situation, the game was announced to begin. Guantong and Mai Xiang are both 3 soul rings with 2 yellow and 1 purple, one is the weapon and the other is the beast spirit. The first soul skill is spread across the side. The yellow soul ring appeared on Guantong's body, and the long sword in his hand slashed out, slashing at Mai Xiang. The first soul skill, flick your legs. Mai Xiang jumped up suddenly and avoided the attack. After landing, run quickly towards Guantong. The second soul skill, whirlwind kick. The wheat fragrance is very fast. What a fast speed, sure it's not a sensitive attack system. Guantong was surprised and hurriedly made a defense. The second soul skill is to protect the body by the domineering sword. The shadow of the long sword appeared from his body, forming a protective energy. Bang! Mai Xiang hit the whirlwind's leg with a strong force, breaking the opponent's defense, kicking him out, flying directly out of the ring, and being eliminated. What a strong power! Strength type Rabbit Martial Soul. Is her rabbit tail real? Mai Xiang quickly solved an opponent, which was surprising. Some people also pay attention to Mai Xiang's rabbit tail, which is very cute. Mai Xiang is not only a power type, but also has a strong physical strength, so the bursting power is irresistible to Guantong. I have been taking the food and fruits of capture space for 2 years, and the cumulative effect is very good. Mai Xiang, beautifully cooked. Xiaowu shouted. Both of them are rabbit martial souls, both have power types, some have a good relationship. Chapter 169, I am worthy of being the 3 heroic figures of Shrek Academy. Harding skills. The third soul skill, round rotation kick. The first soul skill, flick your legs. The second soul skill, whirlwind kick. Mai Xiang is very strong and has lost 3 players from Lima Academy in a row. Although she could continue fighting, she gave up. There was no need to know that she could give others a chance. Mai Xiang retreated and Huang Yuan appeared. Huang Yuan is a wolf martial soul, level 36, strong attack system. He fought fiercely with an opponent who was also at level 36. In the end, Huang Yuan won, but was unable to continue fighting. In terms of combat power, neither Huang Yuan nor Jingling are Mai Xiang's opponents. The power of Mai Xiang burst can be compared with the power type Tyrone. Huang Yuan followed by Jingling of the Skeleton Martial Soul. Jingling defeated an opponent, but was defeated by the second level 39 opponent, who was a power type. It's finally my turn, let's leave these 2 to me in the end. Tayran could not wait long ago. The martial soul power gorilla comes from the 4 single attribute soul master families, but they are all very famous in Douluo continent. Although Tailong is only level 36, which is not as good as the opponent's level 39 soul power, his martial soul is a powerful gorilla, a very powerful martial soul. He will win this game. Tang San was following Tyrone and said to Oscars and the others. Now the Li clan, Min clan, Yu clan and Po clan have surrendered to Tang San, joined the Tang clan, and regarded Tang San as their master. Tailong came from the Li clan and should be called Tang San Young Master. The 2 met after the qualifiers. At that time, Tailong was surprised and was inexplicably told that Tang San had become his young master. The young master Tang San learned a lot about Xiaowu and the others from Tailong, especially about Xiaowu. When Tang San heard about Xiaowu and other women living with Xiaowu every day, he was angry and thought Xiaowu was practicing Xiaowu. It inspires Tang San to protect Xiaowu even more, making Tang San work harder and wants to save Xiaowu from the sea of suffering this morning. Only he can give Xiaowu happiness and happiness. Talon, the 6th brother. Fortunately, Tailong and the other 4 rarely train with Xiaowu and others, otherwise Tang San would have known more. As for Xiaowu and Lu Erlong and others living with Xiaowu every day, it was Tailong's guess. Yes, he didn't see it. But his guess is reasonable, because Xiaowu and Xiaowu and the others have a close relationship, and they kiss me and mine, and have been staying at Lu Erlong's residence. Nothing happens, who believes it? Coupled with his envy, jealousy, and hatred for Xiaowu, Tai Long said it in vain. To put it this way, it is really not wronged by the bitch Xiao. Xiaowu didn't know that Tang San had conquered the 4 single attribute soul master families, and thought that if the plot changed, Tang San would not have any subsequent development without encountering Tai Long. Moreover, the 4 single attribute soul master families have some rifts with Tang Hao. Who would have thought that the Li clan could kneel down and lick it? After learning that Tang San was Tang Hao's son, he took the initiative to catch up and recognize his master and was willing to be a servant. The 6th old Tai Long appeared, and the explosion was amazing. He defeated his opponent without much effort. The last one to appear in Lima Academy was their captain, level 42, Leopard Martial Soul, an agile attack type. If it is a strong attack system or a power system, Tai Long will still be able to win. Unfortunately, he is a sensitive attack system and is very disadvantageous to the power system Martial Soul. After a fierce battle, Tyrone narrowly won. This battle made Talon famous and showed the strength of the powerful guerrilla Martial Soul. In the end, Tyrone also fell down, was injured, exhausted his soul, and was carried down to heal and rest. The next game was the second team of Tien de Royal Academy and Baroque Academy. The captain of Baroque Academy had conflicts with Flander and had previously ridiculed Flander and Shrek Academy. Phoenix Ashes, Phoenix Fire Line, Phoenix Magma Flush, the White Tiger King Transformation, the White Tiger's Fierce Light Wave, White Tiger Meteor Shower. Therefore, Baroque Academy was beaten up by Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai. It was very miserable. Several of them were seriously injured. They were afraid that they would not be able to continue participating in the competition. Cool. After venting the accumulated depression, Ma Hongjun felt very happy. He looked at Zhu Zuqing from Lanba Academy specifically, and that figure made him firmly take revenge on Zhu Zuqing. Oscar noticed it. Fatty, have you held a grudge against Zhu Zuqing? Now the Oscar has basically come out of the shadow Ma Hongjun gave him, and Ma Hongjun's current evil fire seems to be solved, so there is no need to worry. Therefore, Oscar and Ma Hongjun became good friends again. Ma Hongjun did not deny, it made me fool of myself and ruined my reputation. Of course, I have to take revenge if I have a chance. Oscar expressed his understanding. Boss Dai has always been thinking about Zhu Zuqing. Ma Hongjun said, Boss Dai wants to save Zhu Zuqing, definitely has no chance. It's better to find an opportunity with me to take Zhu Zuqing. Then you can torture Zhu Zuqing first. Torture. Oscar knew what it meant, and after Ma Hongjun's meaning was, Ma Hongjun would torture Zhu Zuqing as well. That's the case. Oscar looked at Zhu Zuqing not far away and couldn't help swallowing. I thought Zhu Zuqing had already taken advantage of that monster Xiaowu. If Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai succeeded, everyone could torture it, otherwise it would be a waste. Zhu Zuqing's appearance and figure are hard to come by. If you have the chance, you will definitely not want to miss it. He is worthy of being the 3 most romantic figures in Shrek Academy. It's really romantic. I believe that Dai Mubai will no longer be pity for Zhu Zuqing because he is already Xiaoda's woman and is willing to share it with Ma Hongjun and Oscar. Zhu Zuqing was completely unaware that she had already been dreamt of by Ma Hongjun and Oscar. She had Xiaoda in her eyes. When she looked at Xiaoda, she would show a sweet smile from time to time, which made her look even more fascinating. At the end of the first day of the competition, the team of Lanba Academy returned to their respective military accounts, just like other participating teams. Shui Yuer and Shui Binger sisters arrived here soon. Xiaoda, Lu Erlong, Xiaowu, Zhu Zuqing, Ning Rongrong, Shui Binger and others found an opportunity to enter the capture space villa and take a shower. With such convenience, they naturally would not go to the bathhouse. As for Shui Yuer, she could only follow Jiangja to the bathhouse. When capturing the space villa, Zhu Zuqing seized the opportunity to bathe with Xiaowu. In this way, both of them have a blessing in nature. Coming out of the capture space, when returning to the military tent, I found Prince Shui Qinghe, Qian Rongxiu, Ning Fengzi, Jian Douluo, and the other three here. Shui Qinghe, Qian Rongxiu, took Xiaowu aside and whispered, "Xiaowu, thank you. Xiaowu untied her conflict and knot with Bibi Dong last time." Qian Rongxiu wrote a letter to Bibi Dong, and Bibi Dong replied. Although the letter was short and the content was implicit, it was obvious that Bibi Dong was caring about Qian Rongxiu. This made Qian Rongxiu very happy and saw the opportunity to make peace with her mother. Because the capture space bound Bibi Dong, it helped Bibi Dong to continuously suppress evil forces and hatred, and Qian Rongxiu's letter touched her. Bibi Dong began to change. One of the changes was that she found that she cared about her daughter very much. She still had nostalgia in this world and something worthy of protection. That's why Bibi Dong replied to Qian Rongxiu. Although Bibi Dong couldn't let go, I don't know how to better express maternal love. But she takes the first step and will continue. This is all Xiaodu's credit. It's also the purpose of the bitch Xiao. We are the best brothers. If I don't help you, who will help you? Xiaodu did not say this clearly, but it had already shown that he had known Qian Rongxiu's identity, so he told her about Bibi Dong's past and helped her reconcile with Bibi Dong. Chapter 170 Xiaowu's soul ring shocked the audience. You know my identity. This was said to Xiaodu by Qian Rongxiu using his mental power to transmit his voice to prevent him from being heard. How did you know if you don't ask me? Xiaodu asked with a voice transmitted from his spiritual power. Shui Qinghe, Qian Rongxiu, shook his head, no. I know you won't harm me, and I'm helping me, which means you care about me. I am very happy. At this moment Qian Rongxiu almost couldn't help but confess her love to Xiaodu, but she felt that it was inappropriate to Shui Qinghe's appearance and identity. She wanted to confess her love to Xiaodu with her true self. Xiaodu grabbed Shui Qinghe, Qian Rongxiu's hand and said, "Yes, I have always cared about you. I hope you can be happy and happy." Qian Rongxiu was touched and wanted to hug Xiaodu and kiss Xiaodu, but she was restrained. She was Shui Qinghe now and could not kiss Xiaodu. After the promotion competition is over, we will meet you, as Qian Rongxiu. Shui Qinghe, Qian Rongxiu, transmits voice to Xiaodu's mental power. During the promotion competition, they will be in the military camp, which is inconvenient. They can only wait until the promotion competition is over before they meet Xiaodu in the appearance of Qian Rongxiu. Xiaodu responded, "I'm looking forward to it." Shui Qinghe, Qian Rongxiu so I. The two ended the conversation, and Qian Rongxiu was afraid that she would continue to talk, so she couldn't help but reveal her identity. They went back to talk to everyone. More than 10 minutes later, Shui Qinghe, Qian Rongxiu, Ning Fengzi, Jian Douluo, and the other two left together. Xiaowu came to Xiaodu and asked curiously, "Brother-in-law, what did you whisper to the prince just now?" Although I knew Xiaodu would not say it, I couldn't help asking. "Speak, don't ask around, kids." Xiaodu certainly wouldn't tell her. Xiaowu pouted, "Brother-in-law, you are younger than me." Xiaodu gave her a blank look, "What I am talking about is growing up in my heart. I am an adult, and you are still a naughty child." Xiaowu smiled and said, "My heart will always be young, and I will not be as old as you, brother-in-law." However, Lao Chen's brother-in-law is very charming and very safe. Xiaodu likes to listen to this, "You can talk." Xiaowu smiled and said, "It's all learned from you, brother-in-law." Xiaodu didn't talk to them, and with two other teachers and Tailong and others, it was not easy to take advantage of Xiaowu. So I just went to Shui Binger. This is Xiaodu's open girlfriend, and he could hug her in a legitimate way. And Lu Erlong is Xiaodu's open woman. Seeing that the time was almost over, everyone went to the cafeteria to have supper together. No one is causing trouble in the cafeteria, and no one is causing trouble in the military camp, because there are guards everywhere, and if they find troublemakers, they will be punished. Therefore, after dinner, they always go back to the military account, chat, practice, or rest. Xiaowu and his friends practiced until midnight before going to rest. The talent is so evil, and the cultivation is so hard, so it won't make people live. Huang Yuan sighed. Jingling said, we have to work harder. It's useless to work hard, said Talon. Well. The three of them sighed. It would be great if they could become conqueror in the future, and they did not expect to become titled Douluo. Who can become a titled Douluo? Who is not talented in opportunity? If you have poor talent, no matter how hard you work, your growth level will be very limited. It would be great if you can reach a higher level by practicing hard. Unfortunately, the higher the level, the higher the requirements for talent. The three of them went to rest with dejected expression. I feel that I will never compete with Xiaowu and others in the future. Comparing people with others will make people angry. Otherwise, sooner or later, you will get sick. The next day, there was no competition at Lanba Academy, and Xiaowu and the others did not go to watch the game, so they stayed in the military tent to practice. On the afternoon of the third day, the draw of lots began and the second round of the game was held. There was a match in Lanba Academy that afternoon, and the opponent was Barak Academy, who was beaten up badly by Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai yesterday. The team members were not well injured and met the strongest Lanba Academy. No one likes to seek abuse, so Barak Academy knew it and chose to give in. There were no competitions in Lanba Academy in the next 2 days and they were all staying in the military tent to practice. Shui Yuer, Shui Binger and Xiaowu come back to visit each other almost every day. When Xiaowu used Lu Erlong and the others to go to the space villa to take a bath, he had the opportunity to be intimate with them, and life was pleasant. The qualifiers are far less lively than the qualifiers. Maybe there are no ordinary audiences, and the atmosphere is not lively at all. The third round of the game begins. Thunder Academy, I didn't meet it in the qualifiers, but now I've encountered it so soon. Tylon, you are the first to appear, then Jingling, Mai Xiang, Huang Yuan, Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong. Thunder Academy did not directly admit defeat, so let Tyrone and others perform. Tyrone was the first to play, defeated one, and lost to the second opponent. Jingling defeated the second member of the Thunder Academy, but was injured and it was difficult to continue fighting, so he retreated. Mai Xiang appears, and her opponent is a soul sect, with lightning attributes and power system. The realm is very different, the power is very different, and the wheat fragrance is defeated. Huang Yuan took action, and he was defeated. However, Mai Xiang and Huang Yuan consumed most of the other party's soul power. Next, it was Xiaowu's turn to appear. It's another fourth soul ring for 10,000 years. Many people were surprised to see Xiaowu's fourth soul ring. They had seen Shui Yuer's 1,000-year fourth soul ring in Tian Shui Academy before, and so was Xiaowu now. Shui Binger has not appeared yet, so most of the participating teams have never seen them. Not only were the teams in other qualifying areas surprised, but also the teams in the Tiandu City competition area surprised. The Snow Knight Emperor, Du Gabo, Saras, Ning Fengzi, Jian Douluo and other big names who were watching the battle on the high platform were all surprised with Xiaowu's fourth soul ring. I was surprised not because it was the fourth soul ring of 10,000 years, but because I was surprised why Xiaowu's fourth soul ring changed from a 1,000-year purple soul ring to a black 10,000 years soul ring. You should know that the age of the soul ring cannot be increased. Of course, this is something that few people know, that the god valuation may increase the soul ring age. Sect Master Ning, can you tell what this is? What's going on? Emperor Shuya didn't understand, so he asked Ning Fengzi. Ning Fengzi didn't know either. Your Majesty, I don't know either. Logically speaking, the age of the soul ring is impossible to increase. Maybe she has some special circumstances that have caused the soul ring to change. The soul ring may also appear, but it is very rare. Emperor Sui thought it made sense. If there was really a way to increase the age of the soul ring, then Xiaowu's soul ring should be all 10,000 years of soul rings. Now Xiaowu has only one soul ring that has changed, and it is likely to be a special change. However, Emperor Sui looked at Xiaoda specifically and thought it was related to Xiaoda. After all, Xiaoda's soul rings were very special. But I also think it is impossible, otherwise the age of the soul ring of a woman who has close relationships in Xiaoda will be increased. It was not just the Emperor Sui who felt that it might be related to Xiaoda. Dugabo, Saras, Ning Fengzi, Jian Douluo, Shui Qinghe, Qian Rongxiu, and others all looked at Xiaoda specifically. Is it related to Xiaoda and whether there is a way to improve the age of the soul ring? As long as you pay attention to Xiaoda and women who have close relationships with Xiaoda in the future, you can discover it. Chapter 171 Yu Tianxin, Why do I suddenly have so many ants? Master, Mistress, what is the situation with Xiaowu's soul ring? Just like Xiaoda, can the soul ring age be increased? Oscar was surprised and said, it's not because of Xiaoda. I feel that Xiaoda helped Xiaowu improve his soul ring age. Yu Xiaogang also doubted Xiaoda, but there were many doubts. If Xiaoda could help others improve the age of the soul ring, he would not have waited until now to help Xiaowu improve. There is also the possibility of a change in the soul ring, but it is rare. However, Xiaoda is very suspicious. After all, his soul ring age can be changed. It is not ruled out that he could not help others improve his soul ring age in the past, but now he can, or he has tried it. Flanders said, if Xiaoda can really help people improve their soul ring age and have a feasible method, it will be a major event that can change the soul master's level. Yu Xiaogang nodded, now, I'm afraid many people have already doubted Xiaoda. After the news spreads, more people will pay attention, especially the Wuhan Hall. Xiaoda will definitely have a lot of trouble at that time. If there is a way to increase the age of the soul ring, it will definitely arouse the covetousness of all forces, or even direct competition. The so-called struggle may be made openly or secretly. Anyway, it is very likely to do everything. The more people are targeting Xiaoda, the more trouble Xiaoda will be. This is what Yu Xiaogang, Tang San, and the others hope to see. Tang San said, Xiaoda's soul ring age can be increased. I am sure the improvement of Xiaowa's soul ring is related to Xiaoda, otherwise there would not be such a coincidence. The tone is very certain, it was done by Xiaoda. Such a certainty must have Tang San's hatred for Xiaoda. Ma Hongjun cursed, it would be better for everyone to go to Xiaoda and ask him to hand over the method, otherwise he would be arrested and tortured. He is a monster, but can he go against everyone? Surely not. If he doesn't hand over it, he will definitely die miserably. Dai Mubai said, the news will definitely spread after the game. If it spreads, there will always be some people who are moved. Xiaoda will not be able to live in peace in the future. This kind of news and speculation cannot be blocked, and some people will deliberately spread it, such as Ma Hongjun and others have this plan. How could you miss the opportunity to take advantage of Xiaoda? Here is the team of Tian Shui Academy. Shui Yuer didn't know that Xiaowu's soul ring had changed before. Sister, was it my brother-in-law who helped Xiaowu improve? She asked in Shui Binger's ear. Shui Binger looked at her sister and didn't say anything. If you don't speak, you're just a default. Shui Yuer was surprised. She looked around carefully and stopped talking about this, for fear that others would listen. Shui Binger's mother, Vice President Yu, looked at the sisters. She didn't ask now because she was not suitable and wanted to find an opportunity to ask after the competition was over. The team of the Fire Academy. Hua Wushuan asked his sister Hua Wu, Sister, was Xiaoda who helped Xiaowu improve? Hua Wu, I don't know. She really doesn't know. Xiaowu felt that she was not Xiaoda's woman. Xiaoda and others kept hiding it from her, and she felt a little uneasy. It was obvious that Xiaoda's hateful guy had already taken her first kiss. Here is the team of Lanba Academy. Lu Erlong whispered beside Xiaoda. Sure enough, after Xiaowu's soul ring appeared, many people suspected that you did it. Mr. Cao was very calm, normal. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Lu Erlong smiled and said, yes, you are the most amazing. You must protect us. Xiaoda was serious, whoever wants to kill you must step over my body. Lu Erlong didn't believe this nonsense, but it sounded comfortable. Not only don't criticize Xiaoda, but also the two teachers in the team and Tai Long are all suspicious. If Xiao Dejin had a way to increase the age of the soul ring, then Lanba Academy would get the first month of the water, and maybe they would also get benefits. Ning Rongrong said to Zhu Zuqing, Zuqing, we may have a lot of trouble in the future. Zhu Zuqing, with Xiaoda here, what are you afraid of? Ning Rongrong smiled, that's right. They trust Xiaoda quite a lot. On the competition arena. After Xiaowu's soul ring appeared, the referee was stunned, and the player from Thunder Academy was also stunned. Your fourth soul ring has actually been upgraded to the 10,000-year soul ring. How did you encounter it? The members of the Thunder Academy asked a very stupid question. Xiaowu smiled and said, guess. This Thunder Academy is embarrassed by the fate and feels that there is no need to fight Xiaowu, so he doesn't have much soul power left. The teachers of Thunder Academy thought so too. So he asked him to admit defeat and go to another member of the Soul Sect. Thunder Academy, Lei Zhen, Level 42 War Soul Sect, please give me advice. Lei Zhen's martial soul is Flash Electric Dog, Thunder Attribute, Sensitive Attack Type. The first soul skill is like lightning. The thunder shock was extremely fast, and it seemed like sparks and lightning were flashes, leaving behind many after-images. The third soul skill, Lightning Impact. The high-speed moving lightning continued to release lightning, hitting Xiaowu one by one. The speed is good, but unfortunately the ring range is limited. Telection. Xiaowu teleported several times in a row, finally chasing Lei Zhen, and then hit Waist Bow. The second soul skill, Lightning Shield. A lightning bolt emerged, forming a barrier. Xiaowu did not avoid it, and kicked the lightning shield firmly, kicked through the shield, and hit Lei Zhen. This little lightning cannot adjust me. Xiaowu has strong physical strength, and such lightning will not harm her. Lei Zhen was kicked out of the ring and hit the wall behind him, coughing up bleeding, and looking at Xiaowu in fear. What a terrible power! I lost. Even if he didn't leave the boundary, he couldn't beat him, and he knew that Xiaowu was merciful. Otherwise, with the realm of Xiaowu's Soul King, 2 10,000-year soul rings, strong attack system, power explosion, rubbing skills, and powerful physical strength, a waist bow can kill a soul sect. Teacher, I'll go. If I lose, there is no need to continue. Yu Tianxin stood up. He can't beat Xiaoda, but Xiaowu can try it. You go. The teacher agreed. Faced with such a strong Xiaowu, only Yu Tianxin has hope of winning. Because Yu Tianxin is the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex Martial Soul, a very powerful attacking martial soul, often able to fight beyond the level. Yu Tianxin is on the stage. Lu Erlong said. Xiaoda smiled and said, don't worry, Xiaowu will not hurt his nephew. Lu Erlong gave Xiaoda a nod and said, it's too inappropriate. Yu Tianxin is Lu Erlong's nephew, Xiaoda is Lu Erlong's man, so Yu Tianxin is Xiaoda's nephew. Xiaowu is Xiaoda's sister and Xiaoda's woman, so Yu Tianxin is also Xiaowu's nephew. Is there any problem with logic? Not complicated either. It just makes people speechless and want to beat the shameless Xiaoda. Yu Tianxin, Xiaoda is my brother, he is your uncle, I am your sister-in-law, we are relatives. Seeing Yu Tianxin coming on stage, Xiaowu said kindly. Hearing this, Yu Tianxin almost fell down and her face twitched. God, his sister-in-law. But after thinking about it, it seems to be right. Yu Tianxin felt depressed. Lu Erlong kicked Xiaoda and scolded with a smile, Xiaowu has learned bad things from you. Xiaoda looked serious, Xiaowu said nothing wrong. Yes, the relationship is correct. It's just speechless. Ningrongrong and Zhu Zuqing laughed secretly, they were also Yu Tianxin's aunts. Ningrongrong said, haha, I'm so laughing. I didn't expect that we already have such a big nephew. Zhu Zuqing is also happy. Depressed and frustrated Yu Tianxin didn't realize that he had many more aunts. Chapter 172 Tang San, Huawu, you are Xiaoda's woman, I won't be ruthless. Let's start the game. Yu Tianxin didn't want to recognize her relatives, so she immediately opened her martial soul. A blue-light Tyrannosaurus Rex appeared in a very domineering manner. With a dragon roar, she fused with Yu Tianxin and possessed the martial soul. Then 4 soul rings appeared beside Yu Tianxin, 2 yellow and 2 purple. The wind blows and rain comes and clouds cover the sun, and the dragon swims in the jade sky, thunder in the 9 sky. Yu Tianxin opened up directly and used his soul skills. Suddenly, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and then lightning and thunder were roaring. Fallen. He raised his hand and could cause a lot of lightning to fall. Thunder and lightning are really troublesome. Xiaowu dodged quickly, and at the same time she had to use her soul power to protect her clothes to avoid being burned. This kind of thunder and lightning is not afraid, but just worrying about the burning of clothes, which would be embarrassing. In order to avoid the clothes being accidentally burned by lightning, Xiaowu felt that the battle was quick and decisive. Nephew Yu Tianxin, don't blame my aunt for being cruel. Telection. Xiaowu approached Yu Tianxin with the help of teleportation. The 4th soul skill, Blue Lightning Dragon Rapid. Yu Tianxin went all out and used his strongest soul skill. A blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex appeared, and as soon as it appeared, it quickly absorbed lightning in the air and strengthened its power. Go! Yu Tianxin manipulated the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex to face Xiaowu, who was teleporting over. Xiaowu, this is the strongest attack. Yet. What a pity. And, I am too different from you. Xiaowu appears, and her body turns golden. The 4th soul skill, Invincible Golden Body, activated. The invincible golden body directly smashed the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex, then knocked Yu Tianxin out, flew out of the ring, and out of bounds. Yu Tianxin hit the wall and was slightly injured. He knew that Xiaowu finally stopped. Although I don't want to admit it, I still have to say that Xiaowu's sister-in-law is so strong. Without the power of the Soul Emperor, I am afraid I cannot fight it. The Violent Rabbit Martial Soul, 2 10,000-year soul rings, powerful soul skills. Xiaowu's power makes Yu Tianxin powerless. Yu Tianxin lost, Thunder Academy lost. Ningrongrong said, oh, Xiaowu has defeated me, and I have no chance to appear again. Zhu Zuqing said, you can only rely on your soul and physical strength to use the kneading technique, and you are not Yu Tianxin's opponent. Ningrongrong understood, I just want to show up, it's shocking, it's so difficult. Zhu Zuqing smiled and said, I have a chance. In this game, Xiaowu became the focus because of her 4th soul ring and her strong strength. Can we win against this Xiaowu? No. I'm afraid I'm going to be worn out with one stroke. Oh, just admit defeat when you meet Lanba Academy. There are several college teams who are not going to fight against Lanba Academy. The gap in strength is too big, but they are beaten. It's better to just admit defeat when you encounter it. This led to the fact that Lanba Academy won several times without a fight. The next game is the second team of the Fire Academy against Tiandu Royal Academy. They met in the qualifiers, and Tang San defeated Huawu with the Haoshan Hammer. Now I met again, but the Fire Academy did not give in. Tang San, I must take revenge this time. Now Xiaowu is confident. Not only can he integrate the ring skills, but he can also create his own soul skills. He also learned from Xiaowu how to deal with Tang Sanyao's sky hammering cloak hammering method. The match between the two sides begins. The three players who appeared first on both sides were all members of the Soul Master, and they had a win or defeat, but Tang San and the others had the advantage. The fourth person to play in the Xiaowu Academy is a soul sect, and now there are 4 soul sects in their team. Tang San and the others now have 5 soul sects. Oscar has just reached the soul sect, but he is an auxiliary soul master and cannot play in the individual competition. In this way, both sides are 4 soul sects versus 4 soul sects. It's my turn to play. Ma Hongjun appeared after the third player lost. Phoenix wings fly in the sky. Phoenix magma flush. Ma Hongjun defeated the other party's soul sect in a casual manner. Damn it, you're so hard. Xiaowu glared at Ma Hongjun. Although this person is shameless and ugly, he is strong. I'll deal with him. Xiaowu took action. Both he and Ma Hongjun are fire attributes, but Xiaowu is a hot unicorn dragon martial soul, with a strong attack system, and his soul power is higher than Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun himself consumes a lot of soul power. Boom! After a battle, Ma Hongjun was bombarded out of the ring by Xiaowu and hit the wall, and was seriously injured. Pretty! Xiaowu applauded for revenge for the team members. Fatty, are you okay? Tang San, Oscar, Dai Mubai and others checked Ma Hongjun's situation. I can't die. Ma Hongjun suffered a whole body. Oscar quickly used the recovery sausage to heal Ma Hongjun's wounds and restore his soul power. Fatty, I will avenge your revenge. Dai Mubai appeared. The evil-eyed white tiger is also a strong attack system. Flame Dragon Flame. The White Tiger King Transformation. The White Tiger protects the body. Flame Dragon Claw. White Tiger Meteor Shower. Xiaowu and Dai Mubai are equal in strength and the battle is fierce. If Dai Mubai took the immortal grass Tongtian Qirongju like the original work, he would definitely be better than Xiaowu now. But Dai Mubai, who has not taken the fairy grass now, has the same strength as Xiaowu. After a fierce battle, Dai Mubai was defeated. Although Xiaowu won, she was unable to fight again. Then Xiaowu went straight to the field, and as the 6th player, he originally appeared in the final. But she couldn't wait and looked at Tang San. Tang San, come out, I'm going to defeat you this time. Tang San thought about it and agreed. Anyway, there was only one person on both sides who didn't play. As long as he won, he would win this game. Good. Tang San appears. Use the Haoshan hammer directly, because there is no fire-free ability. Lan Yinko is restrained by Xiaowu's fire attributes and cannot beat her, so she can only use the Haoshan hammer. Xiaowu's first soul skill increases his amplification attributes. The second soul skill, Flame Impact. Several balls of flames flew towards Tang San. Ghost Sword. Tang San used the Tang Sex body technique to avoid the attack. And at the same time, he was already using the Chaos Cloak Hammer technique to wave the Haoshan hammer in his hand. Come again. Fire Wu continued to attack, this time the flame turned into a compressed fireball. Without soul skills locking, such soul skills will not hit me. Tang San avoided the fireball, Niu Bideo. Yet. Xiaowu smiled successfully, breaking. Suddenly, the few fireballs that Tang San had avoided just exploded beside him. Not good. Tang San was surprised and hurriedly resisted with the Haoshan hammer. In his memory, there is no such soul skill among Xiaowu's 4 soul skills. Is it a self-created soul skill? Tang San's clothes were a little damaged and suffered some skin trauma, but the power of the explosion was basically blocked by the Haoshan hammer. However, the hammer technique of the Chaos Cloak was interrupted and he could not continue to accumulate momentum and needed to start to use it again. Tang San, how about it? This is my own soul skill. Xiaowu said proudly. You are a genius. Tang San said, it's a pity that I can't beat me. There is no saying, it's a pity that you are Xiaoda's woman, and I won't show mercy. Xiaowu has been identified as Xiaoda's woman because Tailong told Tang San that Xiaowu has always been with Xiaoda, and he is probably Xiaoda's woman. The more women there were around Xiaoda, Tang San thought that Xiaowu suffered more grievances, so he hated Xiaoda even more, and also hated other women besides Xiaoda besides Xiaowu. Therefore, Tang San will not be ruthless to Xiaowu. Chapter 173 The Miserable Tang San. Tang San, don't be arrogant, I will definitely defeat you. Xiaowu had interrupted Tang San's cloak hammering technique just now, so Xiaowu was more confident. Tang San was unable to successfully use the chaos cloak hammer technique, so his biggest attack method was gone. Fire shock. Fire dances to the sun. Own created soul skill, flame explosion. Resist the fire ring. Fire dance attacks constantly. He interrupted Tang San's cloak hammering technique several times, making him realize, Xiaowu has discovered the shortcomings of my cloak hammering technique, which is a bit tricky now. Tang San was not panicked. Purple Demon Eyes. With the cooperation of the Purple Demon Eye and the Ghost Fan, Tang San is more likely to avoid Xiaowu's self-created soul skill Fire Explosion, so as not to interrupt the hammer technique of the cloak. Xiaoda said that Tang San's body skills are weird and his mental power is strong, so it turns out that's true. Xiaowu was glad that she got the method against Tang San from Xiaoda, otherwise it would be difficult to win Tang San. Tang San, I won't give you a chance. The fusion technique, the fire dance, the flame explosion. This is Xiaowu's second fusion technique, and it combines the fourth soul skill with his own soul skill. 1 purple, 2 yellow, and 3 soul rings appeared on her body. Goodbye, a huge fireball appeared in the air, very big, and fell enough to cover the entire ring. Tang San was stunned. Xiaowu, you are crazy. In this way, you will be attacked by your own soul skills. At the same time, Tang San quickly waved the Haoshan hammer to prepare momentum. I will do whatever I can to defeat you. Xiaowu's soul power was exhausted, and he could not resist it. It was really hard to defeat Tang San. This power. The referee is already considering whether to take action to stop it, otherwise Xiaowu and Tang San will be seriously injured. But neither Xiaowu nor Tang San gave in, and seemed to have a way to deal with it, so he hesitated and did not take action. Isn't this stop? Aren't you afraid of something going on? Many people are worried that Xiaowu's fusion technique is too powerful and something is going to happen. Shui Yuer said to Shui Bing'er, sister, Xiaowu is crazy. Shui Bing'er sighed, Xiaowu is so strong-willed. Sister. Hua Shuan was worried about his sister. Yu Tianxin, this is to die together. It's really hard for women to mess with. When he thought of Xiaowu, he smiled bitterly. Oscar was worried, Dean, Master, what about the mistress, right? Flander, it's a bit dangerous. Yu Xiaogang, believe in the mistress. Here at Lanba Academy. Ningrongrong said, Xiaowu is a crazy woman. Zhu Zuking, yes. Xiaowu was worried, nothing will happen, right? Lu Erlong, the referee will take action at a critical moment, and there are so many strong people. Xiaoda, nothing will happen. On the ring. The huge fireball that was so big that it could cover the entire ring had fallen. The chaotic cloak, the 41st hammer. Tang San gave his all, and could only accumulate so many hammers. He held the huge Haoshan hammer in both hands and smashed the huge fireball that fell. Boom! The huge fireball touched the huge fireball, and the fireball exploded immediately, generating huge attack power, pressure, heat, hot wind, etc., causing great destructive power. Not good. It was too late for the referee in the air to take action, and the power exceeded his expectations. At the same time, I felt strange that he didn't have time to take action, so why didn't other strong men take action? Then he found that the power had not affected the surroundings. Has the strong already taken action? Jian Douluo was ready to take action, but someone took the lead. On the ring. The smoke dissipated and the entire arena was broken. There is only one person above. Tang San knelt on the ring, his clothes were torn, his body was covered in blood, and he held the Haoshan hammer in his hand, looking very injured. Only Tang San is here. Where is Xiaowu? Wu Wu won't be wiped out, right? Everyone stared at the ring in surprise. Where is Xiaowu? The referee was also confused and looked everywhere. Referee, I'm here. Xiaowu actually appeared on the Lanba Academy team. We Shuo Academy lost in this game. How did Xiaowu be at Ma Chao in Lanba Academy? Nothing happened at all? Did the teacher from Lanba Academy take action? Tang San is miserable, no one is protecting him? Everyone was surprised, and some people sympathized with Tang San's miserable situation. Tang San. Misery. Third brother. Flander, Zhao Wuji, Yu Xiaogang, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and others ran to the ring to check Tang San's situation. Such a serious injury. I should have given up before. We should take action. Misery, eat the big sausages quickly. San brother, don't scare us. Miss, can you still move? Flander, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, Yu Xiaogang, and others came to see Tang San's injury, which was worse than they expected. Tang San said, this time I was seriously injured. I underestimated Xiaowu's fusion technique. The fireball exploded and produced a powerful force. Ahem, I am afraid I will not be able to play in the next few games. After saying that, he looked at Xiaowu, saw Xiaowu, and saw Xiaowu. He knew that Xiaowu had taken action, protected the people around him, and protected Xiaowu. He just didn't protect him. Finally, I saw Xiaowu, and said Xiaowu with a very small voice, and then fainted. Xiaowu wanted to say, if I protect you, you will not be able to win the game. You want to win so much, I can't be a bad guy. He is worthy of being a bitch. Xiaowu, very dark-hearted. Yu Xiaogang clenched his fists tightly, I underestimated the situation and harmed the mistress. Flander said, take Tang San down and treat him first. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun carried Tang San away. When leaving the arena, Yu Xiaogang looked at Xiaowu with a sharp and cold look. Xiaowu didn't have time to pay attention to Yu Xiaogang and was criticizing Xiaowu. Xiaowu, do you know it's dangerous? If something happens to you, how many people will be worried and sad? It's stupid to think about dying with your opponent. What's more, those who have this kind of thinking often end up with their opponents not dead, but they themselves die. Xiaowu listened honestly, very well behaved, not wronged or sad, but was very happy. Because Xiaowu saved her, and Xiaowu criticized her and said that he cared about her, Xiaowu is very happy now. If she did it again, she would do it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known that Xiaowu cared about her so much, and it was worth it to her than anything else. Lu Erlong also said a few words, Xiaowu, don't do this again in the future. If you lose someone, then you will be gone. This sentence made Xiaowu enlightened. Yes, if he died, how could he be with Xiaowu and his family and friends? Xiaowu nodded seriously, I won't do it anymore. I will no longer think about dying with others in the future, and there are still many people who care about themselves. Today's events have made Xiaowu grow a lot and mature a lot. Of course, the biggest gain is knowing that Xiaowu cares about her very much, which is what she cares about the most and cherishes the most. Xiaowu said, Xiaowu, you are too reckless. Don't do this in the future, otherwise we friends will be very sad. Xiaowu said and then hugged Xiaowu, sorry, I'm worried. At this time, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing did not argue with Xiaowu, and the atmosphere was wrong, so she let her go. After a long time, they have had a relationship. Chapter 174 Tang San is autistic again. Xiaowu, you're too messed up. After the morning game, Shui Binger came to the Lanba Academy team, and Xiaowu was here after being rescued by Xiaowu. Xiaowu was embarrassed. I'm reckless, I won't be there anymore. Just understand. That's very worrying. Shui Binger was also worried about Xiaowu. After all, she was a friend. It's good that you're fine. Shui Yuer said, if it weren't for your brother-in-law's actions, Xiaowu, you would have been seriously injured even if you didn't die. And you were still caused by your own soul skills, and others would have laughed to death. Xiaowu was surprisingly not quarrel with Shui Yuer. She felt that Shui Yuer was actually worried about her. She smiled at Shui Yuer, Yuer, thank you. Shui Yuer sounded unnatural. What did Xie do? It's inexplicable. We are mortal enemies. Xiaowu smiled again. At this moment, she knew more about what kind of person Shui Yuer was. Who is Shui Yuer? Naughty, straightforward, and quick-hearted, and kind-hearted. Don't bicker, go for lunch together. Xiaowu came over and thought Xiaowu and Shui Yuer were fighting again. Yuer, are you making hot again? Ningrongrong also came over. Shui Yuer, humph. Ningrongrong, don't slander me, when did I get angry? The three of them were in the same group, Shui Yuer, Xiaowu, and Ningrongrong. Zhu Zuqing stood on Ningrongrong's side, but she didn't talk much, so she often talked to the point of being involved. Xiaowu looked at Shui Yuer and Ningrongrong's bickering, and suddenly laughed. She discovered the fun she hadn't discovered before, and suddenly felt that they were very cute. Xiaowu is in a good mood now, and she feels very good when she sees and thinks. Let's go and have a meal. Xiaowu shouted, people are iron, and food is steel. If you don't eat for a meal, you're hungry. If you don't eat actively, you will have problems with your brain. Walking in front with Lu Erlong and the others. Brother-in-law, wait for me, we will finally have lunch together today. Shui Yuer ran over and hugged Xiaoda's arm, brother-in-law, you are so awesome. Xiaowu was so dangerous before. Not only did you control the situation and not let the power affect the surroundings, but you also saved Xiaowu. This is something that the Soul Saint and Contra are difficult to do. Ningrongrong followed, hugged Xiaoda's other arm, and squeezed Shui Yuer, single. Shui Yuer retorted, brother-in-law, Ningrongrong said you are a horse and said I'm slapping your ass. Xiaoda was in a dark line, you two are enough, you guys are not annoyed to bicker every day. Ningrongrong pretended to be wronged, it's Shui Yuer always owes her words. Shui Yuer was unhappy, I didn't know who cursed first just now. Xiaoda quickly left the two of them, then turned around and hugged Shui Binger, it's better to binger. Shui Binger smiled and said, others Yuer and others care about it. Well, listen to Binger, whatever you say is what you say. Xiaoda put it on Shui Binger's face and kissed him. Oh, there are people around. Shui Binger shaved Xiaoda. Xiaoda said shamelessly, what are you afraid of? What's wrong with kissing my girlfriend? Haha. Shui Binger smiled. Xiaowu, Xiaowu, Zhu Zuqing and the other two said this in the back, and they were not surprised by Xiaoda and Shui Binger's behavior. Who made Shui Binger the public girlfriend of Xiaoda? This is convenience. Of course, Xiaowu is Xiaoda's sister, and it is also very convenient. If you want to stay, Xiaoda will be there and kiss you. When they walked out of the competition field, Ning Fengzi and Jian Douluo were waiting for them outside. Dad. Ningrongrong stopped quarreling with Shui Yuer, and quickly threw herself into Ning Fengzi's arms, like a princess who never grew up. Grandpa Jian. Then he hugged Jian Douluo again. Shui Yuer looked at Ningrongrong and muttered, like a child who never grows up. Shui Binger wanted to say, sister, you are not much better than Ningrongrong at home. You like to act coquettishly, act cute, and pretend to be cute. Ning Fengzi and Jian Douluo mainly came to find Xiaoda. Ning Fengzi reminded Xiaoda, saying, Xiaoda, you should be more careful. The changes in the Xiaowu soul ring have attracted the attention of many people. Regardless of whether it has anything to do with you or not, many people will doubt that they want to obtain the secret. Especially for martial souls, you need to be more careful. Although your soul skills are very special and even a titled Douluo is difficult to control you, it is easy to avoid hidden arrows and it is difficult to prevent them. Be careful not to make mistakes. Xiaowu was prepared and confident in dealing with these things, but he still had to thank Ning Fengzi for his kindness. Thank you, Uncle Ning, for reminding me, I will be more careful. Ning Fengzi nodded, then looked at the women of Xiaowu and said, you have a good relationship with Xiaowu. It is not ruled out that someone uses despicable means to threaten Xiaowu by dealing with you. You must be more cautious. Lu Erlong replied, we will be careful. Ning Rongrong said, Dad, don't worry too much. Brother Xiaowu is very powerful. He can protect himself and protect us. I thought to myself, if my father knew that Brother Xiaowu was now a soul saint, his soul power was 83, and he had a soul ring of more than 900,000 years, I would be more shocked. She didn't say that she would show it herself when Xiaowu was in the future. Ning Fengzi didn't know his daughter's thoughts, nor was he as optimistic as his daughter. I will arrange more disciples of the Kaibao Glazed Lilac sect to pay attention to the situation around Lanba Academy and solve some problems for you. Trouble. Ning Fengzi had already seen that the relationship between his daughter and Xiaowu was getting closer and closer, and he regarded Xiaowu as his son-in-law and must be protected. As for Xiaowu's other women, Ning Fengzi couldn't stop him. I just hope that Ning Rongrong would be happy with Xiaowu in the end, and at the same time, I hope that they can take good care of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect in the future. Ning Fengzi can still hold on for decades, and decades are enough for Ning Rongrong to grow. Even if Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu were not together this time, there were other opportunities. They mainly came to remind Xiaowu and the others, and they didn't stay for too long and left afterwards. Xiaowu and Xiaowu were both curious whether Xiaowu had achieved the increase in Xiaowu's fourth soul ring, but he didn't ask too much, thinking that now is not the time. After going to the cafeteria, I didn't see Tang San and others from the second team of Tiandi Royal Academy. Tang San was seriously injured and was being treated, and the teachers and team members were there. Emperor Shui Ye, Prince Shui Qinghe, Douluo and others went to visit him specifically, and Ning Fengzi and Jian Douluo also went there. They are optimistic about Tang San's future and look at Tang Hao behind Tang San. I want to join forces with Tang Hao to fight against the Wu Soul Palace. But Tang Hao has never shown up, I don't know where he is. Tang Hao may not be able to show up. His old injuries are now recurring, so he dare not fight against the Wuhan Palace Hedan, and he still expects Tang San to grow up. Therefore, Emperor Sui and the Seven Treasures Glazed Lith sect wanted to unite Tang Hao, but it was just in vain and there was no hope. Instead of looking forward to Tang Hao, it is better to wait for Tang San to become stronger. Little monster, don't be so rash again in the future. Douluo reminded Tang San, who had just woken up. Tang San is very depressed now and feels that his Haoshan hammer is not powerful enough. The only way to have a chaotic cloak hammer is far from enough. And it is easy to be interrupted when accumulating momentum. Should I apply a soul ring to the Haoshan hammer Martial Soul? Tang San was hesitating. He is autistic again. Unwilling to be weaker than others, Xiaowu, Shui Binger, Xiaowu, more and more people are better than him. Chapter 175 Ning Rongrong's Glorious Moment. The 12 rounds of competition begin. It has been a month since the promotion competition started. In the field, Lu Erlong had just finished drawing and returned to the Lanba Academy team. Our opponent gave in again. Is it the 7th one? Talon was speechless. He wanted to perform well, but there were more and more teams who gave in. Ning Rongrong was also a little depressed and had not had the chance to show her combat power, so that people could know that the auxiliary soul master also had strong combat power. Tian Shui Academy and Xiaowu Academy have already encountered Lanba Academy, but they chose to admit defeat and did not fight. Xiaowu said, "This is a good thing. Don't be unhappy. The game is about to start. We watch other people's games. The next game is the second team between Thunder Academy and Tianda Royal Academy." That Tang San finally appeared. Has the injury healed? Huang Yuan discovered Tang San. He had been recuperating for more than half a month, and now heals, said Tyrone. After Tang San was injured, the Li clan went to take care of him, and Tai Long followed him. Jingling, Tang San has recovered. Now Thunder Academy is in danger. I originally thought that Tang San would not win in Thunder Academy. Ning Rongrong said, "Tang San is very strong, I guess Yu Tianxin will lose." Xiaowu said, "It's a pity that my nephew is going to lose again." Thunder Academy was quite tragic in the promotion competition, losing to Lanba Academy, Tian Shui Academy, and Xiaowu Academy. Yu Tianxin can't beat Xiaowu, Shui Binger, and Huawu. Huawu's fusion skills and self-created soul skills are all very strong, defeating Yu Tianxin. Xiaowu Academy fought against Tian Shui Academy and lost to Tian Shui Academy. At present, Tian Shui Academy has given up on Lanba Academy and won all other competitions. Among the 15 teams, the 5 teams in the Tiandu City competition area are still the strongest. Lanba Academy, Tian Shui School, then Tiandu Royal Academy Team 2, Xiaowu Academy, Thunder Academy. Lanba Academy has not yet competed with the second team of Tiandu Royal Academy. In the next 13th round of the game, the opponent of Lanba Academy still directly admitted defeat. In the 14th round of the game, the last promotion match, Lanba Academy's opponent was the second team of Tiandu Royal Academy, and this time the opponent did not admit defeat. "I'll show up first this time. The last chance is, Ning Rongrong wants to perform well." Lu Erlong and Cao agreed, "Okay, Rongrong, you are the first to appear." "Hehe, I'll surprise everyone." Ning Rongrong walked towards the ring excitedly. Amazingly, the first team member sent by Lanba Academy actually thought it was an auxiliary soul master. The referee introduced in surprise, "Her name is Ning Rongrong, the glazed tower of the 7 treasures of martial soul, the auxiliary system, the Soul King." However, in the qualifiers, Ning Rongrong once showed her outstanding combat power, which surprised many people. Now that Ning Rongrong is playing, will she bring more surprises? Let's wait and see. After hearing the referee's introduction, the teams of the Soul Master Academy who did not understand the situation were all surprised. Can the auxiliary Soul Master fight? Is it true or false? It's interesting. Didn't the referee say that Ning Rongrong has shown good combat power in the qualifiers? Let's see how strong the auxiliary Soul Master is. So beautiful, so young, and still the Soul King, worthy of being a goddess. Tisk tisk, that look and figure must be very good. I wonder if that pig will be cheaper. Some people are also attracted by Ning Rongrong's beauty and figure. The second team of Tiandu Royal Academy. Oscar was surprised, Ning Rongrong, she was the first to appear. Is her combat power really strong? Didn't they play with Tian Shui Academy last time? Flander, Lanba Academy is very confident in her, well let's arrange a soul master to try it first. Ma Hongjun said, I want to see how powerful she has. No soul skills and her martial soul is not suitable for fighting. They arranged for a level 39 level aggression soul master to appear. Wenbing, level 39, agile attack system, martial soul mantis, soul rings 2 yellow and 1 purple. You don't open your martial soul. After Wenbing opened his martial soul and released his soul ring, he found that Ning Rongrong did not do so. Ning Rongrong said, my martial soul is not suitable for combat. Soul skills are all auxiliary soul skills, so I don't use martial souls this time, I only rely on soul power. No physical strength was raised. A auxiliary soul master cannot use martial souls to fight soul skills. I want to see what combat power there is. The first soul skill, the mantis knife. The yellow soul ring appeared, the soul skill was activated, Wen Bing's hands appeared with the mantis knife arm, and then ran quickly towards Ning Rongrong. This is an offensive soul skill, not a slash. Ning Rongrong ran but his speed was not slow. Cut! Wen Bing approached Ning Rongrong and waved the mantis knife in his hand. Ning Rongrong leaned back and avoided the attack, but it was not over yet. She leaned back and supported the ground with both hands, then turned over and bounced up, kicked Chinese Bing in the back, kicking him out, and fell into trouble. What a soft and flexible body! Hehe, if you are with her, it will definitely be very good. Some boys have lustful eyes and dirty words. Mushing skills. Tang San is very knowledgeable about Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong should have learned the rubbing skills from Xiaowu, and the effect is good. With the help of soul power and your own physical strength, the kneading technique bursts out with powerful power. Oscar was surprised. Miss San, do you think I can learn the kneading skills? Will I have the combat power of Ning Rongrong? I was moved. Tang San shook his head. Your body has been fixed and you can't learn the kneading technique unless you want your bones to fall apart. Ma Hongjun said, the rubbing technique is something that women use. Oscars will definitely not learn it. And if you, a big man, feel embarrassed. Tang San has the Xiantian achievement. If he learns Oscars, he will have good combat power. But it will not be handed over to Oscars, and it is considered to be something from the Tang sect and cannot be circulated. In the original work, Tang San did not hand over the Xiantian Gong to the Shrek 7 monsters. However, after becoming a god, he felt that he was powerful and looked down on Xiantian Gong, so he stayed in the Tang sect for the core disciples to learn. Daimyo Bai, Ning Rongrong's kneading skills are very powerful, Wen Bing is almost defeated. Strangely, it is because she is the Soul King, so the kneading skills can be used to have strong soul power. Is this considered a skill that is created by self-created soul skill, without using the help of soul rings, but using the help of soul power? While speaking, Wen Bing on the ring was defeated. Ning Rongrong won the ease, which aroused many people's exclamations. I'll go and meet her. The soul sect in Tang San and his team spoke. Go. Tang San and Yu Xiaogang agreed. This soul sect is a strong attack system, with 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings. Much stronger than Wen Bing. Fighting fiercely with Ning Rongrong on the ring. In the end, Ning Rongrong seized the opportunity. Ning Rongrong kicked the opponent into the air with 1 kick, and then suddenly jumped high. 8-stage fall. He used the 8-stage throw he learned from Xiaowu and defeated his opponent. Rongrong, fight beautifully. Xiaowu cheered. And the surroundings were stunned. Although Ning Rongrong is the Soul King, he cannot use martial souls and soul skills. He can only use soul power to use rubbing skills and actually defeated a level 42 strong attack soul sect. Is this still an auxiliary soul master? Even Ning Fengzi and Jian Douluo stood up in surprise. Chapter 176 Ma Hongjun is crazy again? Zhengju Ning, it really surprised the daughter. Emperor Shuiye praised, maybe he can really become a different auxiliary soul master in the future. Ning Fengzi smiled, she just likes to play. As a soul master, she still needs to focus on assistance and cannot go astray. Emperor Sui also thought so in his heart, and did not think that Ning Rongrong's combat power could be improved continuously. Ning Fengzi asked Ning Rongrong before, but Ning Rongrong said that he was learning the kneading skills with Xiaowu and improving his self-protection ability. At that time, I thought it was Ning Rongrong who was just having fun, but now it seems that's not the case. The spiritual power of the sword Douluo sent to Ning Fengzi, saying, with Rongrong's soul power, even if it is the Soul King, without martial souls and soul skills, it is impossible to have such a powerful power. The kneading technique is just to use the help of the body to exert force. The soul power plays a limited role and cannot be considered a self-created soul skill. I observed that Rongrong's physical strength should be not weak, so with the help of physical strength, the kneading technique can exert strong enough power. Ning Fengzi felt it made sense, maybe it has something to do with Xiaowu. Then, I asked Rong Rong if she was willing to say it or not, so I won't ask more questions anyway. It's not a bad thing. If this kind of power can continue to increase, Rong Rong may really become a miracle and become an auxiliary soul master who can both assist and fight. Here is the team of Tian Shui Academy. Shui Yuer said, "Sister, do you believe it or not? Ning Rong Rong is so proud now. Humph, our physical strength is only a little worse than her, and we will definitely catch up in the future." Shui Bing'er thought to herself, "Sister, if you haven't taken the fairy grass, it is probably difficult for you to exceed Rong Rong's improvement speed in terms of physical strength. With fairy grass to improve physical fitness, you can have better physical strength and cultivation talent. When you lift the ingredients and fruits by capturing the space, the speed of the improvement will be faster." Shui Yuer used the combined combat power of the kneading technique, soul power and physical strength to compete with Ning Rong Rong, but could not defeat it. "Huh? That slutty fat man is on the field." Shui Yuer noticed that Ma Hongjun appeared. "Haha, he won't rush towards Ning Rong Rong, right? Oh, thinking of the previous scene makes people feel chilled. You still want to be cold, aren't you asking for trouble?" Shui Bing'er said speechlessly, "Ma Hongjun's martial soul problem should be temporarily solved, and it will not appear before this situation. Okay, watch the game quietly. On the ring. Ning Rong Rong, let me defeat you. I won't be merciful." Phoenix wings fly in the sky. Ma Hongjun is coquettish and uses her flying ability directly. He flew in the air, and Ning Rong Rong couldn't hit him. Ma Hongjun said proudly, "You can't hit me no matter what. If you don't want to be injured, just admit defeat now, otherwise it might be miserable." Ning Rong Rong said coldly, "Don't think I can fly, so I can't hit you." "Very good." Ma Hongjun smiled sinisterly, "I'm still worried that you will admit defeat. Now, I can defeat you hard." He was thinking to himself, "Ning Rong Rong, I will burn all your clothes to embarrass you and destroy your reputation." Of course, Ma Hongjun also wanted to see how Ning Rong Rong's clothes were burned, which must be very tempting. Tisk tisk. As he thought about it, Ma Hongjun became respectful and stared at Ning Rong Rong, his eyes shining. Phoenix fire line. Activate soul skills in the air, release long flames, and chase Ning Rong Rong to burn. Ning Rong Rong could only keep dodging. She had no ability to fly. Although she could jump, jumping into the air would only become Ma Hongjun's live target. That fat man is too shameless. He actually bullied a beautiful girl without flying ability and long-distance attack skills. "Fatty, are you a man? If you are a man, just be hidden. What's wrong with a woman?" "Yes, that's it. Fatty, hurry up, don't be cowardly, be hidden." "I'll go, is this fat man still a man?" Tisk. This is a strategy. What's wrong with women? Women will only delay my cultivation. Be a lone life. Some people started to cheer and shouted at Ma Hongjun. But Ma Hongjun was indifferent. He wanted to slowly play with Ning Rong Rong and burn her clothes. Oscar couldn't stand it anymore. Fatty is a little shameless. However, he also wanted to see Ning Rong Rong's appearance without clothes. Of course, he only wanted to see it alone, not with so many people. Tang San and the others didn't say anything. This is a strategy. Even if some accidents occur, such as burning Ning Rong Rong's clothes, there is nothing we can do. Who made Ning Rong Rong refuse to give up? On the ring. Ma Hongjun kept releasing flames in the air and chased Ning Rong Rong and burned. Ning Rong Rong kept dodging, looking a little tired. The situation is very unfavorable to Ning Rong Rong. Why don't Rong Rong come down first? Jiangzhu was worried that something would happen to Ning Rong Rong. Jingling said, "This fat man is too shameless. Rong Rong has no ability to fly and is at a disadvantage. There is no need to hold on to the end. Tai Long said, Zuking here has the ability to fly. If you take action, the fat man will definitely be so scared that he will immediately admit defeat. Xiaowu can also deal with Ma Hongjun, who has the ability to fly, but Tai Long did not mention it, and did not want to mention it, so as not to be angry. Don't worry, Rong has a way. Xiaowu smiled and said, not worried at all, the fat man should have been hit now. Zhu Zuking, Xiaowu, Lu Erlong, and Mai Xiang were not worried at all. Jiangzhu was puzzled, does Rong have other means? Lu Erlong said, continue to watch, you will know soon. Tai Long, Jingling and Huang Yuan looked at each other. They and Jiangzhu didn't know what other means Ning Rong could change the situation. Like them, others were also confused and didn't know what the meaning of Ning Rong's delay was. It would be better to just admit defeat. In addition to Xiaowu and the others, there are several others who know. Shui Yuer smiled and said, the fat man is finished now and has fallen into Ning Rong's plan. Shui Binger nodded, Rong was unexpected, but fortunately she had this method, otherwise she would have lost. On the other side of the Fire Academy, Hua Wushuan was puzzled, why didn't Ning Rong admit defeat? Just waste time with Ma Hongjun? Ma Hongjun is afraid that he has not done his best yet. He is playing with Ning Rong, and he will definitely attack Ning Rong afterwards. Hua Wu said, don't worry. Ning Rong has a solution, the fat man will be in trouble soon. Look, it's time to start. Hua Wushuan looked at the ring and found Ma Hongjun laughing in the air. Haha, Ning Rong, why are you so accidentally? Your clothes are burning. Ma Hongjun smiled while releasing more flames. What happened? Why did the fat man hit the side? The opponent is behind him. Are you crazy? I'll go, the fat man will lose control again, right? Everyone was surprised by Ma Hongjun's abnormal behavior. Haha, the clothes are gone, it depends on how you continue to fight. Ma Hongjun suddenly flew down from the air and stopped in front of his attacking place. In Ma Hongjun's eyes, Ning Rong was in front of him, surrounded by his flames, and his clothes were burned away. He was feasting his eyes alone, happily. No, I'm hallucinating in the fat man. Tang San reacted. Chapter 177 Zhu Qing beat Dai Mu Bai to the point of blackening. A fat man was hallucinated. Dai Mu Bai, Oscar, Flander, Zhao Wuji, Yu Xiaogang, and others were all surprised. I just thought Ma Hongjun's evil fire had relapsed. Tang San nodded, I just checked with my mental power. There was a spirit on the ring, which was an illusion maintained by mental power. Ma Hongjun was already in the hallucination. Dai Mu Bai was puzzled, Ning Rong is just an auxiliary soul master. Don't have such skills? Is there anyone else who secretly takes action? Yu Xiaogang said, there are many strong people here, and there are two titled Douluo. No one will do this without being discovered. Ning Rong, the 7 treasure glazed tower martial soul, should not have this kind of soul skill. However, there is a possibility, that is, Ning Rong has soul bones. This soul bone skill is used. It has the effect of creating hallucinations. Soul bone. This can explain. Oscar said, assisted soul masters can use the skills of soul bones to enhance their combat power. He thought, too. Yu Xiaogang shook his head, soul bones are too difficult to obtain, and generally speaking, auxiliary soul masters will fuse soul bones that can help improve the auxiliary effect, rather than gaining some combat power. Zhao Wuji looked at the ring. No, Ning Rong attacked Ma Hongjun. On the ring, Ning Rong approached Ma Hongjun, who was immersed in the hallucination, squatted down, and then kicked Ma Hongjun into the air with a sudden kick. Then Ning Rong jumped up and a set of 8 stage falls that were stronger than before appeared. Ma Hongjun was constantly hit by a combo, and finally flew out of the ring in a diagonal line, hitting the wall outside the boundary, and fainted directly. I was seriously injured and I probably had to cultivate for more than 10 days. Oscar, Zhao Wuji, Flander, and others rushed to check Ma Hongzhen's situation. I'll go. What a great auxiliary soul master! Goddess, my goddess! There are actually hallucinations, which is unexpected. I have soul bones, I'm envious. Some teachers from other teams have guessed that Ning Rongrong has soul bones, and that the soul bone skills can create hallucinations. Ma Hongzhen lost, but she lost because she didn't expect that Ning Rongrong had soul bones and hallucinatory skills. Ning Rongrong's soul bone was given to her by Xiaowu De, and it was the gem-like head soul bone obtained by Xiaowu De from Shinian. After fusing this soul bone, Ning Rongrong obtained the soul bone skill of illusion space, which can create illusions in the controlled space, and at the same time can increase his own mental power and suppress the mental power of his opponents in the illusion space. It complements Ning Rongrong's kneading skills. Ning Feng smiled bitterly. This daughter now likes to hide things from them, and then let them know with surprise scenes. Xiaowu De gave Rongrong the soul bones, but I'm willing to give it. Jian Douluo was a little better for Xiaowu De's senses. Ning Fengzi, the hallucination soul bone-like soul skills should be able to enhance Rongrong's mental power, which is very suitable for her. Xiaowu De was able to give his daughter a fairy grass and soul bones to satisfy Ning Fengzi, which shows that Xiaowu De cared about his daughter very much. After Ning Rongrong defeated the three opponents, the shocking scene of hope also appeared. The key is that he consumed too much physical strength and his soul power, and he may not be able to beat him in the next game. So Ning Rongrong retreated and did not continue the competition. The second appearance of Lanba Academy is Jingling. Tang San also sent a Soul Lord, but the opponent was at level 38, 2 levels higher than Jingling, and it was a strong attack system. The battle was fierce, and although Jingling lost in the end, she consumed most of her opponent's soul power. Huang Yuan took action and defeated his opponent. The second team of Tiandi Royal Academy sent the fifth member, the 39th level Soul Master, and the Defense Department. He consumed Huang Yuan's soul power. Then Mai Xiang appeared and defeated her opponent, but was defeated by Dai Mubai. It's my turn. Tai Long appeared and faced Dai Mubai. Soul Lord fought against Soul Sect for a while, but Tai Long lost. Oh, the level gap is too big. Tyrone was a little depressed. I'll help you with treatment. Jiangzhu is specially used to treat injuries to retired team members. Ning Rongrong, Jingling, Huang Yuan, Mai Xiang, Tai Long, and Lanba Academy played 5 people, and 2 others. There are also 2 people on the second team of Tiandi Royal Academy, Dai Mubai on the ring and Tang San who did not play. I'll do it. Xiaowu was worried that Dai Mubai would be embarrassed opposite Zhu Zuqing. I'll do it. Zhu Zuqing smiled at Xiaowu De, and Xiaowu De nodded in response with a smile. After gaining Xiaowu De's trust, Zhu Zuqing appeared. There is nothing to be embarrassed about. Now Zhu Zuqing only has Xiaowu De in her heart, not Dai Mubai. Zuqing. Dai Mubai stared at his fiancée, and his figure was really good. Zhu Zuqing didn't say anything, and opened the martial soul of the Netherworld Spirit Cat, with 2 soul rings yellow, 1 purple, and 2 black. Then start the attack directly. Netherworld Thorn. Netherworld Claws. Netherworld Slash. Zhu Zuqing continued to attack. The White Tiger King Transformation. The White Tiger protects the body. The White Tiger's Fierce Light Wave. White Tiger Meteor Shower. He had fought with Zhu Zuqing in the qualifiers, but Dai Mubai was not careless and went all out. Zhu Zuqing did not use her third soul skill, the Netherworld Fallen, but she wanted to defeat Dai Mubai head-on. The 2 fought back and forth several times, and Dai Mubai was at a disadvantage. At this time, a black soul ring appeared on Zhu Zuqing's body, and the dark power burst out. The 4th soul skill, the Netherworld Transformation. This is the first time Zhu Zuqing has used this soul skill in a competition. Zhu Zuqing was shrouded in black fog, but she could see her growing, 2 meters, 3 meters, 5 meters. My God! So tall, so big! It's turned into a giant. This giant looks even more attractive. Zhu Zuqing, my goddess! It looks a bit similar to the true body of a martial soul. Her power has increased several times instantly, especially the dark attribute power has become much stronger. The huge Zhu Zuqing shocked the audience. Dai Mubai looked at the giant Zhu Zuqing blankly and felt the powerful pressure. Zhu Zuqing, who was 5 meters high, quickly shrank and eventually became 2 meters high. But the strength has not decreased at all. Zhu Zuqing moved, and the netherworld thorned. Not good. White tiger meteor shower. Dai Mubai dared not fight Zhu Zuqing head-on, and attacked and avoided. So fast, I can't dodge it anymore. Dai Mubai found that Zhu Zuqing's speed had increased several times, and he couldn't even hide. The white tiger protects the body. There is no way, I can only defend with all my strength. Boom! Zhu Zuqing bumped into Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai's body rushed out of the arena quickly, hitting the wall outside the boundary, smashing a hole in the wall. Ahem! Dai Mubai kept coughing up blood. He couldn't move now, and he didn't know how many bones were broken. He looked up at Zhu Zuqing on the ring, his eyes slowly becoming vicious. Come, in my heart, you are ruthless, don't blame me for being ruthless. Dai Mubai now agreed with Ma Hongjun's method of targeting Zhu Zuqing. In the future, he joined forces to catch Zhu Zuqing by any means, and then they took turns to torture Zhu Zuqing anyway. She had been ruined by Xiaowu, and she seriously injured Dai Mubai, so don't blame him for being cruel. To put it bluntly, it is just anger and shame, which makes people greedy for Zhu Zuqing's body. Boss Dai, you are so miserable, even worse than fat. Come and eat a sausage and recover a little. Oscar and Zhao Wuji came to check Dai Mubai's situation. Hee. Dai Mubai smiled bitterly and said, I will find it one day. Chapter 178 Zhu Qing's Temptation to Tang San. Misery, be careful, in Zhu Zuqing's state, it is unlikely that there will be no opponent under the Soul Saint, and her spiritual attack soul skills are very strange. Before Tang San appeared, Yu Xiaogang reminded him. Don't worry, teacher. Tang San was not afraid of Zhu Zuqing's spiritual attack on his soul skills, and had confidence in his mental power, but was worried that his soul power would be suppressed too much from Zhu Zuqing. But Tang San wants to give it a try, it is impossible for him to admit defeat without a fight. Zhu Zuqing has not yet been relieved of the netherworld transformation on the ring because she still has a purpose. When Tang San came on stage, he did not use the Haoshan hammer directly, but used the blue-silver grass martial soul first. Blue-silver grass, entangled. Using the soul skill, the blue-silver grass vines quickly lingered towards Zhu Zuqing. Nether slash. This is Zhu Zuqing's own soul skill, which is combined with the 10,000 years of soul ring, and the slash directly cuts off the blue-silver grass vine. The third soul skill, spider web binding. Tang San's blue-silver grass appeared like a spider web, covering half of the ring. Netherworld claws. In the netherworld transformation state, Zhu Zuqing's century-old soul skill can also break the spider web shackles of the blue-silver grass. The fourth soul skill, the blue-silver cage. Tang San used his 10,000-year soul skill when the black soul ring appeared. The blue-silver grass emerged from Zhu Zuqing's feet and instantly formed a cage to tie Zhu Zuqing up. Netheric Thorn. Zhu Zuqing has another 100-year soul skill, and she actually broke through the blue-silver cage of 10,000-year soul skill. It's true. Tang San seemed to be just a test. He estimated Zhu Zuqing's soul power level, soul ring situation, and the state of the netherworld transformation, and knew that it was difficult to compare with Zhu Zuqing in soul power. He continued to attack with the blue-silver grass, and even if he could not control Zhu Zuqing, he would consume her soul power. And I think Zhu Zuqing's consumption of maintaining the netherworld transformation state is definitely not small. Defeating Zhu Zhu's soul power is the best way Tang San has thought of at the moment. The third soul skill, the fall of the netherworld. Zhu Zuqing disappeared and a pair of black butterfly wings appeared on her back, and then activated her third soul skill. In the eyes of others, Zuzhuking is a soul skill, but it only comes with flying ability. After the black butterfly wings appeared, Zuzhuking did not fly into the sky. She used the black butterfly wings of the external soul bone, but tried her best to use the strongest dark attribute power state to use the third soul skill, and the same idea was to maintain the state of the netherworld transformation. Zuzhuking heard Xiaowu to say that Tang San is very strong and her third soul skill may have no effect on Tang San, but Zuzhuking wanted to give it a try, so she used as strong as possible dark attribute power to activate the third soul skill. Mental attack. Tang San smiled when he saw a black butterfly appearing in front of Zuzhuking. See if my purple demon eyes are useful to this black butterfly. The black butterfly was not subjected to physical attacks. Tang San's eyes turned purple and used his purple demonic eyes to deal with the black butterfly with his mental power. Purple demon eyes. A purple light appeared in Tang San's eyes. The light aimed at the flying black butterfly and passed through the black butterfly, but the black butterfly was not affected and continued to fly towards Tang San. Mental attacks are useless. Is this a black butterfly condensed by dark attribute power? Both physical attacks and mental attacks are useless. Tang San was surprised. In this case, the black butterfly cannot be stopped, and even if it is too many, it will be locked by the black butterfly and will continue to chase Tang San. Tang San did not hide, he was confident that he could resist the influence of the black butterfly with his strong spirit and soul will. The black butterfly quickly disappeared after piercing Tang San's body. People who knew what reaction would be after being blacked out of the butterfly were staring at Tang San at this moment, and even Xiaowu and the others were curious whether the black butterfly had an impact on Tang San. At this moment, the effect of the black butterfly is exerting influence on Tang San. Tang San's expression changed strangely, but he didn't say anything or do embarrassing words or behaviors. So that's it. Tang San understood what the impact of this black butterfly would have, seriously affects the mind, making people negative and degenerate, and thus lose their combat effectiveness in a short period of time. Zuzhuking stared at Tang San to see his reaction, but Tang San was just a little strange and quickly recovered. As Xiaowu said, Tang San has a strong spiritual will. My current netherworld fallen soul skill has no effect on Tang San. In the viewing area, Xiaowu was surprised. Sister, Tang San is fine. Apart from his brother-in-law, there are other people among his peers who can resist Zuzhuking's soul skill. Shui Binger said, didn't Xiaowu say that Tang San is a man with strong spiritual will and cannot be underestimated? Now he has confirmed his words. Xiaowu was surprised. Sister, why do you think my brother-in-law knows Tang San so well? Shui Binger didn't know. Maybe it's because Tang San is very special, twin martial souls are very rare, so he pays attention to Tang San. Those who know the situation were surprised that Tang San resisted the black butterfly. People who don't understand the situation can see it inexplicably and don't know Tang San. What kind of battle is this with Zuzhuking? In the eyes of these people, Zuzhuking put a black butterfly on his face, and disappeared after he met Tang San. Tang San stood still and seemed to be hit, but Zuzhuking did not take the opportunity to attack Tang San. They were confused. On the ring, Tang San opened his eyes and looked at Zuzhuking. Your soul skills are amazing. They will cause people to fall into extreme negativeness and depravity in a short period of time and lose their combat effectiveness. They are very strong. However, it's useless for me. First praise Zhu Zhu's soul clearing skills, and then withdraw his Tang San's power. Zuzhuking put away the soul bones outside, and the black butterfly wings disappeared, and at the same time, she released the state of netherworld transformation. Then the black soul ring appeared on his body. Activate the fifth soul skill, netherworld hidden kill. Zuzhuking's figure disappeared. This is Zuzhuking's second attempt to see if Tang San's mental power can discover her invisibility. Invisible soul skill. Tang San smiled again, feeling that he was very restrained by Zuzhuking's powerful soul skill, Purple Demon Eye. Use the Purple Demon Eye again. What a powerful invisible soul skill! The purple demon eyes activated by my mental power can only capture a little trace. Tang San was surprised that Zhu Zuking's invisibility ability exceeded his expectations. Although only a little trace can be found, it's enough. Tang San used the purple demonic eye to capture a little trace of Zhu Zuking, and then launched the blue-silver grass attack. In this way, Zhu Zuking also knew that Tang San could sense her invisibility. Nether Fallen Soul skills and invisibility abilities do not pose any threat to Tang San. A strong spirit can indeed restrain or even suppress the dark attribute power. After the test was over, Zhu Zuking began to fight seriously. Although Tang San could detect her invisibility, Zhu Zuking was fast enough to avoid the attack of blue-silver grass. Find an opportunity, get close to Tang San, and then launch the real netherworld hidden kill. In stealth, Zhu Zuking's attack will be twice as powerful. Hidden kill. Zhu Zuking attacked. Haoshan Hammer. Tang San used the Haoshan Hammer Martial Soul to block Zhu Zuking's hidden killing. But Zhu Zuking's powerful strength shook Tang San out and almost left the ring. Fortunately, he used the Haoshan Hammer to stabilize his body. Chapter 179 Zhu Qing's double killing. Tang San, who asked you to look at Xiaowu with that kind of gaze? What a strong power! Zhu Zuking is the Soul King, and his soul power is more than 10 levels higher than mine, and he also has two 10,000-year soul rings. I am just the soul sect, a 10,000-year soul ring. I can only compete with her by using the Haoshan Hammer Chaos Cloak Hammer technique. By the way, you can try the attack of the Ziji Demon Eye, which should affect her spirit. Tang San has a new strategy. Zhu Zuking's invisibility was lifted after the attack, but she was invisible again. In stealth state, speed, attack, dark attribute power, etc. will increase a lot. Although Tang San can capture her trace, this is Zhu Zuking's best attack method now. Tang San used the purple demon eyes to capture Zhu Zuking's traces. It's there. Very good, the purple demon eyes. The purple light shot towards Zhu Zuking, which was too fast and was a mental attack. Zhu Zuking could not dodge and could not directly stop it. Even if he used the dark attribute power, he could not stop Tang San's mental attack. Zhu Zuking was hit by the purple light from the purple demon's eyes, and her spirit was immediately affected. But it is not serious. Zhu Zuking has taken fairy grass and has been taking the food and fruits to capture space for a long time. Her mental power has been getting stronger, although there is still some gap with Tang San at present. But this gap could not make Tang San's mental attack hurt her, and at most it would be a moment of trance, less than a second. Zhu Zuking actually paused for a moment and continued to run, which surprised Tang San. It's impossible, her mental power is not weak. At least it won't be much worse than mine. Tang San himself was reborn in the Douluo continent world. His soul was strong and his spirit was not weak. In addition, he practiced the purple demon eyes since childhood and helped the 9th grade herbs, so he had the mental power that was not an ordinary titled Douluo now. But Zhu Zuking was able to block his purple demon eye attack, which surprised Tang San. Intuition tells Tang San that the reason why Zhu Zuking's mental power is strong must be related to Xiaowu. It's Xiaowu again. Tang San holds the Haoshan Hammer tightly. Although he hated Xiaowu a little more, he didn't have time to think about it and hate it for a while, because Zhu Zuking's attack came again. Now Tang San can only fight Zhu Zuking with the help of the Haoshan Hammer Cloak Hammer technique. The Haoshan Hammer blocked Zhu Zuking's attack, and Tang San was shocked again, but it was better than last time, and the Chaos Cloak Hammer method began. He quickly swung the Haoshan Hammer, with the superimposed power of each hammer. Is it that easy to use the cloak hammering technique? Zhu Zuking's black 10,000-year soul ring appeared, activated the 4th soul skill, and transformed the netherworldly. She turned into a giant and then returned to a Tumatarai state. Then use the 5th soul skill, netherworld hidden kill, and disappear invisible. Is it too late? Tang San felt the powerful power in Zhu Zuking's netherworld transformation state. Here you come. 38th Hammer. Tang San has only superimposed the 38 hammers now. Nether hidden kill. Zhu Zuking's attack power hit Haoshan hammer. Boom. The Haoshan hammer broke after not holding on for a while. Tang San vomited blood and flew out, and happened to fly out of the ring and hit the position where Ma Hongjun hit, knocking the wall more into depression, forming a big hole. Is it a little too heavy? Humph, who asked you to look at Xiaowu with that kind of gaze? Zhu Zuking once discovered that Tang San looked at Xiaowu, and that gaze made Zhu Zuking unhappy. So, Zhu Zuking's my hands are a little heavy, just to teach Tang San a lesson. Misery. Yu Xiaogang, Oscar ran over to check Tang San's situation. Oscars are really busy, first Ma Hongjun, then Dai Mubai, and now Tang San. Tang San was hurt more than Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai this time. Hateful. The mistress is now even heavier than before when fighting Xiaowu. Yu Xiaogang was angry, but he held back. Such a thing could not be accused of Lanba Academy of malicious serious injuries. Tang San is afraid that it will take a month to heal his injuries. Tang San himself was hit again, and one more person to defeat him. The more people can defeat Tang San, the more Tang San feels incompetent, and thus he wants to become stronger quickly. He really wants to apply soul rings to the Haoshan hammer now. He thinks he can apply 4 10,000-year soul rings. At that time, Xiaowu, Zhu Zuking, Shui Binger, and others will not be his opponents. Tang San is autistic again. This is the third time. It is said that things are only 3 times, I wonder if he will explode after more than 3 times. Tang San lost, Tiandu Royal Academy Team 2 lost. Lanba Academy won 14 consecutive victories and became the first in the promotion competition, followed by Tianshui Academy, Tiandu Royal Academy Team 2, Shuo Academy, and Thunder Academy. The Fire Academy defeated the other side when it joined forces with the Thunder Academy. The promotion match ends today, you are excellent. After the promotion competition ended, Emperor Shuiye said, you have a month of rest and set off together to Wuhan City in 1 month to participate in the finals. I hope you all can get a good ranking and bring glory to the Heavenly Fighting Empire. In more than a month, I can finally leave the boring military camp. Xiaowu, I will go back to Tianshui Academy first. Shui Binger said to Xiaowu. Shui Yuer said, brother-in-law, remember to pick me up and my sister. We will go to your college for dinner. Xiaowu smiled and said, okay, I'll go to Tianshui Academy to pick you up. Shui Binger and Shui Yuer left with the teachers and team members of Tianshui Academy. Xiaowu ran over directly, Xiaowu, Xiaowu, I will go back to Lanba Academy with you and I will be with you for the next month. Xiaowu nodded, okay. Anyway, I was together before, and I was used to it. Not long after, Jian Douluo, Ning Fengzi, Shui Qinghe, Qian Rongxiu, came to say hello. Rong, will you follow us to go back to the sect? Your bone grandfather misses you very much. Ning Fengzi said to his daughter. Ning Rong thought about it and hadn't been back for a long time. It was time to go back and take a look. She nodded, yes. Then he said to Xiaowu, brother Xiaowu, I will go back to the sect and stay for 10 days. Can you pick me up and return to Lanba Academy in 10 days? His tone was a little coquettish. Xiaowu smiled and said, don't worry, go back, I will pick you up. I agreed, I can't stop coming. Ning Rong was very happy. Then he said goodbye to Lu Erlong and others. Shui Qinghe, Qian Rongxiu, pulled Xiaowu aside, and sent a voice to the voice of his mental power, I will go to find you in a few days. Xiaowu hugged Shui Qinghe, Qian Rongxiu's shoulder, well, I'll wait for you. Then Shui Qinghe, Qian Rongxiu, pretended to speak out, brother Xiaowu, I agreed that I must come to the palace to drink with me. Xiaowu cooperated and said, I will prepare good wine and good food. Then we will not return until we get drunk. In the eyes of Ning Fengzi, Lu Erlong, Xiaowu and others, Shui Qinghe, Qianrongxiu, and Cao De, the sworn brothers, had nothing to say, as if they were brothers in their previous life. But I don't know that these two brothers are secretly traveling to Chenkang and colluding with each other. Not long after, Ning Rongrong followed Ning Fengzi and the others away, and Cao De and the others returned to Lanba Academy. However, when he left, he saw the people from the second team of Tianda Royal Academy carrying Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai, Tang San, and the others leaving the military camp, looking miserable. Chapter 180 Bibi Dong, why does Cao De like the more he sees this more and more? Son-in-law? Wuhan City, Pope Hall. At this time, the information summarized by the Tiandu City Promotion Competition was placed on the table in front of Bibi Dong. Among this pile of information, the top is a portrait of a person, a little man who once said that he wanted her to become his woman. That's right, he is the real man's bitch Cao, the old driver's Cao, and the honest Cao De. Bibi Dong stared at Cao De's portrait and suddenly felt that Cao De was more pleasing to him. However, the reason is attributed to her daughter Qianrongxiu. Because Qianrongxiu likes Cao De, she loves this daughter now and wants to compensate her, so she loves the house, and the more she looks at Cao De, the more she likes her. But I don't know that the key reason is that the capture space binds her Bibi Dong, which makes her naturally look good to Cao De, so the more you look at Cao De, the more you like Cao De. Bibi Dong looked at Cao De's portrait and said to himself, although Cao De is lewd, he is very good to his own women. After the knot with his daughter Qianrongxiu began to dissolve, Bibi Dong investigated Cao De more carefully because Qianrongxiu liked Cao De. It was discovered that Cao De was surrounded by women such as Lu Erlong, Xiaowu, Zhu Zuqing, Ning Rongrong, Shui Binger, Shui Yuer, Hua Wu. It is confirmed that Cao De and Lu Erlong are already related. Xiaowu, Zhu Zuqing, Ning Rongrong and Shui Binger are close to Cao De, but they have not reached the last step. And it is also speculated that Xiaowu, Zhu Zuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Shui Binger have the fourth soul ring of 10,000 years. This is why Cao De has obtained you and the others and helps them continuously improve. There are also the soul bones owned by Ning Rongrong and the soul bones owned by Shui Binger, which were all obtained by Cao De for them. In short, according to the investigation, it was found that Cao De was very good to women with close relationships and was willing to do so. Moreover, these women have always been very happy with Cao De. They can tolerate each other and live in harmony, which shows Cao De's charm. It doesn't matter if a man has multiple women, as long as he is sincere to all women. Bibi Dong is quite satisfied with the current investigation of Cao De's situation, which means that his daughter sees the human vision is okay. Of course, if it were to capture space binding, Bibi Dong encountered this situation, Bibi Dong would definitely not be satisfied with Cao De. He would think that the man his daughter liked should be good to his daughter alone and that there should not be other women. However, because of the capture of space, Bibi Dong is not disgusted with Cao De now, but he prefers it more and more. He feels that his daughter will be happy to follow Cao De in the future. As for the secrets on Cao De and the special soul ring, Bibi Dong guessed that he had obtained an amazing inheritance of the gods. This inheritance of the gods was very generous and gave Cao De many benefits. Not as stingy as the Rakshasa god inheritance she obtained. Bibi Dong hasn't found himself complaining about Rakshasa god recently, which is incredible. And Bibi Dong has been rethinking life recently, thinking about what she cherishes the most, and the answer is Qianrongxiu, the daughter. Think about what to do in the future? The answer is to make up for your daughter and protect her. Instead of destroying the spirit hall and destroying the entire world. The evil forces and hatred in Bibi Dong's body were suppressed by the captured space, so she could think clearly about these and discover new meanings in life. She herself hadn't noticed it yet, but Zhu Douluo, Gui Douluo, Hu Lina, and others had already noticed it. Zhu Douluo and the others found that Bibi Dong was becoming less and less concerned about the expansion of the Wuhan Palace. In the past, they asked about their progress every now and then, but now if Zhu Douluo and the others had not taken the initiative to report the situation, Bibi Dong would not have asked about it. Even if Zhu Douluo and the others took the initiative to report the situation, Bibi Dong would deal with it perfunctorily. They didn't know that in Bibi Dong's heart, the expansion plan of the Spirit Hall is no longer important, and the long-term goal of destroying the Spirit Hall and destroying the world is no longer important. For Bibi Dong, the most important thing now is his daughter Qian Rongxiu. He cared about Qian Rongxiu's feelings, so Bibi Dong paid special attention to Xiaowu De's affairs, so that the Wuhan Palace could no longer target Xiaowu De. In order to protect his daughter Qian Rongxiu, Bibi Dong worked harder to improve his strength and give Qian Rongxiu a safe, happy future. Teacher, we are here. Just as Bibi Dong was staring at Xiaowu De's portrait in a daze, Hu Lina, Xiaowu, Yan, and the three of them were summoned by Bibi Dong. You're here. Bibi Dong put the information into the drawer and looked up at the three of them. The finals of the Soul Master competition will be held in Wuhan City in less than 2 months. Are you ready? Hu Lina and the other two spoke in unison. Teacher, we are ready and will do our best to live up to expectations. It is very stressful for the three of them to feel that they are under pressure because if they cannot win the championship, they may be punished, and Bibi Dong will also be disappointed with them. However, they heard Bibi Dong say, it's great to have confidence. However, the Soul Master competition is a kind of experience. You can play and experience it well and show your strength. As for the champion, don't be too persistent. Don't be discouraged even if you don't win the championship. You have a very good talent and will definitely become a titled Douluo in the future. Don't be frustrated because of a little failure. You have the determination to become braver as you get more and more setbacks. These words made the three of them say that they couldn't win the championship, and Bibi Dong was comforting them in advance. Hu Lina, Yan, and Xiaowu looked down at each other, all with surprised expressions. They have to respond to whatever Bibi Dong said. You should not practice for the sake of practicing. You must understand why you practice, why you become stronger, what you pursue, what you want to protect. You should think carefully and think carefully. Bibi Dong's words made Hu Lina and the other two more inexplicable, and they all had to listen to it. After Bibi Dong said something heartfelt, he asked them to retreat. After leaving the hall, Hu Lina, Yan, and Xiaowu finally couldn't help but talk. Hu Lina said, do you think the teacher is a little different? She has smiled more and more in the past month, caring more and more about us, and becoming more and more warm. It's different from the past. It seems that these changes are good, but it makes Hu Lina worry, whether something went wrong with the teacher Bibi Dong. Xiaowu said, it's different. It's not as strict as before, but I care more about us. Yan said, well, it's a little different. Hope it's a good thing and it won't become harsh again after a while. Although Bibi Dong's changes now make them feel a little uneasy, they are less stressed and they are much more relaxed in their body and mind. They hope that Bibi Dong will always be like this and will not return to the past as strict, cold, and majestic as he used to be. It's dark. Bibi Dong dreamed of his daughter Qian Rongxiu at night. Recently, he often dreamed of Qian Rongxiu. In his dream, the mother and daughter laughed constantly, and the mother was kind and filial. However, tonight, Bibi Dong not only dreamed of his daughter Qian Rongxiu, but also Xiaowu De, dreaming of them being together and having a child. But Bibi Dong found that there was a baby in his arms. Did the daughter give birth to twins? The dream ended halfway, and she hadn't figured it out yet. In the dream, Qian Rongxiu and Xiaowu De were very happy, and Bibi Dong was also very happy, and it was a happy and fulfilling home. Bibi Dong woke up and said, I hope my dream will come true. Chapter 181 Today's Bride Qian Rongxiu. At this moment, Xiaowu De was shopping with Qian Rongxiu, who was dressed very beautifully. The two of them walked around the street for a while, but they were both drunk and didn't want to drink. There was a remote alley nearby, and there was no one. Qian Rongxiu pulled Xiaowu De into the alley, and finally couldn't help but hug Xiaowu De and kiss him. After a while, the two separated. Qianrongxiu stared at Xiaoda with affection and said, Xiaoda, I, Qianrongxiu, are happy. I like you. Xiaoda held Qianrongxiu's soft willow waist and looked into her eyes. Qianrongxiu, Shue'er, I like you too. Xiaoda. Qianrongxiu was very moved and wanted to be intimate with Xiaoda. Xiaoda stopped her and said, I'll take you to a special place where we do nothing but no one disturbs us. Qianrongxiu nodded shyly, thinking that Xiaoda took her to somewhere, and then she was nervous and looking forward to it. Don't be too surprised later. After Xiaoda said that, he hugged Qianrongxiu and entered the room belonging to Qianrongxiu in the capture space villa. The space suddenly changed, and Qianrongxiu was shocked. Is this an illusion? No, it doesn't seem like an illusion. Where is this? Why did we immediately appear here? Did you use your mobile soul skills to take me to this special room? Qianrongxiu saw the room in front of her. Everything here was so different. She had never seen many things before, but she liked the color and layout of the room very much. Shue'er, what is this place? We'll talk about it later. Xiaoda picked up Qianrongxiu and put it on the soft big bed in the room. Qianrongxiu wanted to ask something, but Xiaoda was already blocked by the anxious Xiaoda, so she had to put down her curiosity first. Today, Qianrongxiu completely became Xiaoda's woman. It is Xiaoda's second woman. The bitch Xiao also said that Xiaowu would become his second woman. A man is indeed a lie. Especially the bitch Xiao, who is the most humble person, is invincible. After ups and downs, I don't know how long it has passed. Qianrongxiu lay in Xiaoda's arms, gasping for breath, and her face was rosy. She smiled with a sexual blessing, Xiaoda, now I am yours. Xiaoda kissed her on the forehead, it's true now, and it's true from now on, forever, you can't escape from my clutches. Qianrongxiu felt sweet in her heart, but said coquettishly, humph. If you don't treat me well in the future, let's see how I deal with you. Xiaoda hugged her tightly, I will make you happy and happy forever. I remember your words. Qianrongxiu looked up and kissed Xiaoda on the face, I didn't expect that I would fall in love with a little man who was about 10 years younger than me. Xiaoda said inappropriately, it means I am very charming and I am good at both big and small. Qianrongxiu smiled and said, it's indeed very charming, otherwise how could I fall in love with you? Xiaoda was thinking, if there was no room for capture, you would probably look down on me. The bitch Xiao doesn't mind if he fell in love with her because he captured space Qianrongxiu. As long as he can get such a beauty, he will love her well, and let her be happy forever. The two of them rested for a while, and then Xiaoda held Qianrongxiu to take a shower. It took more than an hour for two people to come out in the bathroom. You said you would like to talk about it in the future. Now you can tell me where this place is, right? Qianrongxiu finally had time to be curious again and looked at everything in the room. Good. Xiaoda hugged Qianrongxiu, and the two disappeared from the room, and then appeared together over the island of the capture space. Island, an endless sea. This is the first sight Qianrongxiu saw. Where is this place? Qianrongxiu was even more surprised. Xiaoda explained, this is a space that comes with my space martial soul, and I can bring people recognized by the space into it. Space included with martial soul. Never heard of something like this. Is the space martial soul so special? This has exceeded Qianrongxiu's perception, it's so amazing. Then he looked around and asked, are there any other place here except the islands? Xiaoda nodded, yes. But the space will change as my strength improves, and it has changed twice. Qianrongxiu was surprised, will it continue to change? Xiaoda said, look at that island, the room we were in was in the villa just now. On the island is a herb garden, and in addition to the villa, there are many fruit trees here. The fruits I gave you before came from here, and the seafood and fish were fished from the sea. Long-term consumption can improve soul, physique, martial soul, talent, etc., make cultivation smoother and make women more beautiful. In the future, I will regularly send you the ingredients and fruits here. You have to keep eating them and you will see the results soon. I used the ingredients for capture space to make some dishes and took some fruits for Qian Rongxiu to taste, but it was too little, and there was no obvious change after eating it. Qian Rongxiu suddenly realized, it turns out that all the girls around you are as beautiful as flowers, because of this reason. I will eat it every day in the future and it will definitely become more beautiful than them. In terms of beauty, I don't want to be compared by Lu Erlong and the others. Xiao De smiled and said, you are beautiful now. Qian Rongxiu said, it can be more beautiful. Don't you like the more beautiful me? Xiao De, I like it, no matter what you will become in the future. Qian Rongxiu said coquettishly, fantasy words. Truthless, I'm an honest person. Xiao De took Qian Rongxiu to the island, took her to look at the herb garden first, then the orchard, and finally entered the villa. The things in the villa are basically novel things for Qian Rongxiu, and Xiao De needs to explain it to her. First visit the first floor, then go to the second floor. Shui'er, this is your room, only you and I can open it. The two came to the room on the door with a six-winged angel pattern and a baby cradle pattern. Six-winged angel, my martial soul. Without Xiao De's explanation, Qian Rongxiu basically understood, the two rooms we passed by just now, one of the doors is a rabbit and the other is a fire dragon. It's Xiaowu and Lu Erlong? I naturally knew Qian Rongxiu, the close woman around Xiao De. Xiao De nodded, there are 10 rooms on the second floor, including mine is inside. Now there are owners in 8 rooms, and 2 are left empty. Only those who are close to me and recognized by the space will have their martial soul patterns appear here and can enter this space with me. Apart from Xiaowu, Xiao De did not tell them the case that the capture space was bound to them. There are 8 people in 10 rooms. Except you, are they all women? Qian Rongxiu was curious, I want to see who else can come in except Xiaowu. She had guessed that only those who like Xiao De could be recognized by this space, and it seemed that there were only 9 people at most, which meant that Xiao De would have 9 women. Xiao De did not stop her, and Qian Rongxiu would know soon anyway. Chapter 182 Qian Rongxiu, these 2 spider patterns cannot be the martial soul of Mother Bibi Dong. The martial soul of the 7 treasures glazed tower, this is Ning Rongrong's room. Qian Rongxiu said, looking at the pattern on the door. Xiao De reminded, look carefully, what layer of glass tower is it? Hi. Qian Rongxiu was puzzled. Isn't it just the martial soul of the 7 treasure glazed tower? She counted carefully, it's actually the 9th level glazed tower. Isn't it the 7 treasure glazed tower, or Ning Rongrong? Xiao De smiled and said, it is Ning Rongrong's martial soul, but not the 7 treasure glazed tower, but the 9 treasure glazed tower martial soul. This is the complete form of the glazed tower martial soul. After Rongrong took the special fairy grass, his martial soul evolved into the 9 treasure glazed tower. In the future, she can cultivate to the soul Douluo and the title Douluo will no longer be restricted by the 7 treasure glazed tower martial soul. Qian Rongxiu was surprised. Ning Rongrong did not notice that her glass tower had 2 more layers when she appeared in the game. Even the pattern on the door just now was not noticed. Isn't it Qian Rongxiu? In the Soul Master competition, basically everyone found the difference between Ning Rongrong's martial soul. Immortal grass. Qian Rongxiu heard it for the first time. Xiao De nodded, I will tell you later, let's continue to see other rooms. Qian Rongxiu continued to watch. The Netherworld Spirit Cat Martial Spirit, Zhu Zuking's room. Ice Phoenix Martial Soul, Shui Binger's room. After understanding Zhu Zuking and Shui Binger's martial souls, Qian Rongxiu could see it at once. 2 spider patterns? Have such a martial soul. When he saw the pattern on the door, Qian Rongxiu was confused. According to her understanding, the women around Xiaowu did not have such a martial spirit. However, this martial soul pattern reminded Qian Rongxiu of her mother Bibi Dong's twin martial souls, which are two spiders. But Qian Rongxiu would definitely not think that this is the martial soul pattern of her mother Bibi Dong, because Xiaowu and Bibi Dong have no intersection, and Bibi Dong has never met Xiaowu himself. Now Qian Rongxiu and Bibi Dong have more and more letters. The mother and daughter talk about Xiaowu, but Bibi Dong has never met Xiaowu. In Qian Rongxiu's understanding, Xiaowu had never seen Bibi Dong. So Qian Rongxiu would not think that this pattern was from her mother Bibi Dong, whose martial soul is this? There is no spider martial soul among the girls around you. Xiaowu smiled and didn't tell her that if he said it was Bibi Dong, Qian Rongxiu would be afraid that he would not be able to accept it for a while. He said, if you will meet in the future, keep it confidential first. And now Zhu Zuqing and the others don't know your identity, but you will meet in the end, and everyone is a family. Humph. Qian Rongxiu gave Xiaowu a coquettish look and did not ask further. Just as Xiaowu said, if you meet sooner or later, you don't have to hurry up. As for the baby cradle pattern on each door, Qian Rongxiu didn't ask, because there are every room, so it is guessed that this indicates that the women and Xiaowu in each room will have children. Qian Rongxiu continued to look. There was no martial soul pattern in the other two rooms, only the same baby cradle pattern. Finally, there is Xiaowu's room. The pattern of martial souls in the space on the door is very unique and extraordinary. Please. Xiaowu opened the door and acted very gentlemanly, so he asked Qian Rongxiu to enter. Is this your room? It's so special. Is every room different? Qian Rongxiu observed everything in Xiaowu's room curiously. Xiaowu followed her. Every room is decorated according to everyone's preferences. The room we were in before was your room. Did you do it in my room? Qian Rongxiu's face turned red. She didn't go into her own room just now, and Xiaowu didn't say it, she didn't know. Xiaowu held Qian Rongxiu from behind and whispered in her ear, which made Qian Rongxiu blush. Who wants to continue with you? Qian Rongxiu glared at Xiaowu shyly. Let's go, I'll go to see other places in the villa, go to the third floor. There are also many rooms on the third floor of the villa, but not bedrooms, but study, clothing room, sports equipment room, music room, gym, movie room, etc. They are all rooms with different functions, allowing Qian Rongxiu to see many new things. The two had lunch in the capture space. In the afternoon, Xiaowu encouraged Qian Rongxiu to change into a beach outfit, but he feasted his eyes. Does it look good? Qian Rongxiu smiled slightly, very charming. Wonderful. Xiaowu swallowed shamelessly. Haha, Qian Rongxiu laughed as he looked at him. Xiaowu, I have not swum in the sea yet, please accompany me. Qian Rongxiu stood on the beach, looking at the blue sea. I am willing to be the one who is in front of Brother Shui. Xiaowu was very happy. Brother Xiao. Qian Rongxiu turned around and stared at Xiaowu. I just realized now. At that time, you took advantage of me with the help of sworn brotherhood, She realized now that Xiaowu had known her identity for a long time, so she wanted to become a sworn brotherhood with her and then get married. He took advantage of her with his brother's status as a legitimate person. This guy is so black-hearted. But it doesn't matter now, but it has become Qian Rongxiu's beautiful memories. It can continue in the future, and the two brothers can have fun more exciting. Two people entered the sea. Qian Rongxiu can swim, and the bitch Xiao was a little disappointed. He originally planned to hand her over to swim, but what a beautiful scene. However, it is also good to swim with Qian Rongxiu now. Qian Rongxiu took the initiative to be intimate with Xiaowu in the sea, which gave him a different experience. After playing in the sea for nearly 2 hours, the two of them went ashore and lay down together to sunbathe. Xiaowu just enjoyed it, so now he served Qian Rongxiu well, took out all the drinks, fruits, and snacks, and fed Qian Rongxiu little by little. Feed with your hands and mouth, Anyway, there is no one else here, and the two are already lovers, so there is no need to be too taboo. The two of them had a great time. Dear, today is my happiest day. Thank you, it was all brought to me by you. Good times finally passed. It was almost dark. Qian Rongxiu was leaving, returning to the palace, and continuing to disguise Prince Shueking He. Cao De hugged her. If you don't want to do some things and are unhappy, you can't do them. With me here, no one can force you. Qian Rongxiu knew that Cao De was talking about her disguising Prince Shueking He and was cared for by Cao De. She was very happy. Don't worry, I will stay by your side when the matter is handled. As for whether to continue to disguise Prince Shueking He, Qian Rongxiu also needs to discuss with her mother Bibi Dong and grandfather Qian Douluo. She cannot say that she will not do it. Bibi Dong and Qian Douluo are Qian Rongxiu's relatives and people she cherishes, so they can easily hurt them. Cao De, you are my greatest support and my favorite. I can face anything with you. It was about to leave. Qian Rongxiu had a warm intimacy with Cao De. This is the fairy grass, strange and turtle sky chrysanthemum. Cao De gave a fairy grass to Qian Rongxiu and told her how to absorb and refine it. Cao De, I love you. Qian Rongxiu took the fairy grass and became intimate with Cao De before leaving. Cao De sent Qian Rongxiu to her secret stronghold, and she had a way to return to the palace without being discovered. Cao De didn't need to send her to the palace directly. Chapter 183 Shui Binger's Initiative. Happy bitch Cao. Brother-in-law, don't be nervous, just meet your mother-in-law and mother-in-law. Outside the Shui family mansion, Shui Yuer said with a smile beside Cao De. How can you tell that I'm nervous? Cao De, who was holding many gifts in both hands, gave her a blank look. Shui Binger smiled and listened to their quarrels. Shui Yuer said meaningfully, brother-in-law, I know you pretend to be calm, but in fact you are so nervous. Don't worry, I'll cover you up, don't be afraid. Cao De was speechless. Today, Cao De followed Shui Binger and Shui Yuer to visit Shui's house. My mother-in-law and father-in-law's family invited him to dinner, so I must come. Shui Binger and Shui Yuer's Shui family are also soul masters and have a great reputation in Tiandu City, otherwise it would be impossible to manage Tian Shui Academy. Among the 5 elementary academies, behind the Thunder Academy is the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family, behind the Elephant Academies is the Elephant Academies, behind the Divine Wind Academy is the Feng family, behind the Shuo Academy is the Huo family, behind the Tian Shui Academy is the Water family. The 3 families have equal power, but they are definitely not comparable to the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect and the Elephant Armor sect. Moreover, the students of Thunder Academy and Elephant Academic Academy are basically the disciples of their sects, while Tian Shui Academy mainly recruits students from outside. There are only a few soul saints in the Shui family. They used to have Kanra, but now they are gone. At present, Shui Binger and Shui Yuer are the future of Shui's family. Before Cao De appeared, the Shui family predicted that Shui Binger would eventually become a soul Dora and Shui Yuer would become a soul saint, which would increase the strength of the Shui family. After Cao De appeared, he helped Shui Binger and Shui Yuer improve rapidly. Shui Binger is already the soul king, Shui Yuer is the soul sect, and both sisters have the 4th soul ring for 10,000 years, and Shui Binger has even more soul bones. Therefore, the Shui family now has better expectations for this sister. I believe that they may become the titled Douluo in the future and create the miracle of the Shui family. Of course, the Shui family also knew that the changes in Shui Binger and Shui Yuer were all caused by Cao De, so they attached great importance to Cao De and never stopped Shui Binger and Shui Yuer and Cao De from being together. Almost recognized this son-in-law. I had wanted to invite Cao De to visit the Shui family before, but I encountered the Soul Master competition, so I had to wait until now. Xiao Cao, welcome to be a guest. Oh, what else can I bring when I've come here? I can't do it next time. You can treat this place as your own home and don't be restrained. Shui Binger's father, mother, Shui Yuer's mother, and other Shui family members they came into contact with were very enthusiastic. It is worth mentioning that Shui Binger and Shui Yuer also have a half-brother. However, this brother is just as talented as he is almost 30, and he is still in the Soul sect. He is afraid that he will not be able to reach the Soul Saint in his future achievements, so the Shui family has high expectations for their sisters. Xiaowu Da's father-in-law is very lucky. He has 3 wives, and each of them is very beautiful. However, now there are only 2 wives, and the original eldest wife died of illness. The main ones who greeted Xiaowu Da at this moment were father-in-law, mother-in-law and second mother-in-law. Well, the second mother-in-law is Shui Yuer's mother. Second mother-in-law? Haha, Xiaowu, you are really good at talking. When Shui Yuer's mother was happy when she heard Xiaowu Da's shameless name. Shui Yuer smiled and said, brother-in-law, you are so thick-skinned. Now I'm calling my father-in-law and mother-in-law. Xiaowu Da looked at them, especially his father-in-law, mother-in-law and second mother-in-law, and said sincerely, please leave Binger to me with confidence. I swear to use my life to protect Binger and make her happy and happy. Shui Binger held Xiaowu Da's arm with a happy face. The father-in-law thought to himself, this son-in-law is so direct. But they have a good relationship. Xiaowu Da is not like a person who has abandoned him all the time. He is probably a reliable man like me. As Shui Binger's father, of course he wanted to find a son-in-law who was wholeheartedly good to his daughter and liked her, but it was difficult to meet. Of course, if the man his daughter likes is excellent enough and can love his daughter, he will be able to accept that the man who has other women. After all, my father-in-law also has multiple women, and everyone gets along well. He hopes that Xiaowu Da can be like him and treat all women well and not be so despicable. Xiaowu Da chatted with them, and it was evening without realizing it, then had a sumptuous dinner, and then talked and chatted together. They kept Xiaowu Da down and let him stay in Shui Binger's room. The first time I came to Shui's house, I saw Shui Binger's boudoir for the first time. How is it? My room is pretty good, right? Shui Binger looks generous now, but she feels upset, worried that Xiaowu Da doesn't like her room. Warm, cute, and your taste, I like it very much. Xiaowu Da said as he approached Shui Binger. Shui Binger's eyes were full of affection. She knew what Xiaowu Da was going to do, so she closed her eyes shyly. The two hugged each other and kissed each other enthusiastically, and unknowingly got on the bed. After a while, Shui Binger looked at Xiaowu Da and said emotionally, Xiaowu Da, I want to be your bride tonight. Xiaowu Da stared at her, confirm? Don't wait. Shui Binger hugged Xiaowu Da's neck and put it on, explaining everything with his actions. The storm has begun here. Tonight, Shui Yuer slept with her mother. Shui Yuer swears to her mother, Mom, do you believe it or not, my sister will become the real woman of her brother-in-law tonight. My mother was slightly surprised, didn't you say you would have to wait for a few years? Wait until Xiaowu Da grows older. Shui Yuer said, my brother-in-law is as strong as a cow. And today's day is special, so my sister will definitely take the initiative. It's still my sister Shui Yuer who knows her sister Shui Binger. The mother looked at her daughter and asked, Yuer, do you like Xiaowu Da? Shui Yuer did not hide it, brother-in-law is pretty good. Mom smiled and said, since you like it, then go and fight for it, don't miss it and regret it. She is sure that Xiaowu Da is a very good man now, and her daughter will be happy with him. Mom, do you support me? Shui Yuer was a little surprised. She thought that her mother would persuade her to give up after she knew she liked Xiaowu Da, but she didn't expect that her mother would support her. Mom said, what's wrong with it? As long as you like him and he likes you, you can be together. Xiaowu Da is very nice to your sister and to other women. If he likes you, he will definitely be nice to you. I am not afraid of many men and women, but I am afraid that they will abandon the new and get tired of the old. He paused and said, the key now is that you like Xiaowu, but does he like you? Shui Yuer nodded, I must have a good impression of me, otherwise why would I take advantage of me often? And my sister knows what I think. As long as I really want to follow Xiaowu, she will support me. Mom felt relieved and said with a smile, if you make up your mind, go and chase. Of course, you must always be kind to your sister in the future and always be a good sister. If there are many women in Xiaowu in the future, you sisters can take care of each other. I thought to myself, Xiaowu is powerful, so many women should be able to deal with it, right? I think about it again, and I will tell you if I have a decision. Shui Yuer hasn't made up her mind yet. Mom hugged her, no matter what, Mom will support you in pursuing your own happiness. The mother and daughter hugged each other and fell asleep. Chapter 184 Six-Winged Angel Qianrongxiu. Tiandu City, the Wuhan Hall is divided into the secret room. Qianrongxiu is refining and absorbing the fairy grass, strange chrysanthemums in the secret room. Although Xiaowu has sent her the fairy grass for many days, to be safe, Qianrongxiu did not rush to refine and absorb it, but instead found a suitable opportunity to come to Tiandu City's branch of the Wuhan Hall to refine and absorb the fairy grass. She could not come as Prince Shui Qinghe, nor did she come as Qianrongxiu's true face, but changed to another face, an identity with the elder token in the Martial Soul Hall. In this way, she could secretly come to the branch of the Tiandu City Wuhuo Temple without being suspected. She asked Bishop Salas to arrange a secret room for her, and to refine and absorb the fairy grass, strange chrysanthemums in the secret room. At this moment, Qianrongxiu had a huge chrysanthemum in her hand, which was magnificent purple. What's strange is that every petal of the chrysanthemum looks furry and cute. The whole chrysanthemum is integrated, but no fragrance overflows. The stamen in the center is more than half a foot higher than the petals, and the top of the stamen is shining with a faint golden glow. This is the strange chrysanthemum. Neutral immortal herbs, which can help the limbs and blood circulation to the 8 meridians. It can train the Vajra indestructible body. Because it is a neutral fairy grass, it will not have a negative impact on Qianrongxiu's attribute power. Qianrongxiu's six-winged angel has 2 attributes, namely the light attribute and the fire attribute. The fairy grass is strange and turtle, and the sky chrysanthemum makes Qianrongxiu think of this martial soul of Zhu Douluo. If it is said that this fairy grass is the most suitable for Zhu Douluo. If he refines and absorbs it, he will likely break through to level 96 and become the peak Douluo. In Douluo 1, the title Douluo with a set below level 96 is an ordinary title Douluo, the peak Douluo from level 96 to 98 is the peak Douluo, and the peerless Douluo from level 99 is the one. This is the basis here. Although the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum fairy grass is most suitable for chrysanthemum Douluo chrysanthemum Yueguan, Qianrongxiu cannot give it to others. Not to mention that this fairy grass has a great effect on her, she would not give it to her even because it was a gift from Xiaowu. Others. I don't know what the effect will be. Qianrongxiu began to refine and absorb the fairy grass, Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum in her hand. Time passed little by little, and suddenly Qianrongxiu's soul power increased greatly, constantly improving, level 75 and level 76. In the end, the soul power is almost about to break through to level 77. Just when the soul power exploded to its extreme, golden wings suddenly appeared behind Qianrongxiu. She opened her eyes and looked at the 3 pairs of golden wings behind her in surprise, 6 wings. Qianrongxiu only had 2 pairs of 4-winged golden wings before taking the fairy grass. She is the 6-winged angel Martial Soul, but the angel bloodline did not make a breakthrough before, so the complete 6-winged wings cannot be presented. Now, under the influence of the fairy grass, the strange chrysanthemum, Qianrongxiu's angel bloodline has made a breakthrough, thus prompting the complete evolution of the martial soul and becoming a complete 6-winged angel. The original work Qianrongxiu only allowed the angel bloodline to break through to the 6-winged wings when she was tested by the angel god's inheritance, now it is ahead of schedule. 6 wings not only mean a pair of wings, but also means the complete form of the martial soul and stronger power. Just when the 4 wings turned into 6 wings, Qian Rongxiu's soul power broke through and reached level 77. Because of the binding of the capture space and the help of the immortal grass, Qian Rongxiu reached such a soul power level 4 or 5 years ahead of schedule. Soul power level 77, martial soul has reached its full state, and body and soul have also been improved. Is this the effect of the immortal grass? Xiaowu, you are so nice. Qian Rongxiu showed a sweet smile. The changes nowadays were all brought to her by Xiaowu. The more benefits Qian Rongxiu thought Xiaowu was good to her, the happier and sweeter he felt. Xiaowu, who was missed by Qian Rongxiu, went to the 7 treasures glazed Report to the sect leader. There is a man named Xiaowu outside the sect who said he was here to pick up the young sect leader back to Lanba Academy. A disciple came to report. Brother Xiaowu is here. Ningrongrong was surprised. He thought Xiaowu would come back to pick her up tomorrow, but when he heard the news, he quickly ran out of the mountain gate. Rong, bring Xiaowu in and sit down and let the 7 treasures glazed lilac sect treat him well. Ning Fengzi shouted from behind. Okay, I'll bring brother Xiaowu in. Ningrongrong ran away quickly. Ning Fengzi smiled and sighed, you can't stay with a girl. Jian Douluo and Gu Douluo both smiled. They have reached an agreement to support Ningrongrong and Xiaowu together. With the strength of the monster Xiaowu, he will definitely be able to protect the 7 treasures glazed sect in the future and protect Ningrongrong. Although Xiaowu has many women, as long as Xiaowu has always been kind to Ningrongrong, they are in love with each other, which is a good thing. The only man who is not obsessed with letting Ningrongrong is Ningrongrong. Of course, this is mainly because Xiaowu is excellent enough and Ningrongrong is in love with him. Otherwise, if it were someone else, they would try to find a man who was wholeheartedly good to Ningrongrong. Brother Xiaowu. Ningrongrong quickly came outside the sect. When he saw Xiaowu, he rushed into his arms and said coquettishly, long time no see, do you miss me? This is the 7 treasures glazedly sect, his own family, so Ningrongrong is not afraid of being seen with Xiaowu. Xiaowu hugged her and walked around for a few times, smiling at her, I haven't seen you for 10 days, I seem to have gained a little weight. Impossible. Ningrongrong quickly broke free from Xiaowu and looked at his figure, no, it's still the same. Are you really fat? Haha, I'm teasing you. Xiaowu smiled and said, but I like it too if I'm fat. Being fat has the benefits of being fat. Brother Xiaowu, you are so bad. Ningrongrong's little fist gently hit Xiaowu, I'll tease me when I come. Xiaowu hugged Ningrongrong tightly, lowered his head and kissed her on the mouth. If it weren't for the inconvenience here, the two of them would have to be intimate. Ningrongrong pursed his lips, and the same smell was still the same, and said with a smile, Brother Xiaowu, you are here for the first time to come to our 7 treasures glazed peace sect. I'll take you to have a good time. Let's see, we won't go back today, and we'll go back tomorrow morning, okay? Ningrongrong hopes that the man he likes can understand his family and everything about her, and that he can like everything about him. Okay, listen to you. Xiaowu nodded, I have always been very curious about the 7 treasures glazed lilac sect, and of course Rongrong's boudoir. Ningrongrong's face turned red, I'll take you to my room later. Then he pulled Xiaowu to the 7 treasures glazed GLA. Halfway through the tour, I went to Ningrongrong's boudoir. Ningrongrong's boudoir is simple and elegant, with a very beautiful atmosphere. Brother Xiaowu, do you like it? Ningrongrong happily introduced the situation of his room to Xiaowu. I like everything Rongrong. Xiaowu carefully observed everything in the room, which was very unique, completely different from Shui Binger's room style, but they all felt very good. Brother Xiaowu. Ning Rongrong held Xiaowu and took the initiative to make out with him. If you haven't seen each other for 10 days, you need to express your thoughts, give each other good luck and happiness. Chapter 185 Ning Rongrong, I asked Brother Xiaowu not to hurt Grandpa Jian. Dad, Grandpa Jian, Grandpa Bone, you have been waiting for a long time. I will take Brother Xiaowu to visit our 7 treasures glazed sect first. Ning Rongrong showed up with Xiaowu and said with a blushing face. I just did something ashamed to do in the boudoir with Xiaowu, but the charm has not completely dissipated. Ning Fengzi, Jian Douluo and Bone Douluo had smiles and pretended that they didn't know what Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu did. They had previously found that Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu had not appeared for a long time, so they used their mental power to investigate the situation. However, because Xiaowu formed a mental barrier in Ning Rongrong's boudoir, their mental power was weaker than Xiaowu. Many, so nothing was discovered. But he was surprised by the strength of Xiaowu's mental power. Ning Fengzi and the other 2 looked at Xiaowu and felt that Xiaowu was worthy of being a monster. Not only was the soul ring special, but his strength was strong, but his mental power was even stronger than them. Xiao, you are here. Ning Fengzi greeted warmly, come on, sit down and talk. Don't rush back to Lanba Academy today. Stay here for 1 night so that we can do our best to be a landlord and go back with Rongrong tomorrow. Xiaowu responded politely, thank you, Uncle Ning. Then hello to Jian Douluo and Gu Douluo. Gu Douluo said, Xiaowu, we have handed over Rongrong to you. We are not allowed to bully her in the future, otherwise we will not spare you. Xiaowu smiled and replied, Grandpa Bones, don't worry, I will love Rongrong for the rest of my life. He was thick-skinned and called Grandpa Bones directly. Who told Gu Douluo to tell him that Ning Rongrong was handed over to him? Isn't this just saying that the relationship has been confirmed? In this way, it's a family. Xiao's logic is fine. Gu Douluo's face froze for a moment, thinking that this kid is very good at crawling along the way. Jian Douluo spoke to Xiaowu, Xiaowu, you have a conflict with the Spirit Hall. You are about to go to the Spirit Hall to participate in the finals of the Soul Master competition. Are you afraid? The Spirit Hall? What am I afraid of? There are my people in the Wuhan Palace. Xiaowu looked strong and unyielding, I'm afraid I have to go, and I can't escape some things. And I have the ability to protect myself and protect Rongrong. You are very confident. Jian Douluo said, I heard that you defeated a Conrad in the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect before, and you have very good strength. But there is a Pope Hall in Wuhan City, where the main power of Wuhan Temple is. Not only are there many Contras, but there are also at least several titled Douluo. Although you are good at protecting your life, you may also face many enemies, and you may be able to target you. I am afraid that you will not be able to protect yourself. I suggest that you give up going to Wuhan City to participate in the competition, stay in Tiandu City, or stay in the 7 Treasures Glazed Lilac sect, and when you become the Soul Saint in the future, it will be difficult for ordinary titled Douluo to deal with you, and then it will be safe. I was worried that if I went to Wuhan City, I would be targeted by Wuhan Palace. Even if Jian Douluo took action, I would not be able to protect Xiaowu. Xiaowu offended the Spirit Hall, and it was another monster. Ning Fengzi and others believed that the Spirit Hall would not let it go. If Xiaowu went to the Spirit City, he would probably be killed by the Spirit Hall. Thank you, Grandpa Jian, and Daddy Bones, I know you are worried about me. Xiaowu shouted very easily, but Ning Feng and the others felt awkward and uncomfortable, while Ning Rongrong was both happy and shy and embarrassed when he heard it. However, I'm not afraid of the Spirit Hall now. Xiaowu continued, if you are not at ease, I can have a discussion with Grandpa Jian. If Grandpa Jian can't do anything to me, you can feel at ease, right? Ning Fengzi, Sword Douluo, and Bone Douluo were surprised, but Xiaowu dared to compete with Sword Douluo. Gu Douluo said, "Boy, are you serious? You must know that among ordinary titled Douluo, I'm afraid no one can win the Sword Douluo Chinexin. Jian Douluo is now at level 95 and may break through to level 96 at any time. He only needs one opportunity." Xiaoda's expression was calm. "How can you know if you don't try?" Ning Fengzi noticed his daughter Ning Rongrong's reaction, but he didn't see any worries, but instead showed a very confident expression towards Xiaoda. He couldn't help but think, could it be that Xiaoda now has the strength to compete with ordinary titled Douluo? Jian Douluo smiled and stared at Xiaoda. "Okay. Let me see how powerful you are, known as a monster." Xiaoda also smiled. "I'll ask Grandpa Jian for advice." Ning Fengzi did not stop him. "Since you want to have a competition, you can go to a place where there is no one. The back mountain of the Seven Treasures Glazedly sect is a good place. Where can we go?" Ning Rongrong said, "Don't hurt anyone." Gu Douluo smiled and said, "Don't worry, your Grandpa Jian won't hurt him." Ning Rongrong said, "I mean to tell brother Xiaoda not to hurt Grandpa Jian." Gu Douluo was stunned. How could it be? Jian Douluo stared at Xiaoda and thought to himself, "It seems that you can't underestimate him, otherwise I will be the one who is embarrassed." Although I think Ning Rongrong's words are a bit exaggerated, Jian Douluo attached more importance to Xiaoda. Ning Fengzi looked at Xiaoda with great interest, looking forward to what surprise Xiaoda would bring. Xiaoda smiled and said nothing, looking at the four of them. "I'll take you to the back mountain." Ning Fengzi did not object. "Okay. Let us feel your space mobile soul skill." They knew that Xiaoda's space movement ability could bring people together, which was an important means for Xiaoda to save his life. Xiaoda's current soul skills can be instantly emitted, so when he activates the space jump of the 100,000 year soul skill, there is no red soul ring that appears. With the soul skill activated, Xiaoda and the four of them came to the back mountain of the Seven Treasures Glazedly sect, several miles away. After obtaining the seventh soul ring, Xiaoda's second soul ring soul skill can now reach 5 miles in space jump without using the fusion ring technique, and the fusion ring skill space jump can reach 20 miles in space jump. It's already 3 or 4 miles away, right? Ning Fengzi, Sword Douluo, and Bone Douluo were surprised. Gu Douluo asked curiously, "Xiaoda, how far can you move at the farthest?" "Haha, if it is inconvenient, you can ignore it. There is nothing to say about this." Xiaoda said, "If you bring people, you can usually reach more than 10 miles at the farthest. If you don't bring people, the fun technology can reach 20 miles at the farthest." 20 miles. Your sister, who can catch up with this? Gu Douluo held it in for a long time. Awesome. Ning Fengzi said, "If not, here is a way to restrain yourself. With this soul skill, you can indeed come and go freely." Jian Douluo said, "Soul skills are instantaneous. Even if there is a method to restrain you, it is too late. But you can't be careless. No one knows if there is a method to specifically restrain your soul skills." Gu Douluo smiled and said, "Chen Xin, if he uses this soul skill to deal with you, he will send you 20 miles away at once and see how you fight." Yes, Xiaoda's space jumping soul skill can not only move by itself, but also lead people to move together, but also control others to move. Jian Douluo was speechless. If this is the case, there is no need to fight. Xiaoda shook his head. "I don't use this mobile soul skill." "Okay, have ambition." Jian Douluo said, "Don't waste time, start now." As he said that, Douluo Chen opened his martial soul and a domineering and mighty giant 7-killing sword appeared behind him. 9 soul rings on the body, 2 yellow, 2 purple and 5 black. Chapter 186 Bone Douluo, Rongrong tells Grandpa what monster Xiaoda has turned into. Ning Fengzi, Gu Douluo, Ning Rongrong, and the other two have retreated to the distance to avoid being affected. "Dad, Grandpa Bones, Don't be surprised later. Ningrongrong was looking forward to their reactions when they saw Xiao De's soul ring. Surprised, has this kid's soul ring changed again? Gu Douluo guessed. They have always been curious about how Xiao De's soul ring came about and why it can be continuously improved. But when they asked Ningrongrong before, Ningrongrong said that they kept it secret and the water splashed by their daughter who could not get married was not allowed to get married. They never asked again, thinking that the time was coming, they would always know. It's true that the soul ring has changed. Ningrongrong continued to keep insincere. Xiao De was about to open his martial soul, and Ning Fengzi and Gu Douluo both used their mental power to observe. I can only feel a little spatial fluctuation. If it weren't for mental exploration, I wouldn't have noticed it at all. The result was still the same as before, Ning Fengzi said. The same is true for Gu Douluo's exploration. Immediately afterwards, they saw the soul rings appearing one by one on Xiao De's body. The first soul ring, the black 10,000-year soul ring. The second soul ring, the red soul ring of 100,000 years. The third soul ring, the red 100,000-year soul ring. The fourth soul ring, the black 10,000-year soul ring. The fifth soul ring, the black 10,000-year soul ring. The sixth soul ring, the black 10,000-year soul ring. Every time I saw Xiao De's soul ring, they were shocked, especially the two red 100,000-year soul rings, which exuded a powerful momentum. Huh? The 6 soul rings have not changed. Before Ningfeng could finish his doubts, the 7th soul ring appeared and was stunned. The 7th soul ring, the red 100,000-year soul ring. To be precise, the red soul ring with 8 golden patterns for more than 900,000 years looks more domineering than the ordinary one for 100,000 years, and has a stronger momentum and greater pressure. There is actually a 7th soul ring, or 100,000-year soul ring. This kid has become a soul saint. It's indeed a monster. Ning Fengzi and Gu Douluo were amazed. Ningrongrong was proud of Xiao De, and this was her man. Jian Douluo saw Xiao De's 7th soul ring up close and experienced the difference of this soul ring with his own personal experience. He was even more shocked than Ning Fengzi and Gu Douluo. Soul Saint. After reaching the Soul Saint, it's still 100,000-year soul ring. No wonder you dare to compete with me. Now Jian Douluo feels that it is not easy to beat Xiao De. At the same time, Jian Douluo was also confused and asked Xiao De, your 7th soul ring is different, unlike other 100,000-year soul rings, which have some golden patterns. What's the difference? Xiao De said, it turns out that Grandpa Jian doesn't know. It's like this. After the soul ring age exceeds 100,000 years, every 100,000 years will be added to each additional 100,000 years. Jian Douluo was shocked and counted the golden patterns in Xiao De's 7th soul ring, 8 golden patterns, that is to say the age of the soul ring has reached 900,000 years. Is there a soul beast that is 900,000 years old? Jian Douluo didn't know, but now he would definitely not think that Xiao De's soul ring came from the monster, it must be because of the soul ring obtained by other methods. But I knew it was Xiao De's secret, so I resisted asking. On the other hand, Ningrongrong was also explaining to Ning Fengzi and Gu Douluo about the age of the soul ring, why Xiao De's 7th soul ring is like that. Gu Douluo said, it's incredible. I really don't know how Xiao De got these soul rings. After saying that, he looked at Ningrongrong. Ningrongrong understood what he meant, shook his head and said, I can't say it now. Ning Fengzi smiled and said, it doesn't matter if you don't say it. As long as you two fall in love with each other. Ningrongrong's face turned red and she whispered yes. This monster. Gu Douluo stared at Xiao De, Chen Xin is afraid it will be difficult to beat this kid. The 900,000-year soul ring, plus the other two 100,000-year soul rings, the total number of soul rings on his body is more than 1 million years. The soul power level of the Soul Master is the basic power, but the Soul Ring and Soul Bone will increase the Soul Master's power. If the Soul Ring and Soul Bone are very awesome and are for 100,000 years, then the battle above the level is easy. Of course, if the soul power level is too low, it will definitely limit the power and effects of the 100,000 year Soul Ring and 100,000 year Soul Bone. Xiaoda's current level 83 soul power is terrifying with his 3 100,000 year soul rings. Come on, let me see how strong you are. Douluo was curious about how strong Xiaoda could be now. Grandpa Jian, please. Xiaoda asked Douluo to take action first. Okay. I won't be polite to you. Be careful. The first soul skill, the long sword strikes. The 7 killing sword emerged, and the powerful sword energy attached to the sword body, increasing its attack power by 30%. This is Douluo's amplification soul skill. He is very serious when facing Xiaoda now. The third soul skill is as flat as flowing water. The attacking soul skill was activated, and Douluo's 7 killing swords emitted powerful sword energy, using this powerful sword energy to attack Xiaoda. Xiaoda did not use martial soul power and soul skills, just based onusing the power of the body, he reached out to block the sword energy. Xiaoda's physical strength is now strong and can compete with Soul Douluo, so he blocked Sword Douluo's third soul skill, but was forced to take a few steps back. Originally, Douluo's soul skill can force enemies who are weaker than him to get 20 meters away. On this basis, every time 2 levels of soul power is improved, the distance forced out will be increased by 3 meters. After the soul power reaches level 50, it will no longer increase, and the limit can force the enemy to get 50 meters away. While forcing the enemy out, it can also cause damage to the opponent. If the level is lower than that of the caster, it will be stunned by the powerful sword energy and a range-type attack skill. But Xiaoda is not weaker than him, even stronger than him. Xiaoda blocked Douluo's soul skill with only physical strength. If he used his soul power, it would be easier. Good boy. Douluo was surprised. Xiaoda actually blocked his soul skill with only his body. My soul skill, even Douluo, will be forced to retreat dozens of meters, but you can only rely on your physical strength to take it down. I seriously suspect that Xiaoda was transformed by a monster, so he is too perverted. I took over Chen Xian's third soul skill with just physical strength. Is he really a monster? How could he have such a strong body? Douluo couldn't help but complain. Ning Fengzi looked at his daughter Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong's physical strength is not weak now. It was previously guessed that it was Xiaoda's reason, but now it has been completely confirmed. I understand that Xiaoda has a way to help others improve their physical strength. I just don't know if this method is easy to promote. It is probably easy. If it is easy to promote, his daughter Ning Rongrong should be fighting for them. Ning Fengzi still believes in his daughter. Ning Rongrong did take some food and fruits to capture the space and come back for Ning Fengzi and the others to try, but the quantity was small and there was nothing to see during the time period. There are not many ingredients and fruits to capture the space. After maintaining Xiaoda and his daily use, there is not much surplus and cannot be provided to Ning Fengzi and others for a long time, let alone the 7 treasures glazed sect. Douluo couldn't help asking Ning Rongrong, has this kid shown his true form in front of you? What kind of monster turned into? Ning Rongrong smiled and said, Grandpa Bones, Brother Xiaoda is not a monster, he is just a little special. Just a little special? It's obviously a monster. Douluo was speechless. Chapter 187 Fighting against Sword Douluo. The 4th soul skill, the murderous aura, is revealed. The battle continued. The soul skill of Douluo was a single body attack. The 7 killing sword in his hand emitted a sword blade, which was extremely sharp. Be careful. Douluo did not think that Xiaowu could still take over his soul skill by relying on his physical strength. Xiaowu used some soul power, mainly watching the physical strength to resist. The palm of his hand pressed against the blade, his body kept retreating, and stopped after several meters. If I hadn't used some soul power, I was afraid I would have been injured in the future. Thank you, Grandpa Jian. Xiaowu said to Douluo. Haha, you guys are trying your physical strength with me. Douluo understood it, and at the same time admired him. I don't know how your physical strength came about, but now it is enough to compete with many conquerors. He paused and asked, can you continue to improve? Xiaowu said, yes. But it takes time. The improvement method is difficult to help more people at present. If conditions permit in the future, Grandpa Jian, you can also try it. Xiaowu had this intention, and Douluo was relieved. Don't make things difficult. We are old bones. I guess even if we have a way, the degree of improvement will be limited. Let's continue without saying this. I won't use my physical strength to catch it again next time, right? Xiaowu smiled bitterly, I can't handle it even if I want to. Douluo nodded, just understand, don't be arrogant. Many people often lose their lives because of their arrogance. Well, thank you Grandpa Jian for his teachings. Xiaowu is now an honest junior, respectfully, which makes Douluo and the others very satisfied. How can you leave a bad impression on the elders? You definitely can't. Xiaowu knew this truth well and played the role of an honest and obedient junior. The fifth soul skill is amazing. 7 killing swords appeared in the air, each with powerful sword energy. These powerful sword energy were released in all directions, causing a large-scale attack. Their target is Xiaowu. Looking at the 4 huge 7 killing swords falling in the air, Xiaowu clenched his fists, and a space around his fist was quickly compressed and attached to his fist. This is Xiaowu's first soul skill, breaking the air. With a punch, the compressed space on the fist exploded instantly, shattering the 7 killing swords into the air. There is a slight spatial fluctuation, and Xiaowu used his soul skills. Ning Fengzi has been observing with his mental power. Ning Rongrong said, this is Brother Xiaowu's first soul skill. He breaks the air and compresses a piece of space, and then releases it. The space instantly expands to form an explosive effect. Douluo said, so that's it. The compressed space burst out instantly with the power of space, directly shattering Chen Xian's attack. This kind of space soul skill is too unique and can restrain many soul skills. Ning Fengzi nodded, not only is it restraint, but Xiaowu's soul power is also very strong, otherwise he would not be able to block the Wanyan Soul Ring Soul technique of the sword technique. This is true. If the soul power is very different, the Biokong fist cannot block the powerful attack. Yes. Douluo agreed, Xiaowu's soul power is strong. Although he is just a soul saint, his explosive soul power can be compared with ordinary title Douluo. 4 10,000-year soul rings and 300,000-year soul rings, one of which has reached 900,000 years. At the soul saint realm, it is normal to have the explosive power of an ordinary titled Douluo. Come again. The 6th soul skill, 10,000 swords return to the sect. I saw that Douluo instantly condensed tens of thousands of swords with his soul power. He could shoot these swords like arrows, and could also use the 7 killing swords as a carrier to form a super huge sword. It is a skill with super attack power, which can be attacked in groups or single bodies. Tens of thousands of swords in the air gathered into a super huge sword, locked in Xiaowu and stabbed him suddenly. The soul skill is locked, there is no way to hide. However, Xiaowu still used breaking the air fist, but he used more soul power than before. With a punch, it collided with the super huge sword condensed by the 10,000 swords. The super huge sword quickly shattered from the end of the sword, and soon the entire super huge sword completely shattered in the air. The space power of the breaking fist restrains the soul skill, and the soul power is no weaker than that of me, which is really admirable. The trial has almost been done, and Douluo is ready to fight seriously. The seventh soul skill, the true body of the 7 killings. A huge 7-killing sword of about 10 meters appeared behind Douluo, and instantly, Douluo's soul power, attack power, speed, etc. doubled. The soul power is estimated to have increased by 4 or 5 times. This is the powerful weapon and martial soul body, which doubles the combat power of Douluo and increases the attack power. Xiaowu, be careful. The 8th soul skill, move mountains and fill the sea. The 7-killing sword in Douluo's hand divided into 12 sword shadows, each sword shadow had an attack power of 80% of its original body. Xiaowu can't take the 8th soul skill in his true body state, just like before. The 7th soul skill, the true body of martial soul. Xiaowu used his true body of martial soul and used himself as the center, and the space vibrated. This kind of vibration can be seen with the naked eye, and it feels like the space has formed waves of ripples. The situation that was seen with mental power was different. Ning Fengzi's mental power was stunned when he saw Xiaowu's true body of martial soul. The same is true for Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo. Because they were shocked to see Xiaowu's true body with their mental power, and at the same time they couldn't help but feel fear. From the perspective of mental power, Xiaowu's true body of martial soul formed a space vortex with him as the center. A black space vortex exuded a strange and gloomy aura, as if he wanted to devour everything and destroy everything. It makes people worry that this space vortex will get out of control, and then devour Xiaowu, devour them, and devour the entire Douluo continent world. It makes people feel chilled and creepy. Is this what Space Martial Soul really looks like? Douluo couldn't help swallowing. The mental power looks chilling. I'm really afraid that it will lose control and swallow everything. Fortunately, the space vortex disappeared quickly. It made them feel relieved inexplicably. Douluo noticed the increase in Xiaowu's soul power and was surprised by Xiaowu's soul power increase. Is this soul power suddenly increasing too much, 10 times? Ning Fengzi reacted and was attracted by the strange phenomenon of the true body of the martial soul just now and did not notice. I'm afraid it will have a 10-fold increase in soul power, which is worthy of being the 900,000-year soul ring. Now Xiaowu's soul power is much stronger than Uncle Jian. In addition to the increase in soul power, there should also be an increase in other aspects. I think that now I am afraid that only the peak Douluo soul power can compete with Xiaowu. Douluo shook his head and began to become numb. Monster. Ning Rongrong said unhappily, Brother Xiaowu is talented. Grandpa Jian, that's okay. Xiaowu understood their feelings. When he saw his own mental power, he was also a little afraid that he would be swallowed up when he saw the true body of the martial soul. Good. Go. The 12 sword shadows in the air ahead of Sword Douluo slashed towards Xiaowu, with powerful power and momentum, as if they wanted to kill everything. The 6th soul skill, Space Twist. When the soul skill was activated, Ning Feng and the others saw that the space around Xiaowu was distorted and overlapped. The 12 sword shadows of Douluo were blocked and wiped out by these twisted and overlapping spaces, and did not hurt Xiaowu at all. It feels like an hallucination, but the space really distorted and overlapped. You don't need to use your mental power to see it, you can see it with your naked eyes. Weird, incredible soul skill. How can you hurt Xiaowu if you let your attack hit other spaces? This soul skill is too perverted. Chen Xin cannot break through the twisted and overlapping space at all, and cannot hurt Xiaowu. Douluo looked at Xiaowu. In his eyes, Xiaowu was really not a human, but a monster or a god. Ning Rongrong said happily, Dad, Grandpa Bones, Brother Xiaowu is so awesome. Ning Fengzi sighed, whether it is the soul ring, the physical strength, and the soul skill effect, he is unique and unparalleled. Chapter 188 Xiaowu's 9 Soul Skills. continue. This is my 9th soul skill, the strongest attack. The 9th soul skill, 2 slashes of gods and demons. Douluo continued to use his soul skills, and saw a huge space released from the sky, falling countless sword lights, like destroying the world, and possessing extremely strong attack power. But no matter how you attack, you cannot break through the distorted and overlapping space around Xiaowu. Even if some distortion and overlapping space is eliminated, new things will continue to appear. Unless they break them at one time, they will not be able to attack Xiaowu. Amazing! Douluo collected his soul skills and martial souls, and no longer continued to compete. Xiaowu smiled and said, Grandpa Jian, I can protect myself when I go to Wuhan City now, right? Seeing Xiaowu deserved a beating, Douluo wanted to beat him, but unfortunately he couldn't beat him now. He sighed, I really don't know how a weirdo like you will appear. Although it only depends on you using 4 soul skills, it is enough to make you invincible. Powerful attack soul skill, destroy all attacks with 1 punch. Strong defensive soul skills, space distortion and superposition, cannot be broken. The moving soul skill that you can move at will not only long distances in an instant, but also bring people with you. What's more powerful is that you can force others to move. 900,000 years left. The 7th soul ring, the true body of the martial soul, will increase your soul power by 10 times, and your soul power may reach the peak Douluo level. There are 4 soul skills, and you are not afraid even when facing the peak Douluo. What's more, you still have 5 soul skills that have not been shown, so you should have stronger soul skills, right? A thorough analysis. Xiaowu now has 9 soul skills, the soul skill of the 1st soul ring in 10,000 years, breaking the air fist. 2 soul skills of the 2nd soul ring of 100,000 years, forbidden sky and space confinement. 2 soul skills of the 3rd soul ring of 100,000 years, space jump and space squeeze. The soul skill of the 4th soul ring of 10,000 years, space blade. The soul skill of the 5th soul ring of 10,000 years, walk in the air. The soul skill of the 6th soul ring of 10,000 years, space twisted. The soul skill of the 7th soul ring of 100,000 years, the true body of martial soul. The 7th soul ring, the soul ring of the martial soul age of the martial soul age, has only 1 soul skill, and they are all true bodies of the martial soul. He used the 1st soul skill breaking the air fist in the competition with Douluo, the 6th soul skill space twisting, and the 7th soul skill martial soul true body. In addition to their familiar 3rd soul skill space jump, so Douluo and the others knew Xiaowu's 4 soul skills. Xiaowu said modestly, Grandpa Jian is so wonderful. I am just favored by God, otherwise nothing will be. Douluo felt that Xiaowu was favored by heaven, and he was still behaved when he got the advantage. He seriously reminded Xiaowu, since ancient times, there have been many geniuses, but not many people have grown up in the end. Although your strength and soul skills are strong, don't be careless. For example, if you are greedy for women, someone arranges a stunning woman to approach you, then poison you, or assassinate you while you are asleep, can you stop it? Xiaowu's face froze. I thought Douluo was just squeezing him, so I said this on purpose. That's right, Douluo said this on purpose. While being alert to Xiaowu, he also beat Xiaowu not to be too fickle. If Xiaowu didn't know how to restrain himself, was arrogant and careless, if he died in the future, he would definitely die on the beautiful woman. Grandpa Jian, I remember. Although Douluo's words were not nice, Xiaowu still agreed. After all, Douluo was kind-hearted. Boy, you can come, Chen Xin is no match for you. The ancient bonsai is here. Ning Fengzi and Ning Rongrong followed behind. Xiaowu said modestly, Grandpa Bones, that's Grandpa Jian giving in to me. Douluo said, if you lose, you lose. I can afford to lose. In this way, Xiaowu is too hypocritical. No matter how modest he is, he can only smile. Ning Fengzi said, Xiao Cao, now we don't have to worry about you going to the Martial Soul Hall, and we're completely relieved to hand Rong Rong over to you." Cao De looked at the shining Rong Rong and promised, "Father-in-law, Grandpa Jian, Grandpa Bones, as long as I am still alive, I will definitely make Rong Rong happy and happy." Ning Rong Rong came over and hugged Cao De's arm and said, "Dad, Grandpa Jian, Grandpa Bones, don't worry, brother Cao De treats me very well, we will be happy in the future. We will respect you together in the future." Ning Fengzi, Jian Douluo and Bone Douluo all had smiles on their faces. Looking at Cao De and Ning Rong Rong, they were really a perfect match. "It's almost noon. Let's go back for lunch, drink some wine, and chat while drinking," Ning Fengzi said. Then Cao De used his space jump soul skill to take the four of them back to the main hall of the Seven Treasure Glazed Lilac sect. Ning Feng told someone to prepare for lunch, and they went to a separate room to have dinner. All the alcohol content was great. The five of them drank a lot at noon and ate a meal for nearly 3 hours. They chatted a lot, but Ning Fengzi and others did not urge them to get married except for asking Cao De to take good care of Ning Rong Rong. On the one hand, both of them are not old, and on the other hand, Cao De has other women. When to get married depends on Cao De's method. What do you think of bitch Cao? Of course, we will marry us together then. Be sure to give the cute and beautiful girls a warm, happy home. Although I drank a lot, I was not drunk. There is still a lot of time in the afternoon." Ning Rong Rong took Cao De to continue to visit the Seven Treasures Glazed Lilac sect. When he encountered a good scenery, he stopped to enjoy it. The Seven Treasures Glazed sect is very large, with more than 3,000 disciples, so the scale is of course small. The dinner was equally sumptuous, but there was no alcohol to drink and not eating for too long. Father-in-law, Grandpa Jian and Grandpa Batu all understood the couple, so that they could have more time to be intimate at night. Otherwise, if they returned to Lanba Academy, there would be more women around Cao De, and there would be no chance to get along alone. Ning Rong Rong has been with Cao De for 2 or 3 years, and is still a girl now, so Ning Fengzi and others believe they can restrain themselves. Although restraint is the last step, with the veteran driver Cao De, there are some ways to make him and Ning Rong Rong get sexual blessings and happiness. In Ning Fengzi and the others, Cao De and Ning Rong Rong just kissed and hugged each other, but they didn't know that Cao De had so many tricks. Cao De and Ning Rong Rong did not disappoint Ning Feng and their kindness. They went back to Ning Rong Rong's boudoir early after dinner. Without capturing the space villa, Ning Rong Rong wanted to leave more beautiful memories with Cao De in his boudoir. The two of them didn't get free until midnight. Ning Rong Rong leaned in Cao De's arms and said, "Brother Cao De, we will have 2 children in the future, one will let him inherit the Seven Treasures Glazed Lilac sect and the other will be with us. How about it? Do you like girls or boys? You think so far? Now you are still a girl, and you just think about giving birth." Cao De looked at her and said, "No need to be so troublesome. We will definitely become gods by then. Take the Seven Treasures Glazed Lilac sect to the god realm. We will always be with our children, not separated." Ning Rong Rong smiled and said, "It's still brother Cao De. Have great ambitions. Okay, let us become god together, and after becoming god, we will have children. Will our children become god as soon as they are born? Probably not possible. After the birth of the god King Tang San, the baby must continue to practice until he becomes a god." Cao De said, "Even if it is not something, that talent is unique. With our help, we will definitely become a god. You couple are really far-reaching." After talking for a while, the two hugged each other and fell asleep. The next day, after breakfast with Ning Fengzi and the others, Cao De took Ning Rong Rong back to Lanba Academy. Lu Erlong, Xiaowu, Zhu Zuking, Shui Bing'er, Shui Yu'er, Hu Wu, Chen Li, Mai Xiang, Hu Mei'er and others are practicing together. Chapter 189 Good Sisters. Rong discovered that Binger was different. Rong, welcome back. Lu Erlong hugged Ning Rong and said gently. I don't know if it's an illusion, but after leaving for 10 days, I came back again and found that Lu Erlong had the temperament of a mother. This made Ning Rong suddenly miss her own mother. She felt that Lu Erlong was very warm and had the smell of a mother. Lu Erlong was surprised and found that Ning Rong was holding him tightly, and he couldn't even loosen his body if he wanted to let go. He paid careful attention to Ning Rong's expression and found that there was an emotion in Ning Rong's eyes. Lu Erlong is familiar with this emotion, and Xiaowu treats her as her mother, and this is the look. Probably because I thought of my mother. Lu Erlong hugged Ning Rong with heartache. The two separated after Ning Rong calmed down. Lu Erlong can be Xiaowu's mother, but it is impossible to be Ning Rong's mother because Ning Fengzi is still there. At the same time, because of Xiaoda's existence, even if Lu Erlong and Xiaowu are now communicating with each other, Lu Erlong feels guilty. Lu Erlong wanted Xiaowu to change her words and call her sister, but Xiaowu didn't want to. The two had to maintain a mother-daughter relationship. As for their relationship with Xiaoda, they all discussed their own. After a long time, Lu Erlong became accustomed to Xiaowu as his daughter and sister. Xiaowu is also used to it. Between the two, and between Xiaoda, they were harmonious and happy. As long as they don't think too much and don't think too much, they won't be troubled. This is how they are. It's best for everyone to be happy together. Rong, do you miss me? After Xiaowu said a few words to Xiaoda, she saw that Ning Rong and Lu Erlong did not hug each other again, so she came over and gave Ning Rong a warm hug. Thank. Ning Rong hugged Xiaowu and said with a smile, I miss you every day, and I won't be used to it for a day without you. Xiaowu smiled and said, we miss you too, now you are finally back. The two said a few words and separated. Ning Rong looked at Zhu Zuqing who was silent next to him. Seeing Ning Rong looking over, Zhu Zuqing showed a pure and beautiful smile. Why are you smirking? You won't hug me? Are you not welcome to come back? Ning Rong walked over as if he was angry. Zhu Zuqing shook her head, Rong, welcome back. Ning Rong hugged Zhu Zuqing enthusiastically and asked, Zuqing, do you miss me? Zhu Zuqing reached out and hugged Ning Rong, and said with a smile, I want to. How much do you think? Ning Rong teased, then separated, held Zhu Zuqing's hands, looked at her figure, and smiled and said in a low voice, it seems to be a little bigger. Zhu Zuqing blushed, no. Ning Rong joked, say, is it a bad thing that brother Xiaoda did? Zhu Zuqing lowered her head and said embarrassedly. At this time, Shui Binger came over and said, Rong, welcome back. Ning Rong let Zhu Zuqing go, which made Zhu Zuqing feel relieved. He looked down and thought to himself, are you bigger? Shui Binger and Ning Rong hugged each other and spoke. On the other side, Xiaoda came over with Shui Yuer, Hua Wu, Chen Li, Mai Xiang, Hu Meyer, and others. They greeted Ning Rong one by one, hugged him and talked. Ning Rong carefully observed the situation of these girls and made a new discovery. I found that Shui Binger was different and no longer a girl. You can judge it from Shui Binger's temperament changes, walking posture, etc. Ning Rong was constantly influenced by Xiaoda and was no longer a young girl. He knew a lot about men and women. She glanced at Xiaoda and knew that it was this guy who did the bad thing. Although it tastes a bit delicious, I can understand it and have been prepared for it. Shui Binger is a few years older than her and Zhu Zuqing, and Xiaoda is 2 years older than them. In terms of age, Xiaoda and Shui Binger are already suitable, so some things will be natural. Of course, Ning Rong and the others knew that Xiaoda was very strong, and whether they were taken down by Xiaoda depends on themselves. The main reason is that they are younger than they are. Otherwise, it would have been eaten up by Xiaoda as much as Lu Erlong and Shui Binger. Xiaowu has to wait until she enters the maturity stage at level 60. She is a human being formed by a soul beast of 100,000 years, and age is not a problem. Ningrongrong and Zhu Zuqing may have to wait a few more years to get bigger. Except for Shui Binger and Lu Erlong, Ningrongrong discovered that the others were all girls. I think Xiao De is still the same as before, just taking advantage of Huawu, Shui Yuer, Chen Li, Mai Xiang, Hu Meier, and others. Ningrongrong knew that if Xiao De was willing, he would definitely be able to take down a few of them. But Xiao De did not do so. Ningrongrong guessed that only the person whose martial soul pattern appeared on the bedroom door of the captured space villa was Xiao De's moved woman. Xiao De was just lustful and took advantage of other women, but he would not do anything randomly. In other words, Ningrongrong believes that Xiao De will have 9 women in his life, including her now, Lu Erlong, Xiaowu, Zhu Zuqing, and Shui Binger. There are also the 6 winged angel martial souls and 2 spider martial souls women. Ningrongrong and the others have never seen them, so I don't know who they are. There are 2 other doors without patterns, so I don't know when it will happen. Ningrongrong and the others don't know about these 4 women, but the 5 of them get along well, and the 5 good sisters will definitely join the group in the future, and at least they can compete with the other 4 women. Xiao De couldn't interrupt if a group of women could finish their words. As the end was approaching, the warm man Xiao went to cook. After a while, Chen Li appeared. "Sister Chen, I'm busy alone," Xiao De said. "Anyway, I can't even get into the mouth of their words, so let's help with the cooking." Chen Li smiled. She was very charming, especially her pair of rabbit ears, which was unique. Xiao De Duo glanced at him twice, but Chen Li didn't avoid it and asked her to see it. Anyway, she was used to it. "Then, let's do it together." Xiao De came back to his senses and said. "Well, do it together." Chen Li's face turned slightly red, and she was obviously thinking wrongly. Her slightly red face made her look better. The bitch Xiao leaned over and kissed her on the face, then touched her rabbit ear. "Sister Chen, you are getting more and more cute and beautiful." Chen Li's face turned redder and she looked up at Xiao De. "Okay, I'll take advantage of it, let's cook soon." She really wanted to throw herself into Xiao De's arms and throw herself into her arms, and she probably couldn't control her. But Chen Li didn't do that, she held back. "Because I feel that I shouldn't do this, otherwise I will not be able to face other people." If Xiao De took the initiative, she would not refuse. Active and passive means differently to Chen Li. Taking the initiative to rely on Xiao De means seducing. Chen Li can't do it. Xiao De saved their mother and daughter and has always been very nice to them with others, so he cannot do such a thing. And if they took the initiative to post it and were rejected by Xiao De, then Chen Li and her daughter would not be able to stay here. Therefore, Chen Li dared not take risks either. But if Xiao De takes the initiative and she passively accepts it, it will be different. It means that Xiao De liked her in his heart and accepted her. Of course, if Xiao De only plays, Chen Li is willing to give, just treats it as a reward for saving her life. Moreover, she has a good impression of Xiao De and is not the eldest daughter of the Yellow Flower, so she is willing to accompany Xiao De, as long as Xiao De is willing. "Well, let's start cooking." The bitch Xiao Meisai was taking advantage. Not long after, Huawu and Shui Yuer came, and they also needed help. With their 2 enemies here, the kitchen became lively and they were not tired of quarreling. "Shui Yuer, tisk tisk, Huawu, see what kind of dish you can cut." Huawu, "Haha, you are almost the same, I'm so embarrassed to talk to me." Both of them have a good knife skills. Chapter 190 Zhu Qing's Double Happiness and the Third Soul Ring of 10,000 Years. Night. Capture the space. Xiao De, Lu Erlong, Zhu Zuqing, Ningrongrong, Xiaowu and Shui Binger were practicing while fishing on the fishing platform. Level 58. Xiaowu broke through and was excited, but she didn't say anything to disturb the others' practice. She looked at Xiaowu, thinking that she would soon reach level 60 and enter the maturity stage, and she would become his real woman. Xiaowu has been looking forward to this day for a long time. More than 8 years have passed since the day she met Xiaowu. At most another half a year. Xiaowu closed her eyes and continued to practice hard. More than 10 minutes later, Shui Binger's fishing rod moved. She stopped practicing, retracted the rod, and caught a red fish of 4 or 5 kilograms. This effect was just enough to nourish Xiaowu's body. She put the red fish aside, put down the hook again, and continued to practice. The process was light and did not disturb others. About an hour passed, the fishing rod in front of Zhu Zuqing moved. She pulled up the fishing rod and found that it was not fish or seafood, but an elixir bottle. She was a little excited, but she still took off the pill bottle and checked it out. As she expected, it was that kind of elixir, just like Xiaowu caught before. Unexpectedly, she was the second one to catch this elixir, and she was excited. This pill can increase the 1000-year soul ring with the highest age of Zhu Zuqing's soul ring that can last 10,000 years to 10,000 years, becoming a black 10,000 years soul ring. I feel happy and want to find someone to share, but it is not easy to disturb others. I am going to put the pills in there and share them with you after you practice. At this moment, the fishing rod in front of Xiaowu moved. Xiaowu stopped practicing and pulled up the fishing rod. It was a crab with 2 or 3 pounds. Xiaowu. Zhu Zuqing's mental power sent to Xiaowu. Xiaowu looked at her and saw Zhu Zuqing shaking with the elixir bottle in her hand, for fear that Xiaowu would not notice the elixir bottle, so he wanted to share the joy with Xiaowu. Xiaowu was surprised and his mental power passed by. You have caught a pill that can improve the age of the soul ring. It's amazing you. There is no rule to catch this kind of elixir, it all depends on luck. Xiaowu was the first to catch it, and now it is Zhu Zuqing. Zhu Zuqing had a bright smile, like a child, I'm lucky. Xiaowu smiled wickedly and said, good lucky girl, I want to sleep with you tonight to share your good luck. Humph. I think beautifully. Zhu Zuqing said happily, I will sleep with Rong Rong and pass on my good luck to her. Maybe she will catch it next time. Xiaowu sighed, oh, you are the true love, I am your spare tire. Haha. Zhu Zuqing was amused by him. Zhu Zuqing smiled so charmingly. She is now excited and cannot practice with peace of mind. Xiaowu is fascinated by her and cannot practice with peace of mind. So Xiaowu took Zhu Zuqing back to Zhu Zuqing's room in the villa, and the two of them discussed the true meaning of life together. Because he was in excitement and joy, Zhu Zuqing easily felt blessed with sexual pleasure. Zhu Zuqing experienced double happiness. Before I knew it, late at night, Lu Erlong, Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong, Shui Binger and others finished their practice. Refining. During the process, their fishing rods moved, so they all found that Xiaowu and Zhu Zuqing were gone. They ignored Xiaowu and Zhu Zuqing and returned to the villa with a chat and laugh. But I saw 2 people playing games with mobile phones in the living room on the first floor of the villa. Xiaowu said seriously, Zhu Qing caught a pill to improve the soul ring. He was too excited to practice with peace of mind, so I came back with her. It is obvious that Xiaowu and the others would not believe that Xiaowu would be so simple. They did not expose Xiaowu, but were concerned about the matter of the elixir. Zuqing, you are lucky, take it out and show us. Ning Rongrong urged. Lu Erlong smiled and said, this time it's Zuqing, which means we all have hope of getting it in the future. This is a good thing. Zhu Zuqing took out the pill bottle, and they saw that it was exactly the same as Xiaowu had caught before. Shui Binger said, now Zuqing has 200-year soul rings, 1000-year soul ring and 2 10-year soul rings. After taking the pill, the 1000-year soul ring will become 10,000-year soul rings. Xiaowu said, Zuqing, you will be the second person after your brother to have a third soul ring of more than 10,000 years. Take it quickly and let's see. Zhu Zuqing took the pill under everyone's eyes. After a period of time, Zhu Zuqing's soul power suddenly exploded. Lu Erlong said, "This is an increase in the age of the soul ring, allowing Zhu Qing to break through to level 54 ahead of schedule." Soon, 5 soul rings appeared on Zhu Zuqing's body, yellow and black. 2 yellow and 3 black. Especially the 3rd and 4th soul rings are particularly eye-catching. Xiaowu smiled and said, 3 black soul rings, Zhu Qing is stronger now. Ningrongrong said, Zhu Qing's 3rd soul skill is the depravity of the netherworld. Her dark attribute power has also increased a little just now, and it is another 10,000-year soul ring. Now the soul skill effect is more powerful, right? Shui Binger quipped, wrong, why don't you try? Ningrongrong quickly shook his head, I don't want to try. If I want to try, it's brother Xiaowu who will try. It has no effect on him anyway, but he can confirm how much this soul skill has been enhanced. After being attacked by the depravity of the netherworld, Ningrongrong never wants to experience it again. Zhu Zuqing opened her eyes and showed a happy expression, everyone, I am now at level 54, and the 3rd soul ring has become a 10,000-year soul ring, and the soul skill effect has been increased by more than 3 times. The netherworld fallen soul skill has indeed been much stronger. Zuqing, congratulations! Congratulations, congratulations! Shui Binger and the others sent their congratulations, and they hugged each other and brought Cao Deliang aside. You guys talk, I'll prepare some barbecue and have some wine tonight. Cao said. Everyone is happy, I really need to celebrate, and I am not sleepy now. I said I was drinking some wine, but I ended up drinking a lot. Except for Ningrongrong who pretended to be drunk and Cao who was dizzy, everyone else was drunk. Cao did not expose Ningrongrong, but first carried Lu Erlong, Xiaowu, Zhu Zuqing and Shui Binger back to their room. Then he went out to the living room of Lu Erlong's residence and left a note, so that Chenli and the others would not have to wait for them to have breakfast. Then he entered the capture space villa, carried Ningrongrong into his room, put her on the bed, and reached out to pat her ass. Stop pretending. Cao smiled and said, go to take a shower together. It hurts? Ningrongrong rubbed the place where he was being beaten and pretended to hurt. Cao rushed over and said, your brother will not hurt if you rub it. Ningrongrong said shyly. A storm starts? The next day, early in the morning, Huawu, Shui Yuer, Chenli, Mai Xiang and Hu Meier came to Lu Erlong's residence and found it very quiet, so he knew that there must be a note. Sure enough, the note left by Cao was found on the table. Huawu looked at the note and said, one day I will torture him to death, and I don't know the point of restraint. Shui Yuer has different opinions, my brother-in-law is very strong, otherwise how can I conquer my sister and the others? You don't have to worry about it. Having said that, they made a lot of food to nourish Cao during lunch and supper today. Everyone hopes that Cao can always be strong. What a fateful bitch Cao! Envy it. Chapter 191 Tang Hao, I don't have a son. Sunset Forest. Tang San was waving the Haoshan hammer and using the Chaos Cloak hammer to fight a human-faced demon bead that had been more than 20,000 years ago. The 41st hammer. The 53rd hammer. Haoshan hammer, Chaotic Cloak, the 54th hammer. Tang San used the greatest power of Haoshan hammer and finally beat the human-faced demon spider who had been more than 20,000 years old to death. There was no one around, and today it was Tang San who secretly came to the Sunset Forest himself. The injury he suffered in the promotion match was healed faster than expected. Thanks to Yang Wudi, who broke the clan, to help him with treatment, he recovered faster. But Tang San was knocked out of shadow, and he wanted to become stronger, so he had to apply a soul ring to the Haoshan hammer. Worried that Yu Xiaogang and the others would object, Tang San ran out by himself and hunted the soul beast to obtain the soul ring. When he met the human-faced demon spider in front of him, he had a strong attack power and was suitable for the Haoshan Hammer Martial Soul, so Tang San attacked it and finally defeated it. You can gain more powerful immediately. Tang San's eyes were full of excitement. He took out a dagger, stabbed the human-faced demon spider to the vital point, and killed it with one blow. Soon, a black 10,000-year soul ring. Just when Tang San was about to absorb this soul ring with the Haoshan Hammer's martial soul, a figure suddenly appeared, and then a hammer hit Tang San and smashed him out. Ahem! Tang San hit the big stone and coughed up bleeding. He was angry that someone was attacking him. When he looked up, he was stunned. Dad! Unexpectedly, it was Tang Hao. It's his cheap father. Well, Tang San is those who traveled through the Tang sect world were all named Tang San, which belonged to soul piercing. When they traveled through the Tang sect, they were just a baby. It's not what a yin reincarnated as soon as she got pregnant, but it's the soul traveling. It can also be said that Tang San killed Tang Hao and a yin's son when he came through time, but replaced it. Therefore, Tang Hao is his cheap father and a yin is his cheap mother. Perhaps it was because he was an orphan when he was in the Tang sect, and his lack of fatherly love and motherly love, and because he felt guilty that he replaced Tang Hao and a yin's son, Tang San was willing to accept Tang Hao as his father and a yin as his mother. He regards Tang Hao and a yin's hatred as his hatred, so he must destroy the spirit hall. I don't have your son. Tang Hao looked at Tang San very angry. Of course he didn't know that his son had long died and was replaced by Tang San, who had traveled through the Tang sect world. Dad! Tang San is already deeply involved in being a son and cannot extricate himself. He knew why his father Tang Hao was angry and could not refute it. Tang Hao was angry and regretted that he was unable to succeed. What did I tell you? Tang San lowered his head and replied, Dad, you said that without your permission, you cannot apply soul rings to the Haoshan hammer. But Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Tang Hao. What are you? What do you want to do? Because I can't bear it after losing a few games? Just want to apply soul rings to the Haoshan hammer to gain stronger power to defeat those who have defeated you? Everything was seen through by Tang Hao. Tang San was speechless. No prospect. Tang Hao, don't have a weak son like you. You disappointed me so much. Tang Hao felt heartbroken and placed all his hopes on his son, hoping that he would become a stronger soul master in the future, be able to protect himself, and avenge a yin. However, after losing a few games, Tang San collapsed and actually wanted to secretly apply a soul ring to the Haoshan Hammer Martial Soul. If Tang Hao hadn't followed him all the time, maybe Tang San would have succeeded, maybe Tang San would have died because he shouldn't have applied a soul ring to the Haoshan Hammer's martial soul at this time. Now neither Tang Hao nor Yu Xiaogang have studied the twin martial souls, so I don't know when it will be appropriate to apply a soul ring to the Haoshan Hammer. It was recorded before that people with twin martial souls applied soul rings to two martial souls at the same time, resulting in an explosion of body and death. Therefore, it is very dangerous to impose soul rings on two martial souls at the same time. Yu Xiaogang and the others asked Tang San to impose soul rings on one martial soul first, which makes the risk even smaller. But Yu Xiaogang didn't know whether the first martial soul would explode and die when he applied the soul ring to the second martial soul. When we were with Bibidong, Bibidong's second martial soul had never applied a soul ring, but he just took the path of adding one martial soul to 9 soul rings first. But later Yu Xiaogang and Bibidong separated, and Yu Xiaogang didn't know how Bibidong did it later. But Bibidong is now a titled Douluo, and she obviously succeeded. Yu Xiaogang guessed that Bibidong was the first martial soul and 9 soul rings before applying soul rings to the second martial soul, but he was not sure. Yu Xiaogang was hesitating whether to find Bibidong and asked her how she did it. Tang Hao had communication with Yu Xiaogang, so what Tang Hao knew was basically what Yu Xiaogang told him. He agreed with Yu Xiaogang's speculation, so he would not let Tang San take the risk of applying a soul ring to the Haoshan Hammer martial soul. Faced with Tang Hao's reprimand, Tang San woke up and found that he was stunned by the idea of becoming stronger immediately. Dad, I was wrong, I disappointed you. I promise I will never do this again. Tang Hao stared at him, feeling that Tang San was really awakened, and sighed, oh. I'm all incompetent, otherwise I wouldn't have let you bear so much pressure. No. Tang San stood up, Dad, I am your son, so I should bear everything you have. Please rest assured that you will not be confused anymore, you will work hard to practice and become a strong person step by step. The soul ring next to it that had been more than 20,000 years ago began to dissipate. It might be saying, you father and son are noble, you are amazing. A 10,000-year soul ring was wasted. Tang Hao said earnestly, Miss, you must always have confidence in yourself. You are unique and destined to become a strong man in the future. Don't worry, temporary failures are just a training for you, and they will make you stronger. Tang San Kong pointed, Dad, I understand. Tang Hao reminded again, remember, don't apply soul rings to the Haoshan hammer before your first martial soul has not filled 9 soul rings. Listen to your teacher more. He is an amazing wise man. Yu Xiaogang is an amazing wise man, and Tang Hao is an amazing titled Douluo. Have you agreed to praise me and I will praise you? Well, I will follow your arrangements. Tang San responded seriously. After the incident of applying a soul ring to the Haoshan hammer was revealed, Tang San asked, Dad, where have you been in the past years? Where have you gone? Basically, I am protecting you in secret, and I will accompany you occasionally. But Tang Hao would not say that, but said, I did something. You don't need to know too much now. I will tell you all when you are strong enough. You are too weak and it is useless to tell you. Tang San did not ask questions. He knew that Tang Hao would come to see him often and protect him for a while. Now that the Spirit Palace knows his identity, his father probably has been secretly protecting him recently, otherwise he would not have taken action in time to stop him from absorbing the soul ring. Chapter 192 Qianrongxiu, My mother dealt with you, I don't care. Misery, are you still planning to continue to go to Wuhan City to participate in the Soul Master competition? Tang Hao looked at his son Tang San and asked. Tang San greeted his father Tang Hao's gaze, and his own eyes were firm, Dad, the Soul Master competition is a rare opportunity to experience, I don't want to give up halfway. Be strong at heart and never give up. Of course, Tang San is very clever and knows Tang Hao he will definitely protect him secretly, and with the presence of Prince Shui Qinghe, Ning Fengzi, Jian Douluo, Poison Douluo, and others, he is sure that the Spirit Hall will not dare to deal with him in the Spirit City. Tang Hao's eyes became relieved. If Tang San dared not go, he would be considered weak. He said, if you want to go, go. Give Tang San confidence. Tang Hao is also confident that he will protect Tang San from leaving Wuhan City. Although his old injuries have not healed, if he works hard, Wuhan Palace will be afraid. In addition, during the Soul Master competition, it was confirmed that the Spirit Hall would not make a big move. So, if Tang San wants to go, he will let him go. Dad, I won't let you down again. Tang San clenched his fists. Even if he couldn't win the championship in the Soul Master competition, he would still be defeated, but he was no longer confused and would regard all his failures as his mother. Go back, don't let the masters worry about you. Tang Hao left, but whether he left or not, he would continue to secretly protect Tang San. Tang San quietly returned to Tiande Royal Academy. When Yu Xiaogang and the others asked, they said they went out to relax. Seeing that Tang San was really fine and returned to a confident state, this was a good thing, so Yu Xiaogang and the others didn't ask more questions. It's already evening now. Tiandu City, in the palace. Prince's mansion. The good brothers Shui Qinghe, Qianrongxiu, and Cao De were drinking and talking, and their behavior was very close. Fortunately, I took my back beforehand, otherwise I would have misunderstood if I was seen. The two were drinking and chatting in Shui Qinghe's bedroom, and they were almost drunk before they knew it. Shui Qinghe, Qian Rongxiu, hugged Cao Da's arm and looked at him tenderly, hold me to your space. As for orders, my wife. Cao Da took Shui Qinghe, Qian Rongxiu, to Qian Rongxiu's bedroom where the space villa was captured. Qian Rongxiu unfairly disguised herself and turned back to Qian Rongxiu's appearance and was intimate with Cao Da. Outside, the guards outside the hall thought the prince and Cao Da were drunk. Shui Qinghe, Qian Rongxiu, has an order to prevent them from entering and disturbing, so there is no special situation and you cannot enter. Nearly 2 hours later. Capture the space inside the villa. Qian Rongxiu finally released her longing for Cao Da for more than half a month and gained a lot of sexual blessings. Husband, I'm going to set out to Wuhan City in 2 days. Are you ready to win the championship? Qian Rongxiu looked at Cao Da with her slender jade hand slashing on his face. Cao Da grabbed her hand, tender and smooth, the champion must be mine from your husband, I can't escape. Qian Rongxiu smiled and said, are you not afraid of the spirit palace dealing with you? Cao Da said shamelessly, with you and your mother-in-law, who dares to touch me in the Wuhan Hall? Qian Rongxiu pinched him, haha, who threatened to be his woman by Pope Bibidong at the beginning. Humph, she remembers it, and she will definitely not spare you lightly then. Cao Da turned over and pressed Qian Rongxiu against her, kissed her with a shameless smile and said, hee, things are impermanent. I didn't expect that Pope Bibidong, who did not get the spirit hall, got you. You are shameless. Qian Rongxiu cursed with a smile, my mother will not care about you when the time comes, she is very strong. The bitch Cao moved, and then said with a smirk, she is strong? How strong is she? Are she as strong as me? Humph. I won't talk nonsense to you. Qian Rongxiu snorted coldly. Cao Da did not tease her anymore and looked at the clock, it's getting late. Let's go out after taking a shower. If someone knows that we're staying together all night, I don't know what it will be like. Qian Rongxiu said coquettishly, you're not blamed. Cao Da picked her up and walked towards the bathroom. After about an hour, the two of them came out, put on their clothes, and then waited for Qian Rongxiu to turn back to Shui Qinghe and took her out of the capture space. It was already the second half of the night. After parting with Qian Rongxiu, Cao Da left the prince's mansion. Seeing Cao Da leave, the people from the prince's mansion seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. When they returned to Lu Erlong's residence in Lanba Academy, Lu Erlong, Xiaowu, Zhu Zuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Shui Binger were still waiting for him. Brother, you're back. We thought the prince would stay and not let you come back. Seeing Cao Da come back, Xiaowu pounced directly on and threw herself into his arms. Sorry, I've been delayed for a while and I've been waiting for you for a long time. Cao Da apologized. He said that he would come after dinner, but now it is already the second half of the night. Sorry to us. Lu Erlong came over and smelled the shower gel on Cao Da's body. He knew that he had gone to the space villa to take a shower after drinking. I was not worried that the prince would give Cao Da a few beauties to enjoy. Cao Da was not a hungry person, and would not let them go to find other women without using them. Ah, if you don't come back, I'm going to fall asleep. Ning Rongrong was sleepy, let's go to sleep in the space, it's so sleepy. Cao Da said, next time you encounter this situation, you can go to bed first and don't wait for me. Shui Binger smiled and said, it's okay. We are worried that you haven't come back. Zhu Zuqing smiled and said, it's good to be back. Cao Da was moved. These women are so good. Let's go, and rest. He hugged Xiaowu with one hand and Shui Binger with the other. He entered Lu Erlong, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zuqing, and others into Lu Erlong's bedroom, and then took them into the capture space villa. Brother, I'll sleep with you. Xiaowu followed Cao Da to his room. The two of them did nothing and hugged each other and fell asleep quickly. Cao Da was quite energetic, but Xiaowu was sleepy, so she didn't bother her. The others were sleepy and fell asleep quickly. There are notes left in Lu Erlong's living room, so he can sleep until he wakes up naturally. The next day, because I was going to set off to Wuhan City to participate in the finals of the Soul Master competition the day after tomorrow, Shui Binger, Shui Yuer and Wu were sent back to their academy by Xiaowu De. After returning to the academy, I was no longer ready to practice for the last 2 days, so everyone can relax. However, Chen Li, Mai Xiang and Hu Meyer did not go to play, and they continued to practice. Really hard work. Xiaowu De, Zhu Zuqing, Xiaowu, Lu Erlong, Ning Rongrong and the other 5 did not go anywhere else and were planning to play in the capture space for 2 days, so they are all inside now. The 4 of them wore different beautiful beachwear and swam in the sea with Xiaowu De, diving together, playing games together, sunbathing together, playing beach volleyball together, surfing together, cooking together, doing what they love to do together. During the day, the bitch Cao can have a great time to have a good taste. How happy! Even if there are 4 shows every night, Cao doesn't feel tired, only the 4 of them are tired. Thank you for capturing the space to give the bitch Cao a strong body. Let him and the girls be happy all the time. Chapter 193 Bibi Dong, why do I feel disgusting to use Xiao Gang now? This time, Prince Shueqing he will represent me, represent the Tiandu Empire, and escort your 16 participating teams to Wuhan City with the 500 knights. In the morning, the Emperor of Snow Night was passionately speaking to the people from the Lanba Academy team and other 16 participating teams. In addition to Prince Shueqing he and the 500 knights, Ning Fengzi and Jian Douluo will also go there. On the surface, they are responsible for protecting Prince Shueqing he's safety, but in fact they are to prevent sneak attacks in the Spirit Hall. Poison Douluo is also here. In order to protect Tang San, he is now a consultant of Tiandu Royal Academy, so he can go there with a legitimate reason. Zhao Wuji, Yu Xiaogang, Flander, Qinming, Meng Shenji, Bai Base Han, and others will also go there together as accompanying teachers of the 2 teams of Tiandu Royal Academy. In addition, the academy of each participating team arranged several teachers to accompany them, such as Vice President Yu of Tianshui College, Dragon Princess, and Snake Women of the Alien Beast Academy, etc., who would go together. There are more than 30 teachers, most of them are soul saints, and a small number of soul emperors and soul contras. The 500 knights arranged by the Tiandu Empire are all elite, composed of soul masters, great soul masters, and soul sects. This is the arrangement of the Tiandu Zong army. The Tiandu Empire itself has not many soul masters, and there are only more than 1,000 people in a knight group, and there are not as many disciples as the 7 Treasures Glazed Lith sect. I wish you all good results. Set off. After the Emperor Sui finished speaking, a team of more than 700 people left Tiandu city. When he left the city, many people saw him off. Come on Lanba Academy, come on goddess, the champion belongs to the goddess. Lanba Academy, Lanba Academy. There were many swords in Lanba Academy cheering, and of course most of them came to Xiaowu, Zhu Zuqing, Ning Rongrong, Mai Xiang, Jiangzhu, and the others. The monster Cao has few calls, let alone the 3 of them who have no sense of existence, including Tai Long, Jingling and Huang Yuan. Originally, Cao, Ning Fengzi, Jian Douluo, Dugabo and others thought that the Spirit Hall would attack. But no, they arrived at Wuhan City with a smooth journey. Haha, the Spirit Palace did not take action this time. Dugabo was surprised. Ning Fengzi said, maybe I know we are in the team and give up. Jian Douluo said, our team is not weak. The attack on the Spirit Hall is coming, and it is impossible for Douluo to succeed without a few titled Douluo. Perhaps it is too risky to dispatch several titled Douluo at once, so the Wuhan Palace chose to give up. Not only were they surprised, but Tang Hao, who was accompanying him in secret, felt even more surprised, and he thought there were other conspiracies in the Martial Soul Palace. Is it because she captured the space and bound Bibi Dong, which changed her mind? Or was it because she had changed after recognizing Qian Rongxiu? Xiao De thought about it and felt that there were both possible, and Bibi Dong must be changing anyway. At the same time, Xiao De was curious about what Bibi Dong would react after seeing him. The group arrived at Wuhan City in the morning. After entering Wuhan City, someone received them and placed them. This time Yu Xiaogang was with him, and he did not come to Wuhan City to find Bibi Dong in advance like the original work. But this afternoon, Yu Xiaogang came to the Pope's Hall with the Elder Token from the Spirit Hall to meet Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong did not refuse and summoned Yu Xiaogang alone. Xiaogang. Somehow, Bibi Dong felt uncomfortable when she saw Yu Xiaogang. Bibi Dong. Yu Xiaogang called Bibi Dong's name directly. He had no more hatred for Bibi Dong in his heart, but he was hidden deep in it. This woman who betrays himself and abandons him is as hateful and as cheap as that woman Lu Erlong. One day, they will regret it and ravage them. This is what Yu Xiaogang thinks now. The reason why he came to see Bibi Dong was to get the secret of practicing twin martial souls so that Tang San would not have any worries and let Tang San grow up so that he could avenge him. Hi! Bibi Dong looked at Yu Xiaogang and felt that this man was unfamiliar. He obviously loved him very much and cared about him very much. Yu Xiaogang in front of him not only made Bibi Dong feel unfamiliar, but also made Bibi Dong feel the evil power and hatred hidden in Yu Xiaogang. These two things made Bibi Dong very familiar with them, and she suddenly realized that she had these things on her before, but they suddenly disappeared a few months ago and can't feel them now. Then Bibi Dong was scared, but he didn't expect that he had the evil power and deep hatred before. Looking at Yu Xiaogang again, I feel that Yu Xiaogang has become almost the same as before, and is almost completely lost by evil forces and hatred. Seeing Bibi Dong looking at him with a strange expression, Yu Xiaogang was uncomfortable. Bitch! Yu Xiaogang scolded in his heart. Then, he endured the disgust in his heart and said, Bibi Dong, long time no see, you are still so beautiful. Now you are tall and are already the Pope of the Spirit Hall, which is beyond the reach of. To get the secret of Bibi Dong's twin martial souls, you have to find a reminisce about the past and get familiar with the relationship. Bibi Dong was also disgusted when she heard Yu Xiaogang's words, because she clearly felt the hatred that Yu Xiaogang was hiding towards her, but Yu Xiaogang said such words. Bibi Dong was puzzled in his heart, why did the man he loved deeply in the past now make her unfamiliar and disgusting? Also, why can Yu Xiaogang hate himself? If it weren't for protecting Yu Xiaogang, why would she have suffered so much pain from Bibi Dong? She didn't resent Yu Xiaogang, but Yu Xiaogang hated her instead. Bibi Dong was angry when he thought about it. He felt that it was not worth protecting Yu Xiaogang for his past. He thought he was stupid. How could he ruin his life for such a man? She looked at Yu Xiaogang with displeasure, and her aura became more powerful. Yu Xiaogang, are you here to reminisce about the past? If so, you can leave. We have nothing to reminisce about. Bitch, don't you remember anything now, for the sake of power? Yu Xiaogang held it in his heart, but on the surface, he was calm. Bibi Dong, I want to know how you got through the difficulties of twin martial souls. It turned out that this man was not here to reminisce about the past, but wanted to know his secret. Bibi Dong sneered, do you want to know the secret of the twin martial souls? It's for your disciple Tang San? Haha, do you think I will tell someone who is destined to be an enemy of the Wuhan Hall? Although Bibi Dong now feels that he has no grudge against Tang Hao and Tang San, that is the grudge between the Wuhan Palace and them, and now Bibi Dong doesn't care about anything except his daughter Qian Rongxiu. What does the relationship between the Spirit Palace and Tang Hao and Tang San's hatred have to do with her? She can throw away this Pope at any time. However, he didn't want to tell Yu Xiaogang the secret of the twin martial souls. Because of Yu Xiaogang's hypocrisy and his current appearance, Bibi Dong felt disgusted. The same is true for Yu Xiaogang. The two of them disgusted each other and pretended to be fine on the surface. Bibi Dong, why do you have to implicate a child in the grudge between the Spirit Hall and Tang Hao? Yu Xiaogang said, is the Spirit Hall afraid of a child from the Soul Sect? Chapter 194 Yu Xiaogang's two front teeth were abolished by Bibi Dong. Hearing Yu Xiaogang's childish and exciting words, Bibi Dong couldn't help laughing. Haha, Yu Xiaogang, are you childish, or do you think I am childish? Tang San is Tang Hao's son, and Tang Hao and the Wuhan Palace are dying enemies. Do you think Tang San, who has twin martial souls, will seek revenge on the Martial Soul Palace after he grows up? I am now the Pope of the Spirit Hall, and you actually want me to tell the secret of the twin martial souls to the mortal enemy of the Spirit Hall? Help the enemy grow and wait for him to become stronger and kill me? Haha, I think you are not childish, I hope I am childish. Seeing that Bibi Dong was not agitated by childish words, Yu Xiaogang scolded him again, and then moved him with emotion. Bibi Dong, I can guarantee that Tang San will not go against the Wuhan Palace in the future. Just think of our past relationship. But I thought to myself, waiting for Tang San to grow up will make you worse than death. Past love? Bibi Dong found that he had no affection for Yu Xiaogang, no love, and only disgust. She felt strange herself, and she didn't know what was going on. Even if you want to talk about the past relationship, Bibi Dong believes that he does not owe Yu Xiaogang. Instead, Yu Xiaogang misunderstood her and did not pursue the reason. He easily gave up Bibi Dong, and soon he had the new love Lu Erlong. If you want to be owed, Yu Xiaogang owes too much Bibi Dong. When Bibi Dong proposed to break up, the reason given was unreasonable, but Yu Xiaogang believed it and refused to investigate why Bibi Dong was so abnormal. Instead, he misunderstood that Bibi Dong was blamed for his greed for power, playing with his feelings, abandoning him, and looking pitiful and heartbroken. But the good times didn't last long, and Yu Xiaogang fell in love with Lu Erlong. It's really ironic and hypocritical. Bibi Dong now realizes Yu Xiaogang's hypocritical and cowardly side, which makes her feel disgusted. If it weren't for the capture space binding Bibi Dong, suppressing the evil power and hatred in her body. Under the capture space, the bound woman would not have liked other men except Xiao De. Only then did Bibi Dong awaken now and realize Yu Xiaogang's true face. Otherwise, he would still be infatuated with Yu Xiaogang and be used by Yu Xiaogang. The past love. Bibi Dong was not sad, his expression was calm and without any turmoil. We had long been ruined by you. Now you are you, I am me, and you have no relationship. I can call you because of your understanding. Yu Xiaogang, you don't have to worry too much. I personally have no hatred with Tang Hao and Tang San, but now I am the Pope of the Wuhan Palace, and it is impossible for me to do anything to gain enemies. You can go back now. I don't want to see you again in the future. Yu Xiaogang disgusted her and didn't want to see her again. Bibi Dong, are you really so decisive? Yu Xiaogang scolded Bibi Dong for a while in his heart. Now Bibi Dong doesn't talk about his old love, and he doesn't pretend anymore, saying harsh words with a calm face. If you don't say it, I will sooner or later find out the secret of the twin martial souls. Bibi Dong, I advise you not to attack Tang San, otherwise you will regret it. Bibi Dong's face turned cold. Yu Xiaogang, do you dare to threaten me? Don't think I dare not kill you now. Yu Xiaogang sneered, how dare I threaten the high-ranking Pope? As he said that, he turned around and prepared to leave. After walking a few steps, I stopped. Come, and turn your back to Bibi Dong and say, Bibi Dong, from the moment I leave this Pope's palace, your friendship will be over. I still want to stimulate Bibi Dong when I am about to prevent her from having a better life. Thinking that Bibi Dong still cared about his past can make her sad. Bibi Dong was in pain, and Yu Xiaogang was happy. Roll. But he knew that Bibi Dong had a force that directly knocked Yu Xiaogang out of the Pope's hall and threw it on the ground in front of the Pope's hall. Two of his teeth were knocked off, and his mouth was covered with blood. Bibi Dong no longer wants to listen to Yu Xiaogang's disgusting words. nor does he want to feel the aura of disgust on him anymore. The reason why he did not kill Yu Xiaogang was that there was no reason to kill him. Bibi Dong didn't know what Yu Xiaogang thought about her in his heart, otherwise he might have killed him. Second, although Bibi Dong doesn't like Yu Xiaogang at all now, he has loved him before and has memories, so he still can't bear to kill him. Bibi Dong has never been a decisive person to kill, and now he has no evil power and hatred influence, and no ruthlessness in the original work. Ahem. Yu Xiaogang was lying on the ground, looking at the two front teeth with blood in his hand, with an extremely vicious look. He swore that he would make Bibi Dong live worse than death in the future and he would play with this bitch hard. He lowered his head, and everyone noticed his terrible gaze. Yu Xiaogang quickly suppressed his emotions, stood up as if nothing had happened, wiped his blood, tidied up his clothes, and left as if nothing had happened. Yu Xiaogang has already practiced it now and is very good at concealing his emotions and hiding the hatred and evil in his heart. If it weren't for the role of capturing space and Bibi Dong's strong mental power, otherwise he would not have noticed the evil and hatred hidden by Yu Xiaogang. But Bibi Dong didn't care much about it except being disgusted and disgusted. A level 29 Yu Xiaogang is not a threat to Bibi Dong. Of course, it would be different if Bibi Dong knew about Yu Xiaogang's vicious thoughts. After Yu Xiaogang left, Bibi Dong was thinking alone in the Pope's hall. Strange, I obviously cared about Yu Xiaogang so much before, but why don't you care at all now, but instead feel disgusted? Bibi Dong was puzzled after realizing his changes, so he thought about the reason. Is it because I was influenced by that evil force and hatred before, and now that they have disappeared, I am back to normal? The evil power and hatred hidden by Yu Xiaogang made Bibi Dong very familiar with him, realizing that she was like that before, and it was even more serious. When did it start? Bibi Dong carefully recalled when the evil power and hatred in her body changed, and soon she thought of, is it that time? Bibi Dong remembered that night a few months ago, a man with strong mental power sent a voice to call her name, and then she suddenly arrived at a strange space. Is he here specifically to help me and help me get rid of evil and hatred in my heart? But why should he help me? The evil power and hatred were gone. Bibi Dong thought it was a good thing, so he thought it was helping her, but he was wondering who was and why he wanted to help her. Will you show up? Bibi Dong was curious and wanted to see the person who sent the voice of the mental power. After thinking for a while, Bibi Dong no longer continued to seek trouble. Shweta is here. Bibi Dong smiled and smiled so well. She thought of her daughter Qian Rongxiu, and she wanted to meet her daughter well this time to make up for each other's feelings. She was looking forward to it, excited, and a little nervous. Of course, Bibi Dong also thought of Xiaoda, and she wanted to see Xiaoda in her heart. Bibi Dong thought he cared about his daughter too much, so he also cared about Xiaoda, whom his daughter liked. Let's see what kind of person this little brat is. Bibi Dong thought of what Xiaoda and Zhu Douluo said at the beginning, and wanted her to become Xiaoda's woman. He did not become Xiaoda's woman, but his daughter met her. Bibi Dong felt strange, a bold guy, let's see how I treat you. I decided to beat Xiaoda hard when I saw her, so that Xiaoda would know her power, and also show her mother-in-law's majesty and warn her daughter. Bibi Dong laughed when he thought of Xiaoda's embarrassment under her afterwards. Chapter 195 Ma Heng Jun, the master is so miserable. I didn't win Bibi Dong, and I lost a lot. The first and second teams of Tiandi Royal Academy were arranged together, but they were only two separate residences next to each other. Team 2. That is Tang San and the others. Master, what's wrong with you? Why are the front teeth gone? Not long after Yu Xiao came back, Ma Heng discovered something strange first. Teacher, what happened? Hearing Ma Heng's words, Tang San came over quickly. Dai Mubai, Oscar, Flander, Zhao Wuji, and others also came here. It's nothing. I went out to stroll and accidentally hit it. Yu Xiaogang's words are now breathless and he can't speak clearly. Master, your reason is too perfunctory. Although you are just a great soul master, you won't be able to knock your teeth off after falling. Oscar said what everyone was thinking. Flander knew that Yu Xiaogang went out to find Bibi Dong just now, and guessed that Bibi Dong had taken action. He was a little angry. Xiaogang, how could she treat you like this? It's too much, isn't you missing any old love? Old love? Ma Hongjun and others showed curious eyes. Does the master have an old lover in Wuhan City? Awesome master! They complained so much in their hearts. Yu Xiaogang sighed, how could a woman like her think of the past relationship? I was so whimsical. I was a little tired, so I went to rest first. He was not in high spirits, was so stuffy that he could not vent his anger, so he could only sleep. After Yu Xiaogang left, Ma Hongjun asked Flander curiously, Dean, tell us what's going on? The master still has an old lover in Wuhan City? Did he get an old lover just now, and was beaten? Flander he kicked Ma Hongjun angrily, and he didn't want to say anything. But Tang San said with a worried look, Dean, I am worried about the teacher's situation, I am afraid that he will become what he used to be. I want to understand the situation and will be better to deal with it if something happens. Flander thought about it and was also worried about Yu Xiaogang's situation, and was worried that Yu Xiaogang might be stimulated by Bibi Dong again after being stimulated by Lu Erlong. He sighed and said, let me tell you a story. Some young men were born in the blue electric Tyrannosaurus rex family, but because of the mutation of martial souls, his soul power stayed at level 29. However, he did not give up. He began to study the knowledge of soul masters and quickly showed his talent. Afterwards, he traveled around and met a woman who admired his talent. Halfway through they later fell in love. But the woman had a very big background, and her teacher was the Pope of the Martial Spirit Hall at that time. Hearing this, Tang San, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, Dai Mubai, Zhao Wuji and others were all surprised. Ma Hongjun thought to himself, Master Niu Bai, you can get all the disciples of the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Oscars also had similar feelings. Dai Mubai thought more, the Pope of the Spirit Hall was not the former Pope Chihiroji, right? Tang San also guessed that. He clenched his fists. Qian Sunji was his enemy. Qian Sunji led the people from the Martial Soul Palace to chase Tang Hao. Although Tang Hao has not told Tang San yet, Tang San has guessed that his cheap mother should have been killed by the Spirit Hall. Since the soul has passed through and occupied the bodies of Tang Hao and a Yin's sons, Tang San is willing to be their own son and avenge them. I heard Fland continue, oh, I don't know my face. Later, the woman abandoned the talented man. For the sake of her power and status, she gave up love and chose to follow her teacher. The abandoned man was heartbroken, but luckily he met another beloved woman later. Another beloved woman is Lu Erlong, right? Then I found out that Lu Erlong was his cousin. Now 20 years later, Lu Erlong abandoned himself. Ma Hongjun and the others were heartbroken for Yu Xiaogang. This relationship was too bloody and too miserable. Tang San and the others already knew about Lu Erlong and Yu Xiaogang, so Flander didn't say anything more. After a pause, Flander said again, that woman is the current Pope Bibi Dong of the Spirit Hall. Master Niu Bai. Ma Hongjun, Oscar, Dai Mubai and even Tang San and Zhao Wuji have to admire him. However, Dai Mubai and Tang San were very thoughtful and guessed it when they listened to the story. Fland continued, Bibi Dong is a twin martial soul like Tang San, and Bibi Dong has succeeded. She is now a titled Douluo. Is Bibi Dong a twin martial soul or a titled Douluo? Tang San and others were shocked. Oscar exclaimed, how strong is the twin martial souls at the titled Douluo level? Flanders shook his head, no one knows how strong Bibi Dong is now. Ma Hongjun sighed, it's a pity that he is a woman who is greedy for power and status. She abandoned the master and love. In order to gain power and status, she actually lived with her teacher. Such a lowly woman is not worthy of the master. Damn, why should she beat the master? Too cheap. Dai Mubai said, in the face of a huge power position, it is easy for people to lose themselves. What Flander knew was what Yu Xiaogang told him, and it was Yu Xiaogang's idea, not completely real. If they knew the truth and knew how much Bibi Dong had paid for Yu Xiaogang, they would not have thought so, but they would definitely stand on Yu Xiaogang's side. Zhao Wuji said, women are just trouble, but fortunately I don't. Ma Hongjun looked at him and thought to himself, what do you old boy know? Women are made of water, which is the most enjoyable. Alas, I don't know if the master won Bibi Dong at the beginning. If he didn't, it would be a loss. Bibi Dong, the spirit hall. Tang San clenched his fists, one day, I will make you pay the price. Dai Mubai slapped Tang San's shoulder with his hand, misery, keep calm and don't be impulsive. There will be a chance to take revenge in the future. Tang San nodded, don't worry, I won't do stupid things anymore. Because it has been done. Dean, I'll go see the teacher, otherwise I'll be worried. Tang San said. Fland nodded, go, you are like father and son with him, and speaking is the most effective. After Tang San left, Flander said to Dai Mubai and the others, don't be stunned, hurry up and practice. These are all tragedies caused by insufficient strength. If the strength is strong enough, Flander may get Lu Erlong, Yu Xiaogang may get Bibi Dong, Tang San may get Xiaowu, Dai Mubai may get Zhu Zuqing, and Oscars may get Ning Rong. If you have the strength, Ma Hongjun can play whoever you want and play as much as you want. Ma Hongjun and the others work hard. On the other side. But the Lanba Academy residence is constantly laughing. The competition began in a few days. Xiaoda and the others did not practice, they were all playing, so they relaxed. On the way here, they have been working hard for half a month, and now they are relaxing. Water Binger, Water Moon, Fire Dance is also here. A group of people were chatting and preparing to go to Wuhan City to take a look. Originally, Lu Erlong and the others were worried that the Spirit Hall might deal with Xiaoda, but Xiaoda insisted that it was okay, so everyone reached an agreement and went for a walk together and had dinner outside. Just kidding, with Bibi Dong and Qian Rongxiu here, how could the Wuhan Palace deal with him again? Xiaoda. This is Xiao's home. Chapter 196. Davis was beaten away by Xiaoda, and Zhu Zuyun was frightened. On the streets of Wuhan City. Bamboo Yun, don't you go and see your sister? Davis looked at Zhu Zuyun who was holding his arm and asked with a smile, today, all the 16 teams of the Tiandu Empire have arrived at Wuhan City, and she is in the team of Lanba Academy. Davis is the prince of the Xingluo Empire, and Zhu Zuyun is his woman. Both of them are members of the first team of Xingluo Royal Academy. One is a martial soul evil-eyed white tiger and the other is a martial soul ghost cat. They can fusion of martial souls. Now they are both soul sex. Zhu Zuyun replied, don't worry. You are not in a hurry to see your brother Dai Mubai, and I am not in a hurry to see Zhu Zuqing. While paying attention to the news of the Tiandu Empire region, Davis and Zhu Zuyun accidentally discovered news about Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing. They were surprised at that time, and what surprised them even more was that Dai Mubai was not with Zhu Zuqing, the fiancé, but instead made Zhu Zuqing snatched away by other men. Haha, that trash Dai Mubai not only dared not compete with me to escape from the Xingluo Empire, but also could not defend his fiancé. What qualifications does he have to let me see him? Davis is even more disdainful of Dai Mubai, especially Dai Mubai lost Zhu Zuqing's fiancé, which makes Davis sneer even more. Compared with my waste brother, Zhu Qing has a lot of vision. He knows that Dai Mubai is a waste, so he found a better man. Davis smiled and said, it's a pity that such a beautiful sister-in-law has allowed others to take advantage. Zhu Zuyun glared at him and said angrily, you men are not good people. If you have the ability, go and snatch Zhu Qing over. Then we sisters will serve you together. Davis thought this way, after all, Zhu Zuqing is pure and beautiful, the key is that her figure is more popular than Zhu Zuyun. I originally thought that Dai Mubai could get Zhu Zuqing too, but Zhu Zuqing also ran away later, which made him depressed. After 2 or 3 years, I got news about Zhu Zuqing again. Seeing Zhu Zuqing's beautiful portrait, Davis became more thoughtful. But after knowing that Zhu Zuqing was the woman of that monster Xiaowu, Davis became even more depressed. Although he didn't believe Xiaowu's information very much, the information was not wrong. When Davis thought of the monster Xiaowu, he was jealous and hated, jealous of Xiaowu's soul ring and strength, and was jealous of Xiaowu's possession of Zhu Zuqing. Xiaowu. Why is there such a monster? Davis was depressed. It's really unfair to go to heaven. The news about Xiaowu has been confirmed many times, and it must be true. Zhu Zuyun could not understand Xiaowu's existence. With him in this competition, the champion must be from Lanba Academy. After a pause, he said, I'm really curious about how Xiaowu is. He has many women, and it is definitely not ordinary to let Zhu Qing follow him. Humph. Davis said, it's just that those women are so easy to deceive. Zhu Qing is just too simple and cheated. When you sisters meet, remember to persuade her not to continue being deceived and take her back to the Xingluo Empire. Zhu Zuyun gave him a blank look and said angrily, it's so cheap for Zuqing to go back? You guys are all slick and sweet, I'm just scammering. Is that true? Davis pinched Zhu Zuyun and said with a wicked smile. Go away. Zhu Zuyun pushed Davis away angrily. What's that? Suddenly I saw a familiar figure, Zhu Qing. Zhu Zuqing? Where? Davis looked around excitedly and found it among the crowd on the street opposite. It's really Zhu Zuqing. Zhu Zuqing left the Xingluo Empire when she was 11 or 12 years old. Her body was basically fixed at that time, so 2 or 3 years later, although Zhu Zuqing was more beautiful and had a better figure, her overall shape was similar to before. Zhu Qing seems to be more beautiful and has a better figure. Davis stared at her with a good look. Let's go and talk about the past. He was angry when he heard this, but he did not refuse because she was very curious about Xiaowu. The two walked towards the opposite street. That man should be Xiaowu, it's similar to the portrait. Zhu Zuyun stared at Xiaowu, what a blessing. There are very beautiful women around him, no worse than Zhu Qing. Xiaowu was with Zhu Zuqing, Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong, Shui Bing'er, Shui Yu'er, Hua Wu, Lu Erlong, Mai Xiang, Jiangzhu, and others. Tailong, Jingling and Huang Yuan didn't want to be light bulbs, so the 3 of them went shopping alone. Therefore, now 9 beauties are surrounding Xiaowu. This scene made Davis envious and jealous. He didn't envy Xiaowu for being with many women at the same time. Davis is not short of women, and there are many good looks, so he can play casually. But although he has played with many women, none of them can compare with the women around Xiaowu. Even Zhu Zuyun felt that he could not compare. Of course, Davis did not count the beautiful Jiangzhu together, but instead referred to the other 8 women. It's just a bad luck. Davis felt very sad. Zhu Zuyun smiled, knowing Davis's temperament. After approaching Zhu Zuqing and the others, Zhu Zuyun spoke, Zuqing. When Xiaowu and the others heard someone called Zhu Zuqing, they stopped. Especially Zhu Zuqing, she felt that this voice sounded familiar and made her hate it. She thought of someone and had already guessed that this person would probably appear in the competition. Zhu Zuyun. Looking back, it was indeed the person Zhu Zuqing guessed. Her real sister, the one she wants to kill. Zhu Qing, long time no see, I'm getting more and more beautiful. Davis stared at Zhu Zuqing's hot figure, thinking that it would be very satisfying to play. But soon Xiaowu's figure blocked his view. Mad, get out of here. Davis, who was used to being arrogant, blurted out as soon as he got angry. The next moment, Xiaowu suddenly appeared in front of Davis, punched him into the sky, and said, I deserve a beating. Everyone was surprised and watched Davis, who was beaten away by dozens of meters high, fall down quickly, and then hit the ground hard, and the ground was cracked and sunken. This is because when Davis fell down, he used his soul power to protect his body. However, Xiaoda's punch made his teeth fall off a few, and his face quickly became hematoma, looking miserable. "It's you." Davis got up and looked at Xiaoda viciously. Only then did he realize that the person he was scolding was the monster Xiaoda. He was angry, but he did not dare to fight Xiaoda, for fear that the fate would be even worse. Zhu Zuyun looked at Xiaoda blankly, thinking that this man looked gentle, but it was not easy to mess with. Some are afraid of Xiaoda. "Brother, you're good at hitting. Such a person deserves a beating." Xiaowu praised Xiaoda, and she would do it if Xiaoda didn't do it. "How can you bear to scold her brother? You are Zhu Zuyun." Xiaoda looked at Zhu Zuyun, his eyes calm, but Zhu Zuyun was frightened. "Well, I'm just coming over to say hello to my sister." Zhu Zuyun's voice was a little trembling. Zhu Zuqing pulled Xiaoda, afraid that he would kill Zhu Zuyun. Although Zhu Zuqing hated Zhu Zuyun, he was almost killed by Zhu Zuyun several times. But now Zhu Zuqing understood that if Zhu Zuyun had really made up her mind to kill her, she would definitely not be able to escape. However, if Zhu Zuqing had average strength, she would not end up well, and she might be locked up or her martial soul would be destroyed even if she didn't die. Zhu Zuqing would not forgive Zhu Zuyun, but she had no intention of killing Zhu Zuyun. She is a person who misses love. After all, Zhu Zuyun is her real sister. Moreover, if Zhu Zuyun is killed here, Lanba Academy will lose the qualification for the competition and may be punished and targeted by the Douluo Empire. Zhu Zuqing doesn't want to implicate others because of herself. Chapter 197 Xiaoda, no one can stop the way I want to take, and you guys can't do it either. Just want to leave like this. When Zhu Zuyun was about to leave, Xiaoda spoke again. Zhu Zuyun was startled again. She looked at Xiaoda in fear. "Is there anything else?" Xiaoda punched Davis so high, with a few of his teeth falling off, and his face was swollen. Zhu Zuyun didn't want to end like that. Now she regrets it, regrets coming with Davis, and regrets curious about Xiaoda. "It's so curious that I'm killing the cat." Xiaoda looked at Zhu Zuqing and saw her shaking her head. Xiaoda understood what she meant, but did not intend to let Zhu Zuyun go easily. He looked at Zhu Zuyun and said, "Zhu Zuyun, should you apologize for your past incident to Zuqing before leaving?" Although Zhu Zuqing did not kill Zhu Zuyun and did not want to make things worse, it would be too cheap for her to let Zhu Zuyun leave directly. "Apologize? Is it just like that?" Zhu Zuyun suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. She originally thought that Zhu Zuqing would not let her go easily and Xiaoda would deal with her, but the result is surprising now. Xiaoda wanted to say, "This is just to charge some interest first. After the competition is over, I will personally accompany Zhu Zuqing to the Xingluo Empire and go to the Zhu family to seek justice for Zuqing." Although it is embarrassing to apologize to his sister Zhu Zuqing in public, it is much better than being beaten or possibly being killed. Zhu Zuqing bowed in front of Zhu Zuyun and apologized, "Zuqing, I apologize for what I did to you in the past, and I hope you can forgive me." "Forgive?" Zhu Zuqing shook her head, "I won't forgive you. I have nothing to do with you in the future. You go, I don't want to see you again." "Yes, I will leave immediately and will never appear in front of you anymore." The opportunity came, and Zhu Zuyun quickly left, not wanting to stay for a moment. She walked past Davis and ignored him at all. "Bitch!" Davis cursed in his heart, his face was so swollen that he couldn't speak at all. "You haven't left yet, want to get beaten again?" Xiaowu stared at Davis. Davis wanted to leave immediately, but couldn't say it, and squeezed away the crowd and ran away with the swollen boss's face. "Zuqing, just let Zhu Zuyun go." Ningrongrong was upset for Zhu Zuqing. Zhu Zuqing smiled and said, "It's all over. Now I have you, so I'm very content." Ningrongrong sighed, "You are just too kind." Xiaoda held Zhu Zuqing's hand, "After the competition is over, I will accompany you back for a while, so they must pay some price. Zhu Zuqing did not refuse. Yes. Shui Binger, let's go together. Ning Rongrong, yes, go together and seek justice for Zuqing. Shui Yuer said, they are the team of Xingluo Royal Academy. If you encounter them during the game, beat them up. Hua Wu supports, if we meet the Fire Academy, we won't let them go easily. Xiaowu said, Lanba Academy, Tian Shui Academy and Shuo Academy can always be encountered. You can beat them rightfully then. Zhu Zuqing was moved, but had to remind him, don't underestimate them. Their soul power should be not low and they have reached the soul sect, and they can also fusion martial souls, and their strength may be comparable to that of an ordinary soul emperor. There is no need to worry about Lanba Academy. There is Shui Binger and their sister's martial soul fusion skills, which are definitely better than Davis and Zhu Zuyun's martial soul fusion skills. Only Shuo Academy. Although Hua Wu's strength has improved a lot, I am afraid that I will not be able to win the martial soul fusion skills of Davis and Zhu Zuyun. The overall strength of Shuo Academy is not as good as Davis and his team. Hua Wu understood that Zhu Zuqing was mainly reminding her, Zuqing, don't worry, our Shuo Academy is not bad either. If you haven't fought before, how could you admit defeat? Let's go, don't affect your mood. Let's continue shopping and go to dinner later. Lu Erlong said to them. So the group continued to stroll. The street has restored its previous talk and laughter. Of course, there are always people around who are attracted by girls. They walk on the street and there is a beautiful scenery. Because of the competition, Wuhan City is now stricter and no one dares to cause trouble here. No one cares about small fuss, but if it gets bigger, it will be serious. Some of the other participating teams were also shopping in the city, and some were trying to practice. He is Xiaowu De. At this time, Hu Lina, Xiaowu, and Yan followed Xiaowu De and others in another corner. The three of them observed Xiaowu De and his group for some time, and just saw Xiaowu De beat Davis away. The person who was beaten was Davis, the prince of the Xingluo Empire, and it was probably the future prince. He was beaten very miserably. Yan said, Xiaowu De seems to be a bad guy and has a bad temper. Hu Lina looked at Yan, Yan, if Davis scolded you, you would be even more angry. Yan smiled and said, I won't beat him to death. I don't care if he is the prince or the prince. He doesn't take any prince seriously at all. Xiaowu asked, do you want to go up and say hello? Yan said, aren't you afraid of becoming like Davis? Humph. Xiaowu snorted coldly, this is Wuhan City, I didn't provoke him, how dare he hit me? Let's go and get to know each other, said Hu Lina, the teacher seems to be no longer targeting Xiaowu De. Maybe this time I will find an opportunity to win him over. It's just right for us to get to know each other. Bibi Dong didn't plan to let Xiaowu De go, but it changed later. Now when talking about Xiaowu De with Hu Lina and the others, Bibi Dong was no longer angry. On the contrary, he admired Xiaowu De very much. So Hu Lina and the others think that Bibi Dong may win over Xiaowu De, and they and Xiaowu De may be their own people in the future. You can get to know each other first. Of course, they were also very curious about the monster Xiaowu De. The three of them walked towards Xiaowu De and the others. Not long after, they appeared in front of Xiaowu De and the others. The three of them stood. Hu Lina looked at Xiaowu De and greeted him, sorry, disturb me. My name is Hu Lina. We all come from the Wuhan Hall. I want to know you, especially my classmate Xiaowu De. Hu Lina smiled and exuded a charming atmosphere, with a charming temperament. Plus it's very beautiful, so it's very attractive. Hu Lina made Xiaowu feel uncomfortable, she stood up and said, I'm sorry, we don't want to know you. You. Hu Lina was angry and glared at Xiaowu. Then he smiled and said to Xiaowu De, Xiaowu De, let's meet you. If you don't suffer any losses, you may also join our Wuhan Hall in the future. Xiaowu De said, my sister means what I mean. I will not join any force, including the Spirit Hall. Just kidding, only other forces join me. Xiaowu thought to himself, Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Dragon Sect, 7 Treasures Glazed Sect, and even the Spirit Hall are all my powers. Then you also need to join the Spirit Hall. You. Hu Lina was so angry that no one refused her like this. It's really hateful. Yan couldn't stand it anymore. Hu Lina was the woman he liked. How could people ignore humiliation, and ignorantly said, Xiaowu, if you have more friends, don't narrow the road. Something threatening. With his back on the Martial Soul Hall and being in the Martial Soul City, Yan has the confidence. Xiaowu stepped forward a few steps and looked at the 3 of them and said, no one can stop the way I want to go. Others can't, neither can you. After saying that, Hu Lina, Xiaowu, and Yan disappeared on the spot. In a blink of an eye, they had appeared in the air several miles away. Everyone around Xiaowu and the others were surprised. They didn't know what was going on, and why the 3 people suddenly disappeared. The people who were in trouble were gone, and Xiaowu and the others continued shopping like no one. Chapter 198 Bibi Dong, the night talk between Qian Rongxiu and his daughter. Danger. Hu Lina, Yan, and Xiaowu appeared in the sky several miles away without flying soul skills, so they could only use their soul power to defend themselves and smash them to the ground. Although the ground was broken, they were not hurt. We were transferred by Xiaowu's mobile soul skill. Yan looked ugly, damn it. He actually did this. Xiaowu's move was not very harmful to Yan, but it was extremely insulting. Xiaowu looked at the surrounding buildings. Our current location is several miles away from the place we were just now. Several miles. The 3 of them looked heavy. When Xiaowu was transferred to his position, they were unaware of it and could not stop it. In other words, even if they can beat Xiaowu together, they can't beat Xiaowu in the face of this soul skill. Instant soul skill. Hu Lina remembered the information about Xiaowu. Xiaowu rarely makes moves in the competition. The soul skills we have revealed are the only ones we know about moving soul skills. This soul skill can not only transfer Xiaowu's own position, but also bring people to transfer, and also transfer other people's positions. Elder Ju Douluo had no way to stop him, let alone us. Unless he is controlled instantly and does not give him the chance to activate his soul skill, he will not be able to deal with him with this mobile soul skill. Yan said, the martial soul fusion skills of Elder Ju Douluo and Elder Gui Douluo can stop everything and can definitely control him. Hu Lina was not as optimistic as Yan, maybe. Then he smiled bitterly and said, Xiaowu no longer takes us seriously anymore, because he is afraid he thinks we are not qualified to meet him. Yan said angrily, it's extremely arrogant. Such a person will not have any good ending. Forget it. Hu Lina said, since others don't want to know us, I won't make fun of myself. Let's go back. Although Xiaowu is very strong, we must also do our best during the competition and show our style and not let the teacher down. Xiaowu and Yan nodded. 3 people walked towards the Soul Master Academy of the Wuhan Palace. They are students there and usually live in the college. Before I knew it, it was dark. Xiaowu and the others had supper outside and then returned to their residence at Lanba Academy. When they were not paying much attention, Xiaowu, Xiaowu, Zhu Zuqing, Ning Rongrong and the others went to Lu Erlong's room, and then they went to the Capture Space Villa to rest. Shui Bing'er, Shui Yu'er and Hua Wu returned to their respective academy residences. Tonight, Zhu Zuqing rewarded Xiaowu and thanked him for protecting himself and caring for him during the day. Tonight too. Qian Rongxiu quietly left Shui Qinghe, the place where he lived, went to the Pope's Hall in his true form, and agreed to meet with Bibi Dong. Shui'er. Mother. As soon as they met, the mother and daughter hugged each other and cried, venting their emotions over the years. After crying, let all the unpleasantness of the past pass and start over. Mom, you are wronged. Qian Rongxiu looked at Bibidong and felt very distressed when she thought of Bibidong's past experience. He reached out and gently wiped the tears from Bibidong's face. Bibidong also felt sorry for his daughter. It was her fault that made Qian Rongxiu lose her happy childhood and let her live in resentment. Shue'er, Mom is sorry for you, it's all mother's fault, which made you suffer the grievances and pains for these years. Qian Rongxiu shook her head, compared with my mother's grievances, it's nothing. Mom, let's forget the unhappiness of the past, let's start over, and my daughter will respect you well and make you happy in the future. Bibidong smiled movedly, well, let's forget the unpleasantness of the past and start over. Mom will work hard to make up for your love for you. You are the only person who Mom cares about in this world. You are willing to do anything for your mom. The mother and daughter talked to each other for a long time. Then Bibidong mentioned Xiaowu and asked, how are you and that little brat now? Qian Rongxiu blushed and said, Mom, although Xiaowu is not old, he is not a little brat. That, my daughter is now his person. You. Bibidong was surprised and felt that his daughter was too rash. When she fell in love with Yu Xiaogang, she had to wait until she got married before she could do so. Perhaps the times have changed, and young people are becoming more and more relaxed. So although it is surprising, it is understandable. Since the raw rice has been cooked, it is useless to say that it is too much. Bibidong sighed, you young people are not ashamed. At that time, we usually have to wait until the wedding night. Qian Rongxiu said seriously, I don't regret it at all, because I love him so much. I can't live without him. He loves me too. We are very happy together. Since you have made a choice, you must hold it firmly. Bibidong said, Mom just hopes you can be well and happy. Mom, I understand. Qian Rongxiu hugged Bibidong, we will all be happy. Bibidong asked again, Xiaowu people are careful and there are too many women around you. If possible, just drive away some, and it is best to make him wholeheartedly devoted to you. However, Qian Rongxiu shook her head, my daughter also hopes that he can treat me wholeheartedly. But it is impossible, he will not give up on any of us. Greedy guy. Bibidong said worriedly, Mom is worried that he will not be able to take care of too many women, and he will neglect you over time. And with so many women, can he bear it? Don't be afraid of being exhausted. Qian Rongxiu disagreed and said, believe in yourself and believe in him. As he said that, he suddenly became shy and his voice became much smaller, and he is very strong, we are so tired that he can't even get tired. Bibidong was stunned. She had no experience in this regard. She was forced by Kyungsunji at the beginning, and there was nothing but pain. But she has read some books and learned about some things between men and women. Even the man who was named Douluo could not bear it if there were too many women. If the soul power level is high, it may not be strong. Moreover, for soul masters, the body is originally a weakness, and the increase in soul power level does not increase much of the body's strength. Without soul power to protect the body, any knife can kill the titled Douluo. It can be seen that even the titled Douluo is not much stronger than ordinary people, and he is pitifully weak. After coming back to his senses, Bibidong said, that's why he is young now. He is overdrawn now and will be finished in the future. Qian Rongxiu smiled and said, no. He is a monster, his physical strength is so strong that he may be able to directly fight Conra, or even stronger. How is it possible for the physical strength to fight against Conra? The physical strength of the soul master is generally very weak, almost the same as that of ordinary people. Bibidong didn't believe it very much. Qian Rongxiu asked back, Mom, did you believe in Xiaoda's soul ring at the beginning? And I have experienced it myself, so I must be clear. Qian Rongxiu suddenly realized that she had to strengthen her physical strength, otherwise she would not be able to withstand Xiaoda's trouble in the future. I also thought of my mother Bibidong. In the future, the share of her capture space will be distributed to Bibidong, so that Bibidong's physical strength will be enhanced, so that she will have more self-protection ability in the future. When the soul power is exhausted, she will not be slaughtered by the physical strength. Real. Bibi Dong believed his daughter's words, he is really a monster. Can the test of the God inheritance he accepted also improve the strength of his body? Mom, what kind of God's inheritance test? Qian Rongxiu was confused. She didn't know that there was a God's inheritance. Chapter 199 Qian Rongxiu, Mom, we will become good sisters by then. It seems that your grandfather I haven't told you yet. Bibi Dong said, your six-winged angel martial soul is inherited from the angel god, and you belong to the angel clan. Now your grandfather Qian Douluo is the guardian of the inheritance of the angel god. Your innate soul power is at level 20, and your six-winged angel martial soul is the descendant of the angel tribe with the best talent in history. You have a great chance of inheriting the position of the angel god and eventually becoming the angel god. Qian Rongxiu was stunned when she heard this. She didn't expect that their clan had such a great origin and was actually a descendant of the angel god. She asked, is that angel god still there? Where is it? Bibi Dong shook his head and sighed, God is not immortal, the angel god of your clan is no longer there. However, in Douluo continent, she left the test of the inheritance of the angel god of the god here. As long as she passes all the tests, she can become a new angel god. Your grandfather hopes that you can inherit the throne of the angel god, become a new god, and revive the angel clan. In his eyes, there should be nothing more important than this. Let you go to the Tiandu Empire to disguise the Prince Shui Qinghe, which should be to temper you and make it easier for you to pass the test of inheritance in the future, rather than really wanting to annex the Tiandu Empire. The Wuhan Palace wanted to annex the Tiandu Empire and the Xingluo Empire, which was promoted by Bibi Dong. But now Bibi Dong is not interested. Shui'er, you have experienced a lot now, and the knots between our mother and daughter have been untied, and you have become a real woman. Now you are in a good mood and your strength should be appropriate. You can go and see your grandfather. Bibi Dong said, if he thinks it is okay, he can open up the test of your angel god's inheritance. Perhaps it will take not many years to become a god and then go to the god realm. Qian Rongxiu's current state of mind is indeed very good, and it is very suitable to start the test of the inheritance of the angel god. Her soul power level reaches level 77, which is enough. Divine realm. Qian Rongxiu had concerns, does he have to leave after becoming a god? Then he will have to separate from his mother, grandpa and Xiaowu. Bibi Dong said, it seems that this is the case. After becoming a god, you cannot stay in Douluo continent for a long time. I don't know if you can take people who have not become a god to the god realm. He paused and said, don't worry about Xiaowu and I. I have also obtained a god inheritance test. If I pass it, I can become a god. That guy Xiaowu must have also obtained a god inheritance, and it is very special, otherwise he would not have happened. Xiaowu also obtained the inheritance of God, is there a god helping him? God represents omnipotence. With God helping Xiaowu's soul ring, space, rapid improvement, etc. can all be explained. Qian Rongxiu is willing to believe this explanation. Mom and Xiaowu both have the test of inheritance of gods, and I can't leave it. But, what should Grandpa do in the end? Bibi Dong smiled and said, at that time, the three of us are all gods. Can't we bring one person into the divine realm? Bibi Dong now doesn't know that Qian Douluo will offer sacrifices in the end and help Qian Rongxiu become the god of angels. When Qian Rongxiu heard Bibi Dong's words, he felt it made sense. Three gods, can't they take one person to the god realm? Then I'll go find my grandfather later. If he agrees, I will throw away Prince Shui Qinghe's identity as soon as possible. Qian Rongxiu said, but will this affect the plan of the Wuhan Palace? Bibi Dong smiled, those plans are not important anymore. Your grandfather doesn't care about the Tiandu Empire, the Xingluo Empire. My mother was lost by hatred before and wanted to destroy everything. But now it won't be there, I still have you, it's more important than anything else. Qian Rongxiu pounced on her mother Bibidong's arms. Mom, I love you. Bibidong hugged his daughter. Shue'er, Mom loves you too. The mother and daughter hugged each other quietly and spoke for a long time. Bibidong asked, Shue'er, Cao De didn't tell you about his inheritance of God? Then he still didn't trust you completely, right? Qian Rongxiu shook her head. He just didn't say it clearly, but after hearing my mother talk about the God-born inheritance, I understood. However, before telling her, he needed his consent. She thought Cao De took her to capture the space just because he told her the secret, but he didn't say it clearly. But for Qian Rongxiu, that's enough. Bibidong joked, it's really my daughter who is looking outward. She's looking at him before she even crossed the door. Mom won't make things difficult for you, nor will it make things difficult for him because of it. When the time comes, you will naturally say it. He paused and asked again, tell me about that guy and other women. Have you seen them? Is it easy to get along with? Qian Rongxiu smiled and said, they have seen me, Shui King He, and this identity is sworn brother to Cao De, and they have no doubts. Then I met them several times with my true face, and they must be jealous. However, the 5 of them get along well, and I believe we will get along well in the future. Bibidong seized the key. 5 people? There are more than 5 women around Cao De. What did he tell you? Qian Rongxiu shook her head. Direct, there are only 6 of us at the moment, but there may be 3 more people in the future. She judged it based on the rooms in the capture space villa. There were 9 bedrooms, and each bedroom door would eventually have a martial soul pattern, thinking that Cao De would eventually have 9 women. Why are there 3 people? He will have at most 9 or 9 women in the end. Bibidong was puzzled. Qian Rongxiu couldn't say what happened in the capture space. Anyway, I just know. And I am his second woman, except for Lu Erlong, Xiaowu, Zhu Zuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Shui Bing'er, they are not his real women. She didn't know that Shui Bing'er had been attacked by the bitch Cao. Bibidong was a little surprised. He can hold it back. It seems that he is not a fickle person, so that's good. After a pause, he said, after the Soul Master competition is over, you can bring him here to see me. Humph, you are so brave. The guy, he dared to speak rudely to me at the beginning, and he had to teach him a lesson. Qian Rongxiu said happily, he is like that, he likes to take advantage of it. I will bring him here after the game and ask my mother to take care of him. Bibidong looked at his daughter with a smile, you are willing to bear it. What can you be reluctant to let go? Qian Rongxiu looked like she was killing her husband for justice, whoever makes him angry will do anything. Don't worry, Mom, I will never plead for him. Bibidong gave his daughter a blank look. The daughter was so righteous that she knew that she would not do anything to Cao De. He said angrily, I can't see your thoughts. Then he sighed, oh. The championship prizes originally prepared for Hulina and the others are now cheaper. Qian Rongxiu smiled and said, Cao De is not an outsider, he is your son-in-law. Bibidong was happy, I haven't passed the door yet, and everything is towards him. If he is still very arrogant, would he give me to him? Knowing that Bibidong was joking, Qian Rongxiu also joked, okay, we will become sisters by then. Bibidong smiled and shook his head, thinking, my daughter is beyond salvation. Chapter 200 Blue Silver Emperor Ayin transforms into a baby. There are 4 days left before the Soul Master competition officially begins. After breakfast, Teacher Erlong, and you guys. Cao De said to Lu Erlong, Zhu Zuqing, Ning Rongrong, Xiaowu, and others, I plan to go out and come back before the competition. If someone asks, or someone looks for it, I will say that I am practicing in the room and can't disturb you. Be careful. Lu Erlong and the others didn't ask much. They knew that Cao De was a proper person in his work, but they were a little worried. Cao De used the space jump to space to disappear from the room and appear somewhere 20 miles away. This is the farthest jump distance reached by the space jump soul skill at present. He made some disguise, so he was not afraid of being seen by others. The purpose of this trip is to try whether the capture space can bind the current Blue-Silver Emperor a yin, or perhaps a yin can become Xiaoda's first soul beast in the state of a bound soul beast. When she was bound to Xiaowu, she had been in a human form for 6 years. At present, Tang Hao secretly protected Tang San in Wuhan City and could not escape. It was a good time for the bitch Cao to take action. The bitch Cao wanted to say, I have nothing else to mean, I just want to gather 9 mother soul beasts so that there are bound targets for the capture space. There are too few female soul beasts that have been around for 100,000 years. Cao has not thought of 9 at the moment, so he has to try it if he has the chance. What if he succeeds? Blue-Silver Emperor Ian is a chance. Although a yin has sacrificed and left seeds to grow and practice again, her soul has been preserved, and her Blue-Silver Emperor bloodline is also there. Therefore, it is possible to succeed in trying to bind a yin. Now the Blue-Silver Emperor a yin has not moved to the Ice and Fire Eyes, and is still in the forest not far from the Holy Soul Village in Notting City, the Kingdom of Barak. The Kingdom of Barak is next to Wuhan City. Cao first arrived at Notting City, and then casually found out where the Holy Soul Village is located. He shuttled through the mountains and forests and quickly approached the Holy Soul Village. Then use mental power to scan the surroundings to find special blue-silver grass. Although a yin is the seed regeneration retained after the sacrifice, it is definitely different from the ordinary blue-silver grass, and it has a strong soul, so it should not be difficult to find. During the day, Cao kept exploring around with the Holy Soul Village as the center, and practiced and rested in the Capture Space Villa at night. On the second day, Cao finally found the existence of the suspected Blue-Silver Emperor a yin in a beautiful place in a forest. The thief Cao did not approach it directly, but used his mental power to transmit sounds several miles away, and the sound of the mental power to transmit sounds was disguised. A yin. A yin. When the mental power spreads, the transmitted voice will be transmitted through the soul of the suspected Blue-Silver Emperor a yin. Hearing the mental voice calling a yin, the Lan Yinko, who was suspected to be the Blue-Silver Emperor, was stunned. I thought it was Tang Hao who came back, so I responded with my mental power, Tang Hao. I'll call you, you agree? This triggers the condition for capturing space binding. Just as the Blue-Silver Emperor a yin responded, the blue-silver grass disappeared directly on the spot, as if it did not exist, leaving no trace. It's her, and it succeeded. Seeing that the capture space binding took effect, the blue-silver grass disappeared, Cao knew it was done and was very happy. At this moment, in the capture space villa, a baby girl was lying in the baby cradle in the baby room in Cao's room. After the last time the capture space changed, each room not only had a baby cradle pattern on the door, but also had a baby room in the room. This baby girl in a confused state is the blue-silver grass ion that was bound by the captured space and forced into a human. Although a yin regenerated the seed after sacrifice, the capture space still determined that she was a female soul beast of 100,000 years. Where is this? How did I become a baby? What happened? Although he had just turned into a baby, a yin could open his eyes to see things, stand up and walk around, and there was some soul power in his body. She is not a human, and she doesn't need to wait until she is 6 years old to awaken any martial soul. She just needs to practice again, so she will have some soul power in her body. Although a yin was confused and didn't know where this place was and why she turned into a baby, but she realized a more serious problem. Fortunately, there was a baby's clothes in the baby room, so she jumped out of the baby's cradle and quickly found the clothes to put on. A yin, with a small, short blue hair and baby-faced look very cute when she put on the baby clothes. There is a mirror. Baby a yin was now in front of the mirror, looking at himself in the mirror. She herself is unfamiliar with this because she had never seen her baby when she turned into a baby, and now she has seen it. The role of capturing space has turned Ayan into a unique baby. Just as Lan Yin Huang Ayan was standing in front of the mirror in a daze, the door of the baby room suddenly opened. Ayan turned around in shock and saw a young man. He is Xiaowu. For some reason, when she saw Xiaowu, Ayan was suddenly not surprised again, but instead made her feel at ease. Also, Ayan inexplicably felt that Xiaowu was trustworthy and would not hurt him. It was just the first time I met. Although I felt familiar and had some good feelings, I was not familiar with each other after all, and I still don't know who Xiaowu was. The baby Ayan looked up at Xiaowu blankly, so tall. Actually, I'm not used to my baby status yet. Xiaowu was surprised to see Ayan who could walk freely and look at him with his eyes open. I originally thought that Ayan must be a hungry baby now and would cry here. However, the baby Ayan in front of him not only stood and looked at him, but also found the clothes to put on him. Xiaowu has to admire the power of the capture space. Hello. Xiaowu showed a loving smile, making him look like a father. Hello. Ayan responded in a sloppy manner. He can still talk. After a pause, Xiaowu said carelessly, "Are you still used to it? Habit? Is it your current state?" Ayan's tender, crisp and nice voice sounded again, "You made me like this." Xiaowu had already thought of the words, and he said seriously, "No, it was God who chose you and gave you a chance to be reborn." God. Of course Ayan had heard of the existence of God, but that was too illusory. God? Are you God? Ayan felt that if God's words could understand his current state, because the legendary gods are all omnipotent. I am not God. I am the one chosen by God, just like you. Xiaowu said calmly, "It is God who brought you here. God asked me to protect you well. In the future, we will work hard to practice together and become a new God together. This is a special space, which God has given me. You are here for the time being and will take you out when you are older. The Douluo continent world is still outside. However, there are some women here who will come to live often. I hope you can get along well at that time. They are very good people and you can treat them as sisters." I originally wanted to say treat them as mothers, but Ayan's current state is obviously not suitable, so she should be a sister. Did God choose us? Ayan still felt incredible. Xiaowu nodded, "Yes. God told me about your past, saying that you have the potential to become God, so he helped you become a human being and start practicing again." As I listened, Ayan believed it. Chapter 201 Ame Ayan and Brother Cao. God told me that your name is Ayan, and it is the Blue-Silver Emperor Soul Beast. Let's get to know me, my name is Xiaowu, and we will be a family in the future. Xiaodu's eyes were sincere, he squatted down and extended his friendly hand to the cute baby Ayan. Family. Yes, Xiaowu now gives Ayan the feeling that he is his family and relatives. At this moment, because of the capture of space, Ayan did not remember Tang Hao and Tang San when he heard the family. Now Tang Hao and Tang San have become indifferent to Ayan's heart. It is not easy for Ayan to remember without mentioning them. Hello, my name is Ayan, the 100,000-year Soul Beast Blue-Silver Emperor. Ayan reached out to hold Xiaodu's hand, but he couldn't hold his small hand at all, so he could only hold her small hand. The moment Xiaodu held his hand gently, Ayan felt electrocuted, and felt that Xiaodu became more intimate. Let's go, I'll take you to see what's going on here. The bitch Xiaodu didn't ask whether he agreed or not, so he picked up the baby Ayan and placed it on his neck. Let me down, I can go by myself. Ayan was very embarrassed, and the baby's face was flushed. It's okay, you're very light now. Xiaodu pretended to be stupid and had already disappeared in the room with Ayan. Is this a light thing? Ayan wanted to continue saying something, but suddenly appeared at the high altitude of the captured space. The scene in front of her made her forget what she wanted to say for a moment. A beautiful and vibrant island surrounded by endless sea, which is shocking. Xiaowu said to a yin, a baby riding on his neck, "This is the special space God has given me. The sea is very large and has no boundaries. Only this island can settle down. There is a villa on the island. We were in the villa just now. On the island, there is a herb garden and the plants here are fruit trees." A yin overlooked the integrated island and the boundless ocean, showing a cute baby smile. "It's beautiful, this space is beautiful. Just like it." Xiaowu said with a smile, "I'll go to the island later and take you around." "Yeah." A yin replied with his hands holding Xiaowu's head. After a yin had enough appreciation in the air, Xiaowu was taking her to the island. "Introduce her the fruit here. A yin is not an ordinary baby. She has complete teeth and can eat these fruits. Well, it tastes great." A yin was tempted by the taste of these fruits and ate a lot. Seeing that she could eat the fruits here and eat the ingredients here in the future, Xiaowu thought that a yin's body would not grow slowly, and he might have grown into an earthling at a age. It looks like he is 17 or 18 years old. He is looking forward to how a yin looks when he grows up. Of course it's very cute now. Xiaowu liked it very much, too. You can experience the feeling of being a dad. Before I knew the fruit, a yin was already full of food. I didn't expect to be a greedy person. Xiaowu quipped with a smile. Because I haven't eaten such delicious fruits before, I couldn't help it for a while. Baby Yin is very embarrassed. Now she is walking with her hands in hand by Xiaowu. Ayan was overwhelmed, so Xiaowu had to take her to the villa to rest. As soon as he entered the villa lobby, a yin was attracted by the scene inside. He had never seen such a house and many items he had never seen before. "I know you're curious." Xiaowu took her to the sofa, then picked her up and put her on the sofa. "Sit down and rest and digest, I will introduce you to the things here slowly." Ayan thought Xiaowu was very trustworthy, so he listened well and thanked him politely. "Thank you Xiaowu. I want to call Xiaowu brother, but I think it's not suitable, so I call Xiaowu brother, which is a bit awkward." After thinking about it, a yin can only call Xiaowu's name directly for the time being. "All family, why are you polite?" Xiaowu was kind-hearted and gentle, which made a yin feel very good. "Family. It feels true, but are you a father, an older brother, or a younger brother?" Ayan thought for a while and then asked, "You should not be a soul beast, but a human, right?" Xiaowu nodded, "I am a human, but now I am the same as you, there is no difference. By the way, I am 16 years old now, and you have just become a human being. If you are less than 1 year old, you can call me brother, and brother Xiaowu, either." A yin thought about it and felt that the title of brother was much better than dad and brother, and she was more willing to accept it. Moreover, what Xiaowu said makes sense. Now that she has become a human again, her age should be calculated again. "Okay, I will call you brother Xiaowu, you can call me Amei." "Ah sister, it sounds nice and suits you very well." Xiaowu said with a smile, "Then let's just say that. Don't say I'll take advantage of you in the future." The baby Ayan smiled and said, "No, it's just a title. And after transformation, I'm indeed younger than you. Very good looking." Mr. Xiaowu was very satisfied. "A sister, how much soul power do you have now? Can you practice?" Ayan said, "Brother Xiaowu, my soul power is less than level 1 now, but I can practice, so my speed should not be slow. My current state is very special, which is different from the normalization of the soul beast of 100,000 years. Now I am a complete human being, which is equivalent to entering the maturity stage early. If I go outside, no one can tell that I am a soul beast." Xiaowu said, "God told me that you have now become a human. Even if it is a human 100,000-year-old soul beast that has normalized to form a human, as long as you enter this space, you can suppress the aura of the soul beast and will not be discovered after you go out. Not to mention that you don't have to worry about being seen through now, unless the other party is a god, it is possible. You are still young and have weak strength. When you are bigger and stronger, I will take you out. Now Ian doesn't have much souvenir to the outside world, it's great here. As long as you can come here often, I can live here. Xiaowu said, we basically come here to rest every day, and I will bring them to meet you tonight. They. Yin smiled and said, it's my sister-in-law? I didn't expect that, brother Xiaowu, you are still fickle. This is not good. Yin now trusts Xiaowu 100% and regards Xiaowu as his family. He has a good impression of him, but he has not reached the level of his liking. Although the woman who captures space binding will not fall in love with a man other than Xiaowu, she may not necessarily fall in love with Xiaowu, at least Yin has not yet. I am serious about them. I will not be so despised, I will not be fond of the old and will use my life to protect them. Xiaowu looked very serious. Ian believed that Xiaowu was telling the truth, others may not be able to do it, I believe that brother Xiaowu can do it. He paused and asked, brother Xiaowu, what level of soul power are you now? Having traveled in Douluo continent, Yin knew a lot about soul masters. Xiaowu said, the 7 soul rings are considered soul saints, but the soul power is now level 83. She was bound to Yin, but her soul power was less than 1 level and she had no soul ring, so she did not increase the amount for Xiaowu for the time being. The 16-year-old 7-ring soul saint, level 83 soul power. Yin was shocked at first, but when he thought of the help of the god, he felt normal. Chapter 202 Lanyan Huang Ian, Tang San from the Tang sect is my enemy to kill his son. Almost everything in this space is arranged by God, I'll come first, so I know better. Xiaowu continued to explain the existence of the captured space in the name of God, and at the same time he used God to fool Yin. There are so many novel things that I can't introduce them in a short time, and I'll help you understand them later. Xiaowu looked at the cute baby Yin and said, let you go to the room on the 2nd floor first and try whether you can open other rooms. Okay. Although I was curious about these novelties in the living room, the baby Yin still followed Xiaowu's arrangement. Do you want me to carry you upstairs? In fact, Xiaowu can take Yin directly to the 2nd floor, capturing the space in the space and allowing Xiaowu to shuttle through. But Mr. Xiaowu didn't do this, just wanted to hug this cute baby Yin more. Yin didn't realize that Xiaowu could take her out of the room and could take her upstairs in an instant. Xiaowu hugged her, and she would feel embarrassed, I can go upstairs by myself. Although I am very young now, I have some soul power to go upstairs. As Yin said this, Xiaowu smiled and did not force himself, you go upstairs with you. Baby Yin took a small step and followed Xiaowu. Fortunately, Xiaowu walked slowly, otherwise she would have to trot to keep up. Going to the stairs on the 2nd floor, even babies who can barely walk can only climb up with difficulty. Although Yin has soul power support, his legs are short and he cannot walk up the ladder, so he can only jump step by step. Very inconvenient. But the baby Yin insisted on jumping up the ladder. Xiaowu couldn't bear to see, I'd better hug you. I'm your brother, it's time to take care of my sister. After saying that, Xiaowu squatted down and picked up the baby Yin gently, and then walked to the 2nd floor. Yin, who had a baby face, said stubbornly, I'm just not used to it. I can go up and down the stairs freely after trying a few more times. Xiaowu followed her and said, well, I believe that Ame has this ability. I am worried that she has to carry you up. It's not that Ame, you can't come up by yourself. Hearing this, Yin was embarrassed, that Xiaowu was shameless, but Yin was very shameless. How could he agree with Xiaowu's remarks? Okay, it's really difficult for me to go up and down the stairs now. However, when I grow up or have a stronger soul power, I can do it. Seeing that Yin was in trouble, Xiaowu was happy, but he did not tease her again. He carried a yin to a room on the second floor, which was Lu Erlong's room. The pattern on the door did not change. Cao De said, "Ah sister, the owner of this room is Lu Erlong. The fire dragon pattern on the door is her martial soul. She is my teacher Erlong and my first woman. You can follow me to call her, teacher Erlong in the future." Ian remembered that especially Lu Erlong was Cao De's first woman, and she replied, "Well, since he is brother Cao's teacher, he is also my teacher." Lu Erlong looked at the baby cradle pattern on the door curiously. "Brother Cao, do you already have children?" When talking about the child, the baby Ian was stunned and suddenly remembered that he had a son and a husband. But it was strange that she didn't know why she no longer loved Tang Hao, but she still cared about her son. Cao De noticed a yin's abnormality. He probably knew that a yin mentioned the child, so he thought of her own child. "I thought of Tang Hao." He took the initiative to mention, "A sister, I heard God talk about your past. It seems that you have a child with a man. Did you think of your child just now?" A yin still doesn't care about Tang Hao. This is the role of capturing space, but capturing space will not stop her from caring about her son. The baby Ian tears fell. "I have a child, but only I saw him when he was born and hugged him for a while. I never saw my child again, I don't know how he is now." As he said that, he cried, but what he made was the baby's cry. Cao De squatted down, looked at the baby A Yin, and said, "A Yin, God told me something you don't know about your child, but it will definitely be difficult for you to accept." The baby Ian stopped crying and looked up at Cao De. "What did God say about my child? He is very talented, and God also likes him." Cao De shook his head, the application became heavy, and he stared at the baby A Yin, "A sister, you must know this. I can't hide it from you, otherwise it will be unfair to you. God said that your child was dead shortly after he was born, that is, shortly after you sacrificed." "Impossible." She did not believe Cao De's words, but did not believe what the God told Cao De. "Tang Hao said that my child is still alive, he has become a soul master, and has twin martial souls. He should be in Tiandu city at present, and he must still be alive." Cao De said seriously, We cannot lie, and there is no need to deceive us with this. It is not worth doing this. God said, your child died, it is true. The reason you say that your child is still alive is because the person who lives now is the one who kills your child's soul and occupies your child's body. He is a soul from a Tangman world. After the death of Tangman world, the soul accidentally came to the Douluo continent world, entered your child's body, killed your child's soul, and occupied your child's body. The God also said that now occupying the soul of your child, he can do things that are not available in the Tang Sex Xiantian technique, Ziji demon eyes, concealed weapons, concealed weapons, concealed weapons, concealed weapons, and techniques, etc. in the Tang sect world, Tang Sex Xiantian technique, purple demon eyes, concealed weapons, cons. This is enough to prove that your child has become someone else. Listening to Cao De's words, a yin thought that when Tang Hao talked to her, he said that Tang San was different from other children. He has been in a serious manner since childhood and is not worried. It also mentioned Tang San's strange purple demonic eye and the hidden weapon made by Cao De. Tang San himself has some special means and body skills. Tang Hao even suspected that Tang San either had guidance from experts or was born to know it. A yin thought of these things and could compare what the God told Cao De. My son is dead? He was killed and his body was taken away. Although I believe it is true, I still cannot accept it. Cao De said, a yin's mourning. If you don't believe it, you can personally ask the soul that occupies your child's body in the future. The baby Ian said sadly, I will ask him for verification in the future. If the son had already died, then baby Ian would no longer care about him. As for Tang San now, it will be a yin's hatred for killing his son. This grudge is quite a bit. Cao De comforted, a sister, you are reborn now, everything can start over. The one who killed your son and occupied his body, I can do it now if you want. Go find him and kill him for you. A yin shook his head and held a lucky look. I will talk about revenge after I confirm the matter with him in the future. What if his current son Tang San is really his own child? But a yin felt that hope was slim. Chapter 203. A yin, Xiaowu is actually the same as me. For his child, baby Ian still held a little luck. But the sad and desperate expression had betrayed her. In her heart, she knew that her child must have been killed by the soul of Tang San from the Tang sect world. Xiaowu sat quietly next to the baby Yin, and took her body to lean on her so that she could calm her mood. Now the baby Ian is not only feeling sad and desperate, but also a little confused. She herself values the child very much, but she loses love for the child's father Tang Hao. I clearly loved Tang Hao before, but why did I no longer love Tang Hao after being chosen by God and became a human again? I felt like an ordinary person. A yin suspected that the god had tampered with it, but he felt it was unlikely. If the god wanted to cut off her past, she could not even love her children, and even let her forget that she had Tang Hao and had children. Wouldn't this be easier? And I feel that there is no need for God to do this, because the omnipotent God does these things, which is a shameful person. A yin never thought that all this was caused by the bitch Xiaowu. Of course, a yin, who is now bound to the captured space, will not think of Xiaowu in a bad way. What caused me to stop loving Tang Hao? A yin thought about it and felt that it might be the impact of reforming people. Maybe this is destined. I don't love Tang Hao anymore, and my child was killed by Tang San from the Tang sect world not long after I was born. It seems that she is destined to start over and forget the past. Forget the past and start over. Ian didn't know if he could meet him, so he could only take one step at a time. Sad and confused for a long time, the baby Ian finally realized that he was leaning against Xiaowu, and tears wet his clothes. Brother Xiaowu, I'm sorry. Xiaowu smiled and shook his head. It's okay. Who told you to be my sister? Xiaowu's smile made a yin feel very friendly, allowing her to recover better. The baby Ian smiled, and she smiled tenderly and cutely. Brother Xiaowu, I don't know why, when I first saw you, I felt familiar and very kind. Of course it is because of the capture of space, it has nothing to do with me, Mr. Xiaowu. Xiaowu complained in his heart, but said shamelessly, maybe this is fate. That's right, it's fate. A yin felt that only this reason could explain it perfectly. He paused and said, Brother Xiaowu, haven't you said whether you and teacher Erlong have children? Otherwise, how could there be a baby cradle pattern on the door? As for Tang Hao and the child, a yin will not think about it for the time being. Xiaowu said, Teacher Erlong and I have no children yet, but there will definitely be one in the future. The baby cradle pattern on the door is available in all rooms on the second floor. I used to think it was God's foreshadowing, telling me that they would have children. But when you appear, that idea changes. Serious nonsense. Baby Ayan was confused for a moment, and then suddenly realized, Brother Xiaowu, do you mean that the baby cradle pattern on each door means there will be a 100,000-year-old soul beast that transforms into a baby, just like me? Xiaowu nodded, it should be so. God chose me and allowed the woman I like to enter this space. It seems that there is a reason. Your appearance, and in my room, you were chosen by God, to help each other and become God together in the future. And my women's baby cradle pattern in their room is likely to represent a 100,000-year-old soul beast that has transformed into humans. God may want them to help each other, or maybe he wants my women to take care of the 100,000-year-old soul beasts who have just turned into babies. A yin felt it made sense, and he definitely chose to believe Xiaowu's guess. It's very likely. God wants Brother Xiao's women to take care of the 100,000-year-old soul beast that has just turned into a baby. At the same time, these soul beasts will help them in the future. In fact, I guess God chose me because he asked me to help Brother Xiao. You are the most important person of God. The smart baby Ian is approaching the truth. Xiaowu is the so-called God. He chose a yin mainly to help a yin become stronger in the future. Xiaowu pretended to think, and then said, no matter what God plans, since I am already your elder brother, I will not leave you behind. We are blessed and difficult to share. A yin was moved, brother Xiaowu, you are such a good person. You are cute, and kind now. Xiaowu praised. The baby Ian was embarrassed when he heard it, and changed the topic, brother Xiaowu, let's go to see other rooms. So the two walked towards the next room. This is Ning Rongrong's room, and her martial soul is the 9-treasure glazed tower. Xiaowu introduced, Rongrong comes from the 7 treasures glazed lith sect, you should have heard of it in the past. A yin nodded, the 7 treasures glazed martial soul is the strongest auxiliary martial soul in the Douluo continent. At the same time, a yin raised his own doubts, is Ning Rongrong's martial soul a mutated martial soul? The 7 treasure glazed tower martial soul mutated into the 9 treasure glazed tower martial soul. Xiaowu smiled and said, you know, because of the limitations of martial souls, the martial soul of the 7 treasure glazed tower can be cultivated to level 79 at most. A yin understood, brother Xiaowu means that Ning Rongrong's 9 treasure glazed tower martial soul is the most complete appearance of the 7 treasure glazed tower martial soul. Xiaowu nodded, that's it. A yin smiled and said, brother Xiaowu is so lucky. This Ning Rongrong is his identity extraordinary. Xiaowu, she is the next sect leader of the 7 treasures glazed Li sect. It exceeded a yin's expectations, you are so awesome that you have attracted the future sect leader of the 7 treasures glazed pieces sect. Xiaowu said seriously, we are all together because we love each other. I am true to them. I have the confidence to love them for the rest of my life and will never abandon them. I believe brother Xiaowu can do a lot. A yin unconditionally believed Xiaowu's words. They continued to visit the remaining rooms. This is Zhu Zuking's room, and her martial soul is the netherworld spirit cat. I don't know about this martial soul a yin. This room is Shui Binger's, and her martial soul is Bing Phoenix. A yin didn't know about this kind of martial soul. But the owner of the next room shocked Ian. A sister, this is my sister's room. Although we are not brothers and sisters, we have a good relationship. She is also my woman. By the way, Xiaowu is like you, a soul beast that has transformed into a human being in the form of 100,000 years, but she transformed into a human being herself. Her soul power is currently level 58, and she is almost expiring. Xiaowu introduced that Xiaowu was transformed into a 100,000-year-old soul beast, which shocked a yin. I didn't expect that there were other 100,000-year-old soul beasts who chose to transform into humans, and they also became your sister and woman, brother Xiaowu. A yin knows not many other 100,000-year soul rings. Or I don't know it, but I must know that there are still 100,000-year-old soul beasts, but I don't know how many of them are. Now I have encountered a 100,000-year-old soul beast, and it has also turned into a human and has feelings for humans. A yin thought of himself and Tang Hao, whom he no longer loved. Tang Hao was like a stranger in her heart, but she still remembered a lot of things that happened. In the 6th year of Xiaowu's transformation, we met in the Sunset Forest and were very close to each other. First, they became brothers and sisters, and later they liked each other, so they had an extra relationship with each other. Xiaowu said. A yin was thinking, maybe Xiaowu was so kind to her and recognized her as his sister, which was influenced by Xiaowu. Chapter 204 Tang Hao is also crazy. People in these 2 rooms will be kept confidential first and will meet in the future. Xiaowu did not tell Ian about Qianrongxiu and Bibi Dong. Since we have to keep it confidential for the time being, a yin won't ask more questions. However, when she saw the 2 doors without martial soul patterns, she said, there are 10 rooms in total, and there are already 8 rooms. There should be no master in this room without martial soul patterns. Xiaowu smiled and said, "It means I still have a confidant but haven't appeared." The baby Ayin looked up at Xiaowu and said to himself, "Brother Xiaowu is a bit fickle. There are already 7 women, and there are 2 other women who have not appeared. It seems that there are 9 destined women?" Then Ayin thought again, could it be that the god arranged for Brother Xiaowu that the martial souls and talents of these women are rare, so they were specially arranged to help Brother Xiaowu? If God can arrange for her to help Xiaowu, it may arrange for others. It is normal for Ayin to think this way. Baby Ayin said the adults in a silly tone, teasing Xiaowu, "Brother Xiaowu, you are so lucky, you need to take care of yourself." Ayin really regarded Xiaowu and others as family members, so she could say such ridicule words. If it weren't for the past, she wouldn't have said such words. Xiaowu originally wanted to say, "What do you know about a baby?" but suddenly realized that Ayin was a veteran, but that was quite similar to her previous life and now she is a newborn. "Don't worry, your brother, I'm in good health and can take good care of them." Since Ayin can tease him, Xiaowu didn't have much concern about his words. Ayin smiled. Although she believed it in her heart, her expression was obviously suspicious. She knew that a man's ability was limited, even a powerful soul master. However, after hearing Xiaowu's words, Ayin felt a little embarrassed and changed the subject. "Brother Xiaowu, it is not suitable for me to live in your room in the future. Can I live with other people, such as Xiaowu?" Both are 100,000-year-old soul beasts. Ayin thought he should get it with Xiaowu. "Although I am a baby, I think it is not good to live in a room with Xiaowu alone." Xiaowu did not object. "Well, no problem. You can meet the 5 of them tonight. When you see who is suitable, you will be in the same room with her." "Thank you, Brother Xiaowu." Ayin breathed a sigh of relief. Then the 2 went to Xiaowu's room. "Huh? There is no baby cradle pattern on the door, but the pattern of me and your martial soul." "Pay attention to the suddenness on Xiaowu's door first," Ayin said in surprise. "Brother Xiaowu, your martial soul pattern is so strange, it feels vast and mysterious." Xiaowu had entered the capture space before and came to the room to see Ayin had discovered the change in the pattern of the baby cradle on the door. "There was originally a pattern of the baby cradle, but after you appeared, it turned into your martial soul pattern. Your martial soul is Blue Silver Emperor, and mine is Space Martial Soul, which looks very suitable." Ayin is now completely transformed into a human state, so he is equivalent to having a martial soul, which is Blue Silver Emperor. Ayin said, "Is the Space Martial Soul? Not only have I never seen it, I have never heard of it." Xiaowu said, "This may be the reason why I was chosen by God." Now Xiaowu used God to patch Ayin, and then he had to patch Lu Erlong and the others. Speaking of which, Xiaowu is not just talking nonsense. Maybe the one who gave him space to capture the space? In this way, with the help of the capture space, Xiaowu's present is the god who is helping him. Thinking of this, everything is reasonable and natural. Ayin thought Xiaowu's words made sense. Xiaowu brother must be gifted, so he is valued by God, and I am mostly arranged by God to help you. You are so smart. Xiaowu talked about other things. "A sister, I'll tell you about other situations in the space. Then I'll go out and come back at night. I'll introduce them to you when the time comes." Ayin nodded. In the next 2 hours, Xiaowu was telling Ayin about capturing space, especially some basic things in the villa, telling her what it is and how to use it. For example, if you don't tell her about the bathroom, some electrical appliances, etc., she has never seen it before and can't be used at all. And Ayin was attracted by these novel things. Especially Diaotai, Ayin finds it very mysterious and interesting. But Xiaowu told her to stop fishing for the time being and wait until the situation is determined later. If you are fishing, the first one you will definitely be the pill to improve your level of soul power. A yin is now less than the first level of soul power, so using this kind of pill is too wasteful. If the elixir is not used, the timeliness will lose its effect after being out of fishing, so you can only not fish for the time being. Brother Cao, I remember everything you said. You can go out first, so that your confidants will not be worried, said a yin. So Cao left the capture space. By the time he went out, it was already dusk. Then use the space jumping soul skill to quickly return to the Martial Soul City. It was already night when I returned. There are still 2 days left before the competition, and Cao did not go to the Stardew Forest to find the Silver Dragon King Guyuina, Zig, and Baiji, who have been more than 100,000 years old. I plan to wait until the Soul Master competition is over before going there, so there is plenty of time at that time. On this day, Tang Hao, who was secretly protecting Tang San in Wuhan City, kept his eyelids twitching, and his intuition told him that something bad would happen. He thought his son Tang San might encounter danger, so he became more vigilant to prevent the people from the Spirit Hall from assassinating Tang San. From morning to night, Tang Hao was nervous, but Tang San never did. Are you too nervous? Tang San was fine and his eyelids stopped twitching. Tang Hao thought it was because he had been too nervous recently. He relaxed and took a nap. Have a dream. I dreamed that a yin no longer loved him and wanted to leave because a yin blamed him for not taking good care of his son and let his son die. A yin, don't leave, our son is still alive. Tang Hao woke up from his dream. Then when I thought of the uneasiness of the day, I suddenly wondered if something happened to a yin. Misery, you have to protect yourself, I must go back and see your mother. After thinking about it, Tang Hao couldn't let go, so he could only let Tang San temporarily, then left overnight and rushed back to check a yin's situation. The next day, Tang Hao kept rushing to the road and finally arrived in the forest where a yin was planted. A yin. Tang Hao found that a yin was gone and searched everywhere in a mad manner, but he couldn't find it. And what's even more strange is that there seemed to be nothing in the place where a yin was staying, and all traces of a yin's existence were erased. A yin, where are you? Who did it? Tang Hao didn't think a yin would leave by himself, but he thought he was taken away or eaten by an animal or soul beast in the forest. This forest, especially a yin, is surrounded by no animals, and even less soul beasts. A yin has always been very safe here. But it cannot be ruled out that there are foreign animals or soul beasts. A yin. You all deserve to die, give me a yin. Tang Hao was crazy and couldn't find a yin. He went crazy and killed the animals in the forest, and then kept searching out, killing them when they encountered animals and soul beasts. The killer was red in his eyes. He met several hunters, questioned them first, and finally killed them. A yin. If a yin is gone, how should he live? He kept searching and killing madly, and forgot his son Tang San for the time being. Chapter 205 Xiaowu, I am unique in my heart. When Cao returned to his residence at Lanba Academy in Wuhan City, Lu Erlong, Xiaowu, Zhu Zuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Shui Binger were all practicing in Cao's room. They were all waiting for Cao to come back, and they were a little worried. Hello, everyone is here. Cao suddenly appeared in the room. Ah, Cao. Elder brother. Brother Cao. When they noticed Cao came back, the 5 of them stopped practicing, and they looked excited and happy. Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong rushed over and rushed into Cao's arms together. This is the first time this situation has happened. They only had Cao in their eyes just now and didn't notice each other. Only after they pounced on Cao's arms did the two realize it. Ning Rongrong was slightly embarrassed. He should have been competing with Xiaowu for this situation. But not seeing each other for a day is like 3 autumns. I miss Cao so much that I couldn't help myself for a while and didn't notice Xiaowu. Fortunately, Xiaowu revealed a kind, friendly, and kind smile to Ning Rongrong, which made Ning Rongrong no longer so embarrassed. Then the two of them held Caoda's arm one by one, feeling the softness and warmth of their bodies, and Cao felt happy. Lu Erlong, Zhu Zuqing, and Shui Bing'er saw it. They also wanted to hug Caoda, but they could control it more than Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong. It's good to come back, we're all a little worried about you. Lu Erlong spoke and said with a smile. It's worrying you. Caoda was moved. Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong let go of Caoda together at this time. Caoda went over and hugged Lu Erlong, then Zhu Zuqing and Shui Bing'er. As for what Caoda did when he went out, he didn't say it, and Lu Erlong and the others never asked much. I believe that the time has come, and Caoda will tell them. They talked to each other for a while. Shui Bing'er said, Caoda, since you are back, I will go back to Tianshui Academy first. You can send me a message. Shui Bing'er has been doing these 2 days. He came during the day, but I didn't see Caoda coming back in the middle of the night, so I returned to Tianshui Academy, and then came again the next day. It is not good to stay overnight at Lanba Academy Shampoo, so Shui Bing'er plans to go back. Caoda held her hand. Bing'er, don't go back tonight. Shui Bing'er looked at Caoda and her face turned red, thinking that Caoda kept her because he wanted to be intimate with her. She was a little hesitant. Not only did Shui Bing'er think so, but Xiaowu and the others also think so. Caoda said, you are all here, I will take you to see a new friend later. Before this, there is something more important to tell you. New friend? Is a woman with the 6-winged angel martial soul or a woman with the 2 spider martial souls? Zhu Zuqing and the other 5 had similar ideas. They didn't say anything, looked at Caoda and listened to him. Caoda looked at the 5 of them and said, do you know that there is a god inheritance in Douluo continent? God's inheritance? Ning Rongrong said in surprise, brother Caoda, God is just a legend, no one has seen it. Is the god inheritance you mentioned? Is the god inheritance left by God in Douluo continent? Everyone else was curious. Caoda said, God exists. If the soul power is as large as 100 levels, you can become a god. After becoming a god, you will go to the god realm, which is a world where gods live. Some gods plan to leave the divine realm and explore in the void, so they leave a test of the inheritance of the divine position in some worlds to find the successor of the divine position. Some are the tests of the inheritance of the divine throne left before the fall of God. This was the first time Shui Bing'er and the others heard about it, and they were very surprised. At the same time, they realized that it is very likely that their man Caoda had obtained a certain godlike inheritance. Caoda saw through their thoughts and said, you must be curious about why I know this, and they also wonder if I have obtained the godlike inheritance. Lu Erlong and the others looked at each other, and they really had the same idea. If you don't say it, we won't ask. Lu Erlong said. Caoda held Lu Erlong's hand and said to the 5 people, thank you for understanding me and trust me. I haven't told you before, because the time has not come. But now, I can tell you. He paused and said, that's right, just as you thought. I have obtained a kind of divine inheritance, and that special space is also given by God, so it is so magical. You are the people I like, and God also recognizes you and needs to allow you to enter special spaces. After hearing what Caoda said, Lu Erlong and the others understood. No wonder Caoda has such a soul ring that is so amazing, improving so quickly. No wonder Caoda has a special space, where there are so many incredible things in the space. It turns out that Caoda is the person chosen by God and has the help of God. Of course they also knew that if Caoda had not been very outstanding, he would not have been chosen by God. They like each other and are with Caoda, and they are unintentionally benefiting from it and have benefited a lot. However, the ingredients and fruits that capture the space benefit them endlessly. Xiaowu had similar thoughts to them, but she was a little strange because Caoda did not tell others about the space binding them and they provided Caoda with a soul ring. Xiaowu did not tell others that Xiaowu did not think he was doing something bad, but believed that Xiaowu was afraid that others would misunderstand and that others would think that Xiaowu was taking advantage of them. Of course, Xiaowu was very happy to enjoy Xiaowu's secret alone. Because Xiaowu treats her differently, it means that he has a unique position in Xiaowu's heart. Xiaowu said again, I cannot say the specific content of the God inherited. If God does not allow it, I should be able to tell you in the future. One thing will not change. No matter what kind of God inheritance I inherit, I will always be with you. To become God, we will go to the God realm, together, no one can separate us, and God can't do it. Lu Erlong worriedly, don't say that, just let's do it. Don't say that again in the future. If God knows it, it may be in trouble. Xiaowu smiled and said, my God is quite special. It will not hurt me and treat me well. You don't have to worry. After a pause, Xiaowu continued, there are other gods in the Douluo continent world, such as the Angel God's inheritance test in the Martial Soul Hall Angel clan. However, although the Angel God left the inheritance test, she was already dead. Ningrongrong and the others were shocked, but they didn't expect that there was an Angel God behind the Spirit Hall. Ningrongrong said in surprise, no wonder the Martial Soul Palace is getting stronger and stronger, it turns out that the foundation is so deep. Zhu Zuqing said, the Martial Soul Palace has always been very mysterious. So it's like this, it's really unexpected. Xiaowu said, the great enjoyment of the Wu Soul Hall is the Angel Clan, and now the soul power is level 99, which is equivalent to a demigod. If the Spirit Hall wants to unify the Douluo continent, now it is enough to deal with other titled Douluo. Now Bo Sixi from the Sea God Island cannot leave the Sea God Island, and Tang Chen is still lost in the City of Killing. Therefore, Qiandao Liu is now the strongest on Douluo continent. As long as he is willing, it is easy to destroy the 7 treasures glazed lilac sect, Haoshan sect, and other forces to unify Douluo continent. Unfortunately, Qiandao Liu doesn't care about these things. Chapter 206 Xiaowu and a Yin, who should have been mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, have now become sisters. Ningrongrong said, my father said that the Martial Soul Palace has the ambition to unify the Douluo continent. Isn't it easy to have this 1,000 ways equivalent to a demigod? Ning Fengzi should not know the specific soul power level of Qiandao Liu, but he knew that Jian Douluo Chenexin's father was the peak Douluo of level 97, but he easily lost to him. After 1,000 flows, it means that 1,000 flows are stronger, which may be level 98 or level 99. But Ning Fengzi himself didn't understand why Qiandao Liu didn't take action. If he took action, it would be easy for the Spirit Hall to deal with other titled Douluo generals in Douluo continent. Ning Fengzi speculated the reason. First, there is a strong man who makes Qiandao Liu worry about it. Second, Qiandao Liu may be injured and cannot fight for a long time. Third, he is disdainful to take action. He can also achieve the unification of Douluo continent close to other forces in the Spirit Hall. Probably these are the reasons. But I never thought that Qiandao Liu didn't care about anything except the inheritance of the Angel God because he thought it was impossible. What's more, Ning Fengzi didn't know that there was something about the God-born inheritance, and at most he had heard some rumors, half believing and half doubting, and was not sure. Of course, Ning Fengzi would not tell Ningrongrong about Qiandao Liu. His daughter is still young and doesn't want her to bear too much too early. Ningrongrong's doubts were also the doubts of Xiaowu, Zhu Zuqing, Shui Binger, Lu Erlong, and others. Xiaowu explained, 1,000 Dao Liu doesn't take action, that's because he doesn't care whether the Wuhan Palace rules Douluo continent. What he cares most now is to let the people he expects to inherit the Angel's God position and revive the Angel clan. Zhu Zuqing said, yes, as long as you become a god, you still care about Douluo continent. God doesn't care about the fights of mortals, right? Lu Erlong thought that these things were told by the god behind Xiaowu, so that's it, otherwise Douluo continent would have been from the Spirit Hall. Xiaowu smiled and said, not necessarily. Before, there were still people on the Douluo continent that could compete with Douluo. He is Tang Chen from Haoshan sect, and he is a generational person with Douluo. He is now a level 99 peerless Douluo, equivalent to a demigod. It's just that Tang Chen had an accident decades ago and lost his mind. Now he can't threaten Douluo. But I'm afraid Douluo didn't know, and maybe unexpectedly, Tang Chen was looking for breakthrough to become a god. Douluo has not taken action now, and perhaps he is a little worried about Tang Chen's existence. The names of Tang Chen, Ning Rongrong, Xiaowu, Zhu Zuqing, Shui Bing'er and the others don't know, but Lu Erlong has some impression. Lu Erlong said, I heard that Tang Chen is Tang Xiao, the current leader of Haoshan sect, and the grandfather of Haoshan Douluo Tang Hao. He is a genius, but he has disappeared. It is rumored that he may have died. He is not dead now, he is still alive, at the same level as Douluo. Cao nodded, I'm still alive. But I'll keep it a secret first, and we'll go to where he is and tell you when the time comes. Let me tell you another person who is as stunning as Tang Chen and Douluo. She is now at level 99, and her strength is stronger than Douluo and Tang Chen to a certain extent. There is also a peerless Douluo. Lu Erlong and the others have a better understanding today. Hearing Cao to continue, this person is not on the continent of Douluo continent, she is on the island on the sea west of Douluo continent. This island is called Sea God Island. That's right, you may have guessed that the reason why it is called Sea God Island is because a sea god appeared. Later, this sea god left the test of the sea god's inheritance on Sea God Island. And she is the guardian and the great worshipper of the Sea God Island. Her name is Bosaisai, a woman, but she is over 100 years old. Cao has a godlike inheritance. The Spirit Hall has the inheritance of the Angel God. Sea God Island has the inheritance of the Sea God's position. All three of them. In the past, Shui Binger and the others just regarded God as a legend, but now they know that God really exists, and they also know that the existence of the three gods' inheritances. They felt their horizons suddenly widened and grew. Cao is likely to become a god in the future. They cannot be left far away. They also hope to help Cao better, so they suddenly feel some urgency. After thinking about it, I found that they could not help Cao in terms of cultivation and improvement. The biggest help they could do was to take good care of him, make him happy and cultivate with a better state of mind. Of course, they also hope to improve better and faster, become gods in the future, and be with Cao forever. Cao didn't know that they had so many thoughts, and he said, don't envy the three of them. In the future, we can reach their level, and we must surpass them and become gods. Okay, let's not talk about the affairs of the three of them, nor about the affairs of other gods, or about the new friends who will meet you soon. Telling gods things and God's inheritance is to patch the five of them so that they can understand and accept the appearance of the baby Yin. And Lu Erlong and the others thought it was a woman among the six-winged angel and the two spiders. Tell me. Lu Erlong said, we have been prepared for it. As long as she treats you wholeheartedly, we are willing to be a family with her. Lu Erlong with a broad mind. Cao was stunned for a moment, then came over and smiled and said, you guys are thinking too much. This new friend is very special. Her name is a yin, and she is a plant soul beast that has been around for more than 100,000 years. The five women were surprised, 100,000-year soul beast. Xiaowu was most surprised, is it the same as me, brother? Cao explained, she sacrificed to people in the past, and the seeds she left later continued. She was just chosen by God, and God helped her reform into humans. Not only Xiaowu knew about the sacrifice of the soul beast in 100,000 years, but Lu Erlong and the others had heard Xiaowu say something related. Zhu Zuqing asked, is it God who chose her and asks her to help you? Ning Rongrong was so sad, it's not the woman God arranged for you, right? Cao smiled bitterly, Rongrong, what are you thinking about? A yin is just a baby now, but she can walk around by herself now, and has less than a level of soul power, so she can practice in the future. I already recognize her as my sister, Xiaowu. You have another sister. Sister. Xiaowu was excited and felt a little strange, but she didn't know what was weird. Maybe the two who should have become mother-in-law and daughter-in-law have become sisters. Ningrong muttered in his heart, baby? Is this a child bride given by God? Ha, sister, Xiaowu or sister. At this moment, Ningrong was extremely smart. Shui Binger said, has she already been in the space villa? Lu Erlong worried, although she is a human being transformed into a soul beast for 100,000 years, she is a baby with less than one level of soul power, and it is definitely inconvenient to move. How can you leave her alone in the space villa? Let's go in and see her. Because of Xiaowu, Lu Erlong already has some motherly temperament, which is considered to be a mother's role in advance. Xiaowu said, brother, take me to see this sister quickly. Cao nodded and then took them into the capture space. Chapter 207 Tang Hao and Tang San of Fake Father and Son and Real Father and Son. It has nothing to do with a yin. Capture space. The cute baby Ian sat alone on the fishing platform with a small stool, holding her chin with her delicate hands, looking at the sea, with her eyes blank. She is thinking about life. Think about the past, think about the present, think about the future. In the past, Ian was originally just a blue-silver grass, and then after a long period of time, he grew to the blue-silver emperor with a cultivation period of more than 100,000 years. Soul beasts, whether they are animal-like soul beasts or plant-like martial souls, will face a choice after breaking through the 100,000 years of cultivation. Either continue to practice with the form of soul beasts, survive the disaster within 1,000 years, and break through to the 200,000 year period of cultivation, but this path will last for a lifetime. Or choose to form a human being. However, there are dangers when transforming, and once you fail, you will die. Even if you succeed, you need to contact humans to practice again. Moreover, before reaching the maturity stage, you may be recognized by a powerful human soul master. Therefore, whether it is choosing to continue practicing in the form of a soul beast or choosing to form a human being, it is a gamble for a soul beast, and it is a life and death choice. A yin chose to transform into a human being, and she was very lucky that she succeeded after transforming into a human being. She turned into a human being, and after having a certain ability to survive, she began to contact human beings and accelerated her cultivation. If the soul beast does not come into contact with humans after it becomes a human, the cultivation will be very, very slow. This degree of slowness is enough to consume the limited life after it becomes a human. In terms of lifespan, after the soul beast becomes human, the lifespan it has is the same as that of humans, ranging from decades to more than 100 years. Compared with the 1,000-year lifespan that has reached the age of 100,000 years, it is only about 1/10 of the lifespan after it becomes human, which is also one of the reasons why most 100,000-year soul beasts are unwilling to choose to become human. In history, the 100,000-year-old soul beasts that have chosen to form humans are a minority. After a yin came into contact with humans, his cultivation speed was very fast and could be compared with a genius soul master. Later, a yin met Tang Hao, Tang Xiao, and others, and fell in love with Tang Hao. However, at that time, the Spirit Palace discovered that a yin was transformed into a human with a soul beast of 100,000 years, so he wanted to kill her to obtain the soul ring. Killing a soul beast that has not entered the mature stage that has transformed into humans is much easier than killing a soul beast that has not transformed into humans for 100,000 years. Originally, from the perspective of the soul master hunts soul beasts and obtains soul rings. This is the rule recognized by the Douluo continent world. From this perspective, it is normal for the Spirit Palace to chase the soul beast a yin. But from a yin's standpoint, that is the enemy. The same is true for Tang Hao. Different positions are different, right and wrong. What happened later was that Pope Gyeongsunji of the Soul Palace brought Ju Douluo and Gui Douluo and other powerful people from the Soul Palace to chase a yin and Tang Hao. At that time, Tang Hao was not a titled Douluo, but he obtained a 100,000-year soul ring by a yin's sacrifice, so he became a titled Douluo. The same is true for Tang San in the original work. Although they are a fake father and son, they all rely on the sacrifice of the soul beasts for 100,000 years and become stronger. In this regard, they are more real than real father and son. Sometimes I wonder if Tang Hao secretly passed on the experience of 100,000-year soul beast sacrifice to Tang San, or if they had a heart-to-heart relationship, or they were all the same type of people, and their ideas were similar. What is most suspicious is that in the original work, Tang San knew that Xiaowu was a soul beast, but he did not stop her from going to Wuhan City to participate in the Soul Master competition. Not to mention that Tang San didn't know that the soul beast turned into a human for 100,000 years. Since he knew that Xiaowu was transformed from a soul beast, wouldn't he go to check it out or ask Yu Xiaogang and others? If Tang San did not investigate, he did not ask. Do you still care about Xiaowu? If she checked, asked, she would take risks, then the intention was worth guessing. If Xiaowu was not discovered by the Spirit Hall, there would be a sacrifice later. In the original work, when Tang San went to the Stardew Forest to find Xiaowu, he met Ju Douluo and others from the Wuhan Palace, and knew that they were going to find Xiaowu. Hey, he just didn't avoid them and quickly went to find Xiaowu, took Xiaowu away, and insisted on joining Ju Douluo and the others, as if he could save Xiaowu among the people in the Spirit Hall. With his mental strength, he could completely avoid Ju Douluo and others and then go to Xiaowu to take her away. Tang San refused to do this. Perhaps it was planned to force Xiaowu to sacrifice step by step, willful to sacrifice. He is worthy of being the scheming boy Tang San. I've been talking too far, so I'll continue talking about Ayin's affairs. Baby Ayin recalled all the things in the past, and the biggest impact on her was what happened with Tang Hao. Tang Hao. Miss 3. The baby Ayin was in a low mood. She now felt like Tang Hao was a stranger, and her son Tang San was already dead. After a long silence, the baby Ayin sighed, "Oh, let it go. I no longer love Tang Hao, my son is gone, and the past is only memories left for Ayin, and it is a memory she doesn't want to mention in the future." She wanted to go over to find Tang Hao, but with her current state and her unfamiliarity with Tang Hao, she felt that she could not go back to the past, so she gave up this idea after thinking about it. As for the dead son, Ayin will definitely settle the score with Tang San in the future. Even though Tang Sanhun was not able to control him, after all, his arrival directly or indirectly caused the death of Ayin's child, and also occupied her child's body. In any case, Tang San now has to give Ayin an explanation. After recalling the past, the baby Ayin broke the past. Then I thought of the present. Because of the help of God, Ayin was reborn. Ayin was almost certain that he was chosen by God to help Xiaowu. As for Xiaowu, Ayin felt familiar at first sight, very friendly and trustworthy, and she was willing to help Xiaowu. Since God has given me the opportunity to be reborn, in return, I will do my best to help brother Xiaowu. After breaking the past, accepting reality, and having plans for the future, Ayin's expression became clear and he regained a new survival goal and meaning. Just then, suddenly, 6 figures appeared next to the baby Ayin. Brother Xiaowu. Baby Ayin looked at the 5 stunning women beside Xiaowu, then looked at Xiaowu and shouted, "A sister, we are here." Xiaowu walked over and picked up the baby Ayin without saying anything. Zhu Zuqing, Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong, Shui Binger, and Lu Erlong looked at the baby Ayin curiously. In their eyes, Ayin is only a few months old at most, with short blue hair and blue eyes, and looks very cute. She really wants to hug her. Lu Erlong looked at Xiaowu and thought Xiaowu must have been very cute when she was a baby. Xiaowu was observing a yin and did not feel the aura of the soul beast from a yin. She guessed that it should be the reason for capturing the space. But as a similar type, Xiaowu could feel that a yin is a soul beast. The baby Ian, who was held by Xiaowu, had given up struggling. Although he was a little embarrassed, he felt very good to be held by Xiaowu. Baby Ian looked at Xiaowu and the other 5 with big blue eyes. Unexpectedly, Xiaowu's 5 women were also beautiful, even more beautiful than her in the past. I especially noticed that Xiaowu was attracted by the same kind. Chapter 208 A Yin, Brother Cao, awesome. A Yin, this is Lu Erlong, my teacher, the Dean of Lanba Academy. He is currently a level 83 Contra, Martial Soul Fire Dragon, from the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect. Xiaowu first introduced Lu Erlong to a yin. Lu Erlong is Xiaowu's first woman. She looks very popular to outsiders and is difficult to get along with. But for the bitch Xiaowu, this woman loves people very much. Although she has no experience before, she has learned a lot by herself and is willing to learn from Xiaowu. So compared to Shui Binger and the others, Lu Erlong knows how to love Xiaowu the most. Let Xiaowu experience the difference, only Lu Erlong can bring Xiaowu the sexual blessings and happiness. Lu Erlong is Xiaowu's teacher and an elder, so she should be introduced first. Hello, a yin. Lu Erlong stepped forward and approached the baby Ayin who was held by Xiaowu, and said gently and kindly, Xiaowu probably told us about your affairs. You are his sister, and you will be our relatives in the future, and you will be a family. There is no need to be restrained, let alone be polite. The baby Ayin looked at Lu Erlong with tender eyes, and smiled and responded in a slight voice, Hello, Teacher Erlong, please take care of him in the future. Lu Erlong gave a yin the first impression that he was easy to get along with and kind. Only Lu Erlong is so kind and gentle to his own people. If it were a stranger, Lu Erlong would be too lazy to be like this. A yin, my name is Xiaowu, Dancing Wu. I am also my brother Xiaowu's sister, and I am 100,000-year-old soul beast like you. Xiaowu took the initiative to say, it was very friendly when I saw you. But, the one I came first was my brother's first sister. You just came here, and I will be your sister from now on. You can call me Sister Xiaowu. As for who is older, Xiaowu and a yin, they don't tell me, and no one knows. However, in terms of current state, baby Ian is indeed smaller than Xiaowu. Plus, the girl who just came here became Xiaowu. So I call Sister Xiaowu, I won't suffer any losses. A yin didn't mind this and said with a smile, Miss Xiaowu, I am very kind to you too. I didn't expect that in my lifetime, we would still see other 100,000-year-old soul beasts that have turned into humans. We are really destined to be. Xiaowu smiled and said, Yes, I'm so destined to be, and from now on we are all our own people and will never be separated. As for whether a yin will become Xiaowu's woman, Xiaowu doesn't care much, and according to a yin's current state, she can have to wait for more than 10 years. For more than 10 years, Xiaowu and Xiaowu's children may have been playing soy sauce. What's more, Xiaowu and the others have not yet felt Ian's love for Xiaowu. Maybe she is really Xiaowu's sister in the end. The bitch Xiaowu said, everything is possible. After Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong also took the initiative to introduce, a yin, my name is Ning Rongrong. You can call me Rongrong. You are so cute now and very cute. I really want to hug you. Baby Ayin was embarrassed, and being hugged by Xiaowu was embarrassing enough. She didn't expect to be hugged by others and treated as a real baby. Thanks. She wouldn't be too happy to praise a yin for being cute, but she knew that Ning Rongrong was the truth and had no intention of ridicule. Brother Cao probably told me about your situation before. Rongrong, you are the future leader of the Seven Treasures Glazedly sect, one of the 3 sects on Douluo continent, and your status is extraordinary. Ning Rongrong shook his head, I don't care about my status and power. I can practice and play happily with everyone. The most important thing is, Ian welcomes you to join us. Xiaowu then introduced Zhu Zuqing to Yin. She is Zhu Zuqing. She looks a little cold and doesn't like to talk, but she is cold on the outside and hot on the inside. She is a very beautiful girl. Zhu Zuqing smiled and greeted Yin. Hello, Sister Yin. The baby Ian felt that Zhu Zuqing was more indifferent when she didn't smile or talk just now, and she looked like she was not close to her. Moreover, the dark attribute power on Zhu Zuqing's body would have some bonuses, which made her feel that she was not easy to mess with. But when Zhu Zuqing smiled, Yin felt that Zhu Zuqing was so pure and beautiful. The feeling of being pure and pure with a smile. Especially Zhu Zuqing's figure, Ian sighed in his heart, so big. Yin replied, Hello Zuqing. Then Xiaowu introduced Shui Binger to Yin. This is Shui Binger, the Martial Soul Ice Phoenix, and now it is also the Soul King, from Tian Shui Academy. Although Shui Binger also thinks that the baby Ian is very cute and wants to hug her, she is kind and likes to put herself in others' shoes, so she thinks that Ian is likely not only if others say she is cute but doesn't like others to hug her. Therefore, Shui Binger did not show it. Yin, welcome you. If you have any questions in the future, you can ask us. Thank you. Yin replied with a smile. Binger, there are also Teacher Erlong, Miss Xiaowu, Rong, Zhu Qing. I'm very happy to know you. Please give me more advice in the future. If I cause trouble for you, I'll tell you and I'll correct it. Lu Erlong said, don't be polite if you say it. Yin, Xiaowu, you haven't had dinner yet, I'll cook for you. By the way, Yin, can you eat normally like us in your current situation? Xiaowu said before Yin said, Teacher Erlong, although Ame is in a baby state, it does not affect her eating. She can eat whatever we eat. Yin nodded, my condition is very special now. I am not comparable to an ordinary baby. Instead, I can eat and drink like a normal adult. I originally wanted to help cook, but when I thought I was in a baby state, I was really willing but not able to do it. Shui Binger said to Lu Erlong, Teacher Erlong, I'll help you cook together. Lu Erlong did not refuse, but did not let other people ginseng again. She and Shui Binger were enough. After Lu Erlong and Shui Binger went to the kitchen, Xiaowu said to Xiaowu, Xiaowu, it's inconvenient for Ian to live in my baby room, so she will live with yours for the time being. Xiaowu was very happy, okay. He turned his head and said enthusiastically to Yin, let us sisters live together, you don't have to sleep in a baby room. You can sleep together, just right for talking. Yin also believes that Xiaowu is also a 100,000-year-old soul beast, and there will be many common topics between them, so they can get along better. Thanks. Yin thanked her, then asked Xiaowu to put her down, and then went to Xiaowu's room with Xiaowu. After they left, Ning Rongrong asked Xiaowu, Brother Xiaowu, the baby Ian on our door does not mean that we have children. It seems a little disappointed. Xiaowu teased her, you want children, we can work hard. Ning Rongrong gave Xiaowu a blank look, then hugged Zhu Zuqing's arm and said, we are all young now, don't be bad about us. Zuqing, he is good and bad, and now he wants them to have a baby. Zhu Zuqing nodded, well, it's very bad. I'm an honest person. The honest bitch Xiaowu had already touched him and took advantage of Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing. The three of them played and laughed constantly. Yin heard it in his ears and saw it in his eyes, you guys have a good relationship. I admire how Xiaowu settled these women. In other words, it is, Brother Xiaowu Niu Bai. Chapter 209 Lu Erlong's Lucky Day. Yin, eating more ingredients and fruits in this space can make your body grow faster. Maybe in a few years you will be about the same height as us. During dinner, Xiaowu, who was sitting next to the baby Ian, helped her pick up food. Because she was small and her hands were broken, even if the baby Ian sat on a high stool, she couldn't hold any food and needed someone else to help her. In addition to Xiaowu, others also picked up food for a yin. "Thank you, Miss Wu." There was only a lot of time, and the baby Ian called Miss Xiaowu. As for whether eating these things will make you look like an adult within a few years, Ian didn't think much about it. During the meal, Ian asked Xiaowu and the others what they were doing, and then learned about the Soul Master competition. With Xiaowu's advance advice, Xiaowu and the others deliberately did not mention Tang Hao and Tang San. Xiaowu also told Xiaowu and others about the past and souls of a yin and Tang Hao, as well as the present time Tang San's souls from other worlds and occupying a yin's child's body. Xiaowu and the others did not mention Tang Hao and Tang San's affairs, mainly because they were afraid that the old things would be brought up again, which would make Ian sad. And they all feel that a yin now has nothing to do with Tang Hao and Tang San in the future, so there is no need to continue to get entangled. "You don't have to worry about me, just participate in the Soul Master competition with peace of mind. It's not convenient for me to go out now, so I'll stay here to practice." Baby Ian doesn't want to cause trouble for them. Xiaowu and the others did not force it. After all, it was really not good to bring a baby to the Soul Master competition. Lu Erlong looked at Xiaowu and said, "We won't all play in the Soul Master competition. We will take turns to accompany a yin. It's somewhat inconvenient for her to be here alone now." After a pause, he looked at the baby. "A yin, wait for us to come in and have 3 meals a day to eat together, don't cook." Ian smiled bitterly in her heart. How could she be herself now? She cooks herself, and she doesn't know any of the electrical appliances yet. However, in the face of everyone's concern, she was very happy. "Well, I remember. When the supper was about to end, Ning Rongrong said, 'A yin, we will go to the fishing platform to fish later, which is interesting.'" Xiaowu had already told a yin about the fishing platform. She looked at Xiaowu, and then Ning Rongrong said, "Brother Xiao said that the first time I fished, I would catch a pill that would improve my soul power. It is a waste for me to take it now. I will fish later." Shui Binger said, "It should be true. It was a bit too early for us to take the pills." Zhu Zuking said, "We need to eat fishing ingredients every day, and someone must fish. It is impossible for everyone to wait until the title Douluo, or the level 99 Douluo starts fishing. Without these ingredients, our practice will definitely be greatly affected. However, now there are 6 of us fishing, and the ingredients are enough. Ian doesn't have to rush to fish. We will talk about it when the soul power level is increased to a certain level in the future." Zhu Zuking analyzed it thoroughly. The pill that can improve the first level of soul power is of course the higher the soul power level, the greater the effect it takes, but it is impossible for everyone to not fish, so there will be no ingredients available. Ingredients have a great effect on improving their bodies, souls, martial souls, talent, appearance, cultivation speed, etc. The longer they are used, the better they are. Therefore, taking pills first and then fishing continuously to eat the ingredients is not a big loss. Of course, at present, Xiaowu, Lu Erlong, Xiaowu, Zhu Zuking, Ning Rongrong, Shui Binger and the others fished with enough ingredients. A yin, Qian Rongxiu, Bibi Dong and others didn't have to rush to fish. They would start fishing when they needed elixirs to improve their soul power in the future. Ning Rongrong suddenly said, "Yes, Zhu Qing is right. I didn't think so much about it just now. A yin, don't fish for the time being. But you can get familiar with it first. We will go fishing later, and practice while fishing, without delaying. We usually do this at night and then we don't rest until midnight." A yin nodded, she was very interested in fishing. After dinner, Zhu Zuking and Shui Binger rushed to clean up the dishes. Xiaowu, Lu Erlong, Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu took a yin to the fishing platform. These seemed to be ordinary fishing rods, right? A yin followed them with her calf. She thought it would be a special fishing rod, but she didn't expect it to be just an ordinary fishing rod. Xiaowu smiled and said, "It's just an ordinary fishing rod. As long as you put it on the hook, you can't escape it. There are many fish in the sea and all kinds of seafood. If you are lucky, you can also catch pills that increase the age of the soul ring. Zuking and I have fallen, and we will catch it in the future, so can you. A yin was thinking that the special ingredients and pills in the sea were thrown away by the god, just to give some benefits and small surprises. Everyone came to the fishing platform, and a yin sat next to Xiaowu, with Xiaowu on one side and Ning Rongrong on the other, and Xiaoda and Lu Erlong not far away. Sister A Yin, when fishing, be sure to keep quiet, so that it is easy to catch. While showing a yin how to fish, Xiaowu whispered to teach him the fishing experience, you use your own fishing rod, and if you catch something, you must pull it up by yourself, otherwise you will not be able to catch it by others. There are also elixirs that you can only use by yourself, and they are time efficient and cannot be released for a long time. A yin listened seriously. Only more than 10 minutes have passed. Ning Rongrong is lucky and catches 3 big lobsters, which are at least 2 or 3 kilograms. What a big lobster! When Ian saw the lobster, he immediately felt the joy of fishing. Looking forward to the day I fishing soon. At least you have to grow up first, otherwise the fishing rod will not be used. Not long after, Shui Binger and Zhu Zuking, who had packed up their dishes, came. A yin observed carefully and found that they were fishing while practicing. She also practiced. Tonight, except for a yin who didn't fish, everyone else gained something. Especially Lu Erlong. Mom Erlong, today is your lucky day. Xiaowu was happy that she caught a pill to increase the age of the soul ring for Lu Erlong. Shui Binger explained to a yin, this pill can increase the maximum age of the 1,000-year soul ring of the person who caught it to 11,000 years. Magic! A yin could only sigh that God is really omnipotent. After Lu Erlong took the pill, her 4th soul ring was upgraded from the 1,000-year soul ring to 11,000 years. The 8 soul rings of yellow, purple, black, 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 black on her body were rhythmic. My soul power has broken through, now level 84. The 4th soul ring turned into a 10,000-year soul ring, allowing Lu Erlong to reach level 84 ahead of schedule. After Lu Erlong's breakthrough, it brought a certain increase to Xiaoda, which made Xiaoda's soul power breakthrough to level 84 ahead of schedule, still the same as Lu Erlong. The reason why Xiaoda improved so quickly was because Qian Rongxiu's improvement was relatively large after taking Xianko. In addition, the increase brought by Xiaowu, Zhu Zuking, Ning Rongrong, Shui Binger, and Lu Erlong made Xiaoda improve faster and achieve a breakthrough. In order to celebrate Lu Erlong, Xiaoda let her be blessed for a long time tonight. Of course, Lu Erlong's reward also made the bitch Xiao get full of sexual blessings. Xiaowu was right, today is Lu Erlong's lucky day. Chapter 210, Enemies have a narrow road, and the first battle is Xingluo Royal Academy. The finals of the elite competition of the All-Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy were held in the Pope Hall in Wuhan City, with a total of 33 teams entering the finals. The rules of the finals are different from the previous qualifiers and qualifiers. First, the 33 teams draw lots, 20 teams play a team match, and the loser is eliminated. In other words, if you lose a game, you will be eliminated. Only by winning can you continue to advance. 33 teams, the first round of draws, there is one team will be by and go directly to the next round of the game. In the first round of the game, 32 and 16, another team will be by in the second round of the draw, 16 and 8 in the second round. In the third round of the game, there will also be a team that will be by, 8 to 4. In the fourth round of the game, one team was by, 4 to 2, and the last 3 teams competed for the top 3 places. The last 3 teams competed one by one, and were divided into team competitions and individual competitions. They were ranked comprehensively, and ranked 1st, 2 and 3. The first place reward was the 3 10,000-year soul bones taken out by the Wu Soul Hall this time. The 10,000-year soul bone, even the titled Douluo was jealous. Today, the finals of the Soul Master competition began, and 33 teams entered the competition stadium arranged by the Pope Hall of the Spirit Hall. The 16 teams of the Tiandu Empire are most popular with Lanba Academy, followed by Tiandu Royal Academy's first team, Tian Shui Academy, Tiandu Royal Academy's second team, Xiaowu Academy, Thunder Academy, and other teams. On the Xingluo Empire, the most popular teams are the first team of Xingluo Royal Academy. There is only one seed team in the Wuhan Palace, which is the team where Hu Lina, Yan, and Xiaowu are located. In comparison, if Xiaoda and Tang San did not have the two walls, the participating teams in the Star Luo Empire would be stronger than the Tiandu Empire. Of course, the strongest one is the team in the Wuhan Hall. In the finals, only participating teams can watch the game, and there are no ordinary audiences. Lu Erlong and two teachers from Lanba Academy brought Xiaoda, Xiaowu, Zhu Zuqing, Ning Rongrong, Mai Xiang, Jiangju, Tailong, Jingling, Huang Yuan and other 9 people into the competition arena. That's Blueby Academy. He seems to be the monster Xiaoda. The 16-year-old Soul Emperor, his soul ring is black, red, black, and black, is it true? I didn't see it with my own eyes, so I can't believe it. Maid, was Xiaoda selected by God? How could he have a soul ring like him? Previous champions were from the Spirit Hall, and this time they must be from Lanba Academy. Well, it's better than winning the championship in the Spirit Hall. The teams of Lanba Academy entered the competition stadium, attracting the attention of those teams in the Star Luo Empire. Xiaoda. On the first team of Xingluo Royal Academy, Davis looked at Xiaoda with a gloomy face, and felt very despised for Xiaoda. He accidentally scolded Xiaoda, and was beaten into the air by Xiaoda. His teeth fell a few, his face was swollen than his head, and his swelling had not completely disappeared yet, and he looked very embarrassed. The team members and some of the other Star Luo Imperial Academy were curious who beat up the arrogant Davis. Zhu Zuyun and Davis clearly kept a distance. They had a fight because of Xiaoda's incident before, but they were still in the Cold War. She was concerned about Xiaoda and Zhu Zuqing. At that time, Zhu Zuyun was frightened by Xiaoda's domineering behavior, but after he went back, he thought that Xiaoda was very manly, and instead envied his sister Zhu Zuqing for finding a powerful man. Compared with the power and status of the empire, no powerful titled Douluo is reliable. In Zhu Zuyun's view, Xiaoda, 16 years old, is already the sole emperor, and has that kind of terrible soul ring. As long as he reaches the Soul Douluo realm in the future, he is probably not Xiaoda's opponent. If Xiaoda reaches the title Douluo realm, he should be able to compare with the peak Douluo realm. How many peak Douluo are there in Douluo continent? Zhu Zuyun didn't know, but she knew that the Xingluo Empire might not have it. And know what a peak Douluo means. If his man becomes the peak Douluo in the future, it will be more reliable than the emperor of the Xingluo Empire. The emperor of the Xingluo Empire is in awe when he sees the title Douluo, let alone the peak Douluo. With Xiaoda's talent and evil level, Zhu Zuyun has no doubt that he can become the title Douluo. Who dares to bully Zhu Zuqing then? Compared with Xiaoda, Davis appears to be in the sky and underground. While Zhu Zuyun envied her younger sister Zhu Zuqing, she was also a little worried, afraid that Xiaoda would continue to settle accounts with her for Zhu Zuqing's affairs. Although Zhu Zuqing's attitude is not enough to kill her, Zhu Zuyun doesn't want to suffer either. After thinking about it, Zhu Zuyun could only sigh in her heart. Welcome here to participate in the finals of the elite competition of the All-Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy. I am Su Yun Tao, the referee of this final. The Wuhan Palace has arranged a referee, whose name is Su Yun Tao. 8 or 9 years ago, Su Yun Tao was just a great soul master and an ordinary member of the Spirit Hall. Now he can be arranged by the Spirit Hall to become the referee of the finals. It can be seen that he has been doing very well in the Spirit Hall in this short period of time. It's him. Tang San was surprised. He remembered Su Yun Tao, who awakened his martial soul for himself. But I was just surprised and didn't care too much. Yu Tianheng, Du Guyan, Yelingling, Graphite, Shimo, Osro and others from the first team of Tiandu Royal Academy, were with Tang San, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Oscar and others from the second team of Tiandu Royal Academy. They are all in the same Soul Master Academy, with the same style of costumes. And it looks like Yu Tianheng, Du Guyan, Yelingling and others are very familiar with Tang San. Not long after, Bai Base Han, the second education committee of Tiandu Royal Academy, appeared. He smiled and said to Zhilan, Flander, Qinming, Yu Xiaogang, Zhao Wuji and others, the organizing committee has agreed to our request. Really? Zhilan said happily, it's great. In this way, even if you don't win the championship, you can compete for the second place, and the third place has a great chance. Yu Xiaogang said, even at Lanba Academy, we can give it a try now. Yu Xiaogang has repaired his teeth now and has no air leakage. However, he hated Bai Dong even deeper. Unfortunately, Bibi Dong appears I no longer care about Yu Xiaogang. Bibi Dong has not played now. She will not show up until the last 3 teams are playing. Now it is Salas and other representatives of the Spirit Hall who are here to watch the game. The Prince of the Tiandu Empire, Xue Qinghe, Qian Rongxiu, was also in charge of protecting the prince. Ning Fengzi, Jian Douluo and others were also in the competition field. Du Douluo Dugabo is at Tiandu Royal Academy, and he is an advisor to Tiandu Royal Academy. The main purpose is to protect Tang San. It feels like Dugabo is more like Tang San's father. It is meticulous care and protection for Tang San. There is no opening ceremony for the finals, so the competition is drawn directly. The Xiaowu Academy is very lucky and got the first round of by draw. And the first opponent of Lanba Academy is actually the first team of Xingluo Royal Academy. It's really a narrow road for enemies. Ning Rongrong looked at Zhu Zuking and said, it's so good that they can know our strength and make them scared. Lanba Academy is very relaxing. However, Davis was stunned. Meeting the Blue BA Academy means that they will be eliminated in the first round of the finals, which is not a glorious thing. Chapter 211 Shui Yuer, he is my brother-in-law, and I am proud of it too. He is the god in my heart. Teacher, you're so lucky. We were drawn to Lanba Academy at the beginning of the finals. Wouldn't we be eliminated in the first round? Wouldn't we be laughed at after returning to the Star Luo Empire? It wasn't it that the Spirit Hall deliberately arranged it. When he learned that his first opponent was Lanba Academy, the members and teachers of Xingluo Royal Academy team first were heartbroken. Although they had never seen Cao to take action with their own eyes and had never seen his soul ring, they knew that the information about Cao in the Soul Master competition was true, and even if it was unbelievable, it could not change the reality. If you encounter the Lanba Academy where the monster Cao is in, who can win? Even if Cao does not appear, Lanba Academy will also have Zhu Zuking, Ning Rongrong, and Xiaowu. They are all Soul Kings and have the 4th Soul Ring of 10,000 years. Facing them, none of Xingluo Royal Academy teams could win. Therefore, if you encounter Lanba Academy, the first team members of Xingluo Royal Academy almost always think that they cannot be an opponent of Lanba Academy. Now, we have encountered the strongest opponent in the first round of the finals, so it would be surprising that the first team members of Xingluo Royal Academy were not furious. It's a bad luck. Captain Davis cursed in his heart. In the first round of the finals, he was the most embarrassing thing after returning to the Xingluo Empire. Although I know that Lanba Academy can't beat it, for the sake of dignity, it is impossible for the first team of Xingluo Royal Academy to admit defeat without playing. I have to fight this game too. Not only did the Xingluo Royal Academy team feel unlucky, but after the other participating teams learned the news, they also felt that they were really unlucky. The first team of Xingluo Royal Academy is the strongest among the participating teams in Xingluo Empire. Unfortunately, I met Lanba Academy in the first game and was eliminated in the first round. It's so miserable. Whether it is the Tiandu Empire, the Xingluo Empire, or the team in the Wuhan Hall, they all think that the first team of Xingluo Royal Academy is too unlucky. It would be fine if it were other academies, but the first round of the tour is really a joke for the team representing the royal family of the Xingluo Empire. Davis, the captain of the first team of Xingluo Royal Academy, is already level 49, and should be able to reach the Soul King within a year, but unfortunately he met Xiaowu and the others. Davis is also the highest level of soul power among the participating teams such as the Star Luo Empire. The soul power of the wind and laugh at the sky, the fire is Unshuang, the water moon, the Yu Tianheng, Dugu Yan, and others are all high. Davis has a very good talent, no worse than Feng Xiaotian and the others. Here at Tian Shui Academy, Shui Yuer happily said to her sister Shui Binger, "Sister, the people from Xingluo Royal Academy are over this time. Especially Davis and Zhu Zuyun have a grudge with Zhu Zuking. Zhu Zuking will definitely appear, and she will definitely want to defeat Zhu Zuyun to prove herself." It was really hit by Shui Yuer. Zhu Zuking will participate in this match against the first team of Xingluo Royal Academy. The reason why Zhu Zuking participated was that she defeated Zhu Zuyun to prove that she had become strong and was no longer a lamb at slaughter. 7 people who have appeared have been arranged at Lanba Academy. In addition to Zhu Zuking, there are 7 people including Xiaowu, Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong, Mai Xiang, Jiangju, and Jingling. Among them, Xiaowu, Xiaowu, and Ning Rongrong went to help Zhu Zuking support her, take charge, and help her vent her anger. The match between Lanba Academy and Tiandu Royal Academy is in the second game of today. Their previous game was Barak Academy vs Star Ro Empire's Academy team, but Barak Academy lost miserably. The Barak Academy team became the first to be eliminated in the finals of this Soul Master competition. The next game of the first round of the finals will be held, and Lanba Academy will fight against Star Luo Royal Academy. Please enter the competition arena. The voice of referee Su Yuntao came. Let's first look at the 7 players who appeared in Xingluo Royal Academy. Captain Davis, level 49 strong attack on the Soul Sect, Martial Soul Evil Eye White Tiger. Deputy Captain Zhu Zuyun, level 47 aggressive Soul Sect, Martial Soul Netherworld Spirit Cat. This time, the lineup of Xingluo Royal Academy is strong, and the 7 players who appear are all Soul Sect. And here at Lanba Academy, their captain Xiaowu, level 69 Soul Emperor. God, this is the first time I have seen such a young Soul Emperor. I am worthy of being Xiaowu, who is known as a monster, and it is indeed unique. Xiaowu's Martial Soul is a Space Martial Soul, the control system. When participating in the Soul Master competition, Xiaowu's soul power test was controlled at level 69. Although he has reached level 84, he has not re-registered. The Soul Master competition requires bone age to be over 25 years old. In addition to other regulations, the registration of specific soul power is not strictly prohibited. Su Yuntao was shocked when he saw Xiaowu's information for the first time, and even now he felt it was incredible. Lanba Academy's appearance this time. In addition to Captain Xiaowu, the 7 people also have the Deputy Captain Xiaowu. She is now a level 56 Soul King, Martial Soul Soft Bone Charm Rabbit, and Strong Attack System. Team member Zhu Zuking, the Soul King with level 53 Soul Power, the Martial Soul Netherworld Spirit Cat, the Agile Attack System. Team member Ning Rongrong, level 51 Soul King, Martial Soul 7 Treasure Glass Tower, Auxiliary System. Player Mai Xiang, level 34 Soul Lord, Martial Soul Rabbit, Strong Attack System. Player Jiangju, level 36 Soul Lord, Martial Soul Healing Scepter, Auxiliary System. Player Jingling, level 36 Soul Lord, Martial Soul Skeleton, Agile Attack System. It's really surprising that among the 7 team members sent by Lanba Academy this time, there is actually 1 Soul Emperor and 3 Soul Kings. Ning Rongrong, Xiaowu, Zhu Zuking, and the latest soul power levels have not been updated in the Soul Master competition. 1 Soul Emperor, 3 Soul Kings, and 3 Soul Masters. Although such a lineup is powerful, it is a bit weird. Because there is no soul sect but there are 3 soul lords, it feels like the 3 soul lords are here to make a fuss. It's indeed 1 soul emperor, 3 soul kings. The 16-year-old soul emperor is almost at the soul saint, and there is also that kind of soul ring, which is so irresistible. Xingluo Royal Academy is sure to lose, there is no complaint, so just admit defeat. Haha, if you don't fight, you will admit defeat, but you won't have the face of the royal family of the Xingluo Empire. Many people were talking about it. Davis, Zhu Zuyuan, Dong Hui, Yang Mingzhen, Tang Hongning, Ying Wei, Li Yang, and 7 others from the first team of Xingluo Royal Academy entered the competition arena first. Then 7 people from Cao De, Xiaowu, Zhu Zuqing, Ning Rongrong, Mai Xiang, Jiangzhu and Jingling entered the venue. Both sides open their martial souls and release their soul rings. Referee Su Yuntao said. The participating teams in the Xingluo Empire had never seen Cao De's soul ring with their own eyes, so they were almost always watching the appearance of Cao De's soul ring. Even the participating teams in the Tiandu Empire, whether they have seen it or not, are basically watching Cao De now. At this moment, Cao De is the focus of the competition. Everyone is paying attention to Cao De. Jian Douluo said, fortunately, there are only a handful of people who can deal with him now, so there is no need to worry. Ning Fengzi nodded, I'm afraid he can compare with some peak Douluo. What's more, with his special soul skills, he can protect himself. At Shuo Academy, Hua Wu looked at Cao De with her eyes fixed on her face, knowing that he would shock everyone next time. Here at Tian Shui Academy, Shui Yuer said to her sister Shui Binger, Sister, brother-in-law is going to shock the whole world again. Are you very proud? Shui Binger generously admitted, yes. Shui Yuer smiled and said, he is my brother-in-law, and I am proud of it. My brother-in-law is the most powerful. He is the god in my heart. Shui Binger looked at her sister and did not expose her. Chapter 212 Zhu Zuyuan, Sister, I envy you so much. Evil-eyed White Tiger Martial Soul, Netherworld Spirit Cat Martial Soul, 2 Supreme Goods Martial Souls, Sharp Thunder Jackal Martial Souls. At the Xingluo Royal Academy, Davis, Zhu Zuyuan, Dong Hui, Yang Mingzhen, Tang Hongning, Ying Wei, Li Yang, and 7 others opened the Martial Soul and Soul Ring first. All 7 people are soul sects, and the color of the soul ring is the same as 2 yellows and 2 purples, which is a standard soul ring configuration. Among the 7 people, 4 were female and 3 were male. The 2 women with the supreme good martial souls are both auxiliary soul masters. Boss Dai, you don't have the chance to compete with your brother. Ma Hongjun looked at Davis on the ring and said to Dai Mubai, they are also unlucky. They met Lanba Academy in the first battle. Now Dai Mubai has told Ma Hongjun and the others about his identity and his grudges and entanglements with Davis. He originally thought that if he met in the final, he could use Tang San and the others to defeat Davis. Only unknown, Dai Mubai did not have the confidence to win Davis, not to mention that Davis could also fusion the martial soul with Zhu Zuyuan. However, he can use Tang San and the others to defeat Davis and Zhu Zuyuan. Dai Mubai looked at Davis and Zhu Zuyuan, then looked at Zhu Zuqing, and finally looked at Cao De, cursing in his heart, Maid, if Cao De hadn't appeared, Zhu Zuqing would definitely be my own. If he merged with Zhu Zuqing's martial soul now, he might be able to defeat Davis and Zhu Zuyuan. It's all Cao De's fault. Otherwise, Dai Mubai would not only embrace the beauty, but also defeat Davis and Zhu Zuyuan, and be proud and avenge his previous shame. If Cao De was not there, Davis and Zhu Zuyuan's martial soul fusion skills should be able to fight against Xiaowu, Zhu Zuqing, Ning Rongrong, and others. Dai Mubai said this, which shows the power of their Dai family and Zhu family's martial soul fusion skills. Having been popularized by Yu Xiaogang and Flander before, Ma Hongjun learned about the power of the fusion of the evil-eyed White Tiger Martial Soul and the Netherworld Spirit Cat Martial Soul. Ma Hongjun patted Dai Mubai on the shoulder and comforted him, Boss Dai, I believe Zhu Zuqing must be yours in the end. We will help you get her. Of course, after Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Daimyo Bai enjoy it, they will enjoy it again. This is the tacit understanding that the three of them have reached before. Daimyo Bai looked at Zhu Zuqing again, with a cold expression. Since Zhu Zuqing is already Caoda's woman, he must destroy her if he has a chance in the future. No one else can always have what you can't get. Just then, a burst of exclamations rang out in the competition stadium. Nothing else. They were all shocked by the soul rings displayed by Caoda. Even Ma Hongjun was shocked when he noticed it. This Go-Arai Caoda actually became a soul saint, 7 soul rings. Is God blind? Tang San was also surprised. Black red, black, 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 red. There is a red 100,000 year soul ring. However, this 7th soul ring is different, with some gold in the red. Is it a special 100,000 year soul ring? After saying that, look at the Soul Yu Xiaogang, a teacher with extensive knowledge and profound research. Yu Xiaogang said calmly, Caoda's 7th soul ring is indeed a bit strange, and I have never seen it before. Oscar said, he is just a monster, it's normal for anything to appear on him. Didn't it mean that Caoda had a feud with the Wuhan Palace? Why can the Spirit Palace let him grow like this? Now Caoda is already a soul saint, I am afraid that no one can deal with him except the title Douluo. Ma Hongjun cursed, a person is too evil, and he will definitely not have a good ending. Let's wait and see. Daimyo Bai's expression sank. Caoda is now the soul saint, 300,000 year soul rings and 4 10,000 year soul rings are getting stronger and stronger. It will be even more difficult to snatch Zhu Zuqing from the future. On the high-level viewing platform, Ning Fengzi observed the reactions of the people in the spirit hall, and was a little strange. His mental power was transmitted to Jian Douluo. Although the spirit hall was shocked to see Caoda's strength and soul ring, he was not hostile. Does the Martial Soul Palace want to repair its relationship with Caoda? Jian Douluo responded, if you win over, you will suppress it, and if you will reconcile it, the Wuhan Palace is really easy to plot. I really think that boy Caoda is a mud, so do whatever he wants. At present, the only one who threatens Caoda that the Spirit Hall is the peak Douluo, and the great worshipper who may have become the peerless Douluo. But it is just a threat, and it is not easy to deal with Caoda's soul skills. After Caoda reaches the conqueror, even the peerless Douluo cannot threaten him. Ning Fengzi agreed with Jian Douluo's statement. Caoda cannot fight head-on with the Spirit Hall now. He is preparing to remind Caoda again that he has developed for a period of time. Even if he wants to take revenge on the Spirit Hall, he can now wait until he reaches the Soul Hall to be weak and ruthless. He didn't know that because of the existence of Qian Rongxiu and Bibi Dong, the Wuhan Palace was considered half of Caoda's home. Shui Yuer looked at it, listening to the others' exclamations, and said to her sister happily, I knew it would be like this. Sister, look at the people in the Xingluo Empire, all their faces are like ghosts. Shui Binger smiled. She was very proud of Caoda's excellence. On the competition arena, the most shocking thing is the 7 people from the first team of Star Luo Royal Academy, such as Davis, Zhu Zuyuan, who saw Caoda's soul ring face to face and close up. The 7 of them were stunned and had not come back to their senses for a long time. Isn't it the Soul Emperor? Why is it already a soul saint? 4 10,000-year soul rings and 300,000-year soul rings, this boss die, do we still want to fight? Li Yang, a team member standing next to Davis, asked. Fuck it. Davis was brought back to his senses by the voices of the team members. He didn't want to beat him, but in this situation, it would be even more embarrassing to admit defeat if he didn't beat him. He gritted his teeth and said, battle. Even if you lose, you must fight. There is no one in the Xingluo Empire who admits defeat before the battle. After Zhu Zuyun came to her senses, she looked at Zhu Zuqing and envied her sister even more for being a man as powerful as Caoda. They were all scared. Ningrongrong said, "Isn't you going to admit defeat now, right?" Xiaowu said, "Who is not surprised to see my brother's soul ring for the first time? I hope they don't admit defeat, otherwise it will be no fun." After the referee Su Yuntao came back to his senses, he said in surprise, "I really didn't expect that the Soul Saint would appear in this Soul Master competition, and he also had such an incredible soul ring." After sighing, seeing that Xingluo Royal Academy had no intention of admitting defeat, Su Yuntao spoke again. "Ahem, the players on both sides are ready, the game begins." At the beginning of the competition, Xingluo Royal Academy acted as planned. Bamboo Cloud. Davis's name is Zhu Zuyuan, and he is preparing to use the martial soul fusion technique from the beginning. Otherwise there would be no chance. Even if you lose, you must show the power of their martial soul fusion skills. "What's going on? You can't move." Davis, who was about to merge with Zhu Zuyuan's martial soul, was stunned and suddenly couldn't move. Xiaowu used the space confinement soul skill to control Davis. At the same time, Zhu Zuqing stopped Zhu Zuyuan. "Zhu Zuyuan, the matter between us is now broken." Xiaowu, Ningrongrong, Jingling, and Mai Xiang also went out. Ningrongrong first cleaned Jingling and Mai Xiang, increased their attributes, and then found an opponent to fight. Of course, because Xiaoda's soul ring is so shocking, people ignore Xiaowu, Ningrongrong, and Zhu Zuqing. The other three have the fourth soul ring for 10,000 years. Especially Zhu Zuqing has the third soul ring in 10,000 years. But some people have noticed it. For example, Ning Fengzi, he was surprised, Zhu Zuqing's soul ring has changed, and the third soul ring has actually turned into a black 10,000-year soul ring. Zhu Zuyuan also noticed it, so she envied Zhu Zuqing even more. Chapter 213 Sisters, Zhu Zuqing vs Zhu Zuyuan. Xiaoda can indeed help others improve their soul ring age. First it was Xiaowu, now it is Zhu Zuqing. Tang San has also noticed Zhu Zuqing's soul ring changes. Have Zuqing's soul ring changed? Oscar was puzzled, "I didn't notice it." The same is true for Ma Hongjun, "What changes have been made?" Dai Mubai said, "Zhu Zuqing's third soul ring has changed from a 1,000-year soul ring to a 10,000-year soul ring." Ah! Oscar and Ma Hongjun were surprised at the same time. Oscar was stunned for a while, and then said, "How did Xiaoda do it?" After saying that, he also looked at the knowledgeable and talented master Yu Xiaogang. Yu Xiaogang also noticed the changes in Zhu Zhu's soul ring and was thinking about how Xiaoda did it, but with his cognition, he couldn't find the answer. There will always be a day when you know it. Ma Hongjun showed a conspiracy and scheming smile, "Isn't Xiaoda in trouble now?" The improvement of Xiaowu and Zhu Zhu's soul ring can basically be concluded that he did it. There is a way to improve the age of the soul ring, so how can the Wu Soul Palace not? Haha, I think Xiaoda will definitely not be able to get out of the Wuhan Hall. Yu Xiaogang, Tang San, Dai Mubai, Oscar, and they all hope the Wuhan Palace and Xiaoda dog bites the dog. In addition to them, some people also noticed the changes in Zhu Zhu's soul ring. At the same time, they recalled Xiaowu's information, so they cared more about Xiaoda, because it could almost be concluded that Xiaoda had a way to help people improve their soul ring age. Even if this method is difficult, it is enough to change the fate of a soul master and the fate of a soul master's power. If this method can eventually become popular, it will change the entire soul master world. Ning Fengzi expressed concern, "Uncle Jian, I am worried that the Spirit Palace may attack Xiaoda in order to obtain the method of increasing the age of the soul ring. I just thought the Spirit Hall would reconcile with Xiaoda, but now Xiaoda has shown the ability to improve other people's soul rings. The Spirit Hall is likely to be moved and arrange the peak Douluo, or even the possible peerless Douluo, to take action." Jian Douluo was also worried, "Don't worry too much. With Xiaoda's methods, even if the powerful man in the Martial Soul Palace takes action, he can leave here. Xiaoda can escape from the peak Douluo, and Jian Douluo has confidence, but if he faces the peerless Douluo, he is not sure. After all, he has never seen how powerful the peerless Douluo is. The Wuhan Palace did quickly inform Bibi Dong of the matter that Xiaowu De might have to help people improve their soul rings. Although Prince Shui Qinghe, Qian Rongxiu, was surprised by Xiaowu De's ability, he was not worried about Xiaowu De's comfort in Wuhan City. At the same time, Qian Rongxiu felt a sense of crisis because she didn't know Xiaowu De's current real soul power level, the status of the soul ring, and the ability to improve the age of the soul ring. I feel that after getting rid of Prince Shui Qinghe's identity, I must stay with Xiaowu De as much as possible and understand him better. Otherwise, I would have less time to spend with Xiaowu De, and I would not have enough sexual happiness and happiness with Xiaowu De, so I would have no time to ask other things. As for whether Xiaowu De helped her improve the age of the soul ring, she didn't care much, but if Xiaowu De did it, she would definitely be happy. Qian Rongxiu will start the test of the inheritance of the angel god. According to Bibidong's guess, it is possible to increase the age of the soul ring, so she does not value the promotion of a 1,000-year soul ring to a 10,000-year soul ring. What she values is Xiaowu De's feelings for her. On the competition arena, Zhu Zuqing and Zhu Zuyun face each other. The two have not started yet. Zhu Zuyun looked at Zhu Zuqing with envious expressions. Zuqing, I didn't expect that you have gone from a great soul master to a soul king in about 3 years, and there are 3 10,000-year soul rings. Is it Xiaowu De who helped you? You are so lucky. Zhu Zuqing looked at Zhu Zuyun calmly, this has nothing to do with you. Let's do it. Zhu Zuyun felt the resentment from her sister and sighed in her heart, okay, let's break it and resolve the grudges of the past. There is no way to kill people in the competition, and at most seriously injured. Zhu Zuyun feels that this result is very good. Since Zhu Zuqing wants to defeat her like this, then follow her. The first soul skill, Netherworld Thorn. A yellow soul ring appeared on Zhu Zuyun's body. Zhu Zuqing was the same, using the same first soul skill Netheric Thorn. The two sisters fought head-on, and the result was obvious that Zhu Zuyun was injured. With the same century-old soul skill, she was the soul sect, while Zhu Zuqing was the soul king, and she had 3 10,000-year soul rings. The second soul skill, the Netherworld 100 Claws. Zhu Zuyun activated his soul skill again. Zhu Zuqing's second soul skill is also the Netherworld Claws. Zhu Zuyun was still injured this time. The third soul skill, the Netherworld Spring Falls. Zhu Zuyun's 1,000-year soul skill is a spiritual attack soul skill. After being hit, he will fall into hallucinations and affect his mind. What a coincidence, Zhu Zuqing's third soul skill is also a soul skill that affects the spirit. I saw a black soul ring appear on Zhu Zuqing's body, and a black butterfly appears in front of her. Zhu Zuyun's Netherworld Spring Falls meet Zuqing's Netherworld Depravity. The Netherworld Spring Soul Falling technique was activated to cover Zhu Zuqing and affect her spirit. If Zhu Zuqing had not taken the capture space ingredients and fruits for a long time, and would continue to improve her spirit, if she did not have the powerful dark attribute power, she would definitely be hit. Now, this deep spring fall has no effect on Zhu Zuqing at all. The black butterfly did not attack Zhu Zuyun, but was absorbing the dark attribute power generated by the Netherworld Spring. A pair of black butterfly wings suddenly appeared on Zhu Zuqing's back, which was her soul-attached bone. The black butterfly and the black butterfly wings are used to absorb the dark attribute power generated by the Netherworld Spring. Soon all the dark attribute power is absorbed, so this soul skill loses its effect. Zhu Zuyun looked at Zhu Qing speechlessly. From the information collected, she knew that Zhu Zuqing had soul skills that influenced her spirit, which had the same effect as her Netherworld Spring. But I didn't expect that Zhu Zuqing's soul skills were so strong that she directly absorbed her soul skills. At the same time, Zhu Zuyun felt the powerful dark attribute power emitted by the black butterfly wings on Zhu Zuqing's back, which was more than 10 or 20 times stronger than the dark attribute power she had. Zhu Zuqing in this state made Zhu Zuyun feel a little scared, worried that Zhu Zuqing would suddenly lose control and then she might die. Fortunately, Zhu Zuqing did not lose control and did not attack her with the black butterfly. Zhu Zuyun felt uncomfortable and sighed, "Zuqing, you are still so kind. Maybe you are right. Maybe you can change the family's current appearance." Zhu Zuqing was silent. She didn't like the ruthless family model. She had thought about changing, but she was powerless and no longer had that idea. "Haha, I guess you don't care anymore." Zhu Zuyun smiled bitterly. "Then continue to use the soul skill, continue to fight. I will fight until the last moment." The fourth soul skill, Netherworld Slash. Zhu Zuqing also used Nether Slash, but this belongs to her own soul skill, and it is a 10,000-year soul skill. But Zhu Zuqing did not take any serious action, although Zhu Zuyun was also seriously injured. Zhu Zuyun refused to admit defeat, so Zhu Zuqing controlled her strength and kept fighting with her. Zhu Zuyun wanted to make Zhu Zuqing angry in this way, and Zhu Zuqing wanted to say goodbye to the past in this way. For the two sisters, this is not a life-and-death battle, but it is of great significance. At the same time, except for Davis, who was imprisoned by Xiaowu and could not move, the other members of the Star Luo Royal Academy were fighting. Xiaowu fights too. Jingling and Mai Xiang join forces to deal with a soul sect. The auxiliary department Ningrongrong dealt with the remaining two auxiliary soul masters, namely Dong Hui and Yang Mingzhen, which fooled them and subverted their cognition. Chapter 214 Davis, depressed. Boss die, then Davis should be controlled by Xiaowu, a space-type soul-controlling skill. Ma Hongjun said next to Dai Mubai, this hateful Xiaowu, relying on his high-level, special martial soul and unique soul skills, deliberately played tricks on others. It can be seen how narrow-minded Xiaowu is. Anyway, in Ma Hongjun's eyes, Xiaowu is not good. If you want to blame, it is blamed that Xiaowu has too many beautiful beauties, and he can't find a girlfriend. He has to go to a romantic place to spend money to solve his needs. Typical envy, jealousy, and hatred. Davis and Dai Mubai are brothers and competitors. If Dai Mubai fails to compete for the position of prince, he may not die, but he will be deposed and then banned. Life is worse than death. Dai Mubai was afraid, so he ran out. Logically speaking, he should be happy to see Davis get defeated, but it was Xiaowu who made Davis look ugly, this guy who is not as hateful as Davis. Therefore, Dai Mubai was not happy at all. Now Dai Mubai has some confidence. He wants to defeat Davis Onianon by himself, rather than watching others defeat Davis. Tang San was analyzing Xiaowu's soul skills, knowing himself and his enemy, and preparing to deal with Xiaowu's robbery of Xiaowu in the future. Although Xiaowu has revealed his realm and soul ring at present, there are not many soul skills exposed. Except for mobile space soul skills, Tang San does not know Xiaowu's other soul skills. Even with undercover Tai Long, Tang San knew very little, because Tai Long didn't know Xiaowu's other soul skills. Xiaowu now has 9 soul skills. Tang San only knows the space jump soul skills, and he does not fully understand it. He only knows that Xiaowu can transfer others, move by himself, and move with others. Even the titled Douluo cannot stop Xiaowu from moving, but he does not know the specific situation. Now, Xiaowu has publicly demonstrated a soul skill space confinement, and Tang San is analyzing Xiaowu's soul skill. After analysis, Tang San guessed that Xiaowu's soul skill against Davis was a space-type soul control skill, which seemed to control the space around Davis. I just don't know how much space control ability can break free. Not only Tang San is analyzing, but Yu Xiaogang is also analyzing. He is worthy of being a master and apprentice, and both like to make blind guesses. Although others didn't quite understand what soul control skills Xiaowu used for Davis, they thought Xiaowu was the soul saint and Davis was the soul sect. The gap in soul power was too big, so it was normal for Davis to be controlled. Xiaowu is so perverted and terrifying that some teams are afraid. They will consider whether to admit defeat if they have the chance to meet Lanba Academy next time, so as not to be as embarrassing as Davis. In addition to Xiaowu, some people also paid attention to Ning Rongrong, Xiaowu, Zhu Zuqing, Mai Xiang, Jingling, and others. Especially Xiaowu, Zhu Zuqing, and Ning Rongrong are very beautiful, genius and powerful, and have a lot of attention. Zhu Zuyun and Zhu Zuqing have similar names and martial souls. They are all direct descendants of the Zhu family of the Duke's mansion, right? They are a little like, they are not real sisters, are they? But Zhu Zuyun of the Soul sect can't beat Zhu Zuqing at all. Zhu Zuyun is going to be defeated. Some people are concerned about the relationship between Zhu Zuyun and Zuqing. That Xiaowu looks so beautiful, but she is so violent when she takes action. It hurts even if she looks. The two members of Xingluo Royal Academy are so miserable. The violent goddess Xiaowu is not a waste of time. Some people pay attention to Xiaowu's situation. Xiaowu fought against two, easily abused the two members of Xingluo Royal Academy. Damn! Ning Rongrong is the assistant, he is actually so powerful in combat. The news I got before is true. It's really scary. The Auxiliary Soul Master is so powerful, is it still an Auxiliary Soul Master? For the Auxiliary Soul Master, martial souls and soul skills will not play any role, but she can defeat a soul sect. Ning Rongrong's performance was absolutely amazing, which made the participating teams on the Xingluo Empire marvel. The team of Lanba Academy is too strong. Captain Xiaowu is the Soul Saint, and the Soul Ring is even more perverted. Perhaps someone didn't notice that the fourth soul rings of Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zuqing were all 10,000 years of soul rings, and Zhu Zuqing's third soul ring was also 10,000 years of soul rings. With the four of them here, you will be able to beat Lanba Academy. I think if you encounter it, it is best to give up directly to avoid embarrassing people. Some people not only noticed Xiaowu's soul ring, but also the soul ring of Xiaowu and the other three. It seems that Xiaowu can help others improve their soul ring age. This is really true. This is amazing. Xiaowu seems to have had a marriage with the Spirit Hall. Will the Spirit Hall take action and covet his abilities? Some people also think more about the changes in the soul ring from Xiaowu to Zhu Zuqing, which confirms the speculation that Xiaowu can help people improve the age of the soul ring. Xiaowu didn't care about this. Since he dared to show it, he was not afraid of being targeted. Not to mention that Xiaowu's own strength and soul skills are strong, relying on the relationship between Lu Erlong, Ning Rongrong, Qian Rongxiu, Bibi Dong, and others, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Dragon Sect, the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, and the Soul Palace will not only not hurt him, but will also protect him. Now if you want to deal with Xiaowu, there are still some possibilities unless the peerless Douluo takes action. But there are now 3 peerless Douluo in Douluo continent. Tang Chen is trapped in the capital of Killing, Bo Sixi cannot leave the Sea God Island, and Qiandaoliu does not interfere in mundane affairs. So, there are almost no people who can pose a threat to Xiaowu now. What are you afraid of? On the ring, Xiaowu's 2 opponents were defeated. Ning Rongrong used the kneading techniques used by physical strength and soul power to beat Dong Hui and Yang Mingzhen, 2 auxiliary soul masters, to no aggression. Mai Xiang and Jingling joined forces to deal with a level 43 soul sect. With Ning Rongrong's support to improve his strength, the 2 of them were almost defeated. On Zhu Zuqing and Zhu Zuyun was constantly injured. Although he was not serious every time, his injuries were even worse and he could hardly support him. Zhu Zuyun, the grudge between us is over. In the future, we will not know each other and will have no relationship. After Zhu Zuqing finished speaking, he knocked Zhu Zuyun away with one blow, and the opponent completely lost his combat power and could not continue the game. At this time, there is still combat power. It should be said that the only thing that does not consume any combat power is Davis, who is so frustrated that he is dyingly frustrated. Although it was not hurt, Davis felt a deep insult. He finally couldn't help it and became angry and embarrassed. Xiaowu, I have the kind of let go of me, let's fight head-on. Even if you can't beat Xiaowu, it's better to be controlled like this than to be like this. If you want to fight with my brother, you have to ask me. Xiaowu teleported behind Davis. Xiaowu tacitly removed the space imprisonment, otherwise Xiaowu would be imprisoned if she entered the control range. Davis just felt the control was lifted, and he was immediately flew into the air. Immediately afterwards, Xiaowu teleported to follow him, and then said, "Blast kill Ba Duangshu." A series of critical strikes made Davis scream and then smashed heavily on the ground, seriously injured and lost his combat effectiveness. Looks so miserable. It looks sympathetic. Humph. You used to bully Zhu Qing, but now you still want to make the idea of Zhu Qing, so you shouldn't scold my brother. Xiaowu had long wanted to beat Davis, and now she finally got her wish. That's so comfortable. The teacher of Xingluo Royal Academy sued Lanba Academy for malicious injuries, but neither the Wuhan Palace nor the Prince of Tiandu Empire Shui Qinghe disagreed, which made him very angry. In this way, the first team of Xingluo Royal Academy became the second team to be eliminated in the finals. They were not in a hurry to leave Wuhan City, they wanted to treat Davis, Zhu Zuyun, and the others first. From then on, Zhu Zuyun ignored Davis and his eyes were full of disgust. Chapter 215 Bibidong, Yueguan, Ghost, you actually want to deal with my son-in-law. The Hall of War Spirit, the Hall of Pope. Uncle the Pope's crown, Xiaowu must have a way to improve the life of the Soul Ring. He cannot let him leave after the competition. Although I felt that Bibidong's attitude towards Xiaowu had changed, Zhu Douluo believed that Bibidong would not miss it when facing the temptation of the method of improving the age of the Soul Ring. Gui Douluo continued, I used the martial soul fusion technique with Yueguan to the two-pole forbidden area. Unexpectedly, I should be able to control him. Zhu Douluo said again, I think it is feasible. Although Xiaodu's mobile soul skill is very special, my martial soul fusion technique and I should be able to control him. As long as you catch him, you can't ask his secret if you don't believe it. Bibidong sat on a high place, staring at the excited Zhu Douluo and Gui Douluo, thinking, is it okay for you to blatantly beat my son-in-law like this? Zhu Douluo and Gui Douluo, who were doing their best for Bibidong, knew that Xiaowu had already been with Qian Rongxiu, Bibidong was a family, and I wonder what would be the reaction. Bibidong said, I will deal with Xiaodu's affairs. You are not allowed to attack him. Just kidding, how can they let them deal with their son-in-law? If you want to teach Xiaowu a lesson, she can only take action, and no one else is qualified. Zhu Douluo and Gui Douluo looked at each other. Although they felt that Bibidong would not let Xiaowu go, they always had a strange feeling. Of course, since Bibidong has an order, they will naturally not attack Xiaowu. They are Bibidong's faction. Without Bibidong, their status in the Wuhan Hall will be lower and more embarrassing. After Zhu Douluo and Gui Douluo left, Bibidong looked out the window and said to himself, Xiaowu, what kind of god inheritance have you obtained, and why is it so unique? Bibidong felt an urgent desire to see Xiaowu. She thought it was because of curiosity and the man who regarded Xiaowu as her daughter who felt this way. But she didn't know that Xiaodu's position had already been in her heart, and this position was becoming more and more important. Some are too ostentatious. Now many people know that you have a way to improve your soul ring age, and some people may take risks. Bibidong was a little worried about Xiaodu's safety and decided to let people pay close attention to the situation in Wuhan City, especially the situation around Xiaowu, so that people should not hurt this little man. At the same time, the finals are still going on. The fourth game is also the last game this morning. The first team of Tiandu Royal Academy versus a Soul Master Academy team of the Xingluo Empire. This is the first match of the first team of Tiandu Royal Academy in this Soul Master competition, so it has attracted more attention. 7 people including Yu Tianheng, Du Guyan, Ya Lingling, Graphite, Shimo, Osro, Yu Feng appeared. 6 out of the 7 people were all Soul Sect, and the remaining one was level 39. Overall strength is very strong. However, their opponents only have 3 soul sects. It is conceivable that there is no suspense in this game, and the first team of Tiandu Royal Academy won. At noon, the Wuhan Hall prepared a sumptuous lunch. Although everyone was scolding the Wuhan Hall, the food was not vague. Less than 20% of these members of the Soul Master competition were born, and they had a good impression of the Spirit Hall. The others are not imperial nobles. The children of the Soul Master's forces have conflicts of interest with the Soul Hall, so it is normal to scold the Soul Hall in their hearts. The afternoon game continues. Surprisingly, the second team of Tiandu Royal Academy was disbanded and their opponent won directly. Lu Erlong went to inquire about the news and found out the situation. The first and second teams of the Royal Academy have merged, and the organizing committee agreed. The second team was disbanded, and the first team continued to play. In addition to the first team, 7 people including Yu Tianheng, Dugu Yan, Ye Lingling, Graphite, Shimo, Ozro, Yufeng, etc., 7 people from the second team joined the first team and formed a new 11 team. Jiangzhu felt it was unfair. The organizing committee actually agreed. This is obviously unfair. Didn't it violate the rules of the competition? Lu Erlong shook his head. The competition only stipulates that no new people are allowed to participate in the competition during the competition. Tang San and the others belong to Tiandu Royal Academy and are participants, so it is not considered a violation of the rules, but they have exploited loopholes in the rules. Jiangzhu, Jingling and Huang Yuan were speechless, while the inner ghost Tailong was a little embarrassed. He thought it must be his young master Tang San who did this. Tailong really did not wrongly accuse Tang San of this matter. It was indeed Tang San who brought it to Yu Xiaogang, and then Yu Xiaogang, Flanders, and others decided after discussing it with Meng Shenji, Bai Base Han, Zhilin and others. Before the Tiandu Empire qualifiers ended, the preparations began. Tang San, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar were practicing with Yu Tianheng, Dugu Yan and the others again. Now the new team of Tiandu Royal Academy is already very tacit, and it is strong. It can be said that it is stronger than the first team of Xingluo Royal Academy, and may even defeat the team of the Wuhan Hall. Their goal is to maintain 2 and compete for 1. Ning Rongrong said indignantly, "They are so shameless. Humph, even so, they can't beat us." Xiaowu said, "That's right. We can defeat them if my brother doesn't need to take action." Lao Lu Tailong said, "They should be going for the second place." He also felt that the new Tiandu Royal Academy team could not beat Cao Da's Lanba Academy. Even if Cao Da did not take action, Xiaowu, Zhu Zuqing, and Ning Rongrong were also very powerful. Lu Erlong smiled and said, "Teacher, I have great confidence in you, so I don't have to take this kind of thing to heart." In the afternoon, there was a Tianshui Academy from the competition, and the opponent was the Soul Master Academy of the Xingluo Empire. The fourth soul ring of Shui Binger and Shui Yu are in 10,000 years, especially Shui Binger is also the Soul King, surprised the participating teams of Xingluo Empire. Although I learned the news in advance, I was still shocked when I saw it with my own eyes. The highest soul power among the participating teams in the Xingluo Empire is Davis at level 49, and there has been a Soul Saint and 4 Soul Kings on the Tiandu Empire. The gap is huge. Shui Binger and Shui Yu did not use the martial soul fusion skills, and the opponent was defeated. The first round of the finals lasted for 2 days. In the end, the 17 teams including Lanba Academy, Tianshui Academy, Shiwo Academy, Thunder Academy, and Wuhan Hall entered the second round of the competition. Lottery draws started again. This time, the Bai was a team of Soul Master Academy in the Xingluo Empire. The team of Lanba Academy is a Soul Master Academy team of the Tiandu Empire. The other party was helpless and could only admit defeat. It would be better to admit defeat directly. Lanba Academy is too strong and not embarrassed. If you don't have a self-awareness and forceful fight, it will only be even more embarrassing. In this round of competition, Yu Tianxin and others from Thunder Academy met the Wu Soul Hall team, which was easily solved by the martial soul fusion skills of Hu Lina and Xiaowu. The red fog produced by Hu Lina and Xiaowu's martial soul fusion technique can't see clearly what's happening inside. Everyone was surprised. If your mental power is not strong enough, you can't see through what happened at the red mist level. Tang San used the purple demonic eye to see the situation in the red fog. The red fog should have strong suppression of perception, spirit, and actions. They want to compete for second place, and their biggest opponent is the team of the Spirit Hall. After defeating the Thunder Academy, Hu Lina looked at Xiaowu on the viewing stage. Xiaowu noticed it and gave him a polite smile. Hu Lina's smile immediately bloomed and she threw a charming look at Xiaowu. I thought Xiaowu didn't hate her and could try to get in touch in the future. The reason why she cared about Xiaowu was not only because her teacher Bibi Dong's attitude towards Xiaowu had changed, but also because Xiaowu was really too dazzling. Women like Hu Lina like strong ones. And once you fall in love with it, you will be infatuated. One of the 3 infatuated women in the Martial Soul Hall is not a blow. The bitch Xiaowu probably didn't expect a polite smile to give Hu Lina a new idea. Chapter 216 Meng Yuran. Hello Xiaowu, my name is Meng Yuran, I want to know you. Bing you are too cruel. You will merge your martial souls as soon as you start. After the game, Xiaowu complained. In the second round of the finals, Xiaowu Academy met Tian Shui Academy. Under Shui Yuer's instigation, Shui Bing'er was annoyed by the entanglement of the spirit, so she had to agree to her sister to quickly resolve the battle with the martial soul fusion technique from the beginning, which made Xiaowu Academy lose a bit miserable. The Soul King's Shui Bing'er and the Soul Sex Shui Yuer's martial soul are fused, and they have the 4th soul ring of 10,000 years. The martial soul fusion skills are comparable to the Soul Emperor level, and Xiaowu and the Fire Academy cannot stop them at all. Shui Bing'er felt a little guilty and looked at Xiaowu apologetically, not knowing what to say. Every time I meet, Shui Yuer, who has to argue with Xiaowu, said, if you have weak strength, you must admit it. Xiaowu, do you want us to let go? If that is the case, you have to say it. How could Xiaowu let others let the water go in the game? Isn't that insulting her? I just think that I have a good relationship with Shui Bing'er, which will make Xiaowu Academy lose better. But she ignored Shui Yuer. We can afford to lose. Xiaowu was not confident enough and said stubbornly, Shui Yuer, you are relying on your sister. If you fight alone, you will not be my opponent. This is a fact. Onianon, Xiaowu is better than Shui Yuer. Shui Yuer didn't fight Xiaowu alone, so she should have said, without my sister, I still have my brother-in-law. Can you beat my brother-in-law? Shameless. Xiaowu cursed in her heart, and most of the time he could not say anything about the bickering with Shui Yuer, thinking that it was because Shui Yuer was even more shameless than her. Humph, it's rare to talk nonsense to you. After saying that, Xiaowu left angrily. Shui Bing'er looked at her sister helplessly, Yuer, can't you get along well? Shui Yuer shook her head, sister, Xiaowu wants to compete with you for her brother-in-law, how can she get along well with her? You are kind, so I'll stare at her. Shui Bing'er smiled helplessly and said to herself, sister, you are still thinking about your brother-in-law, what have I said to you? The second round of the finals today ended, and 9 teams advanced to the next round, namely Lanba Academy, Tian Shui Academy, Tiandu Royal Academy, Washuo Palace Team, Meng Yuran's Academic Academy, Sylv's Academy, and 3-star Luo Empire Soul Master College teams. The next day, the draw of lottery began in the 3rd round. Auntie, you're so lucky this time. You actually got the buy and we're directly in the top 5. Shui Yuer excitedly hugged Vice President Yu of Tian Shui Academy, who is Shui Bing'er's mother, her aunt. Vice President Yu was very lucky this time and got a buy, which allowed Tian Shui Academy to enter the next round, which means he entered the top 5. Tian Shui Academy is a buy, and the remaining 8 teams are fighting in pairs. The opponent of the Wuhan Hall team is a team of the Xingluo Empire Soul Master Academy. The first team of Tiandu Royal Academy, namely Tang San, Yu Tianheng, and their opponent are the Sylphs Academy team. Two teams from the Soul Master Academy of Star Luo Empire fight. The opponent of Lanba Academy is the Alien Beast Academy where Meng Yuran is located. The Alien Academy directly gave in. However, Meng Yuran, the captain of the Alien Beast Academy, came to Lanba Academy and talked to Xiaowu specifically. Meng Yuran is quite beautiful and has a good figure. She was shy and said softly, "Hello Xiaowu, my name is Meng Yuran, I want to know you. In addition, congratulations on your advance to the next round of the competition. This championship will definitely be yours." Xiaowu did not play in the promotion match of the Tiandu Empire, so this was the first time Meng Yuran had contact with Xiaowu from close range and talked to him for the first time. "Hello." Xiaowu said politely, "You are also very outstanding and entered the top 10. Perhaps Xiaowu performed too well, so even if Xiaowu spoke politely, Meng Yuran was very happy to hear it. "I can't compare with you. That, I just came here to meet you. Nothing else, I'll go back first." I wanted to talk to Xiaowu for a while, but I was shy and didn't dare to stay for a long time. Especially when I felt the strange gazes of Xiaowu, Zhu Zuqing, and others, she was even more ashamed. After saying a few words, he turned around and left. Am I so charming now? This time Xiaowu suddenly realized that even the girl who had no space to capture could attract a lot of people. The better the boy is, the more he likes girls. It's true. Stop watching, everyone is gone. Ningrongrong pinched Xiaowu's back and tasted it. He looks very good and has a good figure. It can be seen that he looks very good to you. Do you want me to call you back? Yes, I can help my brother too. Xiaowu was also jealous. Although Zhu Zuqing didn't say anything, her eyes were obviously jealous. Lu Erlong smiled, but it also tasted a little bit. Of course, they also have the element of deliberately performing this, so they will not be jealous of Meng Yuran when they come to chat with him, and will not quarrel with Xiaowu. Otherwise, Hua Wu, Shui Yuer, Chen Li, Mai Xiang, Hu Meier and others, each of them is beautiful and has a better figure than Meng. Wouldn't you be jealous? Occasionally acting jealous is a kind of mood, and it is also to let Xiaowu know that they care about him and will be jealous. Xiaowu naturally understood them. After all, he had been together for so long and knew their temperaments well, otherwise he would have made them all happy. Seeing them like this, Xiaowu deliberately looked at the direction where Meng Yuran left. Well, Meng Yuran is indeed beautiful and has a good figure. Before she could finish her words, Xiaowu, Zhu Zuqing, and Ningrongrong pinched him together. Xiaowu immediately became honest, but compared to you, it's a huge difference. You are the best, the most beautiful, and the unique. A bunch of beautiful words made Xiaowu and the others smile and let him go. There is nothing exciting in the third round. In the end, 5 teams including Tianshui Academy, Lanba Academy, Tiandu Royal Academy Team, Wuhan Hall Team, and Xingluo Empire Soul Teacher College Team entered the next round of the competition. The fourth round of the game begins. Teacher Erlong, he is so lucky. Lu Erlong got a bye for the Lanba Academy Team, and the Lanba Academy Team directly entered the top 3. The remaining 4 teams face off in pairs. Tianshui Academy vs Xingluo Empire Soul Teacher Academy Team. And the Wuhan Hall Team fights against the first team of Tiandu Royal Academy. Both games have attracted attention, especially the battle between the Wuhan Temple Team and the Tiandu Royal Academy Team. The first thing to be held was a competition between Tianshui Academy and Xingluo Empire Soul Teacher Academy. There are 5 soul sects in the team of the Star Luo Empire Soul Master Academy, just like Tianshui Academy. However, there are Shui Binger and Shui Yuer in Tianshui Academy. The other party prevented their sisters from fusion of martial souls, and the targeting measures were effective, but they did not allow their martial souls to fusion. But they still underestimated the strength of Shui Binger and Shui Yuer, especially Shui Binger, the Soul King. This water binger, it's too strong, it's such a powerful fusion technique. Shui Binger showed her powerful melting skills, which surprised the other party. In the end, Tian Shui Academy won the top 3. Next is the match between Hu Lina, Yan, Xiaowu and others in the Wuhuo Palace team and Yu Tianheng, Tang San, Dugu Yan, Dai Mubai and others in the Tiandu Royal Academy team. Tianheng, mistress, I'll see you this time. Qin Ming said to the 7 people including Yu Tianheng, Tang San, Dugu Yan, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, Graphite, etc. Ye Lingling, Shimo, Ozro and Yufeng did not appear. This is the strongest lineup of the first team of Tiandu Royal Academy and the most suitable combination. Judging from their appearance, they have confidence in defeating the team of the Spirit Hall. Chapter 217 Tang San, Yu Tianheng, Dai Mubai fights Hu Lina, Yan, Xiaowu. Brother, Yan, don't be careless in this match with Tiandu Royal Academy. The other party has a twin martial soul. Hu Lina said to her brother Xiaowu, teammate Yan, and others, the teacher is still waiting to see us enter the top 3 and back games, so we can't let her down. At this moment, Hu Lina has long black hair, a nearly perfect figure, and a bit similar to Xiaowu's appearance, giving people the feeling of being ready to go. This girl doesn't look very beautiful at first glance, but if you look closely, you can feel a strange charm from her. Hu Lina's voice also has a special charm. Yan doesn't really look down on the team of Tiandu Royal Academy, nor does he look down on Tang San. Even if Tang San is a twin martial soul, he is the same as their teacher Bibi Dong, Tang San. He is just the soul sect now. Even if he can compete with some weak soul kings, he is not my opponent. What's more, you are there. All 3 of us are the soul kings, not comparable to Tiandu Royal Academy. Our goal is Lanba Academy, and Tiandu Royal Academy is destined to be trampled by us. Xiaowu's idea is similar to Yan, Nana, you're a little too much, just Tiandu Royal Academy. And Tang San and his father Tang Hao will sooner or later be destroyed by our martial spirit hall. Hu Lina was speechless and emphasized again, no matter how you look down on Tiandu Royal Academy, you must be vigilant. If you lose the game carelessly, will we still have the face to meet the teacher? When talking about Bibi Dong again, Yan and Ziyu nodded seriously after hearing this. People who are invited to participate in this game by the Wuhan Temple team and the Tiandu Royal Academy team. Referee Su Yuntao's voice sounded. First of all, the team of the Wuhan Palace, Xiaowu, Hu Lina, Yan, and 7 others appeared. Su Yuntao gave a basic introduction when they appeared. On the side of the Wu Soul Palace team, Hu Lina, Yan, and Xiaowu are all Soul Kings, and the other 4 are all Soul Sects. The 7 people including Yu Tianheng, Tang San, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, Dugu Yan, and Graphite who appeared on the Tiandu Royal Academy are all Soul Sects. Su Yuntao said, there is a big difference in strength between the 2 sides. The soul power level of the Wuhan Hall team is 1 level higher than that of the Tiandu Royal Academy. What's more, the Wu Lina, Yan, and Ziyu have 3 soul kings. Facing an opponent whose soul power exceeds your own, does the first team of Tiandu Royal Academy have a chance to win? Let's wait and see. The members of both sides open the martial soul and release the soul ring. Hu Lina's martial soul is a demon fox. After the martial soul is released, a big furry tail will grow behind Hu Lina, and the person will become beautiful. Ning Rong Rong, this Hu Lina is so evil in her demon. Zhu Zuqing echoed, yes. Xiaowu, her temperament is similar to Hu Meyer, both of them are fox-like martial souls. Ning Rong Rong, Hu Meyer is much simpler and cute than this Hu Lina. Zhu Zuqing, that's right. Xiaowu is Hu Lina's brother, and his martial soul is Yu Blade. Yan, likes Hu Lina, his martial soul is the Lord of Fire. The soul rings of Hu Lina, Yan, and Xiaowu are all yellow, purple, and black, and are standard soul ring configurations. Because Xiaoda, Xiaowu, Zhu Zuqing, Ning Rong Rong, Shui Binger, Shui Yuer and others had the soul rings in front, and they all exceeded the level of the Soul King. The soul rings and soul power levels of Hu Lina and the other three did not cause any sensation. The other 4 people in the Wuhan Hall team are all soul sects, one of which is the auxiliary soul master of the Qiangjin scepter. The 4 soul rings are all yellow and purple. Another 4th soul ring for 10,000 years. He is Tang San with twin martial souls. This is his blue silver grass martial soul, and the other is the Haoshan hammer martial soul. I'll go. Twin martial souls. And the abandoned martial soul blue silver grass can actually cultivate to the soul sect, and there is also the 4th soul ring for 10,000 years. Tang San's father is a strong man who killed the former pope of the Spirit Hall seriously injured and died. Haoshan Douluo Tang Hao. He is really a tiger father without a dog son. Xiaowu Da is a big monster, and this Tang San is a little monster. Both of them are perverted. Compared to Hu Lina and the other 3, Tang San pays more attention to him. Tang San is a twin martial soul. His father is the Niu Bai character Haoshan Douluo Tang Hao, who killed the former Pope Kyungsunji of the Martial Soul Hall, and the 4th soul ring he owns in 10,000 years. These are enough to surprise the participating teams of the Xingluo Empire who witnessed it with his own eyes for the first time. Xiaowu Da, Tang San. Zhu Zuyun's injuries are much better. Today she came to watch the game. She recited 2 names, looked at Xiaowu Da's direction, and then looked at Tang San. They are all excellent men, much better than Davis. Davis was next to her, and the injuries on her body were not as good as Zhu Zuyun. He heard Zhu Zuyun said angrily, "Ha, do you like others? It's a pity that others don't like you." Zhu Zuyun looked at Davis with contempt and didn't want to quarrel with him anymore. She had already had enough quarrel in the past few days. Now Zhu Zuyun and Davis don't like each other. They have been quarreling for several days and have said a lot of unpleasant words. Zhu Zuyun regrets now, regretting that he has a small structure and little knowledge, otherwise how could he get mixed up with a man like Davis for his bullshit power and status? If she had left the Xingluo royal family as early as Zhu Zuqing, she might have been with Xiaowu Da or Tang San now. Compared with Xiaowu Da and Tang San, Davis is now a clown in Zhu Zuyun's eyes. The 2 of them broke up. Zhu Zuyun didn't plan to return to the Xingluo Empire, and planned to experience it in the Tiandu Empire. Maybe he could meet a man as outstanding as Xiaowu Da and Tang San. Maybe you can try to get close to Xiaowu Da and Tang San, and maybe you can eat meat. In Davis's view, Zhu Zuyun is a slutty bitch and can do anything to achieve her goal. However, Davis would not let Zhu Zuyun leave easily, and he had to rely on Zhu Zuyun to fight for the position of prince. If he has not merged with Zhu Zuyun's martial soul, he may not be able to win against others. If he loses, the outcome will be very miserable, and he will not be willing to lose. The reason why Davis came to watch the game today was mainly to see Dai Mubai's strength. Although Dai Mubai has appeared before, he has not disclosed much strength. Now Dai Mubai is also the soul sect, which makes Davis feel some pressure. Dai Mubai released his martial soul. Like Davis, he was an evil-eyed white tiger, and his soul ring was 2 yellow and 2 purple, but his soul power was several levels lower than Davis. Even the first 3 soul skills are the same. The white tiger protects the body, the white tiger's fierce light wave, and the white tiger's Vajra transformation. This kind of martial soul is the same, and there are many similar situations in soul skills, which are generally very common among the soul master family forces. These soul master families continue to accumulate experience and know which soul skills are most suitable for their martial souls and which kind of soul beasts are needed. Therefore, some of the same soul skills will appear among the family members. Chapter 218 Tang San almost ruined himself. Blue-silver cage. At the beginning of the game, Tang San directly used the 4th soul ring and soul skill of 10,000 years to take the initiative, and at the same time created 7 cages to trap Hu Lina and 7 others in the Spirit Hall. The 3rd soul skill, the White Tiger King transformation. The 4th soul skill, the White Tiger Meteor Shower. Dai Mubai opened up directly, and many light spots appeared in the air. Phoenix ashes. Phoenix wings fly in the sky. Phoenix magma flush. Ma Hongjun is also big. The fourth soul skill, Blue Lightning Dragon Rapid. Yu Tianheng is like this, and his soul skill is activated to form a blue electric dragon more than 1 meter long, with great power, and his attack power increases by 100%. Dugu Yan first uses auxiliary skills to increase the amplification attributes of his teammates, and then attacks with the poisonous soul skill. Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Yu Tianheng, and Dugu Yan almost all launched the strongest attacks at the same time after Tang Sanlin Silver Cage unexpectedly succeeded. Graphite is a defensive martial soul, mainly responsible for protecting Oscars in the making of sausages. Facing Tang San and others' unexpectedly fast attack, Hu Lina and others from the Wuhan Palace were careless. In an instant, 3 team members lost their combat effectiveness. Only Hu Lina, Yan, Xiaowu, and a team member with the Qiangjin Scepter Martial Soul were left, with a total of 4 people. I'm careless. Yan was angry and embarrassed at this moment, damn it. He actually attacked him. Xiaowu was also very upset. Never mind, is useless to say this now. Brother, our martial souls are fusion. Hu Lina was moving fast and had already appeared next to Xiaowu. The two quickly fusion of martial souls. Yan cooperated with tacitly to protect them from interruption. The team members of the Qiangjin Scepter Martial Soul hurriedly restored the 3 of them to increase the amplification attributes. Surprisingly, Tang San and the others did not stop it. At this moment, Tang San, Yu Tianheng, and 7 others strangely occupied a row, not knowing what to do. Yu Xiaogang on the stage of the game smiled. The game seemed to be going according to his plan. He said in his heart, Bibi Dong, defeat the students you trained first today, and you will only be more miserable than your students in the future. Ning Fengzi saw some tricks and said to Jian Douluo, does Tang San and the others want to use the 7-I-known fusion technique? Jian Douluo said, it's possible. Not only did they see some tricks, but some people also saw them. For example, Shui Yuer, Shui Bing'er, Hua Wu, Cao De, Lu Erlong, Qian Rongxiu, etc. On the competition arena, Hu Lina and Ziyu's martial soul fusion were successfully integrated, and the martial soul fusion technique was activated. After the martial souls merged, the 2 of them merged into one and became a new individual, demonic charm. Hu Lina can use martial soul fusion technique with Xiaowu, demonic. The 2 of them are combined into long hair and can't tell the difference between men and women. On the surface, the martial soul fusion technique is dominated by Xiaowu, but in fact, Hu Lina plays a role in the entire martial soul fusion technique. The main control of the demon charm can release a red mist with itself as the center. Within the control range of this skill, all senses will be reduced by 50%, soul power will be suppressed by 50%, and all actions will be delayed by 50%. In addition to the 3 negative states, only Xiaowu and Hu Lina who used the martial soul fusion technique can see things in the red mist. Of course, if the spirit is strong enough, the red fog will be useless. Red mist appeared, covering Tang San and the other 7. Tang San, you lost. The demon made a man or woman-like voice and stepped into the red fog. Haha. How can a guy who only knows how to attack sneak attacks beat us? Yan sneered, thinking that the successful fusion of Hu Lina and Ziyu's martial soul means that Tang San and the others will definitely lose. It's indeed a 7-I-known fusion technique. Lu Erlong's mental power can see the situation in the red fog. Cao De, Xiaowu, Zhu Zuqing, Ning Rongrong and the others can do it too. In the red fog, Tang San and the others lined up in a line, with Tang San at the front and Oscar at the end. Some soul rings on the 7-person martial souls were combined to pass a lot of soul power to Tang San in front. Tang San held the Haoshan hammer in his hand. As the soul power transmitted to him by the 6 people in the rear became more and more, the Haoshan hammer in his hand became bigger and bigger, and its power became more and more terrifying. Purple demon eyes. Tang San used his purple demonic eyes to see the figure of the demon in the red fog. Is it a seventh known fusion technique? Yao Mei held the moon blade in both hands and sneered, I don't say whether you can use it, even if you use it, you won't be my opponent. Is that true? Tang San said, I don't think so. Then he shouted loudly, Haoshan Hammer. The Haoshan Hammer became even bigger and more powerful, so strong that even the red fog could not form suppression. How is that possible? Not good. Yao Mei had a bad feeling, so she quickly took action, Moonblade, slash. 2 moon blades flew out, and the target was not Tang San, but the 6 people behind Tang San that provided Tang San with soul power. Hulina, Xiaowu, you are too careless. It's too late to take action now. Tang San swung the huge Haoshan hammer and smashed 2 moon blades with one swing. Hateful. Hulina in the demonic charm was upset. She was already very cautious before the game, but it was still not enough. She didn't expect that Tang San and the others would have such a powerful backup. We won't lose. 2 moon blades flew back, and the demon beauty formed them into a round blade, slash. This time, the target is Tang San. The attack of the round blade is several times stronger than that of the moon blade. Good come. Drink. Tang San blew up, absorbing the soul power of Oscar and 6 others, and the 6 people felt that they were sucked dry. But the effect is obvious. The Haoshan hammer has become stronger. Impossible. Can the soul sect use the true body of the martial soul? Sword Douluo, Ning Fengzi, Qian Rongxiu, Lu Erlong, and others were all shocked because Tang San's state at this moment was similar to the true body of the martial soul. Cao De said to Zhu Zuqing and the others, the true body of the martial soul needs enough soul support. Tang San's strength is now comparable to the true body of the martial soul, and he has initially reached the soul saint realm, but his soul must be uncomfortable. Tang San's soul tearing at this moment made the pain. He endured the pain, waved the Haoshan hammer, smashed the round blade, and at the same time, the powerful force knocked the demon charm out. The demon clashed on the wall and was seriously injured. He had to remove the fusion of martial souls. Hulina and Xiaowu appeared, and they vomited blood in their mouths and their faces were pale. The person who didn't know what was happening in the red fog was surprised to see. Because the demonic charm disappeared, the red fog disappeared quickly. The red fog dissipated, and Tang San and 7 were still lined up together. Ah! Tang San's soul was injured and he was almost lost in his mind. He was lost in his mind by powerful power. He continued to absorb the soul power of Dai Mubai and the other 6, as if he wanted to use the complete body of the Haoshan hammer. Not good. Flander, Zhao Wuji, Yu Xiaogang, and others found that something was wrong. If they continued, Tang San and the others might all be in danger. But they are not good at interfering in the game directly, otherwise they will be judged to lose in Tiandu Royal Academy. I was anxious and hesitant. Calm down. Suddenly, Tang Hao's mental power came out of Tang San's mind, allowing Tang San to quickly recover and wake up. Tang Hao hurried back, but he didn't find a yin, feeling uncomfortable and painful. Unexpectedly, when he came back, he met his stupid son and was messing around again. Even if Tang Hao doesn't take action, Ning Fengzi, Jian Douluo, Du Gubo, and others will help Tang San. Although Tang Hao took action to wake up Tang San like the original work, what is different from the original work is that Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, Yu Tianheng, Du Guyan, and Graphite all fainted. And the rest of Tang San is exhausted and his spirit is exhausted. The only one that can be used is Xian Gong, but can it defeat Yan, Ziyu, Hulina and other 4 people? Chapter 219 The Miserable Father and Son Tang Hao and Tang San. As it really doesn't work. Tang San wanted to release the Haoshan hammer martial soul by chance, but failed. He felt something was wrong in his heart, and it seemed that he could release his martial soul, even if his soul power was almost exhausted. In the original work, Every time Tang San said that his soul power was about to be exhausted and only a little bit was left, it was really billions of points. If he didn't beat his opponent, his soul power would not be completely exhausted. But now it is different. The protagonist's halo was snatched by Xiaowu. If he had given him the aura of soul-sucking power, it would be gone if his soul power was gone. It was impossible to keep it hanging. The soul is weak, the mental power is exhausted, and the physical strength is consumed. If you want to continue fighting, you can only rely on Xiantian Gong. Tang San was unwilling to give up, he still had to compete and at least enter the top 3. Although Hu Lina and Xiaowu still have some soul power, their injuries are not light and their combat power is greatly reduced. Even with the support of the teammates of the Kanjin Scepter Martial Soul, they cannot recover at once. However, there is still a flame that has not been consumed much. Tang San, come and continue. If you don't bully you, we will fight alone. Yan walked over to Tang San and provoked, aren't you a twin martial soul? Are you not very good at sneak attacks? Come on, you are the only one left now. I'll give you a chance to fight me Onianon. Let you lose more decently. Tang San was angry and his eyes became sharp. If he could use hidden weapons, he promised to teach Yan how to be a human being in every minute. But he quickly calmed down and thought that Yan was the only one who could solve one of them first, and then hit Hu Lina and Xiaowu. Okay, I accept your challenge. Tang San looked at Yan and said Yan was so angry that he looked confident. Very good, kind. Yan was angry and took the lead in launching an attack, and several balls of flames appeared and flew towards Tang San. Ghost Sword. Tang San avoided Yan's attack and found an opportunity to attack Yan's body close to him. His physical body was the weakness of the Soul Master. He only needed to find the opportunity skill to hurt Yan with the Xiantian skill. The little mouse is quite good at running, but can it run away? Yan used his new soul skill, and with him as the center, all around him turned into a magma. Not good. Tang San lost his soul power to protect his body and could only run out. Unfortunately, he can only use Xuanyu hands now, and he doesn't have to worry about the magma with his hands, but it doesn't work in other parts of his body. Although Tang San's physical body is much stronger than ordinary soul masters in the soul sect realm, he cannot resist Yan's attack power. My soul skills can cover the entire arena, where can you hide? Yan slowly expanded the coverage of magma and felt that it would be interesting to force Tang San to the boundary step by step. Tang San's soul power is exhausted now. Although he has other means, he is afraid that he will not be able to defeat the Soul King's Yan. Flander was worried. He, Yu Xiaogang, Qin Ming and others just placed Yu Tianheng, Dugu Yan, Ye Lingling, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Oscar and others who were unconscious on the ring. Yu Xiaogang said, believe in mistresses, you can't do anything, he knows to give up. In fact, Yu Xiaogang miscalculated. Although he and Tang San developed a 7-inon fusion technique, he didn't expect that Tang San almost lost control, which caused the other 6 team members to fall into a coma, and Tang San's own strength was not much left. Even if you lose, it's nothing. They have tried their best. Yu Xiaogang comforted himself, they are still young, and they have a better future. Flander nodded, yes, this is just a game, it's just a training, you don't have to take it too seriously. The reason they say this is because they can't see any hope of advancing to the top 3. Yan, stop playing. Hu Lina and Xiaowu moved, preparing to end the game, heal their injuries, and prepare for the next game. Tang San. You are very awesome, but today we won. Hu Lina was glad that Tang San and the others had ruined themselves, otherwise they would have really lost the game. They didn't know how to face the teacher Bibi Dong at that time. Oh! Hu Lina and Xiaowu can still fight, but Tang San finally gave up his struggle and admitted defeat unwillingly, this time we miscalculated. We lost to ourselves, not you. Tang San did not continue and gave in. The game is over. The Wuhan Hall team won and entered the top 3. 3 days later, there will be the ranking competition between Lanba Academy, Wuhan Hall Team, Tian Shui Academy and the 3 teams, including team battles and individual battles. But except for these 3 teams, other participating teams cannot watch the game, and Bibi Dong will appear at that time. The round of the game ended and everyone left the field one after another. Some participating teams will choose to leave Wuhan City and return to their respective academies at this time, while others will choose to stay. Because I have to wait for Prince Shui Qinghe to return to Tiandu City together, Prince Shui Qinghe needs to wait until the competition is over before leaving. Tiandu Royal Academy needs to stay for several days. That day, inside the Pope's hall. Did you take action after discovering Tang Hao's traces under the Pope? Someone came to report. Bibi Dong said, he must be here to protect his son Tang San. Don't worry about him. When the time comes, he will naturally deal with him. Bibi Dong didn't know the so-called timing. Now she doesn't care about Qian Sunji, Wuhan Palace, what else does she care about Tang Hao? There are only a few people who can make Bibi Dong care about now. In terms of Bibi Dong and Tang Hao, Tang San has no grudges and no grudges, she can throw away the position of the Pope of the Spirit Hall at any time. As long as Tang Hao doesn't come to provoke her, she will not bother to take care of her. Zhu Douluo and Gui Douluo breathed a sigh of relief when they heard that Bibi Dong would not deal with Tang Hao now. If Bibi Dong chose to take action, they would definitely have to take the lead, and they might be beaten to death by Tang Hao. They don't want to die. And it has been cast into shadow by Tang Hao. That night, Tang Hao contacted Yu Xiaogang and asked Yu Xiaogang to bring Tang San out, and he wanted to take Tang San away. A yin is gone, he can no longer lose this son. When they saw Tang Hao, Yu Xiaogang and Tang San were both shocked. Haoshan Douluo, are you okay? Dad, what's wrong with you? Tang Hao in front of them had white hair, and the last time he met, Tang Hao had only a few white hairs at most. It must have been that something happened that made Tang Hao become like this. I'm fine. Tang Hao did not explain, Master, thank you for taking care of Tang San over the years. Now I need to take him away, otherwise it will cause you a lot of trouble. Yu Xiaogang understood Tang Hao's intention, not only because he was afraid of implicating them, but also because he felt that they had nothing to teach Tang San. Tang San didn't have time to say goodbye to Flander, Zhao Wuji, Qin Ming, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Oscar and others, and did not have time to look at Xiaowu who was thinking about Chao Siyi again, and was taken away by Tang Hao. Tang Hao and Tang San made some disguise, and then left Wuhan City openly. After leaving the city, Tang San was puzzled, Dad, we should be easily discovered by the Spirit Hall, but strangely, there must be some movement now. Tang Hao was also surprised that he wanted to lead some people from the Wuhan Hall to get rid of his emotions. As soon as a yin was gone, he wanted to find someone to vent his emotions. Unfortunately, Bibi Dong is a bird. Let's go, take you to a place, and I'll tell you everything. Tang Hao took Tang San to the place where he originally planted the blue-silver Emperor A Yin. Chapter 220 Tang Hao, Miss, your mother is gone. Dad, are we going to go back to the Holy Soul Village? After arriving at Nodding City, the direction was probably the direction of the Holy Soul Village, Tang San asked. Tang Hao didn't say anything, Tang San could only continue to follow. Soon Tang Sanfa it is now that Tang Hao is not going back to the Holy Soul Village, but to the forest that is some distance away from the Holy Soul Village. Along the way, Tang San was wondering whether Tang Hao would take him to see his mother with this body, and was about to say that it was the grave of the mother with this body that had already died. Tang San guessed that he might have died after not seeing his mother with this body. There is another place that makes Tang San strange, that is, there is a smell of blood everywhere in the forest, and there seems to be fierce fighting in some places recently. Tang Hao took Tang San to the place where the blue-silver Emperor Ian planted it, and the environment here is very good. Tang San looked around but didn't see the tombstone, and thought to himself, can the tombstone be saved? Seeing Tang Hao staring at a ball of blue-silver grass nearby, Tang San was puzzled. "Dad, have we arrived at the place?" Tang Hao was silent for a while before speaking. "Misery, your mother is gone. It's because I didn't take good care of her. It's all my fault, it's because I'm useless." "Mom is gone? Not dead?" Tang San became even more confused, and at the same time, he felt a little distressed when he looked at Tang Hao's self-blame and sadness. Although the soul traveled over and occupied the bodies of Tang Hao and a Yin's children, Tang San felt that Tang Hao was not bad, and he occupied the body of his son, so he felt a little guilty. In addition, he was an orphan in his previous life and lacked fatherly love, so Tang San was willing to treat Tang Hao as his own father. Over time, I really regarded Tang Hao as my own father and a Yin, whom I had not met, as my own mother. Mom is gone? She was always here. Tang San wondered why he had never appeared if he was here. After Tang Hao calmed down, he explained, "Miss San. Your mother was originally a human being transformed into a soul beast of 100,000 years. Tang San was thundered. This is the first time I have heard that a 100,000-year-old soul beast can transform into humans, and can also combine with humans, leaving children. Tang San doubted whether it was because there was a problem with the child born from Tang Hao and a Yin, so he was cheaper. I heard Tang Hao continue to say, "Your mother is a person who is formed by the Blue-Silver Emperor. She is very beautiful and gentle. Her name is a Yin." He told Tang San that he had learned about a Yin's later pursuit of the Wu Soul Palace. Martial Soul Palace. Tang San looked very angry, even more than his own son. "Dad, and Mom, don't worry, I will destroy the Spirit Hall in the future and avenge you." He paused and asked, "Dad, didn't Mom die by offering sacrifices? Why did you say she is gone again?" Tang Hao said sadly, "Your mother left seeds after offering sacrifices, and part of her soul was seeds. I planted her here and accompanied her for more than 10 years of growth. In a long time, she may be able to reach a 100,000 year cultivation and become a human being again. I don't know how many years the soul beast has lived for 100,000 years, you can't wait." Tang San complained in his heart, and then said, "Are you saying that the mother who was originally here suddenly disappeared?" Tang San always feels a little awkward when calling a plant soul beast mother. Tang Hao nodded. "Just shortly after you arrived in Wuhan City, I had a dream, dreaming that a Yin was about to leave me. I rushed back and found that she was gone. No matter how I looked for it, I couldn't find it. Could it be eaten by some animal or soul beast?" Tang San couldn't help thinking this way, but he felt it was unlikely. If it were so easy, it would have happened long ago and there was no need to wait until now. Could it be that someone dug it away, but there is no trace here? It's like it disappeared out of thin air. It's really strange. At the same time, Tang San also understood why there was a smell of blood around him. He must be unable to find a Yin. Tang Hao went crazy and killed the surrounding animals and soul beasts. "Dad, you don't have to be too sad." Tang San comforted, "Let's continue to search, maybe we can find it." Tang Hao shook his head, "I can't find it. In my heart, I thought a Yin was completely dead. I'm bringing you here not only to tell you this, but also to prepare to take you to practice." Tang Hao said, "Don't think too much. Some things can only be born by you when you become stronger. Now you only need to continuously improve your strength." Yet, Tang San understood that he needed to become stronger, strong enough to destroy the Spirit Hall and avenge Tang Hao and a Yin. "I have to defeat Xiaowu and snatch Xiaowu." The two sat here for a long time and then left. Tang Hao had already seen a place to help Tang San practice the Haoshan hammer technique. It will probably take 2 or 3 years. Wuhan City. Tang San's departure only had some impact on Tiandu Royal Academy, and Xiaowu and the others didn't know it at all. Xiaowu, Lu Erlong, Xiaowu, Zhu Zuqing, Ning Rongrong, Shui Binger and others are capturing the space to play with the baby Ayin. He really treated Ayin as a baby, which made Ian helpless and speechless. My soul power has broken through level 1 these days. I practice very quickly. At most half a year, I should be able to reach level 10, or even faster. Ian has been practicing hard these days in the capture space. Not only has the soul power improved, but Ian, you have also grown taller. Ningrongrong took a ruler to measure Ian, and it really grew a few centimeters taller. Shui Binger analyzed, Ian has just eaten the ingredients and fruits here for a short time, and the effect cannot be so good. It seems that it is the reason for the transformation of the soul beast. Xiaowu said, to be precise, it is because the god's gang Ian transformed into humans, so his body grew faster. When I transformed into humans, my growth rate was about the same as that of ordinary people, and Ian is growing too fast now. Zhu Zuking said, if this continues, you may become a little girl in a few months. That's great. This matter was so good for Ian. She wanted to grow up early. The baby is too inconvenient. No, Ian, you have to let us hug you more now, otherwise you won't be hugged in a few months. Ningrongrong came over and picked up the baby Ian. I want to hug you too. I want it too. I want it too. And me. Xiaowu, Zhu Zuking, Shui Binger and Lu Erlong all followed suit to make a fuss. Xiaowu was not much better, I'll come back when you have enough of it. The baby Ian glared at Xiaowu fiercely, and instead of helping her to save the situation, he instead took the blame. Hateful. These 3 days, they basically stayed in the capture space to play. Xiaowu enjoyed great blessings. He was hugged left and right and felt very comfortable being served. However, Shui Yuer, Huawu was left aside, and she complained a lot in her heart. They can't get into the capture space, and there is nothing they can do. Mai Xiang has been practicing hard alone, and she is the most diligent and obedient. Tomorrow is the top 3 competition. Tonight, Xiaowu, Xiaowu and Ian slept together. Didn't do anything bad. Xiaowu wanted to experience the feeling of the next family. She and Xiaowu were husband and wife, and Ian was like their children. This made Ian complain a lot. If you want a child, you can give birth to one as soon as possible. You can give birth to a child before the maturity stage, and it will not affect it. But Xiaowu and Xiaowu were indifferent. They hugged the baby Ian in the middle, and then the whole family slept happily together. Chapter 221 Xiaowu, it's her, it's Bibi Dong. The final top 3 ranking competitions of the Soul Master competition are about to begin today. Lanba Academy, Wuhu Temple Team, Tian Shui Academy and the 3 teams are held individual competitions and team competitions respectively. The top ranking is the champion of this all-continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition. Ning Fengzi, Jian Douluo, Prince Sweking He, Qian Rongxiu, Saras of the Spirit Hall and others, as well as the personnel and teachers of the 3 teams have all entered the competition field. Not many people participated this time, and other participating teams were not allowed to watch the game. I heard that the Pope of the Spirit Hall is coming forward this time. Her name is Bibi Dong. I don't know what kind of person he is. Ningrongrong said, the Pope in the Martial Soul Palace must be strong and domineering. Xiaowu, Zhu Zuking, Mai Xiang, Jiangju, Tailong, Jingling, Huang Yuan, Lu Erlong and others were all curious. Xiaowu was the same. He had never seen this mother-in-law before. Thinking of the arrogant words that Bibi Dong was his own woman, but he took down his daughter first, and in a blink of an eye it became a relationship between his mother-in-law and son-in-law. Xiaowu couldn't help but smile when he thought of this. Xiaowu looked at Xiaowu specifically, a little worried about Xiaowu's emotions. When he saw Bibi Dong later, Xiaowu would definitely not recognize her. Bibi Dong was her enemy who killed her mother. Everyone came and waited for Bibi Dong to appear. Not long after, Zhu Douluo and Gui Douluo appeared first. Then, wearing a head crown and a gorgeous stunning woman appeared on the highest viewing platform with a scepter, standing between Zhu Douluo and Gui Douluo, looking down at all like a queen, with a strong aura. So strong. Douluo was surprised, her strength should be above mine. Ning Fengzi didn't find it strange, no wonder, she is the first strange woman to cultivate twin martial souls to the title Douluo. The key is what about her second martial soul ring? That is her real strength. Prince Shueqinghe, Qian Rongxiu, looked at Bibi Dong without saying anything or showing any expression, pretending to be calm. Hu Lina, Yan, Xiaowu, and the others in the Wuhan Palace bowed their heads and saluted Bibi East in awe. What a beautiful woman! It's scary too. Shui Yuer took a look and didn't dare to look at Bibi Dong again. Shui Binger also looked at it, she is very powerful. She is worthy of being the Pope of the Spirit Hall. The two around her should be titled Douluo. It seems that the Spirit Hall really values their participating team. Shui Yuer said, we can beat them without my brother-in-law and the others taking action. Although there are 3 Soul Kings in the Martial Soul Palace, Shui Yuer feels that their sisters' martial soul fusion skills will not be worse than theirs and have a chance to win. Congratulations on entering the top 3, and your 3 teams will compete for the final championship next. Bibi Dong spoke. At this time, Xiaowu's body was already trembling. She recognized Bibi Dong, and Bibi Dong killed her mother. Xiaowu never dreamed that the person who killed her mother was Bibi Dong, and Bibi Dong was also the Pope of the Wuhan Hall. Cao De grabbed Xiaowu's hand and sent a voice to comfort her, Xiaowu, I'm sorry. I've learned from God in advance that Pope Bibi Dong of the Wuhan Palace is the murderer of your mother, and you shouldn't have seen her. But I think you should know all this and let's face it together. After a few nonsense, Xiaowu comforted her and moved her. Xiaowu knew that the power of the Wuhan Hall was strong, and they were no opponents now, so they could not be impulsive now, otherwise they would implicate Cao De and the others. She endured the hatred in her heart, thinking that she would definitely seek revenge on Bibi Dong when she became strong in the future. Then when she thought of this, Cao De's mental power transmission told her an amazing news, Xiaowu, I know you want to seek revenge on Bibi Dong, but now is not the time. God told me that as long as your mother's soul ring and soul bone are still there, you will have a great chance of resurrecting your mother when we become God in the future. So you can't kill Bibi Dong now, otherwise your mother's soul ring and soul bone may be destroyed, and there will be no way to be resurrected. Cao De was not completely deceiving Xiaowu. In the original work, Tang San can resurrect a yin, Xiaowu, and resurrect himself, which can ensure that Tang Chen and Bo Xixi's souls are immortal. There should be a way to resurrect Xiaowu's mother. Although Xiaowu's mother is dead, there are still some souls left in the soul bones and soul rings, and perhaps they can revive Xiaowu's mother. Cao De will do his best to resurrect Xiaowu's mother, after all, she is her mother-in-law. And Bibi Dong is also my mother-in-law, has flesh on her palms and backs. Now I can only use this to comfort Xiaowu and prevent her from having conflicts with Bibi Dong for the time being. Real. Xiaowu spoke out in surprise. What's true or false? Are you brother and sister whispering again? Lu Erlong looked at them. Cao De smiled and nodded to Xiaowu. Very good. If the occasion wasn't right, Xiaowu would have held Cao De and kissed him hard. Since there is a possibility of resurrecting her mother, Xiaowu is willing to let go of her hatred for the time being, and she cannot let Bibi Dong die. What she has to do now is to practice hard, become a god as soon as possible, and resurrect her mother. Now that there is hope, Xiaowu is in a good mood. He no longer hated Bibi Dong so much. As long as her mother could be resurrected, it would not be impossible to let Bibi Dong go. After Bibi Dong said something, his eyes fell on Cao De. Although I looked at Cao De in the portrait many times, I suddenly felt moved when I saw Cao De himself for the first time. Bibi Dong felt that Cao De was so friendly and had a natural sense of trust, and he liked it the more he looked at it. Of course, Bibi Dong didn't think he would fall in love with Cao De, but because of his daughter, he loved Wu Yu. Yeah, that's not bad. Bibi Dong looked at Xiao De from the perspective of his mother-in-law, and had a good impression. Xiao De felt Bibi Dong's gaze, looked up and looked at Bibi Dong, and smiled at Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong was immediately electrocuted, his heartbeat accelerated, and his face became hot. Is the Pope's crown okay? Zhu Douluo and Gui Douluo were a little worried. It turns out that it's not a good thing. His eyes can seduce people. No wonder my daughter can't resist it. I almost got hit. Bibi Dong wondered if Xiao De had any special abilities to target women, so she almost said. Fortunately, the words were finished, otherwise things would be awkward. The referee who hosted the game this time was not Su Yuntao, but the elder of the Wuhan Hall in the Conqueror realm, a man in his 50s and 60s. The referee said, the three teams will play individual competition first, each team will send one person to each other, and the final winner will be the first place in the individual competition. The Lanba Academy sent out Tailong, the power type. Although it is only Soul Lord, its explosive power is not strong. There are a total of 5 Soul sects in Tianshui Academy, and the first one to send out is the Soul Lord. And the Wuhan Palace is all above the Soul sect, and any of them are the Soul sect. In the first round, the people from the Wuhan Palace won. This person can continue to fight, or choose to rest, and can participate in the battle later. The second person in Lanba Academy arranged Maixiang, Soul Zun, and Power Type. Tianshui Academy is also a Soul Lord. This time, the two sides tacitly targeted the Soul Hall, and consumed the newly sent Soul sect of the Soul Hall. Maixiang was eliminated, and Tianshui Academy won one round. In the third round, Tianshui Academy arranged a Soul sect, and the Soul Hall is still Soul sect. The Lanba Academy is Huang Yuan, who is a strong attacking type. Later, Jingling was arranged, but they were all defeated. All 4 of Lanba Academy were defeated, but they were not panicked at all, just letting them come out to train. I'll do it. Xiaowu is the 5th appearance. Chapter 222 Shui Yuer, Miss Xiaowu, you are my real sister. The Lanba Academy is Xiaowu, the Tianshui Academy is arranged with a Soul sect, and the Wu Soul Hall team sent out Hu Lina. After the draw, Xiaowu first competed with Hu Lina. Xiaowu, a very nice name. You are Xiao De's sister and you are also very beautiful. Hu Lina was quite polite, for Xiao De's sake. If you say good things, I won't show mercy. Xiaowu calmly said, and I know that your charming ability can be triggered by hearing and vision, but it is useless to me. It turned out that Hu Lina had hidden secrets in her good words. She smiled and said, Sister Xiaowu, I don't have the ability to charm you now. Xiaowu said, I am older than you, call me Miss Xiaowu. Hu Lina was stunned, and then smiled and said, girls like to say they are young, but you say they are old and unique. Stop talking nonsense, don't fight. If you don't fight, I'll do it. Xiaowu was not happy to talk to this vixen. Hu Lina always kept smiling, my soul skill has been activated, this is an instant soul skill. This is Hu Lina's charming soul skill, an instant 1000-year soul skill. I said everything, the charm skill is useless to me. Xiaowu felt the influence of charm, but with her mental power, she was not afraid of Hu Lina's level of charming power, not to mention that she was not unfamiliar with charming ability. You try my charm skills too. Xiaowu's yellow soul ring flashed, and she activated the second soul skill character to Hu Lina. By visually triggering the charm effect, Hu Lina was directly hit and was stunned for a moment, but she quickly recovered. Her understanding of charm ability exceeded that of Xiaowu, and her mental power was also good, so Xiaowu's charm skills had little impact on her. Xiaowu didn't expect the charm skill to control Hu Lina, just let Hu Lina be in a daze. Succeed. Horsebow. When Hu Lina came to her senses, Xiaowu had already teleported and launched an attack. Eye of the Demon Fox. Seeing that there was no time to defend, Hu Lina simply gave up her defense and took over Xiaowu's waist bow. But she seized the opportunity and activated the fourth soul skill at such a close distance. The soul skill activated by her eyes directly affects the other party's vision, and will cause the other party to have hallucinations and be controlled by the hallucinations. Her four skills are either charm or illusion, and are spiritual soul skills, and also control skills. So Hulina is currently a soul master in control. But because her soul skills are all aimed at the spirit, once she encounters strong mental power, it will be useless. I have said that your charm and illusion are useless to me. Xiaowu was hit, but she was not affected. Hulina was hit by a waist arch and Xiaowu teleported and followed, and then she fell in 8 sections. How is that possible? Hulina was so surprised that she forgot the pain caused by being attacked. Xiaowu's mental power is far beyond her expectations. I originally thought they were all soul kings, and even if Xiaowu had more than 10,000 years of fourth soul rings, her mental power would not be very strong. However, the result was that Hulina's soul skills were useless to Xiaowu. Bang! Hulina hit the ground and was seriously injured, but she could continue to fight, but she gave up and was completely restrained by Xiaowu. It would only be even more embarrassing to continue to fight. When the Soul Sect in Tianshui Academy saw Xiaowu win, she directly admitted defeat. Tianshui Academy did not plan to compete for the championship or the strength, so it tried to compete with the Wuhan Hall team for the second place. Ning Fengzi and Jian Douluo's mental power were transmitted, whether it was Rongrong or Xiaowu, the mental power was very strong. It should be said that the woman who had a close relationship with Xiaowu had become stronger. Improve the age of the soul ring, enhance physical strength, and strengthen mental power. I really don't know how Xiaowu did it. Jian Douluo responded, as long as he has always been nice to Rongrong, everything else will always be known. Ning Fengzi smiled. Of course he understood, so he basically didn't ask Xiaowu about it. Bibi Dong also saw some problems and stared at Xiaowu, thinking that he would ask his daughter Qianrongxiu carefully in the future to see if Xiaowu helped her improve. Let's see if Xiaowu is so despicable. Bibi Dong did not recognize Xiaowu. Xiaowu was only a few years old at the time, but now more than 10 years have passed and has changed. The key is that she can't see that Xiaowu is a soul beast now. However, I felt the hostility from Xiaowu before, which made Bibi Dong wonder. I could only guess whether it was because she was Qianrongxiu's mother. Xiaowu and Qianrongxiu were jealous, so even she was in a grudge. Bibi Dong felt that there were more women around Xiaowu, so it was normal to be jealous, so he didn't care much about Xiaowu's hostility. Xiaowu had no end after winning and continued the game. In the next 6th round of the game, Yan was played on the Wuhan Palace, and Shui Yuer was played on the Tianshui Academy. Miss Xiaowu, you have to show mercy, I'm terrified that it hurts. Shui Yuer pretends to be pitiful, and she has a good relationship with Xiaowu. Don't worry, Miss Xiaowu is willing to hurt you. Xiaowu said, just give in then. Shui Yuer was speechless and said to herself, are you pretending to be stupid? I mean let it go. Miss Xiaowu, we are all friends. I will defeat you. Yan glared at Xiaowu, he wanted to avenge Hulina. Cut. Before Xiaowu said anything, Shui Yuer protected her, you are worthy of fighting with my sister Xiaowu? Don't meet me first, otherwise I can knock you down. Shui Yuer's mouth was consecrated, and she pulled Yan. In this round of competition, Shui Yuer first competed with Yan. Haha, you're so unlucky. Shui Yuer looked at Yan pitifully. Although she is the soul sect and Yan is the soul king, she also has a 10,000-year soul ring. With the fusion ring skill, her strength is no weaker than Yan. When you are defeated, you will defeat her. Yan said angrily. Overbile ability. Shui Yuer said disdainfully, the 4th soul skill, the water tornado. Use the ultimate move from the beginning. The 4th soul skill, Hell Flame. The purple soul ring appeared on Yan's body, and many flames appeared around the water tornado created by Shui Yuer. Water overcomes fire. What's more, Shui Yuer's fourth soul skill is the 10,000-year soul skill, while Yan's one is the 1,000-year soul skill. It can be imagined that the flames of hell cannot stop the water tornado at all. The fifth soul skill, Hell Magma Rush. Yan used his 10,000-year soul skill, and the ground turned into a sea of fire, and magma continued to rush out of the sea of fire. The magma continued to impact the water tornado, slowly weakening the water tornado. It's not bad, but unfortunately it's not enough. The melting technique, the water tornado. There were 2 yellow and 1 black soul rings behind Shui Yuer, and then they began to merge. A new water spout was created, which looked almost the same, but more than doubled in power. The water tornado swept through the flames, drowning the magma, and extinguishing the flames. Poor Yan only has 5 soul skills, each of which can block Shui Yuer's fusion technique. In the end, all the soul skills he released were destroyed and he was swept in by the water tornado. Yuer, awesome! Miss Xiaowu, I feel ashamed of myself, I admit defeat. Xiaowu didn't fight Shui Yuer. Miss Xiaowu, you are my real sister. Shui Yuer hugged Xiaowu excitedly. The sister Shui Binger next to her could only shake her head helplessly. In the last round of the individual competition, Zhu Zuqing from Lanba Academy appeared, Shui Binger from Tianshui Academy, and Xiaowu from the Wuhan Hall team. All 3 of them are soul kings, but Shui Binger and Zhu Zuqing both have the 4th soul ring for 10,000 years, and Zhu Zuqing has the 3rd soul ring for 10,000 years. The result of the lottery was that Zhu Zuqing fought against Xiaowu. The Evil Moon Martial Soul is the Moon Blade, which is a powerful attack system. Zhu Zuqing's Martial Soul is a Netherworld Spirit Cat, with a sensitive attack system. I want to end this game as soon as possible, so I'm sorry. A black butterfly appeared in front of Zhu Zuqing. Chapter 223 Bitch Cao, Mother-in-law Bibi Dong, she is beautiful and has a good figure. Xiaoyu's heart trembled when she saw the black butterfly appearing in front of Zhu Zuqing. They have repeatedly studied the information of members of the Lanba Academy team. In addition to Cao, the one who is most concerned is Zhu Zuqing. According to the information, Zhu Zuqing has a very domineering spiritual attack. Soul skills can only resist only if the mental power is strong enough and the will is firm enough. Xiaoyu felt that her willpower was good and her mental power was good. In addition, it is impossible to admit defeat before the battle, so Xiaoyu must stand up and face Zhu Zuqing. But I didn't expect that Zhu Zuqing used spiritual attacks soul skills from the beginning. Xiaoyu was a little scared because she knew that once she was affected by the black butterfly, she would do something embarrassing. He did not sit and wait for death, and the black soul ring appeared on his body. The 5th soul skill, the moon blade, is everywhere in the sky. Suddenly, dense moon blades appeared in the air, emitting a cold light. Many moon blades are like rain, not only attacking the black butterfly, but also attacking Zhu Zuqing. The moon blade attack is a physical attack, not a spiritual soul skill, and has no effect on Zhu Zuqing's 3rd soul skill, the depravity of the netherworld, and cannot destroy the black butterfly. Nether Slash. As for other moon blade attacks, they were destroyed by Zhu Zuqing using his own soul skill Nether Slash. Also a 10,000-year soul skill, Zhu Zuqing's Netherworld Slash is stronger than the Evil Moon's moon blade full of the sky. Zhu Zuqing's soul power is higher than my brother, and she has 2 more soul rings in 10,000 years. My brother is not her opponent. Hu Lina was worried. Physical attacks are useless to the black butterfly. This soul skill also has soul skill locks, so there is no way to hide. Can he bear the spiritual impact it brings? Yan, it should be possible. On the other side, Shui Yuer said happily, Xiaoyu is going to be in trouble. I don't know what he will say and do if he is caught in the black butterfly. He looked expectant. But I don't think Xiaoyu's mental power or willpower can be Zhu Zuqing's 3rd soul skill. What's more, Zhu Zuqing's 3rd soul ring is now upgraded to the 10,000-year soul ring, and his 3rd soul skill has more than doubled, which is even more difficult to bear than before. Shui Yuer felt that she was mentally strong now, but she didn't dare to try it. The black butterfly passed through the falling moon blade, but was not affected at all. The fourth soul skill, Moon Blade Shield. Xiaowu can't control so much. If you have defensive soul skills, you can use it. You are protected by two moon blades in front and behind. But the Moon Blade Shield is still useless to the black butterfly. I don't believe I can't bear it. There is no other way, locked by soul skills, Xiaowu can't dodge and can only bite the bullet and answer. The black butterfly penetrated through the chest of Xiaowu and disappeared. Xiaoyu's expression immediately changed. He immediately knelt down on the ground and cried in remorse, "Wu, I'm the rat shit in the pot." That scene and that words make people unable to look at it or listen. Elder brother. Lina felt very distressed. Yan was glad that he did not meet Zhu Zuqing, otherwise he would be very embarrassed. Not only did the other members of the Wuhan Hall team look bad, but the other people present at the Wuhan Hall look bad. Bibi Dong was naturally a little unhappy when he saw his students making a fool of themselves, but he was not hostile to Zhu Zuqing. Instead, he considered that Lina and the others should add spiritual training. Because this is the territory of the Wuhan Hall, Shui Yuer and others who want to laugh can only endure it. The effect of the black butterfly lasted for more than 5 minutes. Although the black butterfly had passed, Xiaowu was silent with a dark face. He was not under control just now, but he knew what he had done and said, "I really have no face to see anyone." "Brother, that's okay. Let's admit defeat." Lina didn't want Xiaowu to continue. Xiaowu was a little lost and was pulled down by Lina. "I admit defeat." After winning Zhu Zuqing took the initiative to admit defeat. Shui Binger won this round of the game. They are in the same group. Shui Binger is Xiaoda's girlfriend, and of course they are in the same group. Mean. Someone complained in the Wuhan Palace. In this individual match, Tian Shui Academy ranked first, Lanba Academy ranked second, and Wuhan Hall team third. The individual competition does not account for much, as long as Lanba Academy wins the team battle, you can win the championship. What? Tian Shui Academy gave up on the team battle against Lanba Academy. We can't beat Lanba Academy, can't we still beat Tian Shui Academy? We must teach Tian Shui Academy a hard lesson. The team of the Wuhan Palace was even more angry when they received this news. However, at this time Lina came back and she said to the team members, "We will admit defeat in the team battle." She just went to meet Bibi Dong. The situation in the Wuhan Hall team was that Yan was not seriously injured, Xiaowu was in a low spirit, and Lina was also injured. This state could not beat Tian Shui Academy. Bibi Dong scolded people, but he didn't blame them too much, and he asked them to admit defeat because it was meaningless to continue. So, Lanba Academy easily won the championship, second in Tian Shui Academy and third in the Wuhan Hall team. The teams in the Spirit Hall actually admitted defeat in the team battle. Lu Erlong, Xiaowu, Zhu Zuqing, Ning Rongrong, Xiaoda and others were all surprised. The main reason is that the Wuhan Hall team gave up with Tian Shui Academy was surprising, and they felt that they could still play, although there was little chance of winning. Xiaoda Dao, it is estimated that the evil moon spirit has been affected and cannot be adjusted for a short time, affecting combat power, affecting Lina's martial soul fusion skills. In addition, Yan and Lina are both injured, so there is almost no chance of winning in this competition with Tian Shui Academy. To give up directly is a very rational choice. Ning Rongrong hugged Zhu Zuqing's arm. "It's still our Zhu Qing who is powerful, and he will destroy the Spirit Hall in an instant." Indeed, Xiaowu could not continue to fight, which had a great impact on the Wuhan Hall team. Xiaowu is not only the Soul King, but also related to the fusion of the martial soul with Lina. The combat power of the Wuhan Hall team mainly depends on the fusion of the martial souls of their brothers and sisters, and there is no tacit understanding between the others. Now Xiaowu is temporarily destroyed. Shui Binger of Tian Shui Academy is the Soul King of two 10,000-year soul rings. Shui Yuer has 10,000-year soul rings, which is equivalent to the strength of the Soul King. The two can also fusion of martial souls. Therefore, the current state of the Wuhan Hall team has no chance of winning against Tianshui Academy. Bibi Dong also saw this clearly, so he made Hu Lina and the others admit defeat. And you can't win the championship, so it's not interesting to compete for the second place. Dear members of the Lanba Academy team, congratulations on winning the championship of this year's Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition. These 3 10,000-year soul bones are your reward. Bibi Dong personally awarded the reward. Xiaowu De came forward as the captain to receive the award. Little brat, come to see me with Schwetter later. While handing over the 3 soul bones to Xiaowu De, Bibi Dong's mental power was transmitted to Xiaowu De. Xiaowu De responded, "Good mother-in-law." At the same time, his eyes swept Bibi Dong. He looked beautiful and had a good figure. Snort. Bibi Dong glared at Xiaowu De and thought to himself, lustful guy, see how I deal with you later. Chapter 224. Yu Tianheng finally called Uncle Xiaowu De sincerely. The 3 soul bones are, the skull of wisdom that is gathered in spirit, the right arm of the burst and burning flame, and the left leg of the chasing wind that is moving forward rapidly. Among them, the wisdom skull of spiritual condensation is a soul bone that exceeds 50,000 years. It can greatly increase mental power and has spiritual skills. Looking at the eyes of Zhu Douluo and Gui Douluo, staring at the 3 soul bones held by Xiaowu De, wishing to snatch them. Although they are elders of the Spirit Hall and are the titled Douluo, they have no soul bones. In the original work, it seems that no soul bone appears when Zhu Douluo died, and only 1 soul bone appears when Gui Douluo died. It's so pitiful, Zhu Douluo hasn't even had a soul bone. Wow, 3 10,000-year-old soul bones, my brother-in-law has released it. Shui Yuer was jealous. Shui Binger joked, what are you doing when you swallow your saliva? You can't eat it, and you can't give it to you. Shui Yuer smiled and said, brother-in-law will definitely give me a soul bone in the future. I am his sister-in-law. Xiaowu De and Lu Erlong had already discussed the ownership of the 3 soul bones. Xiaowu De needs 50,000 years of spiritual gathering wisdom skull and soul bones to enhance mental power and obtain mental attack skills. The right arm soul bone of the burst and burning flame is given to Lu Erlong, and in the future, Lu Erlong will compensate others with other soul bones. Among the 9 people in Xiaowu De and his team, there is no fire attribute, so it is used for Lu Erlong. The remaining rapid progress of Zhu Feng's left leg soul bone is given to Zhu Zuqing. She is agile and aggressive type and is suitable for her. Xiaowu De and the others are all selfish, and they have put in the most effort. Otherwise, they would not win the championship by relying on Tai Long, Jingling, Huang Yuan, Jiangzhu, and Mai Xiang. Therefore, there is no soul bone. Tai Long and the others can't say that even if they feel uncomfortable, they can't do anything. The Soul Master competition was completely over and everyone left the competition field. Prince Sueking He, Qinreng Xiu, Ning Fengzi, Jian Douluo, and the other 2 came to congratulate Xiaowu De and others. Brother Xiao, congratulations on winning the championship. Looking at Qianrong Xiu, who was serious about Sueking He calling him Brother Xiao, Xiaowu De wanted to laugh a little. While Qianrong Xiu congratulated her, her mental power sent her to Xiaowu De, my mother wants to see you, are you free tomorrow? Xiaowu De responded, my mother-in-law summoned me, I will definitely go. Tomorrow is tomorrow, and I will go even if the sky falls. Qianrong Xiu held back and did not smile, and did not show any strangeness, we are here tomorrow morning. The 2 agreed on a time and place. After leaving the competition arena, there are some participating teams outside waiting for the results. Now they already know the result. No, either watching the fun or saying hello to Lanba Academy or Tianshui Academy. Hua Wu, Hua Wushuan, Meng Yuran, and Zhu Zuyun. More than a dozen people walked towards the Lanba Academy team. Teacher Erlong, Xiaowu De, Xiaowu, congratulations on winning the championship. Hua Wu and Hua Wushuan congratulate each other. Xiaowu and Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zuqing, Mai Xiang, Jiangju, and the others hugged each other. Cao De, congratulations! Meng Yuran looked shy and shy. Thanks. Cao De said politely, everyone knows you, you are friends. If you have time, come to Lanba Academy to play. Yet. Meng Yuran said a few words, then left, too shy to be able to stay. Longgong Meng Shu Snake Woman looked at Tianxiang and shook her head. The granddaughter fell in love with her for the first time, so they didn't care. I just think that Cao De has too many women and is not a good match for his granddaughter. Zuqing, congratulations on winning the championship. Zhu Zuyun specially congratulated Zhu Zuqing, and her face and hands were injured. In Zhu Zuqing's heart, she had already understood the grudges between her and Zhu Zuyun and didn't want to have any more entanglements. But looking at the wound on Zhu Zuyun's body, I couldn't help asking, has he hit you? It was guessed that Davis took action. Zhu Zuyun looked relaxed, I've separated from him and I don't plan to return to the Xingluo Empire anymore. I'm going to travel around the Tiandu Empire. Sister, maybe this is our last meeting. Sister, I sincerely apologize for the hurt you in the past and I will not ask you to forgive me. In addition, I wish you happiness and happiness forever. After saying that, Zhu Zuyun turned around and left. Zhu Zuqing did not try to keep him, and there was no reason to keep him. She just looked at Zhu Zuyun's back and felt desolate. She is kind and hopes that Zhu Zuyun can really change, and hopes that she can start a new life and live out herself. Tian Shui Academy is also very lively. They won the second place in the Soul Master competition with unprecedented success. It is a singular thing and worth celebrating. So Shui Binger and Shui Yuer just came over and said a few words, and then had to go back because they were the protagonists of Tian Shui Academy. And, Uncle, congratulations on winning the championship. Surprisingly, Yu Tianheng appeared and also called Uncle Cao De. It was Cao De's strength that made Yu Tianheng surrender. Now it sounds better, how much can Cao De be able to do it in the future? Take care of me, anyway, I am originally my uncle and I don't suffer any loss. Along with Yu Tianheng were Duguyan, Yelingling, Graphite, Stone Mill, Yufeng, Oslo and others. Yu Xiaogang, Flander, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Oscar and others followed nearby, but did not appear. Flander wanted to congratulate Lu Erlong, but probably Yu Xiaogang had to find an opportunity to congratulate him again. It's afternoon now, and there's still some time tonight. But Cao De and his friends had already started preparing for the dinner and specially took out some ingredients and fruits to capture the space to celebrate. In addition to Cao De and the other 9, Lu Erlong and 2 teachers were added. There are 12 people in Lanba Academy. But Prince Sueking He, Qin Rengxiu, Ning Fengzi, Jian Douluo and the other 3 are coming. At the same time, Hua Wushuan, Yu Tianheng, Du Guyan, Yelingling, Meng Yuran and others were invited to come. Shui Yuer and Shui Binger are coming to celebrate, but they won't be able to stay for long because Tian Shui Academy is also celebrating. After all, there are only 2 tables of people. Originally, he didn't plan to invite Yelingling, but when he invited Yu Tianheng and Du Guyan mentioned Yelingling and said that Yelingling admired Cao De very much. So Du Guyan brought Yelingling too. In fact, Du Guyan and Yelingling are good friends. I hope to bring Yelingling to play and get to know Cao De and others. Yelingling is a bit introverted and doesn't like to talk. She has to take Du Guyan with her before she is willing to come out to communicate with others. Boss Yu Tianheng is the nephew of Dean Lu Erlong. You are his girlfriend, so what's going on? He was taken outside the Lanba Academy team by Du Guyan, and Yelingling wanted to give up. Oh! It's all here. Du Guyan pulled her, and I said you admire Cao De very much. He invited you to come. If you don't come, others will misunderstand. Yelingling looked at Du Guyan helplessly and was cheated by this best friend. Don't just say anything, I can't worship Cao De. Yet. Dugu Yan saw Ye Lingling a little guilty and still had some admiration for Xiaowu de. Dugu Yan, Ye Lingling, you are here too. What a coincidence, Meng Yuran came and met them. Chapter 225 Xiaowu invites Ye Lingling to join Lanba Academy. Meng Yuran, don't you dislike Xiaowu de? Dugu Yan asked Meng Yuran a question that made her embarrassed. Meng Yuran blushed slightly, nothing is true. I just think they are excellent and want to meet them. Don't talk nonsense. Is that true? Dugu Yan looked at Meng Yuran with the same look. Meng Yuran quickly changed the topic, let's go in and see if there is anything to help. The three of them entered the courtyard where Lanba Academy lived together. Yu Tianheng has already made a step forward and is chatting with Hua Wushuan, Tai Long, Jingling, Huang Yuan and others. Nephew, here. Xiaowu greeted Dugu Yan. Yu Tianheng was speechless, Dugu Yan was the same. Because Xiaowu de, this uncle, inexplicably, made them more aunts. Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zuking, Shui Binger, and even thousands of Rongxiu, Bibi Dong. How many women Xiaowu de has, they will have more aunts. Xiaowu and Mai Xiang are in charge of entertaining guests and are chatting with Hua Wu. Dugu Yan, Meng Yuran, Ye Lingling, and the other two walked towards Xiaowu and the others. The three of them came over and looked at the rabbit ears on Xiaowu and Mai Xiang's heads. They didn't know that they thought they were sisters. In the eyes of the three of them, Xiaowu and Mai Xiang are both martial souls, causing some changes in the body and rabbit ears to grow. 6 people chatted together. Hua Wu asked, Dugu Yan, Ye Lingling, Meng Yuran, now you will all graduate from the academy after the Soul Master competition. What are your plans after graduation? Dugu Yan looked at Yu Tianheng and said, I plan to go out for a walk. As he said that, he looked at Ye Lingling, do Lingling want to be with you? Ye Lingling shook her head. She didn't want to be a light bulb, I plan to go back to my family to practice. The Ye Lingling family is a Soul Master family, and there is a powerful sect. Immortal Sect is a sect based on the Juxin Haitang Martial Soul. Juxin Haitang Martial Soul is Ye Lingling's martial soul. All soul skills are healing. With the help of a powerful Juxin Haitang Martial Soul Master, it is hard to die. Unfortunately, in the Douluo continent world, there can only be 2 Juxin Begonia martial souls at the same time, otherwise the auxiliary function of this martial soul will not be worse than that of the 7 treasure glazed tower martial soul. Ye Lingling should have been the focus of the family training, and should not appear at Tiandu Royal Academy and let him practice by himself. This is caused by the grudges in the family. Originally, Ye Lingling's mother also had the Juxin Begonia martial soul, and both the mother and daughter were Juxin Begonia martial souls. In this way, it is impossible for other tribes to have Juxin Haitang martial souls again. However, shortly after Ye Lingling was born, her mother died by accident. Later, some of the tribe members awakened the Juxin Haitang martial soul, so it is very likely that her mother was killed by the tribe members in order to obtain the Juxin Haitang martial soul. The person who awakened the martial soul of Juxin Haitang was a boy, and he was a direct descendant. He woke up first than Ye Lingling, so he had a much higher status than Ye Lingling and was the focus of the family and sect training. Because Ye Lingling had a grudge with her family, if someone had not protected her and asked her to come out to the Tiandu Royal Academy, it might have been a little bit of danger. When she dies, other tribes may awaken the martial soul of Juxin Haitang. Therefore, Ye Lingling's experience was very bumpy. Xiaowu only heard Lu Erlong, Xiaowu de, Ning Rongrong and others talk about Ye Lingling not long ago, and felt that some of the same fate were all poor girls who lost their parents. I think if Ye Lingling returns to the family, it will probably not be easy. Dugu Yan also uses love to Ye Lingling. Lingling, after returning to the family, whoever wants to bully you will tell me, you are my good sister, whoever bullies you, I will let my grandfather stand up for you. After getting along with Dugu Yan, Dugu Bo once let go of the words, asking the people of the Ye Lingling family not to hurt Ye Lingling. The title of Douluo is still very intimidating. With Yu Tianheng taking care of him, the tribe members are afraid that they will not dare to attack Yalingling easily. But it is easy to avoid hidden arrows and it is hard to prevent Yalingling's mother from hiding. Thank you, Yunyan. Yalingling was moved. Dugu Yan, you are so polite to me. Xiaowu looked at Yalingling and sent an invitation. Yalingling, do you want to come to our Lanba Academy? Inviting Yalingling is not only Xiaowu sympathizes with her, but also feels connected to her fate, but also because Xiaoda said that if Yalingling grows up, it may be helpful to the resurrected Xiaowu's mother in the future. Xiaowu is helping others and herself. Xiaoda is not a groundless nonsense, but the Juxin Haitang martial soul is too effective, and healing is likely to have a resurrection skill in the future. Even if not, Xiaoda thinks that Yalingling may be able to merge with Ning Rongrong's martial soul to create powerful auxiliary soul skills, which may even be a resurrection skill. In short, keeping Yalingling will definitely have many benefits. Moreover, among Xiaoda and others, although the healing scepter of Jiangju has a healing effect, it is far worse than the Juxin Haitang martial soul. Xiaowu's words surprised Dugu Yan, Yalingling, and Meng Yuran. Unexpectedly, I was not very familiar with it, so Xiaowu actually invited Yalingling to join Lanba Academy. Seeing their appearance, Xiaowu smiled and said, our Lanba Academy is talented, especially in the treatment assistance. Yalingling, your Juxin Haitang martial soul is very powerful, and I feel that I have a good relationship with you. So I invite you to join Lanba Academy. We will practice, grow, face difficulties together, and share happiness together in the future. Dugu Yan was thinking, if Lingling joins Lanba Academy, with Xiaowu's help, she may get help from Xiaoda. In the future, the soul ring age will be increased, the cultivation speed will be increased, and shelter will be protected. There are many benefits. So Dugu Yan supports it. Lingling, Lanba Academy is a good place to go, it is better than being worried about your family. President Lu Erlong is from the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect. Xiaoda will definitely become a strong man in the future. With them protecting you, who dares to make things difficult for you? Yalingling was indeed moved, but she felt embarrassed and was afraid to go to a new environment, so she hesitated. Oops! Dugu Yan knew Yalingling's temperament and had to push her. What are you hesitating about? I'll agree quickly. Hurry! Yalingling agreed half-swore, then okay. Xiaowu happily held Yalingling's hand, and his name changed. Lingling, welcome to join Lanba Academy. You can wait a moment, I have to tell Erlong's mother and my brother the good news. We will be very happy when we know. After saying that, he hurriedly ran away. Dugu Yan said, Xiaowu sincerely invited you to join. Lingling, you won't regret it. They should be good, get along well with them. Of course, if they bully you, you must tell me. Yalingling was so moved that tears rolled in her eyes. Don't cry, are you so moved? Dugu Yan quickly stopped her. Meng Yuran was envious of seeing it, envious of Xiaowu for inviting Yalingling to join Lanba Academy, and envious of Yalingling for having a good friend like Dugu Yan. She also wanted to join Lanba Academy, but she was embarrassed to speak, and she was afraid that her grandparents would disagree.